In the realm of Dou Qi, within the city of Utan, the young genius Xiao Jue from the Xiao family awakens a system and unexpectedly inherits the legacy of the beast god. As he cultivates the burning decision, what sparks will ignite between him and Xiao Yan? Chapter 1. The Dou Qi Continent. Beep, the host has traversed the Dou Qi continent and received a novice gift package. Beep, the host's consciousness is in slumber. Years later, Doubler, 3 stars, gazing at the 5 shimmering words on the testing stone tablet. The youth's expression remained cold, yet the slight curve at the corners of his mouth revealed a restless heart. Xiao Jue, Doubler, 3 stars, the second elder of the Xiao family, overseeing the commingafage ceremony, proclaimed with pride after glancing at the information displayed on the stone tablet, for Xiao Jue was indeed a prodigy of the Xiao clan. Soon as the middle-aged man uttered those words, an uproar of admiration and envy surged through the crowded square. 3-star Doubler? Haha, as expected, Xiao Jue is truly the #1 genius of the Xiao family. Perhaps not. Xiao Yan's talent has recovered, breaking through 5 stages of Dou Qi in a year. Once Xiao Yan catches up, Xiao Jue will inevitably become the perennial second, especially since he is afflicted with a mysterious illness that may cause his Dou Qi to vanish at any moment. Upon hearing these remarks, Xiao Jue cast a glance at a nearby youth. But after a fleeting moment, he descended from the testing platform and returned to the elevated area beside it. Soon, however, Xiao Jue sensed something amiss. Dizziness overtook him, and he fainted while seated. Approaching Xiao Jue, Xiao Ning and others draped a blanket over him, a scenario that had already transpired multiple times this month. Following the conclusion of the adult ceremony, Xiao Jue had intermittently experienced dizziness and occasional fainting spells. The second elder had even summoned the alchemist Gu Inai from the Mitre auction house to diagnose Xiao Jue, ultimately procuring a second-tier nourishing pill for him, yet proved ineffective. Upon returning to the family, the unaware Xiao Yu was taken aback by the sight and curiously inquired of Xiao Ning, "Is he just asleep?" "No, Xiao Jue is in a faint," Xiao Ning explained to Xiao Yu. Beep, the host's consciousness awakens. 16 years without utilizing the system, the novice gift package upgrades. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the low-level yellow tier technique. Burning decision. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining a cubic centimeter of nascent spirit. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10,000 B Spirit Fire ranked 22nd on the EO list. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving a 7th tier Alchemist Experience package. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the weapon, the Shihi Sword. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-level Earth tier combat technique, Songhua Zue. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the low-level Earth tier combat technique, Beast Control Seal. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mid-level Earth tier combat technique, Xian Tian Fire Dragon. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the mid-level Earth tier combat technique, Starfire Conflagration. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level Earth tier combat technique, Sunset Afterglow. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the Earth-level advanced combat technique, the Golden Crow Sword Technique. The boy's originally pale red fighting spirit within his Dantian swiftly transformed into a delicate yellow hue. The high-level yellow tier technique he had been cultivating regressed to a low-level yellow tier technique. In the next moment, a swirl of crimson flames manifested in Xiao Jue's Danton, accompanied by a stone the size of a fingernail. Ultimately, that stone merged into Xiao Jue's Danton, while the red flames vanished without a trace. Xiao Jue's fighting spirit reverted from yellow back to red, seemingly more formidable than before. Within the confines of a certain youth's ring, an ancient voice echoed, "The aura of Vioa? It pales in comparison to the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and is significantly weaker than the Bone Spirit's cold fire. It appears the Xiao family's secrets are vast." Protagonist, Xiao Jue. Gender, male. Age, 16 years. Strength, 9-star fighter level 7. Soul realm, mid-level mortal realm. Techniques, burning decision, low-level Xian tier. Combat techniques, Azure Firefall low-level Earth tier, Beastmaster Seal low-level Earth tier, Xian Tian Fire Dragon mid-level Earth tier, Star Fire Scorching Plains. Mid-level Earth tier, Sunset Afterglow high-level Earth tier, Golden Crow Sword Technique high-level Earth tier. 10,000 B Spiritual Fire ranked 22nd on the EOA list. Occupation, 7th grade Alchemist. Items, she has sword. Note, Xiao Yan only advanced from a 2-star fighter to a 4-star fighter after devouring the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire, because he could not withstand its energy. Much of which was consumed by the Medusa queen of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. In contrast, Xiao Jue perfectly refined the 10,000 beast spiritual fire with the system's assistance. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xiao Jue slowly opened his eyes. His gaze somewhat bewildered, he raised his hand, igniting a flicker of red flame, which brought clarity to his eyes. "So I am Xiao Jue," he asserted confidently. He was the product of two souls merging, a traverser overtaking Xiao Jue's identity, or one might say that Xiao Jue had fused with the traverser soul. Yet, he was unequivocally Xiao Jue now. The 10,000 beast spiritual fire and the burning decision that it seems I may be on the path to usurp Xiao Yan's business. Xiao Jue mused, a smile creeping on his face, as this notion appeared rather appealing. At the age of 16, he had spent these years overshadowed by Xiao Yan, except for the 3 years when his fighting spirit was absorbed by the so-called medicine sovereign, and the subsequent year after his talent was restored in every aspect, whether talent or affection, he had been eclipsed by Xiao Yan, who was merely a month younger than him. Indeed, the original Xiao Jue, like the others in the Xiao family, harbored feelings for Sun, who favored Xiao Yan. However, after Xiao Yan lost his talent, those who once gravitated towards him, like Xiao Mei, began to cling to Xiao Jue. To condense real fire? How is that possible? Exclaimed Xiao Yu, sitting beside Xiao Jue, utterly astonished. What real fire are you speaking of? Xiao Ning leaned over to inquire. Originally, he was seated in Xiao Yu's position, but upon learning about Xiao Jue's situation over the past month, Xiao Yu swapped seats with him. Nothing much, it seems, my cousin. Xiao Yu may have been seeing things, Xiao Jue quickly responded. Xiao Ning, harboring no suspicions, nodded before inquiring, Xiao Jue, what exactly is the matter with you? Thank you for your concern. Cousin Xiao Ning, this issue should be resolved now. Xiao Jue replied with a gentle smile. After all, he had once shared a fondness for Xiao Sun, much like Xiao Ning, and their unrequited affections had not soured their relationship. Moreover, given Xiao Jue's exceptional talent and prowess, Xiao Ning dared not provoke him, and thus their camaraderie endured. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the arena, as challenges could still be made among clansmen after the retest. I, Xiao Yan, wish to challenge Xiao Jue. Xiao Yu T Xiao Jue, saying, TSK, it appears someone is eager to reclaim the title of the Xiao family's foremost genius. Xiao Jue rolled his eyes. He was perplexed by Xiao Yan's intentions. To challenge him, a 3-star fighter, with merely the strength of an 8-stage fighting spirit, seemed utterly reckless. I accept the challenge, Xiao Jue declared, leaping onto the stage. Gazing at the youthful figure before him, Xiao Jue remarked with a smile, Congratulations, cousin Xiao Yan, on the restoration of your talents. Xiao Yan returned a nonchalant smile. Thank you, cousin Xiao Jue. Let us commence. Xiao Jue, wishing to capitalize on this opportunity to teach Xiao Yan a lesson, sought no further conversation. Please, instruct me. Xiao Yan nodded, his expression turning serious. Though he possessed only an 8-stage fighting spirit, Xiao Jue had already ascended to being a fighter. While Xiao Yan's sole advantage lay in his mastery of 3 profound-tier fighting techniques, Xiao Jue had only grasped a single advanced yellow-tier technique, Fiery Palm. You may strike first. Xiao Jue, recognizing Xiao Yan's capabilities and his own superior strength, opted not to take undue advantage. Pardon my offense, Xiao Yan said, charging forward without hesitation. With a flick of his hand, a long sword materialized in Xiao Jue's Gripa 3-foot blade, crimson and seemingly wreathed in flames. Xiao Jue lunged at Xiao Yan with the Shihi sword, opting for a straightforward slash rather than employing the Golden Crow sword technique. Even without utilizing any fighting skills, the intense heat radiating from the Shihi sword was more than Xiao Yan could withstand. Quickly evade. That sword is peculiar. Heeding his instructor's warning, Xiao Yan swiftly sidestepped the strike. The onlookers below, bewildered, watched Xiao Yan's hesitation. Why had he not unleashed his fighting techniques against Xiao Jue's singular sword? I've changed my mind, Xiao Jue announced, sheathing the Shihi sword. Suddenly, a crimson flame enveloped him, leaving the crowd in astonishment, particularly Xiao Sun, who recognized the flames adorning Xiao Jue. How is this possible? The spirit fire of all beasts, Xiao Sun whispered in disbelief. Chapter 2. Earth-level combat techniques. The voice of Yao Chun echoed in Xiao Yan's ears, urging, Xiao Yan, quickly concede. The flames surrounding him are of a rare type. What? Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Jue. Sanghuozhuai, a flame of the 10,000 beasts spirit fire detached itself from Xiao Jue, soaring into the sky, where the ambient energy of heaven and earth merged with this magnificent fire, expanding gradually. Damn madman, Yao Chen cursed under his breath. Seizing control of Xiao Yan's body, the combat technique had already taken shape and could not be halted. On a nearby rooftop, a figure cloaked in black appeared. Observing the ever-expanding 10,000 beasts spirit fire in the sky, Yao Chen's soul energy gradually flowed into Xiao Yan, augmenting his strength. As he beheld the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire, white flames began to envelop Xiao Yan's body, with a mist of white swirling around him. Xiao Yan's aura surged, reaching a level comparable to that of a dueling expert, which was the utmost limit of Yao Chen's current capabilities. What a troublesome situation, Yao Chen mused, glancing at the pale-faced Xiao Jue, who was accumulating a surge of energy. Earth-level intermediate combat technique. Frost 1,000 feet. Indeed, this was an ice attribute technique of the Earth level. Both Yao Chun and Xiao Yan wielded fire and would attribute Dou Qi, which was why they became alchemists. However, Yao Chun had refined the bone spirit cold fire, a rare flame that granted him innate ice attribute Dou Qi. Rich energy from heaven and earth gradually approached Xiao Yan, while a strand of white flame detached from him, merging with the surrounding energy. The onlookers stood transfixed, their curiosity piqued by the formidable combat technique displayed by Xiao Jue, as well as the unexpected transformation occurring within Xiao Yan. Why was Xiao Yan's aura so overpowering, surpassing even that of the clan leader, a Grand Master? What was the nature of the flames enveloping them both? As curiosity swirled among the crowd, Xiao Jue's earth-level low-tier technique, Song Hui Zhuai, had also taken shape and was descending. That Song Hui Zhuai, executed through the 10,000 beasts spirit fire, fell from the sky, while the frost 1,000 feet, harnessed through the bone spirit cold fire, ascended to meet it. All eyes were glued to this moment. Ultimately, the disparity in levels dictated the outcome, be it the rank of the combat techniques, the classification of the rare flames, or the prowess of the individuals wielding these techniques. The frost 1,000 feet, unleashed with the power of a dueling expert, erupted with its full might, whereas the Song Hui Zhuai, executed by the 9-star Dou Qi Xiao Jue, was merely a half-hearted attempt. As expected, the 10,000 beasts spirit fire extinguished in the sky, and the bone spirit cold fire returned to Xiao Yan. Yet this did not signify the end of frost 1,000 feet. With a sudden cough, Xiao Jue spewed forth blood. The icy energy had seeped into his body, and had it not been for the 10,000 beasts spirit fire, he might have met his end. Nevertheless, even so, Xiao Jue found himself heavily injured, standing only by sheer force of will. I concede. Xiao Jue was taken aback. Indeed, it was not he who conceded, but rather Xiao Yan, whose body was under Yao Chen's control. Xiao Yan also coughed up blood, but lacking the strength of Xiao Jue, he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body was already under immense strain, enduring the power of Dou Ling level while executing Earth-tier Dou techniques. After one move, Yao Chun, seeing that Xiao Jue had not conceded, chose to surrender himself, as he too had reached his limit. Not only had Xiao Jue and Xiao Yan pushed themselves to the brink, but even Yao Chun, having only just awakened, had not fully regained his soul power. Performing an Earth-tier Dou technique had exhausted him as well. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's concession, Xiao Jue let out a sigh of relief and fell backward. In response, Xiao Yan, unable to contain his frustration, coughed up another mouthful of blood and, like Xiao Jue, lost consciousness on the ground. The members of the Xiao family rushed onto the stage in a flurry. Xiao Yu, gritting her teeth, retrieved a healing bone pill given to her by a mentor before returning to the family and administered it to Xiao Jue. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun'er produced a jade vial and similarly provided a pill to Xiao Yan. Secretly grateful for having kept a qi nourishing powder given to her by a senior related to her elder brother. With her discerning eye, Xiao Sun'er noticed the alarming surge in Xiao Yan's strength, akin to the effects of a secret method enhancing power. However, the injuries within him resembled a backlash from such a technique. On the spectator stand, a captivating woman clad in a red dress observed the fallen Xiao Jue and Xiao Yan, contemplating that perhaps the future of the Xiao family would witness the emergence of two Dou Huang powerhouses. Subsequently, Yafei glanced at Sun'er, musing that there might even be a Dou Huang among them. With two Dou Huangs and one Dou Huang, it seemed the future of the Gamma Empire was destined for upheaval. Xiao Jue let out a soft grunt, painfully opening his eyes, realizing that he was still quite weak. You are finally awake? Xiao Ning, who had taken a seat beside him, remarked with a hint of exasperation. What? Xiao Ning? Xiao Jue exclaimed in surprise, taken aback that this person was watching over him. Surprised? Xiao Ning rolled her eyes, raising her fist as if to strike Xiao Jue, but upon remembering his injuries, she lowered her hand and said curtly, My sister asked me to keep an eye on you. You've been unconscious for 2 days. She watched over you for a whole day and night and was utterly exhausted, so she went to rest, leaving me here. Xiao Jue nodded, expressing his gratitude. Please thank her for me, and of course, thank you as well. Xiao Ning turned to leave, stating, You can thank her yourself when I bring her over. After all, you did consume a second-tier pill of my sister's. Feeling somewhat better, Xiao Jue nodded and propped himself up to sit. Reflecting on the Earth-tier Dou technique unleashed by the Yao Zun, which had led to his defeat in a single move, he thought, yet he did not feel disheartened. He was still young, merely 16 years old. With the cultivation of the burning technique, he could seek the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire in the Tagore Desert, or search for the fallen heart flame at the Jianan Academy. And there was also the Haixin flame in the hands of the medicine Emperor Han Feng. All of these were goals for Xiao Jue. This is also known to Xiao Jue, who was aware of the 3 types of possessed by the Northwest continent. However, a flicker of realization crossed Xiao Jue's eyes as he recalled another type, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, which also exists in the Northwest. Not long after, Xiao Yu entered the room, her attire unchanged since the day she returned, though slightly wrinkled, indicating she must have dozed off while still dressed. Xiao Yu, with her alluringly long legs, approached Xiao Jue and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes." Xiao Jue replied with a nod. Having consumed a second-tier medicinal pill and rested for 2 days, his injuries had improved significantly, no longer impeding his daily life. As long as he refrained from combat, he would be fine. After all, his injuries stemmed from the internal struggle between cold energy and, not as severe as Xiao Yan's, and he had merely fainted from the exhaustion of his. I asked Xiao Ning to prepare a meal. "Let me pour you some water," Xiao Yu said. Rising to fetch a cup, Xiao Jue was somewhat taken aback by her kindness, reflecting on the fact that their relationship had merely been that of relatively close kin. Why refuse the attentions of a beautiful woman? He mused. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had only received a novice gift pack from the system. His battle with Xiao Yan yielded no reaction from the medicinal elder system, yet the system panel remained accessible, indicating it was intact. So what exactly is the system's function? The method of using the system inexplicably appeared in Xiao Jue's mind, akin to how an alchemical knowledge surfaced in his memory, now mastered by him. Thus, the system's capability allows for a monthly lottery, and after 15 years of dormancy, did it compensate me with an upgraded novice gift pack? Xiao Jue pondered. The system's electronic voice responded, "Yes, if the lottery opportunity is not utilized, it can be accumulated. You currently possess 1 chance to draw." Chapter 3, Miter Auction House. Xiao Jue nodded and said, "Then let's draw. Perhaps I might obtain a healing elixir to restore my injuries." Ding. The host is drawing. Congratulations. The host has received the 9-color Dan Lei, an 8th-tier elixir, the Qian Kuan Zhao Hua Dan. Qian Kuan Zhao Hua Dan, the pinnacle of 8th-tier elixirs. Possessing the power of Qian Kuan Zhao Hua, capable of altering one's innate talent, and endowed with formidable healing properties, able to restore severed foundations. Xiao Jue glanced at the jade vial in his hand, harboring no intention of opening it, and directly stored it in the system space. He was not foolish. The 8th-tier elixir of 9-color Dan Lei was not to be trifled with. Even it would likely explode if consumed. Such a level of elixir would require at least the prowess of A to ingest, assuming the Qian Kuan Zhao Hua's effects were mild. In the case of other 8th-tier elixirs of 9-color Dan Lei, one would need the strength of A to even consider consumption, lest they risk being overwhelmed immediately. "First, have some water," Xiao Yu said, presenting a cup to Xiao Jue. "Sister, I have arrived." As Xiao Ning stepped inside, carrying several food containers, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Yu and hastily set down the boxes, casting a furtive glance at Xiao Jue before swiftly exiting. As he departed, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Uffed. Xiao Jue felt an inexplicable sense of pity for Xiao Ning, leading him to inadvertently spray the water he had just sipped, fortunately avoiding Xiao Yu as she began to open the containers. Xiao Jue descended from the bed and settled at the table, which was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 3 portions of rice. Upon hearing the sound from Xiao Ning's stomach, she could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy for him, burdened as he was with such a sister. "Eat up," Xiao Yu offered, handing Xiao Jue a pair of chopsticks before she too began to indulge, her hunger evident. Accepting the chopsticks, Xiao Jue dined in silence, ultimately consuming the portion of rice that rightfully belonged to Xiao Ning. After Xiao Jue had savored some soup, Xiao Yu, who had finished her meal, hesitated before speaking. "I wish to share something with you." Xiao Jue regarded her with curiosity, puzzled by her intent. "Your father was my grandfather's, the Grand Elder's, bodyguard. He perished while protecting him. Upon learning of your father's demise, your mother suffered complications during childbirth, ultimately bringing you into this world while departing from it herself." Xiao Jue fell silent, yet an inexplicable sorrow and anger welled within him. "Upon my return home, my grandfather informed me that there exists a marriage contract between us. And prior to that?" Xiao Jue inquired, a sardonic smile gracing his face. "Was his guilt towards my father merely an act of securing his granddaughter to me after I showcased my formidable talents?" Xiao Yu shook her head, clarifying. "This marriage contract was established between my grandfather and your mother." Xiao Jue gazed at Xiao Yu, ultimately erupting into laughter. "Cunning indeed, truly cunning. You have mentioned that you only learned of this upon your return, which implies that as long as he is unwilling, no one would be aware of our betrothal. Xiao Yu fell into silence, for this was the undeniable truth, a fact she could not contest. Come, accompany me to the market, Xiao Jue suggested, rising from his seat. Very well, Xiao Yu nodded, acquiescing to Xiao Jue's request. Thus, the two departed from the Xiao residence and made their way to the family market. Xiao Jue had long been regarded as the genius of the Xiao clan, and the resources allocated to him monthly were substantial. Over the years, combined with his parents' inheritance, he possessed more than 5,000 gold coins. Xiao Yu, too, held over 3,000 gold coins, amounting to nearly 9,000 coins, sufficient to procure the desired medicinal herbs for Xiao Jue. Upon arriving at the family market, they were promptly greeted by a respectful figure. Greetings, Miss Xiao Yu, young Master Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue nodded in acknowledgement. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a badge emblazoned with 5 golden stars on his chest, clearly indicating his status as a 5-star fighter. However, a claw mark marred his left eye, a testament to a previous encounter with a magical beast, suggesting he had once led a life as a mercenary. And you are? Xiao Yu inquired. The middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. My name is Lin Hu. Many years ago, the elder saved my life on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Xiao Jue simply acknowledged him with a brief response and pulled Xiao Yu away. Such a clumsy excuse would have prompted Xiao Jue to take action against him had he not sensed any malice. Is there something wrong with that man? Xiao Yu inquired curiously. Xiao Jue retorted, do you truly believe the elder would save an inconsequential passerby in the Beast Mountain Range? Xiao Yu nodded, linking her arm with Xiao Jue's. After the two departed, the man named Lin, who clenched his teeth, hastily gathered his wares and left. After wandering the market for quite some time, Xiao Yu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Xiao Jue, what exactly are you looking to buy? Herbs, he replied. Herbs? Xiao Yu was taken aback, for in her memory, Xiao Jue's reclusive nature made it hard to believe he knew any alchemists. Suddenly, she recalled that after Xiao Jue had advanced to a fighter, her grandfather had instructed her to deliver 2 manuals to him. One a high-level fire attribute technique, and the other a wood attribute technique. Intrigued, she asked, have you become an alchemist? Yes, Xiao Jue affirmed with a nod. When did you become an alchemist? Xiao Yu halted in her tracks, her eyes wide with astonishment. The realization that her fiancé was an alchemist filled her with joy. It has been quite a while, Xiao Jue replied, unable to maintain his usual stoic demeanor in the face of Xiao Yu's enthusiasm, and he managed to smile. Then you must take care of me. Xiao Yu playfully hugged his arm. They exchanged glances, and after a moment, he nodded. All right. Perhaps it was the influence of the bone-nourishing pill that prompted his agreement. After meandering through the market for a while longer, Xiao Jue resolved to visit the miter auction house. For even combining his funds with those of Xiao Yu would not suffice to procure the materials required for refining a 3rd-tier pill. The miter auction house, the largest in Utan city, was affiliated with the Miter family, the wealthiest clan within the Jimar Empire. In terms of affluence, the Miter family was undoubtedly second to none. With a long-standing history spanning hundreds of years, they had woven an intricate web of connections within the Jimar Empire. Whispers suggested that this opulent family had ties, however tenuous, to the imperial family. Within the empire, the Miter family, alongside the Nalan and Mu families, constituted the triumvirate of power known as the 3 giants of Jimar. These 3 families wielded significant influence across various sectors, including commerce and the military. Thus, with the formidable backing of the Miter family, even the most enticing profits from the auction house would deter anyone from attempting to undermine them. A smile played on Xiao Jue's lips, for he possessed the experience of a 7th-tier alchemist, which endowed him with mastery over fire control, soul force application, and access to all 7th-tier and below pill recipes circulating in the market. With 9,000 gold coins, one could procure approximately 10 sets of 2nd-tier medicinal herbs. Given Xiao Jue's alchemical skills, achieving success in refining them poses no challenge. Subsequently, he could sell these at the Mitel auction house, thus acquiring the funds necessary to purchase the herbs he desires for the concoction of the elixirs he needs. As he gazed towards the grand venue at the end of the street, Xiao Jue took Xiao Yu's hand and walked forward. He was somewhat renowned in Wutan, and thus, he was easily recognized, the guards showing no signs of wariness towards him. Upon entering the establishment, his gaze swept across the opulent and expansive hall, where he fortuitously spotted a somewhat familiar woman. With a slight smile gracing her alluring face, she exuded an enchanting charm. Clad in a strikingly red, form-fitting brocade gown, meticulously crafted to accentuate her exquisite curves, her long, snow-white legs captured the eye, igniting an intense fervor within. The delicate silver belt cinched at her slender waist emphasized her graceful figure. This woman radiated a captivating allure, and under the gaze of her elongated, peach blossom-shaped eyes, one might find themselves unwittingly compelled to extract gold coins from their pockets to purchase extravagant items of little utility. To many men, she epitomized a bewitching beauty. This temptress stirred the hearts of countless suitors. A smile adorned Xiao Jue's face as he approached her, still holding Xiao Yu's hand. Young Master Xiao Jue? The woman clearly recognized him, having attended the adult ceremony of the Xiao family. Miss Yufei? Indeed, she was Yufei, the esteemed chief auctioneer of the Meitel family's auction house in Utan City. Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes as she regarded the woman, seemingly aware that children today are indeed drawn to such figures. In a possessive gesture, Xiao Yu wrapped her arm around Xiao Jue's, causing Yufei to momentarily pause before smiling and inquiring, "Is young Master Xiao Jue here with Miss Xiao Yu for a particular matter?" Xiao Jue nodded, replying, "I seek some medicinal herbs." With that, he produced 8 cards, each containing 1,000 gold coins, opting not to present the remaining physical coins at this moment. Medicinal herbs? Yufei appeared taken aback for an instant. "Yes," Xiao Jue affirmed, "I require the complete set of herbs for any second-tier elixir. And I have 8,000 gold coins for this purpose. Please follow me," Yufei said, accepting the cards and leading the way for the two. As she swayed her alluring hips, Xiao Jue remained unaffected, while Xiao Yu tightened her grip on his arm, displaying her displeasure. A sense of unease washed over Xiao Jue regarding the engagement, not due to any aversion towards Xiao Yu herself, but rather against the bond that tethered them together. Xiao Yu's possessive display left him without a counterargument, yet he felt a growing resentment towards the marriage that linked him to her. The amalgamation of a psychologically troubled, aloof orphan and a downtrodden traveler had given rise to the shrewd and complex character of Xiao Jue today. Yet, the inherent abnormalities and some rather unsavory traits of Xiao Jue remained intact. For instance, the darkness within Xiao Jue's heart persisted, and one might wonder if the lecherous nature stemming from the soul of a transmigrator could be classified as one of these traits. Yufei led the two into a chamber, poured tea for Xiao Jue and Xiao Yu, and then exited. After her departure, Xiao Yu, with a smile, inquired, "Is she beautiful?" "Indeed," Xiao Jue replied with a nod of affirmation. "You," Xiao Yu responded, somewhat irate, yet upon recalling her grandfather's actions, she could only express her discontent through silence as she released her grip on Xiao Jue's arm. Suddenly, Xiao Jue declared, "I am now a 9-star Dou practitioner." Xiao Yu instinctively replied, her astonishment evident as she gazed at Xiao Jue, asking, "What did you just say?" "I am now a 9-star Dou practitioner. And I am also a 3rd-rank alchemist." Indeed, a 3rd-rank alchemist. Given Xiao Jue's current prowess as a 9-star Dou practitioner, concocting 3rd-rank medicinal pills was already his utmost limit. To attempt crafting 4th-rank pills, he would need to break through to the Dou master level, even with the experience of a 7th-rank alchemist and the aid of extraordinary flames. Xiao Yu blinked in disbelief and asked, "Is that true?" "You shall soon find out." Xiao Jue boldly embraced Xiao Yu. Bold, indeed. The former Xiao Jue had felt a twinge of fear towards Xiao Yu, for who wouldn't be intimidated by a beautiful cousin with greater strength who was prone to violence? Perhaps only that little punk Xiao Yan. The mere thought of Xiao Yan soured Xiao Jue's mood. Yufei entered, surveying Xiao Jue and Xiao Yu with her ever-present professional smile. With a wave of her hand, 6 trays were neatly arranged upon the table, containing 2 sets of materials for qi-enhancing pills, 2 sets for bone-replenishing pills, and 2 sets for qi-cultivating pills. Subsequently, Yufei announced, "Here are the materials for 6 second-rank pills. Consider the excess a token of my sisterly affection. I shall not intrude any further." With that, she departed, leaving Xiao Jue to gaze at the 6 sets of materials on the table, a smile creeping upon his lips. The materials for the 2 sets of qi-enhancing pills and the 2 sets of bone-replenishing pills were valued at approximately 6,000 gold coins, while the materials for the 2 sets of qi-cultivating pills amounted to 5,000 gold coins. In essence, Yufei had generously gifted Xiao Jue 3,000 gold coins. Was this an attempt at courtship or something else? Xiao Jue, however, paid little mind to this and excitedly said to Xiao Yu, "Now, witness my performance." With that, an abundance of flames materialized in his hands, coalescing into the shape of a fire cauldron, significantly raising the temperature within the room. Xiao Jue tossed a piece of medicinal material into the flames, commencing his inaugural alchemical endeavor. It must be said that the system's capabilities were remarkable. A novice like Xiao Jue effortlessly began the process of material refinement, and soon enough, he successfully concocted his first medicinal pill. Xiao Jue emerged from his endeavor around 10 o'clock, having strolled through the market a while longer. Once he had transformed all 6 sets of materials into pills, the sky had darkened. Xiao Yu sat on the sofa, astonished as she observed Xiao Jue, wondering how she had never realized his remarkable prowess. "Here, this is for you." Xiao Jue selected a jade vial from the 6 on the table, containing 1 bone growth pill and 2 qi cultivation pills, and handed it to Xiao Yu. The remaining bone growth pill and 2 qi enhancement pills could fetch around 70 to 80,000 gold coins. Xiao Yu was taken aback for a moment. Xiao Jue smiled gently and said, "The bone growth pill is a return gift for you. And consider these 2 Qi cultivation pills as your purchase for 3,000 gold coins." Xiao Yu replied softly, lowering her head as she accepted the vial. Subsequently, Xiao Jue took 3 jade vials and stepped outside. Having expended a significant amount of his fighting spirit, he, as a 9-star fighter, could still manage to concoct 6 second-tier pills due to his mid-level soul power and the expertise of a 7th-tier alchemist. All thanks to the peculiarities of the burning decision and the fighting spirit within him, which was comparable to that of a fighter. After refining the spirit fire of myriad beasts, the volume of fighting spirit within Xiao Jue was akin to that of a fighter. Though the fighting spirit of a fighter is liquid, thus he remained a 9-star fighter for now. At present, Xiao Jue required 2 pills. One was a 3rd-tier healing pill, and the other was a Qi condensation pill to assist him in breaking through to the fighter level. As he exited with the 3 pills, he noticed a rotund figure in a black robe conversing with Yafei, a smirk on his lips as if he had thought of something amusing. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted as flames ignited, incinerating the black robe and revealing a handsome youth beneath. "What unspeakable deeds have you committed to conceal yourself, Xiao Yan?" Xiao Jue mocked. "Xiao Jue." Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, clearly incensed. Yafei's beautiful eyes scanned over the 2 brothers, sensing a palpable tension in their relationship. Both were alchemists, possibly the future pill kings of Dou Qi. Dou Qi was still young, and no one doubted his potential to become a Dou Huang. Indeed, many believed he had the prospect of ascending to a 7th-tier alchemist. At present, Dou Qi stood as the foremost alchemist in the Jiaomai Empire. And achieving this without a renowned mentor was no small feat. With guidance, he might even aspire to become an 8th-tier alchemist. Xiao Jue extended the 3 jade vials towards Yafei, saying, "Sister Yafei, these are 2 Qi enhancement pills and 1 bone growth pill that I have just concocted." "You are an alchemist?" Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment. "A mere 3rd tier, hardly noteworthy," he retorted dismissively. Disregarding Xiao Yan completely, Xiao Jue addressed Yafei, "For these 3 pills, I wish to exchange for some medicinal materials, 1 set for the healing pill and another for the Qi condensation pill. If there are any leftovers, please prepare them as materials for the Qi recovery pill." Yafei regarded the 3 jade vials with a delicate pout, glanced at Xiao Yan, nodded, and accepted them. At that moment, Xiao Yan interjected, "Sister Yafei, I require materials for a restoration pill." Yafei looked at Xiao Yan in surprise. "The restoration pill? That is a 5th-tier pill." Xiao Yan nodded and added, "Please also prepare materials for a Qi gathering powder. This Qi gathering powder shall serve as payment for these 2 sets of materials." Xiao Jue cast a glance at Xiao Yan, who was in a state of disarray. Severely injured. Could the esteemed apothecary still have the strength to concoct 5th-grade elixirs? Yafei interjected, "The revitalizing pill? That appears to be a 5th-grade elixir. Perhaps we could procure it from our main branch, but here, we might not be able to gather the necessary ingredients." Xiao Yan furrowed his brows momentarily, only to smooth them quickly. He addressed Yafei, "Then, might I trouble you to prepare the ingredients for the gathering Qi powder, along with 10 portions of the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid?" Furthermore, he proceeded to list an array of ingredients, causing Xiao Jue to narrow her eyes. These must be formulations created by Yao Chun. Otherwise, she would not have been unfamiliar with such combinations. "Please, both of you, return to your chambers and await the arrival of the ingredients," Yafei affirmed with a nod. Xiao Jue glanced at Xiao Yan before taking Xiao Yu and departing. Xiao Yu felt somewhat bewildered. What had transpired during her absence of over a year? First, Xiao Yan's talent was restored. Then she and Xiao Jue were bound by a marriage pact, followed by revelations of their formidable strengths, not to mention both now being alchemists. Xiao Jue claimed to be a 3rd-grade alchemist, and Xiao Yan, evidently, had a connection to the 2nd-grade Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Moreover, Xiao Yan's request for the materials for the revitalizing pill and gathering Qi powder to be exchanged for the concocted gathering Qi powder did not raise any suspicions for Yafei. Chapter 5. Breakthrough to Dome Master. After a few minutes, the door swung open, and Yafei entered, much to Xiao Jue's surprise. Why had she come to them first instead of going to Xiao Yan? Approaching Xiao Jue and Xiao Yu, she presented 12 portions of ingredients, placing them upon the table, 1 set for the revitalizing pill, 1 for the condensing Qi pill, and 10 for the gathering Qi pill. The gathering Qi pill, being a relatively lower-grade 3rd-grade elixir, was not exorbitantly priced. The cost of 10 portions of its ingredients would scarcely compare to that of 1 portion each of the revitalizing and condensing Qi pill ingredients combined. "Here are the items. I shall take my leave for now," Yafei stated before departing. Watching her retreat, Xiao Jue felt perplexed, despite the decision to win him over instead of Xiao Yan. She had left immediately after delivering the ingredients. "Shall we head home now? It is already dark," Xiao Yu suggested. "No rush. Let us stroll through the streets and enjoy some food before returning to the clan," Xiao Jue replied. Once they arrived at the Xiao family estate, they parted ways. Upon reaching home, Xiao Jue removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, commencing his recovery of Dou Qi. The burning decision was a low-tier, Xian-level technique. Not too shabby. Within an hour, he had nearly restored all his depleted Dou Qi. As the night deepened, Xiao Jue pondered briefly before retrieving the 12 portions of ingredients from his system space, intending to concoct elixirs. Naturally, the first would be the revitalizing pill. Only once his internal injuries were fully healed could he confidently attempt the breakthrough to Dou Master. As for the gathering Qi pill, apart from the yellow-tier Dou techniques at his disposal, he had also mastered some earth-tier techniques. The consumption of Dou Qi while deploying earth-tier techniques was substantial. Thus, possessing several restorative elixirs would allow for additional uses of earth-tier techniques during combat. Xiao Jue first concocted the rejuvenation pill, and with his mastery of alchemy, success was assured on the first attempt. Upon consuming the pill, a wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, swiftly radiating throughout his limbs, followed by a violent expulsion of stagnant blood. With his injuries mended, Xiao Jue initially focused on replenishing his fighting spirit before preparing to refine the Qi condensing pill. This third-tier elixir was markedly more demanding than the second tier, and crafting just one drained a significant portion of his energy. As the first half of the night waned, having regained some of his fighting spirit, Xiao Jue commenced the creation of the Qi condensing pill. Recognized among third-tier elixirs as a pinnacle item, it catalyzed the solidification of fighting spirit, assisting both in transforming energy from gaseous to liquid during the breakthrough to a fighter and from liquid to solid during the advancement to a great fighter. Consequently, its refinement posed a greater challenge than that of the rejuvenation pill, yet Xiao Jue triumphed, depleting nearly all his fighting spirit in the process. Dismissing the furnace's flames, Xiao Jue carefully housed the elixir within a jade vial and settled cross-legged upon his bed to recuperate and adjust his state before attempting to advance to a fighter. Once his fighting spirit was sufficiently restored, he uncorked the vial, poured the Qi condensing pill into his mouth, formed the requisite hand seals for cultivation, and directed his focus inward. As Xiao Jue entered a meditative state, the energy around him surged with increasing ferocity, ultimately transforming his body into a veritable black hole. Incessantly drawing in the wild energies of the universe, he harbored no intention of refining this fighting spirit. Instead, he directly infused it into his energy vortex, which, once leisurely rotating, suddenly accelerated to a dizzying speed. The spiraling motion intensified, unleashing a fierce suction from within. Xiao Jue maintained his course, allowing the energies permeating his body and the relentless influx from the outside to be drawn into the vortex, resulting in a frenzied infusion. As the vortex spun rapidly, the gravitational pull emanating from his body grew increasingly formidable, culminating in a dazzling display of mottled energies forming a lustrous energy curtain several feet around him. The vibrant red vortex, in its rapid rotation, began to entwine itself with a layer of crimson flames, faint silhouettes of myriad beasts flickering into existence. The spiraling speed escalated, and the flames intensified, while the energies distributed throughout his body surged chaotically through his meridians, converging towards his lower abdomen and inundating the vortex. At long last, the torrential energies began to make contact with the vortex, yet as they brushed against the spirit fire of the myriad beasts, an unforeseen transformation erupted. At that moment, the previously unremarkable beast's spirit flame erupted as if provoked, soaring to nearly half a foot in height. The influx of celestial energies, upon contact with the beast's spirit flame, swiftly diminished in size, transforming into droplets of liquid energy no larger than a fingernail in the blink of an eye. Once the impurities within these energies were refined by the beast's spirit flame, it appeared almost sentient, deliberately avoiding the pure liquid energy droplets, allowing them to plunge directly into the swirling vortex. As the liquid energy was cast into the rapidly spinning crimson vortex, it created ripples of energy that spread outward. With each droplet introduced, the volume of the red vortex mysteriously began to shrink. After the first wave of celestial energy was purified by the beast's spirit flame, the remaining energies did not dissipate. Rather, driven by the vortex's ferocious suction, they surged forth in torrents akin to a deluge, ruthlessly flooding into Xiao Jue's body. In the face of this seemingly endless influx, Xiao Jue's fighting vortex opened wide, welcoming all. However, once any energy entered the lethal range of the beast's spirit flame, it would invariably be ferociously refined into droplets of pure energy, cascading into the vortex within Xiao Jue's body like a relentless rain. With the support of this exceptionally pure liquid energy, the suction emitted from the vortex intensified with each wave. Under this relentless onslaught of celestial energy, the meridians and bones within Xiao Jue's body were also undergoing a transformative baptism, growing increasingly resilient and expansive. At that moment, the qi condensing pill that Xiao Jue had ingested was also refined by the beast spirit flame, its medicinal power merging with Xiao Jue's fighting vortex. Droplets of energy liquid began to fall from the fighting vortex, representing Xiao Jue's solidified fighting energy. After the medicinal power of the qi condensing pill was entirely exhausted, the crimson vortex had shrunk to less than the size of Xiao Jue's palm, yet the beast spirit flame enveloping its surface had become ever more robust, showing no signs of waning. At the instant the power of the qi condensing pill was depleted, the rapidly spinning crimson vortex suddenly halted, and after a brief pause, began to rotate in the opposite direction. In the very moment the suction ceased, Xiao Jue, seated cross-legged on the bed, abruptly opened his eyes. His red hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, and his clothes billowed without a breeze, emanating a fierce aura that was several times stronger than just hours before, awakening from within him. Indeed, the strange fire is the most precious treasure for an alchemist. Xiao Jue mused with a slight smile. The effortlessly refines chaotic celestial energies, rendering them exquisitely pure, while the potent spiritual force of an alchemist can attract even greater celestial energies. Exhausted after his breakthrough, Xiao Jue finally succumbed to slumber, while outside the window, the dawn broke in a splendid display. Protagonist, Xiao Jue. Gender, male. Age, 16. Strength, 4-star Dome Master. Soul Realm, mid-level Mortal Realm. Cultivation Technique, Burning Decision, low-level Profound Tier. Dou Skills, Azure Firefall, low-level Earth Tier. Beast Control Seal, low-level Earth Tier. Profound Heaven Fire Dragon, mid-level Earth Tier. Starfire Scorching Plains, mid-level Earth Tier. Setting Sun's Afterglow, high-level Earth Tier. Golden Crow Sword Technique, high-level Earth Tier. Extraordinary Fire, 10,000 Beasts Spiritual Fire, ranked 22nd on the Extraordinary Fire list. Profession, 7th rank Alchemist. Items, She Has Sword, Qian Kuan Transformation Pill. Breaking through to Dome Master signifies attaining 4 stars. Given Xiao Jue's current talents and training methods, he is certain to break through to Great Dome Master within a year. At noon, Xiao Yu gazed at Xiao Jue, who lay on the bed, momentarily stunned. Still asleep? Gritting her teeth, she approached him and nudged him twice, rousing him from his slumber. Chapter 6, 4-star Dome Master. What's wrong? Xiao Jue asked, still somewhat dazed. What's wrong? It's already noon, and you're asking me that? Xiao Yu replied, expressing that she would have been quite irritated had she not also just awakened. After returning home the previous night, Xiao Yu had refined a qi cultivation pill, successfully breaking through to 4-star Dome Master, and had since fallen asleep until now. After freshening up, she came to see Xiao Jue. Oh, Xiao Jue nodded, sitting up and yawning. He scratched his head and asked Xiao Yu, shall I wash my face first before we go eat? Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Thus, Xiao Jue accompanied Xiao Yu to the market, both carrying nearly 1,000 gold coins, ample enough for their indulgence. They first enjoyed a meal before wandering through the market. Unfortunately, there were no remarkable finds to be had. Unlike Xiao Yan's fortuitous encounter with the low-level Earth Tier Dou skill, Absorbing Palm, Xiao Jue could only fantasize about such luck. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Jue leisurely strolled with Xiao Yu, purchasing numerous hairpins and garments, which Xiao Yu stored in her spatial ring. Xiao Jue pondered whether he should acquire a spatial ring himself. Although he possessed a system space, it would be difficult to explain if it were exposed. As they walked, Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Jue, her smile betraying her delight. Perhaps this was quite agreeable, after all. Xiao Jue's talent and strength surpassed her own, and as an alchemist, being with him would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. Moreover, Xiao Jue had been quite kind to her recently. After all, the value of second-tier pills was considerable, especially the qi cultivation pill, which was worth thousands of gold coins. The 3 second-tier pills Xiao Jue had gifted her were likely valued at around 100,000 gold coins, which deeply moved Xiao Yu. After receiving the pills, she had consumed 1 qi cultivation pill and successfully broken through to 4-star Dome Master. Will you always treat me well? Xiao Yu inquired. Xiao Jue halted, taken aback by her question. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. I will always treat you well. Xiao Yu replied, her cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly, lowering her head while pulling Xiao Jue forward. Upon arriving at their destination, Xiao Yu led Xiao Jue to a renowned rendezvous point for couples in Utan City, which left him utterly astonished. That night, they chose not to return home. Instead, they ventured back the following morning for breakfast before making their way to their family estate. Upon returning, the two discreetly detoured to Xiao Jue's residence, where they settled into bed, exhausted from their night of endeavors. However, by noon, they were roused by a commotion outside, as a servant from the Xiao family called out, Young Master Xiao Jue, the clan leader and 3 elders request your presence in the hall. Xiao Jue rubbed his eyes and glanced at the still sleeping Xiao Yu. Signaling to the servant that he was aware, lest they continue calling and disturb her rest. Xiao Yu, upon opening her eyes briefly to gaze at Xiao Jue, quickly succumbed back to slumber. Accompanied by the family servant, Xiao Jue proceeded to the hall, where he discovered not only the clan leader, Xiao Yan, and the three esteemed elders seated above, but also an unexpected presence, Xiao Yan. As Xiao Jue entered, Xiao Yan spoke. Xiao Jue, please take a seat. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Jue found a place to sit, listening as Xiao Yan inquired, how have you both fared since the re-examination ceremony and your battle? Xiao Yan was the first to respond. My master has crafted a medicinal pill for me, and I have since recovered. Yet, the gaze Xiao Yan directed at Xiao Jue was rife with animosity, prompting Xiao Jue to harbor suspicions. The hostility was starkly different from the look he received at the Mytel auction house. I am now a third-tier alchemist, and my injuries have healed, Xiao Jue asserted, conjuring a sphere of crimson flames in his palm to substantiate his claim. What? Both Xiao Yan and the three elders stood in shock. A third-tier alchemist? Yet, the manifestation of real flames left no room for doubt. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. Xiao Jue extinguished the blazing spirit fire and sat impassively, eager to discern what advantages Xiao Yan and the elders would offer him. Exchanging glances, Xiao Yan first turned to Xiao Yan, asking Yinner, how much do you know about your master's background? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan replied, he is a Dou Huang level expert and a 6th-tier alchemist, though he does not appear to be from the Jiaomai Empire. What? This revelation was evidently more shocking than Xiao Jue's 3rd-tier status, causing Xiao Yan and the three elders to rise once more. Even the teacup in Xiao Yan's hand shattered into a cloud of powder. Xiao Jue remained largely unfazed. And in the next moment, Xiao Yan continued, the foundational spirit liquid was concocted by my master. I see. Then, Yinner, where is your esteemed master now? Xiao Yan asked, striving to suppress his excitement. Xiao Yan shook his head, explaining, after crafting healing pills and a qi gathering powder for me, my master sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough and has gone to the magical Beast Mountain range. As he spoke, Xiao Yan produced a jade vial and uncorked it, releasing an enchanting fragrance that instantly permeated the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it. The three elders were taken aback, exclaiming, is that a qi gathering powder? Suddenly, the third elder recalled a matter that made him furrow his brow and say, Xiao Jue, you recently tested your strength and were only a 3-star fighter. How could you possibly be a 3rd-tier alchemist? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Xiao Jue, who, unfazed, took a sip of tea, only to spit it out as it had long gone cold. Wiping his mouth, Xiao Jue remarked, would you like to test my strength, third elder? Impudent. Only the third elder rose in anger, glaring at Xiao Jue. When did a junior from the family dare to speak to him in such a manner? The first elder slowly interjected, calm down, third elder. The night before last, after Xiao Yu returned home, he informed me that Xiao Jue successfully refined 6 second-tier pills at the Mitre auction house, with a flawless success rate. Could he not be considered a 3rd-tier alchemist? Impossible. The second elder chimed in, his brow furrowed, feeling increasingly bewildered by the strange occurrences surrounding them. Xiao Yan then inquired, Xiao Jue, tell me honestly, what is your current strength? Xiao Jue rose, his crimson fighting spirit suddenly manifesting on the surface of his body. After a brief display, it receded, gradually adhering to the fabric of his garments. Perhaps due to Xiao Jue's refinement of it, one could faintly perceive the flickering essence of the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts dancing upon the fighting spirit robe. A fighting spirit robe? You have actually broken through to the fighting master realm. At that moment, even Xiao Yan was profoundly astonished. Xiao Jue had indeed reached the fighting master level. The subsequent words of Xiao Jue fell like a depth charge into a tranquil lake. My success rate in refining 3rd-tier pills has now reached 80%. I should be able to attempt refining 4th-tier pills. Becoming an alchemist is akin to entering a new world with each rank. If Xiao Jue could ascend to the status of a 4th-tier alchemist, the Xiao family could continuously position itself among the elite forces, even in the imperial capital. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with the first elder, who nodded in understanding, saying, I know there are some conflicts between you two, but I hope you will not forget that you are both members of the Xiao family, sharing the same surname. In the future, do not let familial strife arise. Xiao Jue earnestly regarded the first elder, then glanced at Xiao Yan, nodding in agreement. Very well. Xiao Yan, similarly, found it somewhat challenging to acquiesce. All right, you may leave for now. After an exchange of glances among Xiao Yan and the three elders, they permitted the others to depart. As they exited the Xiao family hall, Xiao Jue and Xiao Yan ignored each other and walked separately to their respective quarters. Upon returning home, Xiao Yu had awakened, quietly sitting up in bed. Seeing Xiao Jue return, she attempted to rise but winced in pain after her slumber and ultimately remained in bed. Chapter 7. Could she be pregnant? Xiao Jue approached and gently caressed Xiao Yu's delicate visage, saying, Do not fidget. hand me that life-bone pill. Xiao Yu obediently nodded, reluctantly retrieving the jade vial containing the precious pill and offering it to Xiao Jue. Her hesitance was not due to a reluctance to part with the pill, but rather because it was a gift from Xiao Jue himself. Xiao Jue extracted the life-bone pill and conjured a flame in his hand, promptly melting the pill. He poured the resulting liquid into a small bowl and placed it on the table. Xiao Yu looked at him in confusion, questioning why he would waste such a valuable second-grade elixir. Her brows furrowed in concern. However, she soon grasped Xiao Jue's intention. Once the liquid cooled and began to solidify, he took a spoonful, lifted the covers from Xiao Yu, and also from the dress she had painstakingly donned. Upon meeting Xiao Jue's gaze, Xiao Yu hurriedly covered her face, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In the following days, nothing significant transpired between Xiao Jue and Xiao Yu. After returning home, Xiao Yu resumed her life, while Xiao Jue spent his days either dining or refining pills. He visited the miter auction house several times as he required materials, which resulted in his stock of Qi recovery pills diminishing by half, leaving him with merely 5. However, Xiao Jue exchanged all 5 Qi recovery pills for materials, subsequently refining them into elixirs for sale. A week passed, and he found himself in possession of several first, second, and third-grade pills. As for the fourth-grade elixirs, he currently held only the necessary materials: 3 sets for Qi gathering powder, 1 set for weather pill, and another for the purple heart barrier breaking pill. Yet, Xiao Jue sensed that Yafei harbored some disdain for him, though she never openly exhibited it. Consequently, he lacked any concrete evidence to substantiate his feelings. This intuition, however, caused his fondness for Yafei to wane considerably. How would one feel towards a beautiful woman who evokes a sense of aversion? Coincidentally, the adult ceremony for the Xiao family was scheduled for the 20th, coinciding with the rescheduled testing ritual, which had been delayed for a month. Now, over 10 days had passed as they entered the next month, and Xiao Jue received another opportunity for a lottery draw from the system. Ding! The host is participating in the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have won a 4th-grade elixir, Qi gathering powder. Xiao Jue's lips twitched, yet he accepted this reality. The system conducted a lottery once a month, not annually. His previous fortune in acquiring the Qian Kuan transformation pill had been exceptional. Thus, winning an ordinary 4th-grade elixir seemed rather typical. A verdant ancient jade box materialized in Xiao Jue's hand. Upon opening it, an enchanting fragrance permeated the hall. Inside the ancient box lay a pill, the size of a dragon's eye, glistening in a deep green hue, exuding that enticing aroma. Alas, it bore little practical use. However, it appeared that Xiao Yu's foolish younger brother had recently broken through to the 9th stage of Dou Qi. Perhaps he would manage to advance to a Dou Master before the enrollment at Canaan Academy. In that moment, the Qi gathering powder found its designated owner. Although Xiao Jue remained unaware that Xiao Ning was, in fact, his cousin, holding the ancient jade box in his hand, Xiao Jue stepped out and made his way to Xiao Yu's residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of a courtyard, he knocked on the door, and it was Xiao Ning who came to answer. Xiao Jue handed the ancient jade box directly to him and proceeded inside. Xiao Ning, gazing at the box in his hands, called out to Xiao Jue's retreating figure, "Hey, what is this?" "Qi gathering powder," was Xiao Jue's response. Taken aback, Xiao Ning quickly opened the ancient jade box and was met with a familiar scent. This was the second time Xiao Ning encountered Qi gathering powder. The first had been during the incident when Xiao Yan was rejected by his fiancée, Nalan Yinran. It dawned on Xiao Ning what Xiao Jue's intention was in gifting him such a precious item, prompting him to hastily pursue. Following Xiao Jue, Xiao Ning arrived at the entrance of Xiao Yu's room. As he approached to knock, he suddenly heard strange sounds. No, Xiao Ning is still at home. It would be problematic if he finds out. Xiao Yu shyly nestled in Xiao Jue's embrace. Outside the door, Xiao Ning's eyes widened as he pieced together the situation and stealthily left. With his formidable soul power, Xiao Jue sensed Xiao Ning's actions and smiled faintly. "You have been evading me for a week," he whispered to Xiao Yu, his words akin to a devil's whisper in her ears. Regrettably, Xiao Yu could not escape her fate. Though it was painful at the time, she found comfort when Xiao Jue administered the medicinal pills. With nearly 8 months remaining until the enrollment at the Jianan Academy, Xiao Jue planned to utilize this time for cultivation and alchemy. However, he had already crafted all the medicinal pills he needed for his training, so he remained home to cultivate. It was not until 10 days later, after Xiao Yu consumed a second Qi cultivation pill and achieved the rank of a 5-star fighter, that she rewarded Xiao Jue once more, albeit leaving with a limp. Nevertheless, her spatial ring yielded more than 10 additional medicinal pills. 5 days later, Xiao Jue successfully broke through, becoming a 5-star warrior. On that very day, an unexpected visitor arrived at his door. "Hello, cousin Xiao Jue," greeted the young girl warmly. "Xiao Mei." Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow, pondering her purpose for visiting. The girl, around 15 years of age, was not a stunning beauty, Yet her youthful face bore a subtle charm that blended innocence with allure, granting her a unique appeal. In a sweet, gentle tone, she said, "Cousin Xiao Jue, I heard you gave Cousin Xiao Ning a qi gathering powder. I would like one as well." Xiao Jue chuckled. "You desire the qi gathering powder? That is not impossible, but what price are you willing to pay for it?" "What?" Xiao Mei exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape, appearing somewhat adorable. However, her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head and whispered, "I'm still young. I cannot do such things." Xiao Jue produced a portion of the medicinal herbs for qi gathering powder and placed them on the table, saying, "If you are not busy, you may stand by and watch as I prepare a batch here." "Yes, yes," she replied eagerly. Xiao Mei quickly nodded her head, for she had heard from her grandfather that her cousin Xiao Jue had long achieved the rank of a third-tier alchemist. The fact that he could present Xiao Ning with a qi gathering pill clearly indicated that he had ascended to the level of a fourth-tier alchemist. To witness an alchemist crafting pills up close was a rare opportunity, coveted by many. Xiao Jue raised his hand, and a flickering crimson flame materialized within it, subsequently breaking free to transform into a blazing cauldron before him. With his other hand, he grasped a ink leaf lotus and gently cast it into the cauldron. As they made contact with the ethereal beast spirit fire, it was instantaneously reduced to a swirling mass of inky black liquid, which rolled within the flames. Reflecting a spectral sheen, the red flames surged with increasing intensity as Xiao Jue meticulously regulated the temperature of the cauldron. In such moments, even the slightest elevation in temperature could incinerate the inky liquid into mere vapor. Once the flames reached a critical threshold, faint yellow impurities emerged within the black liquid. Observing these impurities, Xiao Jue flicked his fingers, expelling a small clump of the black liquid encasing the yellow impurity. Upon contact with the cauldron, it evaporated instantly. After eliminating this yellow impurity, several additional pale yellow specks appeared, all of which were meticulously cleared away by Xiao Jue through the continuous refining process. The initially sizable black liquid, which had been nearly half the size of a fist, diminished to the size of a thumb. The profound black liquid rolled slowly in the red, ethereal cauldron, resembling a black pearl, deep and enigmatic. Once the first had been reduced to the size of a thumb, Xiao Jue ceased the process and added the remaining 4, transforming them all into 4 orbs of pure liquid akin to black pearls. After enduring the prolonged refinement of the beast's spirit fire, the 5 small liquids gradually merged, their volume expanding significantly, though this phenomenon was fleeting, as they soon contracted back to their original size. After rolling in the flames for a considerable time, it appeared as though a flicker of red flame danced within the obsidian liquid. Witnessing this, Xiao Jue swiftly grasped the snake saliva fruit from the table and hurled it into the cauldron. As the snake saliva fruit entered the cauldron, it transformed into a swirling, cool green liquid, which rapidly expelled its impurities. Xiao Jue gradually enveloped the fiery black liquid with this verdant essence. The collision of the 2 contrasting liquids produced an array of peculiar sounds, as wisps of white vapor surged from the cauldron. As the white vapor gradually dissipated, a rough-formed pill began to take shape within the cauldron. Calmly observing this nascent pill, Xiao Jue introduced qi gathering grass and a water attribute second-tier magical core into the mixture. The meticulous and intricate steps of refining into liquid, purging impurities, and merging the components were executed seamlessly by Xiao Jue, with nary a moment of hesitation. After neutralizing the chaotic energy within the magic core with the spirit herb, a gentle azure energy gradually infused itself into the nascent form of the elixir. Once the final droplet of blue energy permeated the interior of the elixir, the previously uneven surface of its form was instantly restored to a smooth, rounded finish, adorned with a delicate azure sheen that rendered it breathtakingly exquisite. Having completed these steps, Xiao Jue did not withdraw immediately. Instead, he nurtured the elixir within the fire cauldron for nearly 10 minutes before the flames slowly dissipated. As the cauldron vanished, a jade vial appeared in Xiao Jue's hand, into which he swiftly placed the slightly emerald-hued elixir tinged with a hint of blue. In the next moment, he set the vial containing the energy-gathering powder upon the table and retrieved another jade vial, pouring forth an elixir that he consumed. The prowess of a 5-star dome master, while commendable, found the refinement of a 4th-grade elixir somewhat challenging, primarily due to Xiao Jue's lack of a cauldron capable of withstanding exotic flames. In the realm of alchemy, his soul power could not guarantee the preservation of the elixir's potency, necessitating the expenditure of Dou Qi to condense the cauldron. After swallowing a rejuvenation pill, Xiao Jue felt a resurgence of his depleting Dou Qi, and his complexion began to improve. Stowing away the vial containing the rejuvenation pill, he once again grasped the vial of energy-gathering powder and, shaking it gently, inquired of Xiao Mei, "Would you like some?" "Yes," Xiao Mei timidly nodded. an unsettling feeling creeping in that Xiao Jue harbored ulterior motives. Feigning gentleness, Xiao Jue reassured her, "Do not fret. Since Xiao Ning has acquired the energy-gathering powder and your cousin Xiao Yu is no longer accompanying me, I shall bestow this energy-gathering powder upon you." How does that sound? Really? Xiao Mei blinked her large eyes, seeming somewhat incredulous about Xiao Jue's words. Xiao Jue chuckled. Do you think that as a fourth-grade alchemist, I would lack a mere fourth-grade elixir? Xiao Mei nodded, her cheeks flushing as she softly replied, "All right then, it's a deal. Of course, I will give you the energy-gathering powder shortly." At that moment, Xiao Mei still appeared somewhat bewildered, not fully grasping what had transpired. However, once she did, a look of slight grievance emerged as she blinked her eyes, leading to a flurry of anxious movements. After a considerable amount of time, Xiao Mei, with a scrunched-up little face, cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Jue. "Can I wash up first?" she asked, her tone filled with exasperation. "Oh." Xiao Mei quickly nodded in acquiescence. Seeing this, Xiao Jue donned his clothes and rose to his feet. Sitting on a chair, he observed Xiao Mei in the courtyard and couldn't help but ponder. When did he become so peculiar? Moreover, when had he grown so bold? Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he mused, perhaps he was never truly a good person at heart. Upon this realization, a faint smile unexpectedly graced Xiao Jue's face, though it bore an oddly enigmatic quality. Noticing that Xiao Mei had finished washing up, he tossed her a towel. After she dried her hair, Xiao Mei approached Xiao Jue with a pained expression, speaking timidly. "Cousin Xiao Jue, what should we do?" Seeing the girl's timid demeanor, Xiao Jue affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "We can simply go to the market and buy you some new clothes." "All right." Xiao Mei nodded obediently, and it dawned on her that Xiao Jue, being a fourth-grade alchemist, must be quite affluent. Indeed, this was the case. Xiao Jue possessed a 5-patterned purple gold card, a token he received from the second-grade alchemist, Gu and I, at the Maitel auction house after successfully refining and selling more than 10 third-grade elixirs. The card contained over 800,000 gold coins. He draped a piece of his clothing over Xiao Mei, and together they strolled through the marketplace. Mesmerized by the array of exquisite garments, Xiao Mei turned to Xiao Jue with a pitiful gaze. Gently ruffling her hair, he said, "Feel free to purchase whatever pleases your heart." With a cheerful nod, Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled with joy. Xiao Jue, his mind clear and resolute, contemplated the path ahead. Was this not a fine existence? It was not a descent into decadence, but rather a recognition of self. One day, when he became the strongest in the continent, who would dare to question him? With a determined glint in his eyes, Xiao Jue resolved that time was of the essence. He aspired to be the mightiest, relying solely on the burning art. He intended to acquire both the Bone Spirit Cold Fire and the Sea Heart Flame. After accompanying Xiao Mei on her shopping venture, she returned home alone while he turned towards the Maitel auction house. His plan was to lavish his savings entirely on medicinal herbs for the purpose of concocting elixirs. Xiao Jue aimed to venture into the Monster Beast Mountains, and time was not on his side. With only 7.5 months remaining until the enrollment at the Canaan Academy, he intended to first visit Qingshan Town to bring the little medical fairy back to the Xiao family, with the hope of enrolling her at the academy. Naturally, too, wished to join Canaan Academy, but like Xiao Yan, he would need to take a leave of absence. He would not relinquish the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Yet he was also eager to witness the evolved Medusa Queen and behold the magnificent 7-colored Heavenly Python. Upon arriving at the Maitel auction house, he was once again greeted by Yafei, the astute and charming woman. "What medicinal herbs does young Master Xiao wish to procure this time?" she inquired with a warm smile. Xiao Jue placed the 5-patterned purple gold card on the table and replied calmly, "I require a 4th-grade water attribute magic core, along with several herb components for 4th-grade elixirs." Yafei's pupils narrowed slightly, yet her smile remained intact as she asked, "It appears that young Master Xiao has attained the rank of 4th-grade alchemist?" A smile graced Xiao Jue's face as he replied, "I believe that is of no concern to Miss Yafei, is it?" Her expression faltered for a moment before she apologized. "I was presumptuous. Currently, the Maitel auction house has only one set of materials for the reverse water pill and one for the beast power pill." Xiao Jue nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What about the 4th-grade water attribute magic core?" Young Master Xiao, the strongest individual in Utan City, is merely a 1-star Dou Ling, and no one is capable of hunting 4th-grade magical beasts. Therefore, the Maitel auction house currently possesses only a 3rd-grade water attribute magic core. Is that so? Xiao Jue nodded, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "If you cannot procure even a single 4th-grade magic core, it seems Miss Yafei is perhaps not suited to manage the Maitel family's affairs." Yafei's delicate form trembled slightly, her lips pursed, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. At this moment, an inexplicable fear gripped her, for she had come to realize that her closeness to Xiao Yan and her distance from Xiao Jue had incited Xiao Jue's ire. It was evident that Xiao Jue was deliberately making things difficult for her, uttering words that implied she was unfit to take over the family business. In the past, she might have dismissed Xiao Jue's disdain, knowing that the formidable figure behind Xiao Yan would deter any such audacity from Xiao Jue. However, now, as a 16-year-old fourth-tier alchemist, one could only speculate about the powerful allies supporting Xiao Jue. Was it the renowned Dan Wangguhi? Perhaps someone even more formidable? Would Xiao Yan's mentor truly risk incurring the wrath of such a powerful individual on her behalf? The answer was clearly no. Now that Xiao Jue was dissatisfied with her actions, a mere word from him could spell disaster for her within the family. The esteemed elder Tingshan would not jeopardize his standing for the sake of a promising alchemist. You despise me, do you not? Xiao Jue remarked with a smile. Yafei stood there, choking back her emotions for a moment before regaining her composure and responding calmly. Yafei would not dare. No, you truly do despise me. Xiao Jue asserted confidently, reclining lazily on the sofa, addressing the visibly apprehensive Yafei. Go fetch those 2 sets of medicinal materials and that third-tier water attribute magic core. A flicker of joy flashed in Yafei's eyes as she replied. Yafei, thanks young master Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue remained silent, merely regarding her with a derisive gaze. Yafei, undeterred, picked up the 5-patterned purple-gold card left on the table by Xiao Jue and exited. It seems the expedition to the Monster Beast Mountain Range will have to be postponed, Xiao Jue mused. Chapter 9, Master of Time Management. How long should the delay be? Perhaps a month and a half, he decided. Not long after, Yafei returned to the room, placing 2 trays on the table, each adorned with jade and wooden boxes designed to preserve the medicinal properties of the materials. One of the trays also held a 5-patterned purple-gold card. Xiao Jue inquired, what of the third-tier water attribute magic core? Yafei responded, the third-tier water attribute magic core is also a material for refining the reverse water pill. Is that so? Xiao Jue nodded, choosing to remain silent, quietly observing Yafei. Would she dare to move? She stood obediently, allowing his gaze to linger upon her. How shall I deal with you? He pondered. Apart from your physicality and your somewhat dispensable intellect, you possess little value. Yet he hesitated, refraining from elaborating further, simply gazing at Yafei. The crimson qipao clung tightly to her, accentuating her voluptuous curves, while her feet were adorned with red high-heeled shoes, enhancing her already statuesque figure. Indeed, the Dou Qi continent boasted qipaos and high heels, although many female cultivators preferred traditional hanfu or qing attire, with some opting for modern skirts. However, outer garments were scarce in this realm. Regardless of their attire, most women wore embroidered shoes, with only a select few donning high heels and qipaos. Though many paired long skirts with high heels. Allow me to assist you in becoming the patriarch of the middle family. I possess information regarding a formidable individual named Hebadong, renowned as the Ice Emperor. What? Yafei's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired of Xiao Jue. You have news of the Ice Emperor? Xiao Jue remained silent, gazing steadily at Yafei, who returned his gaze, and thus they found themselves in a stalemate. Reclining languidly on the sofa, Xiao Jue addressed Yafei, saying, as the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of Tingshan, you ought to comprehend how tenuous familial bonds appear in the eyes of those wielding power within the family. Faced with a granddaughter lacking in cultivation talent and a young fourth-tier alchemist, the Grand Elder will undoubtedly make the most judicious choice. Yafei pursed her lips, remaining quiet. One might commend her for her business acumen. Even in such a situation, she sought to secure greater personal gain. How about this? Xiao Jue proposed. Since you possess water attribute combat energy, once I concoct the reverse water pill, this fourth-tier elixir shall be yours. My mentor is a peak 7th-tier alchemist who has imparted numerous formulas to me, including those that enhance talent. I can alter your cultivation aptitude, granting you the hope of becoming a formidable powerhouse. At last, Yafei's resolve wavered, and she acquiesced to the terms set forth by Xiao Jue. Protagonist, Xiao Jue. Gender, male. Age, 16. Strength, 5th-tier Dome Master. Soul realm, mid-mortal realm. Cultivation method, burning decision, low Xian tier. Combat techniques, Songhua Fall, low Earth tier. Beast control seal, low Earth tier. Xian Tian Fire Dragon, mid-Earth tier. Starfire Blaze, mid-Earth tier. Sunset Afterglow, high Earth tier. Jin Wu Sword Technique, high Earth tier. Exotic Fire, 10,000 Beasts Spirit Fire, 22nd on the Exotic Fire ranking. Profession, 7th tier Alchemist. Items, she has sword, Qianquan Transformation Pill. As time flew by, another fortnight had elapsed. During this period, Xiao Jue had grown somewhat complacent in his training, evolving into a master of time management. Following that day, he assigned Yafei a task. She was to ensure that no one wore undergarments at the auction she presided over. Throughout these 2 weeks, Xiao Jue accompanied Xiao Yu and occasionally visited the middle auction house to verify Yafei's diligence in fulfilling her task, all the while refining elixirs. In the aftermath of that day, Xiao Mei had ceased her pursuit of Xiao Jue, which somewhat diminished the assessment of his accomplishments as a time management master. Having navigated through those 2 weeks, Xiao Jue received another opportunity for a lottery draw from the system, filled with anticipation, hoping to acquire a heavenly cauldron. Ding! The host is conducting a lottery. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 6th-tier elixir, Cleansing Soul Pill. Clearly, Xiao Jue did not receive the desired item. However, upon gazing at the jade vial that had unexpectedly materialized in his hand, he promptly opened it and consumed its contents. This 6th-tier top-tier elixir, characterized by its gentle attributes, serves to cleanse the body of foreign soul power and nurture the soul. Although the potency of the medicine is undoubtedly immense, with the presence of the 10,000 beast spirit fire, Xiao Jue felt no apprehension about the overwhelming power of the cleansing soul pill overwhelming him. After consuming the soul cleansing pill, Xiao Jue was abruptly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of refreshment. However, this sensation was fleeting, soon replaced by an overwhelming heaviness in his head, causing him to collapse onto his bed and lose consciousness. The medicinal properties of the soul cleansing pill were partially refined by the flames emitted from the spirit beast fire. Upon awakening, Xiao Jue discovered the remarkable fusion of his 2 souls, which elevated his spiritual energy to the late stage of the mortal realm. The potency of the pill further propelled his fighting spirit, allowing him to ascend 2 minor realms and become a 7-star battle master. Remarkably, within a mere 40 days since his transmigration, he had transformed from a 3-star fighter into a 7-star battle master. Yet, the strength he cultivated on his own was limited to the breakthrough from 4-star to 5-star fighter, achieved through his diligent absorption of fighting spirit. It must be said, Xiao Jue was fortunate, although the soul-cleansing pill paled in comparison to the heavenly cauldron he sought. Attaining late-stage mortal realm spiritual energy ensured he could refine pills without the need for the fire cauldron, preventing the loss of medicinal efficacy. In simpler terms, he could now freely concoct 4th-grade pills. After routinely checking on Yafei's completion of her tasks and leaving her with some pills to enhance her strength and health, he returned home. As the chief auctioneer of the Mitel auction house in Utan City, Yafei, despite her surprisingly poor talent, had leveraged abundant resources to elevate her prowess to the 5-star fighter level, making her capable of utilizing the 2nd and 3rd-grade pills Xiao Jue had left her. He also gifted her the 4th-grade reverse water pill, which aids fighters with water attributes in purifying their fighting spirit. Given Yafei's accumulation of fighting spirit through pill consumption, her strength would likely experience a significant surge after the purification. Yafei's submission to Xiao Jue grew stronger, having procured a wealth of high-grade medicinal materials through her connections within the Mitel family. However, Xiao Jue sensed that beneath her compliance lay a deeper resentment. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Yafei did not oppose Xiao Jue's power, and he was indifferent to her intentions, believing that feelings would develop over time. Xiao Jue contemplated many things. Since Yafei could source a plethora of medicinal materials, it would be prudent to wait until he broke through to the Great Battle Master level before venturing to Qingshan Town. With his unique poison body, he believed it would not be difficult to garner the favor of the little doctor. Upon returning home, Xiao Jue resumed his usual practices of alchemy and cultivating his fighting spirit. He glanced at the medicinal materials that Yafei had specifically gathered for him, as well as the 4th-stage wood attribute magic core. With these, he concocted a vial of vibrant green spiritual liquid, akin to foundational elixirs. Yet this was a medicinal bath he crafted using an abundance of precious materials aimed at improving one's aptitude rather than accelerating the cultivation speed of fighting spirit. Typical of 2nd-grade pills. If one were to assign a grade, the spiritual liquid in Xiao Jue's jade vial could rival the finest 5th-grade pills, with a single drop likely holding a value comparable to that of a 4th-grade pill. Chapter 10, Custom-Made Clothing. Xiao Jue utilized his soul energy to scan the surroundings, discovering 17 droplets within. After contemplating for a moment, he procured 2 jade vials, pouring 5 droplets into each for Xiao Yu and Yafei. The remaining 7 droplets, he mused, could serve as a luxurious bath elixir, given the substantial energy contained within, crafted from several high-grade medicinal herbs and a 4th-tier would attribute magic core. Its potency was undeniable. At this juncture, Xiao Mei approached Xiao Jue, her attire strikingly unique. Her hair was styled into twin ponytails, adorned with a crisp white shirt and a remarkably short skirt, complemented by sparkling crystal sandals. The aura exuding from Xiao Mei was a captivating blend of innocence and allure. And in such attire, her charm was undeniably magnified. Though she still paled in comparison to Xiao Yu and Yafei, yet her youth was her undeniable asset. Cousin Xiao Jue, Xiao Mei said sweetly, wrapping her arms around his. What brings you here? Xiao Jue inquired with a smile, playfully ruffling her cheeks with his hand, which was even fairer than Xiao Mei's. Xiao Mei, in a playful yet coy manner, replied, "Cousin Xiao Jue, I heard from Xiao Ning and the others that in just over 6 months, the Jianan Academy will commence enrollment in Utan City. They will categorize students not by age, but by strength. Since I have yet to break through to the 9th stage of Dou Qi, I was hoping you could assist me." "That's quite simple." Xiao Jue nodded in agreement. However, he soon expressed a hint of hesitation. "I have recently concocted a batch of spirit liquid designed for medicinal baths, which yields immediate effects. It can enhance one's innate talent and facilitate the opening of meridians and the nurturing of the physique, yet its value is rather exorbitant." Xiao Mei discerned the underlying implication in Xiao Jue's words. Did he wish not to part with it freely? She had not anticipated acquiring such a treasure from him would be effortless. Yet, as Xiao Jue whispered a few words into her ear, she pondered momentarily before resolutely nodding. If she could break through to become a dojo within a month, enduring a modicum of humiliation in the interim would be a trivial matter. Xiao Jue nodded and retrieved the jade vial containing the 7 droplets of spirit liquid, alongside an empty vial. He poured 1 droplet into the vacant vial and handed it to Xiao Mei. "Return home, fill a large bathing tub with water, and add the spirit liquid. Engage in cultivation within it, and when you feel you are nearing your limit, cease your practice immediately. After refining and absorbing the medicinal power, you may return to cultivate again. Remember to cover the tub after you finish to minimize the loss of efficacy." "I understand. Thank you, Cousin Xiao Jue," she said, nodding earnestly as she tucked the vial into her skirt. Xiao Jue waved his hand and said, "You may head home for now. Come by tomorrow to collect some clothing. I will prepare 2 sets for you, one in purple and the other in yellow." Xiao Mei considered requesting a green outfit instead of yellow, but hesitated, ultimately nodding in agreement before departing. Once Xiao Mei left, Xiao Jue ventured from the family estate to the market, seeking a tailor shop for custom clothing. Upon entering, he promptly counted out his scattered gold coins from a cloth pouch, tossing a bag containing precisely 100 coins onto the counter. In Utan City, it is widely acknowledged that everyone knows Xiao Jue, particularly within the bustling marketplace of the Xiao family. As a bag of gold coins was tossed towards the proprietor, he hastily approached with obsequiousness, inquiring about the garments Xiao Jue wished to commission. Xiao Jue nodded, specifying, "I require 2 strapless chiffon gowns, one in a delicate yellow and the other in a rich purple." "Certainly," the proprietor replied eagerly. Before posing another question, "Does young Master Xiao have any additional requests? As for the dimensions and materials, are there any specifications?" "The material must be of the highest quality," Xiao Jue instructed. "Has Xiao Mei ever had garments made here?" Upon hearing this, the proprietor shook his head, responding, "Among the young ladies of the Xiao family, only Miss Sun has commissioned a few outfits." "Sun, you say?" Xiao Jue mused, nodding. "Then let us use her measurements. She and Xiao Mei are of similar ages, so their sizes should be quite comparable. As for my requests, please sew 2 inner pockets into the strapless area, with a plush circular ring in the center of each pocket. The pockets should be somewhat smaller, and the size of the plush rings should be the smallest available." The proprietor diligently noted all of Xiao Jue's specifications, only to be met with further instructions within the lower tier of the chiffon gown. "Remember to create a matching set of sheer silk stockings. There should be a fine velvet thread connecting the stockings at the crotch area, and another plush thread should intersect vertically with the horizontal connection of the 2 silk stockings, linking the front and back of the gown." At this juncture, the proprietor cast an odd glance at Xiao Jue, and another bag of gold coins landed on the table. Xiao Jue, maintaining his composure, declared, "The garments must be completed before nightfall to be delivered to my residence by morning. The materials must be the finest silk and satin. Upon delivery, I shall reward you with an additional 1,000 gold coins." "Understood," the proprietor replied promptly, collecting the coins from the table with a respectful demeanor. For a merchant, wealth indeed facilitates business. Xiao Jue then departed the shop, making his way towards the Mitre auction house, intending to present 5 droplets of spirit liquid to Yafei. Coincidentally, upon his arrival at the auction house, he discovered an auction in progress, with Yafei officiating as the auctioneer. Observing the throngs of men below, all fervently captivated by her, Xiao Jue felt a surge of delight. After the auction concluded, he ventured backstage, where Yafei, upon recognizing his familiar visage, turned pale. Xiao Jue narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It appears you have not diligently fulfilled the task I assigned you." Yafei lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Noticing her reticence, Xiao Jue's enthusiasm waned somewhat as he produced a jade vial and tossed it to her. "This contains the spirit liquid for a medicinal bath, with 5 droplets to concoct 5 baths. I trust you have experience with such baths, so I shall refrain from detailing the method. However, this particular spirit liquid is crafted from premium herbs and a 4th tier would attribute magic core, possessing immense potency. Should you reach your limits, exit and refine the medicinal essence before re-entering to cultivate. As Yafei accepted the vial, disbelief flickered across her features. Xiao Jue, it seemed, had spared her punishment and treated her with unexpected kindness. Come now, let us proceed to your chambers today, he commanded. Xiao Jue embraced Yafei at the waist and whispered into her ear. Instantly, her delicate face flushed crimson as she grasped the implications of his words, nodding in agreement as they proceeded towards her chamber. After waiting for Yafei to awaken, Xiao Jue finally departed from the Maitel auction house. His mind preoccupied with a singular thought. Should he concoct some fourth-grade elixirs to aid the Grand Dome Master in enhancing his prowess? The butterfly effect is always a catalyst for ripples, and Xiao Jue harbored hopes that the Xiao family would remain unscathed in his absence. Therefore, he resolved to bolster the family's elite combat strength. For instance, he planned to refine 2 purple heart barrier-breaking pills and a 3-pattern azure spirit pill for the Grand Elder, facilitating his ascension from a 5-star Grand Dome Master to an 8-star Grand Dome Master. In the city of Utan, the 3 most formidable figures were the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, the Grand Elder Xiao Shan, and the patriarch of the Gale family, Gale Bai. All 3 were 5-star Grand Dome Masters. Following them were the 4 4-star Grand Dome Masters, Obapa, the Grand Elder of the Obapa family, and the second elders of both the Xiao and Gale families. Subsequently, there were the 3 3-star Grand Dome Masters, including the 3rd elder of the Xiao family and the 2nd elders of the other 2 families. Before the enrollment at the Canaan Academy commenced, if Xiao Shan could be assisted in breaking through to Douling, Xiao Jue would feel at ease leaving the Xiao family. Before his departure, he merely needed to instruct Xiao Shan not to vie for the position of patriarch with Xiao Zhan, ensuring everything would unfold smoothly. Upon reaching the Monster Mountain range, he needed to locate the cave housing the Ice Spirit Flame Grass. Xiao Jue had no intention of relinquishing the Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire. Albeit without the guidance of a medicinal elder, acquiring high-grade herbs was indeed a challenge. At that juncture, Xiao Jue surmised he would manage to barely concoct the 5th-grade Blood Lotus pill. Nevertheless, with the Ice Spirit Cold Spring present, refining the Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire should pose little peril, especially given that Queen Medusa's bathing waters were abundant with it. However, Xiao Jue remained apprehensive about the potential clash between the Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire and the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. The terrifying prospect of 2 flames of similar quality devouring each other was not lost on him. Chapter 11. Shopping. Why dwell on such matters? After all, it was still early. With this thought, Xiao Jue felt a considerable weight lift from his heart and returned home. The following morning, the 2 custom-made strapless dresses Xiao Jue had ordered arrived. He handed the proprietor a gold card containing 1,000 gold coins and brought the garments home to admire them. After a cursory inspection, finding them in accordance with his specifications, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. He was quite curious to see how Xiao Mei would appear in such attire. In the ensuing month, he would monitor Xiao Mei to ensure she diligently completed her tasks. Once that was accomplished, they could journey to Qingshan town. He wondered what it would feel like to witness the most delicate waist in the Dou Qi continent. Xiao Mei arrived at Xiao Jue's residence just before noon, her petite face etched with concern. For the garments Xiao Jue had commissioned were surely not of a conventional nature. Upon entering his home and beholding the 2 dresses he had hung up, she sighed in relief. At least they were strapless, preventing any undue exposure, and the skirts provided adequate coverage below, rendering them acceptable. At this moment, Xiao Jue examined Xiao Mei and, feeling satisfied, remarked, "Though it may be a tad small, you have indeed followed my instructions." With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Xiao Mei turned her head and responded, "I promised, after all." "Then let us change here," Xiao Jue suggested. Xiao Mei exclaimed in surprise. "Change clothes in front of you? What's there to be surprised about? In the future, I might need to check again, so do be swift," Xiao Jue replied. With her cheeks flushed, Xiao Mei removed her clothing and seated herself at the edge of the bed, her long, delicate feet slipping into the sheer skirt, adorning herself from the bottom up. As she fastened the last button on her back, the final vestiges of spring in the room seemed to fade away. The purple dress fitted Xiao Mei's figure perfectly, accentuating her exquisite and graceful form, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Yet, despite the fitting attire, a look of discomfort and embarrassment crossed Xiao Mei's face. She had not noticed the peculiar and uncomfortable design of the strapless dress until she wore it. Casting a glance at the satisfied and smiling Xiao Jue, her face turned crimson. Xiao Jue smirked and said, "Now, Xiao Mei, let us verify whether you have diligently completed your task." After Xiao Mei had earnestly fulfilled her duties, Xiao Jue cautioned her that her garments must remain unblemished, otherwise, she would be required to engage in such activities for an entire month. Subsequently, he instructed her to take another outfit with her. As she departed cautiously, Xiao Jue felt a surge of spirit fire within his palm. A selection of ingredients for the reverse water pill appeared on the table as he commenced his alchemical work, providing one pill to Ye Fei, ensuring that Xiao Yu would not be left out, given their shared affinity for water attribute fighting spirit, thus necessitating similar medicinal preparations. In the following days, Xiao Mei routinely visited Xiao Jue for health and clothing inspections, while he remained at home refining pills. Xiao Yu did not seek him out, nor did Xiao Jue pursue Ye Fei. Consequently, Xiao Jue resolved to take Xiao Mei out for a stroll, curious to see how she would fare in such attire in public. The next day, as he beheld Xiao Mei clad in a simple yellow sheer dress, adorned with yellow crystal high heels, he conducted his usual check. Noticing the slight flush on her face, he inquired, "Mayor, would you care to accompany me to the market?" Xiao Mei tilted her head, contemplating a refusal, but then heard Xiao Jue add, "There is plenty of money here. Accompany me, and all expenses will be on me." Recalling several pieces of jewelry she had long coveted, Xiao Mei ultimately acquiesced. Xiao Jue took her small hand, guiding her beyond the confines of their family home. Along the way, they encountered some relatives from the clan, who stared in astonishment at the sight of them hand in hand. They recalled the elder had mentioned Xiao Jue was to be his granddaughter's husband. Had they misremembered, or was it the second elder who had spoken? Yet, who would dare interfere in the affairs of the elders? They chose to pretend they had not seen anything and moved on. "Could you please slow down?" Xiao Mei gently tugged at Xiao Jue's sleeve, her voice soft and pleading. Xiao Jue feigned ignorance and continued walking forward, while Xiao Mei's delicate face flushed increasingly red. As they strolled leisurely for over an hour, her legs began to tremble, signaling her fatigue. "Do you wish to rest?" Xiao Jue inquired with genuine concern, though he still held her tiny hand, guiding her onward. Xiao Mei turned her head, her watery eyes fixed on him as she softly murmured an affirmative. "But I still haven't had enough of shopping. What should we do?" Xiao Jue expressed his mild distress to her. Xiao Mei, pursing her lips, did not believe his words. He had been accompanying her all along, and such a response seemed merely a pretext. At that moment, Xiao Jue quickened his pace slightly, prompting Xiao Mei to gasp and exclaim, "But I feel so uncomfortable." He halted, suggesting, "Shall we find a corner? I can help you with that." Xiao Mei paused, regaining her composure, and shook her head, insisting, "I can manage on my own." With a mischievous grin, Xiao Jue replied, "If that's the case, let us continue our shopping." He then briskly pulled her along. Startled by his sudden action, Xiao Mei stumbled slightly as a rush of crimson swiftly ascended from her fair neck. Xiao Jue chuckled, carrying her to a secluded corner. His intentions were simple. After a brief rest for Xiao Mei, they would return to the family estate. Upon arriving, Xiao Mei, her cheeks still flushed, exited without bidding him farewell. Observing her retreating figure, a smirk played upon Xiao Jue's lips, were it not for her youth. He would have indulged his desires without hesitation. With desires ignited by Xiao Mei, Xiao Jue knew someone must bear the consequences. So he headed towards the residence of Xiao Yu. Having reached adulthood, Xiao Yu, as the granddaughter of the elder, possessed her own courtyard. Not to mention that she was quite affluent. Following the death of her father, the sole son of the elder, her mother had passed down a storage ring he left behind. Shortly after giving birth to Xiao Ning, Xiao Yu's mother also succumbed to death. The elder, however, would not covet his granddaughter's possessions, especially since he already owned a mid-tier storage ring gifted to him by the former clan leader, rendering a low-tier ring beneath his notice. Returning to the narrative, Xiao Jue pushed against Xiao Yu's door only to find it locked. Upon the sound of his attempt, Xiao Yu's voice questioned from within. "Who is it?" "It is I," Xiao Jue replied. "Alone?" she inquired. "Yes," he confirmed. The door soon opened to reveal Xiao Yu, clad only in a bath towel, her hair still damp. She pulled him inside, then began to dry herself while playfully chiding, "I was in the midst of bathing. What brings you here?" Xiao Jue embraced her, teasing, "Perhaps you knew I was coming and decided to freshen up for me." With an indignant huff, Xiao Yu pushed him away, continuing to dry herself while retorting, "You are far too overwhelming. I can hardly withstand it." Xiao Jue sat forlornly at the edge of the bed, her head bowed, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she spoke in a despondent tone. "It seems I should seek someone more resilient." "How dare you?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, immediately launching a sweeping kick toward Xiao Jue, her delicate foot striking Xiao Jue's neck and sending her sprawling onto the bed. As Xiao Jue gazed at the fair, exquisite foot before her, a peculiar thought stirred within her, yet despite her lascivious inclinations, she lacked the audacity to act upon them. Grasping Xiao Yu's slender foot, Xiao Jue hoisted it onto her shoulder and rose to her feet. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock as she regarded Xiao Jue, intent on retaliating, but found herself restrained by Xiao Jue's grip on her foot. Unless she wished to risk a fall, her options were severely limited. "Be cautious. Inside is a 4th-rank Dan pill, the reverse water Dan, and a spiritual liquid worth as much as a 4th-rank Dan." Xiao Yu froze momentarily but ultimately retrieved the jade vial Xiao Jue had given her, placing it on the nearby table. She intended to speak. Yet before she could utter a word, Xiao Jue yanked her foot, pulling her into his embrace. Chapter 12, Qingshan Town. How shall you express your gratitude? Xiao Jue inquired. Observing this, Xiao Yu leaned forward slightly, her voice soft and feeble. Now that I am in your grasp, how you choose to handle me is entirely up to you. With her long, fair legs in view, Xiao Jue felt an immediate surge of desire. Aware that maintaining her composure would only excite this perverse individual further, Xiao Yu feigned a semblance of resistance as a means to reward Xiao Jue. A timid expression crossed her face, and with a hint of fear, she said, "Please, don't do this." Xiao Jue chuckled. A month passed swiftly, during which Xiao Jue made little progress, and the overall strength of the Xiao family remained unchanged. Throughout this time, Xiao Yu devoted herself primarily to cultivation, and aside from Xiao Jue visiting her twice, their encounters were scarce. Xiao Jue understood Xiao Yu's eagerness to break through to the fighter stage and left her a condensing qi pill. Meanwhile, Xiao Jue's visits to Yafei were infrequent as well, for she had noticeably reduced her auction activities, eliminating the need for Xiao Jue to constantly verify her tasks. However, it was evident that Xiao Jue frequented Yafei more than Xiao Yu, not only due to Yafei's longer tenure, but also because Xiao Jue required additional medicinal materials. Rumors had it that due to her extensive dealings in medicinal herbs and pills, Yafei's status within the Mittler family had significantly risen, and they were already considering her return to the imperial capital, where her position would undoubtedly be elevated. Lastly, there was Xiao Mei, who routinely visited Xiao Jue for health checks, leaving each time with a rosy complexion. The two were now merely a step away from deepening their connection. Notably, Xiao Mei had achieved the 9th stage of Dou Qi. With further cultivation, she would soon attempt to break through to the fighter level. After bidding farewell to familiar faces, including Xiao Yu, and leaving small gifts for Xiao Mei and Yafei, Xiao Jue departed from Utan City. During the past month, he assisted the esteemed elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Shan, who is also the grandfather of Xiao Yu, in concocting 3 4th-grade elixirs to enhance the prowess of a grand fighter, 2 purple heart barrier-breaking pills, and 1 3-pattern blue spirit pill, thereby elevating the elder's strength to that of an 8-star grand fighter. Xiao Jue still vividly recalls the day he presented the elixirs. The elder implored him to stay overnight, and Xiao Ning's bewildered expression remains etched in his memory. Moreover, Xiao Shan has begun to entertain thoughts of annihilating the Oba and Jali clans, though this does not concern Xiao Jue. With his capabilities as an 8-star grand fighter, he is more than capable of leading the Xiao family to obliterate the 2 clans, even should unforeseen circumstances arise. The connections with the Mitre auction house would ensure that the Xiao family would not face significant upheaval. Hence, Xiao Jue set forth on his journey to Qingshan Town, with the objectives of locating the little medicine sage and the ice spirit flame grass hidden within a cavern. Qingshan Town, while not excessively distant from Utan City, is not particularly far either. An ordinary fighter could traverse the distance on foot in a little over 10 days. However, with Xiao Jue's prowess as a 7-star grand fighter and his deliberate haste, he reached Qingshan Town in merely 5 days. Due to its proximity to the Monster Beast mountain range, Qingshan Town is colloquially known as the Monster Beast Town. The streets are teeming with mercenaries who, day in and day out, dance on the knife's edge of danger, congregating in groups, arms crossed, passionately debating which women in town are the most alluring, where the strongest liquor can be found, and which monsters are the most ferocious. As Xiao Jue entered Qingshan Town, he walked along the paved streets of azure stone, flanked by numerous bustling shops that thrived due to their advantageous location. His gaze wandered curiously over the brightly lit establishments. But it was when he laid eyes upon a spacious herbal shop that he came to a halt. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped into the establishment named Wan Yao Zhai. His primary purpose for visiting Qingshan Town was to seek the little medicine sage, and in addition, he aimed to gather the ingredients required to concoct the 5th-grade blood lotus pill. He already possessed a 4th-tier water attribute magic core. What remained were the ice spirit flame grass and the blood lotus essence. Upon entering the expansive shop, illuminated by moonstone sconces that cast a daylight-like glow, he found the place bustling with patrons and the staff occupied, leaving him momentarily unattended. Relishing the solitude, Xiao Jue leisurely scanned the transparent display counters. But after examining all the items, he shook his head in disappointment. Although there were some intermediate materials present, they held little relevance for him at this juncture. The blood lotus essence, which had appeared in the original text, was likely yet to be collected by the pharmacists of Wan Yao Zhai. With a sigh, he exited the shop. After wandering the streets for a while, he observed the darkening sky and, at the end of a casual street, chose a quaint inn, renting a room for his stay. The room was modest in size, yet ample at nearly 40 square meters, providing a comfortable accommodation for a few days. Seated on the edge of his bed, Xiao Jue rubbed his temples and retrieved his garments from the system space. The colossal corpse of a magical beast loomed within the inn, stretching over 10 meters in length. Were it to be placed outdoors, it would undoubtedly terrify most passers-by, for the sheer size of the beast's remains suggested that it had once been a dominant force in its realm. Indeed, this was the case, as the corpse had been acquired by Xiao Jue during his journey from Utan City to Qingshan Town, utilizing his monthly lottery opportunity from the system. The complete carcass of an 8th-tier heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast could be regarded as a rare treasure on the Dou Qi continent, given that within the scorpion dragon clan, an 8th-tier beast was akin to a venerable elder. In the scorpion dragon lineage, ordinary scorpions would mature into 6th-tier beasts, while those endowed with extraordinary attributes, such as the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast or the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, would ascend to the status of 7th tier upon maturity. Typically, magical beasts reach their limits upon adulthood, with only a few transcending to become even mightier entities. An 8th-tier heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast would undoubtedly serve as the clan's supreme patriarch, rivaling even the strongest human Dou Qi. Within the intact corpse of the 8th-tier heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast, it was certain that an 8th-tier magic core resided, and it was highly probable that the beast's fire also remained intact. The 8th-tier beast fire could potentially elevate Xiao Jue's currently low-level Xian rank burning technique to a mid-level Xian rank. The heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast had possessed initial 8th-tier strength in life, which meant its beast fire could be easily refined by Xiao Jue, especially since he wielded the 10,000 beast spirit fire, provided that the corpse indeed contained the beast fire. Since Xiao Jue had won the corpse through the lottery, he had yet to extract it. This was his first encounter with the remains, which nearly filled the entire room. The floorboards beneath him had already splintered under the weight, leading to an inevitable minor expense, for the value of some wooden planks might not even equate to a low-grade medicinal pill. The 10,000 beast spirit fire within Xiao Jue stirred, evidently sensing the formidable flames. This indicated the presence of beast fire within the corpse of the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast. A smile crept across Xiao Jue's face. With the beast fire from the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast, he could break through to the Great Dome Master level upon refining this 8th-tier beast fire. The beast fire of an 8th-tier magical beast encapsulated a significant portion of its power. Xiao Jue endeavored to harness the 10,000 beast spirit fire within him to dominate the beast fire contained in the scorpion dragon's remains. A swirl of black and purple flames gradually ascended from the corpse of the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast, ultimately taking the form of a scorpion dragon, gazing at Xiao Jue with eyes filled with resistance. This exemplified the 10,000 beast spirit fire's ability to subdue beast fire. While other exotic flames could also exert control over beast fire, none rivaled the supremacy of the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Under Xiao Jue's command, the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast slowly approached him. With his hands enveloped in the 10,000 beast spirit fire, he reached directly into the scorpion dragon's toxic fire, grasping hold of the essence of this 8th-tier beast fire, without any protective measures in place for the refining of the beast fire. The spirit fire of 10,000 beasts served as the most formidable safeguard. With a swift motion, he opened his mouth and swallowed the seed of the scorpion dragon's toxic fire. Chapter 13, Scorpion Dragon's Toxic Fire. Possessing the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, which included the seed of the scorpion dragon's toxic fire, this 8th-tier beast fire posed no threat to Xiao Jue whatsoever. In fact, while he skillfully guided the scorpion dragon's toxic fire along the path dictated by the burning technique through his meridians, Xiao Jue also collected the corpse of the heavenly toxic scorpion dragon beast. As Xiao Jue successfully refined the scorpion dragon's toxic fire, a tremendous energy began to coalesce within his cyclone, a manifestation of the energy contained in the scorpion dragon's toxic fire. With its successful refinement, this 8th-tier beast fire's energy naturally became Xiao Jue's own. As he channeled the burning technique, this vast energy was rapidly being refined, concurrently accelerating the speed of the technique's operation. Having perfectly absorbed the energy of an 8th-tier beast fire, Xiao Jue's power surged from a 7-star Dome Master to a 4-star Great Dome Master, while the burning technique evolved from a low-level mystical tier to a mid-level mystical tier. This transformation occurred even as Xiao Jue deliberately suppressed his Dou Qi. Had he chosen not to restrain himself and forcibly enhanced his Dou Qi, his strength could have potentially ascended to 8 or 9-star Great Dome Master after refining the essence beast fire of an 8th-tier magical beast. After all, the essence beast fire of an 8th-tier magical beast can elevate an ordinary Dou Huang's strength by 1 or 2 stars. Xiao Jue's refinement of the scorpion dragon's toxic fire was not akin to Xiao Yan acquiring the purple fire from the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Rather, Xiao Jue refined the origin beast fire sourced from within the body of an 8th-tier magical beast, whereas Xiao Yan merely obtained the purple fire from the accompanying purple crystal source. Thus, the two experiences are not comparable, and consequently, Xiao Jue's prowess could be elevated to a greater extent. Refining such a vast amount of energy undoubtedly requires a considerable duration. Therefore, when Xiao Jue opened his eyes and glanced outside, he was greeted by the blazing sunlight, indicating that it was already midday of the following day. He retrieved a package of dried meat, savoring its chewy texture. The 3rd-tier crimson flame rhinoceros meat, prepared with special secret ingredients, proved to be quite delectable. Exiting his room, he made his way to the registration area of the inn, returned the key to the proprietor, and casually dropped a bag of gold coins before departing. Judging by the sound, it contained no less than 100 coins. Though the innkeeper called out to Xiao Jue several times, he chose to ignore the calls. However, since Xiao Jue had returned the key and paid the deposit, the innkeeper refrained from pursuing him further. Instead, upon opening the bag and discovering it filled with gold coins, he was left momentarily stunned. After leaving the inn, Xiao Jue wandered aimlessly through Qingshan town, a package of dried meat in hand. His luxurious attire made him appear as a nobleman indulging in leisure in a place of poverty. Yet, such locales are not devoid of desperate individuals. From Yafei, Xiao Jue acquired a low-level spatial ring, which he adorned on the ring finger of his left hand. However, this seemingly modest low-level spatial ring incited the covetous thoughts of many, for even a low-level spatial ring holds a value exceeding 100,000 gold coins. Not to mention that the ring of storage is likely filled with numerous treasures. If he could acquire the cultivation techniques of this noble young master, what would a little risk matter? Many were observing Xiao Jue, their gazes unwavering, and at last, one individual, noticing that no one was covertly protecting him, could no longer restrain himself. Yellow-tier advanced combat skill, Flame Blade. A tall, slender mercenary swung a knife toward Xiao Jue, prompting murmurs among the other mercenaries watching. Hey, Chun Hao is a 7-star fighter. Apart from a few leaders of mercenary groups, hardly anyone in Qingshan town can match him. He.s. using a lethal move right from the start. With him as the vanguard, it seems the others have no chance. Many mercenaries, believing themselves to be inferior, had already departed, leaving only a few to witness the spectacle. As mercenary Chun Hao approached Xiao Jue, about to strike his head, a layer of dark purple flames suddenly enveloped Xiao Jue. Before the blade could even touch him, it melted into molten iron that dripped down. In the next moment, Chun Hao's body ignited in flames, and before he could utter a cry, his life was extinguished. Those mercenaries who remained, frozen in astonishment, could only stare, mouths agape. Can anyone tell me where the little medicine sage is? Xiao Jue swallowed the jerky in his mouth, absorbing the scorpion dragon's venomous fire within him, and inquired of the onlookers. Many had already turned to flee, yet some stood in confusion. Xiao Jue pointed at one individual and asked, "Where is the little medicine sage?" The man hurriedly responded, "Young master, the herb-gathering team of Wanyao Zhai entered the monster beast mountains 2 days ago, and the little medicine sage is among them." Xiao Jue nodded and further inquired, "Do you know where they are gathering herbs?" The mercenary shook his head and replied, "The herb-gathering teams of Wanyao Zhai typically do not stay in one place, as medicinal materials require time to grow. How long do they usually take to return?" Xiao Jue pressed. The mercenary quickly answered, "The teams generally stay in the monster beast mountains for only a day or two, rarely exceeding 3 days. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise. They should return to Qingshan town today." Xiao Jue gestured for him to leave, and the man quickly departed. Xiao Jue then retrieved another piece of jerky from his bag, chewing as he made his way towards Wanyao Zhai. With Xiao Jue's current prowess as a 4-star great fighter, he was invincible in Qingshan town. Thus he planned to directly raid Wanyao Zhai, seizing what he could before the little medicine sage's return. As for the potential infamy that might arise from such actions, it was of no concern to him. After all, it was merely the influence of a small town. Surely, no one would harass a 4th-rank alchemist for such matters. Even someone like Xiao Yan would likely turn a blind eye to such trivialities, for no one is a paragon of virtue. Rather than pitying others, why not to first take care of oneself? Upon entering the Wanyao Zhai, a suit of battle aura armor manifested upon Xiao Jue, signifying his ascension to the esteemed level of Grand Dome Master. However, he was uncertain whether he would ever have the opportunity to utilize such an artifact, as his breakthrough to Dome Master had yet to entail any confrontations, let alone the application of the battle aura attire. Although he was currently enveloped in the armor, it seemed improbable that anyone in Qingshan town would be foolish enough to provoke a Grand Dome Master. Moreover, Xiao Jue was not so idle as to engage in random assaults simply to test the armor's capabilities. Adhering to the adage of refraining from striking those who bear a smile, he was determined to act only when necessary. "Everyone, cease your actions." Xiao Jue declared with a calm demeanor, yet his words carried the weight of a Grand Dou Master's battle aura, resonating in the ears of all present. Battle aura armor. A formidable Grand Dou Master. Someone exclaimed, causing a stir among the crowd, which quickly subsided as they complied with Xiao Jue's command. Standing still and silent, their gazes fixed upon him in trepidation. From the throng emerged a middle-aged man, who respectfully addressed Xiao Jue. I am the proprietor of Xiao. Might this esteemed individual require any medicinal herbs? Our establishment has been a fixture in Qingshan town for over a decade, and we have amassed a collection of high-grade herbs that may be of interest to you. Xiao Jue glanced at the owner of Xiao, noting his astuteness. Yet, in a world abundant with intellect, it was ultimately talent that prevailed. He replied, all of you may leave. Only the Xiao staff may remain. With that, Xiao Jue raised his hand and unleashed a flame that struck the chest of the shopkeeper, igniting him instantly, reducing him to ashes in the blink of an eye. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they fled in panic, many of Xiao's employees following suit. Xiao Jue did not impede their escape, but merely seized the closest staff member to him, allowing the others to depart. Soon, only Xiao Jue and the captured employee remained in Xiao. He inquired, where are the medicinal herbs stored? The employee hastily responded, the low-grade and mid-grade herbs are kept in the counters and warehouse, while the high-grade herbs are carried by the owner. Xiao Jue nodded and instructed the employee to retrieve the herbs from the counter. He then approached the spot where the shopkeeper had stood and discovered a charred spatial ring on the ground. Chapter 14. Plundering Xiao, Xiao Jue picked up the spatial ring and examined it. Astonished to find such a wealth of treasures within the confines of a seemingly modest establishment like Xiao. Do not underestimate Xiao's financial standing. Each expedition to the Monster Mountain range costs over 20,000 gold coins, and a single mid-grade herb can fetch several thousand, while a high-grade herb is worth tens of thousands. Thus, with years of operation, Xiao has undoubtedly accumulated a considerable fortune. The proprietor of the Xiao possesses a low-tier storage ring. However, given his substantial wealth, he could easily acquire 10 mid-tier rings without a second thought. Yet, he understands the wisdom of discretion and recognizing the necessity of Xiao in Qingshan town. No one has dared to challenge him, except for Xiao Jue. He was astonished to discover that within the proprietor's storage ring lay 17 high-grade medicinal herbs, including a crucial ingredient for crafting the 7th-grade transformation elixir, the transformation herb. It is indeed unfathomable that a mere ant, who has yet to attain the rank of a fighter, could possess such a wealth of high-grade materials, among which was the blood essence lotus that Xiao Jue sought. In contrast, the 5-5-patterned purple gold cards, each valued at 1 million gold coins, seemed rather trivial. Xiao Jue transferred all the herbs from the storage ring into his system space. At that moment, an employee from Xiao retrieved all the medicinal materials from the counter, which Xiao Jue quickly collected. He then tossed the now empty storage ring back to the employee, saying, this is yours. Take me to the warehouse of Xiao. The employee, momentarily taken aback, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Following the employee into the warehouse, Xiao Jue was greeted by shelves brimming with medicinal herbs and piles of gold coins in the corners, prompting him to break into a joyful smile. With such an abundance of herbs, along with the scattered coins totaling around 300,000 to 400,000, he collected it all. Although these low-grade herbs held little value for him, he figured it was best not to refuse free offerings. All right, you may leave now. Xiao Jue instructed the employee still lingering at the entrance. Upon hearing Xiao Jue's permission, the man breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away, leaving behind a 5-patterned purple gold card hidden within the storage ring Xiao Jue had given him. The so-called fortune favors the bold. While the employee was tidying the counter, he had secretly stowed away the card used for storing the money received via card transactions. In his excitement over acquiring a wealth of high-grade herbs, Xiao Jue had overlooked this detail, granting the employee a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, Xiao Jue did not lack for gold coins. Yet he had forgotten one crucial detail. The 5-patterned purple gold card could only be issued to fighters of the spirit level. Why then, did the proprietor of Xiao possess one? It was evident that there was a significant force backing Xiao. However, due to his inexperience, Xiao Jue did not grasp this layer of complexity, nor did he suspect any connection between Xiao and that formidable power. The fighters of Qingshan town were well aware of Mr. Yao's background, which deterred anyone from recklessly provoking Xiao. No matter how great the temptation for its wealth, it would be sheer folly to offend a force ranked among the top 3 in the Jaimar Empire. Xiao Jue did not bring ruin upon Xiao, instead departing from the premises, extending his mental perception outward in search of Xiao Yixian's location. With the sole power of a late-stage mortal realm practitioner, equivalent to a 6th-grade alchemist, Xiao Jue swiftly pinpointed Xiao Yixian's whereabouts. Regrettably, Xiao Jue could only utilize his soul power for perception, as the experience package of a 7th-tier alchemist contained solely this aspect related to soul energy. Should Xiao Jue wish to wield his soul power against adversaries, he would undoubtedly require extensive practice to achieve this. For arbitrary use of soul power in attack could potentially inflict damage upon his own spirit. After confirming the location of the Little Medicine Sage, Xiao Jue hastened toward that direction as they were nearing Qingshan town. He intended to intercept them before their return to the town and subsequently take the Little Medicine Sage away to reside within the Monster Beast Mountain range. The Little Medicine Sage was unlike Xiao Yu, Yafei, or Xiao Mei. She was the first challenging woman that Xiao Jue aimed to conquer. Thus, he hoped to avoid any disturbances. Furthermore, to prevent any missteps, he understood that a girl like the Little Medicine Sage, with a tragic background and exceptional talent, could not be treated as he did with Yafei, for such an approach might yield counterproductive results. Unlike Yafei, who would never surpass Xiao Jue, the Little Medicine Sage, with her formidable poison body, held the potential to rise above him. Along the way, those who caught sight of Xiao Jue hurriedly retreated, for his actions at Wanyaozhai had swiftly spread throughout Qingshan town, leaving no one willing to provoke such a madman. Once he entered the Monster Beast Mountain range, he found himself increasingly closer to the Little Medicine Sage, encountering a herbal gathering team accompanied by 50 mercenaries, none of whom were combat masters, only fighters. Xiao Jue maintained an unchanged demeanor as he approached the herbal gathering team, soon laying eyes upon the approaching crowd. Among them, a young woman naturally captured his attention. Observing her slender waist, he confirmed she was indeed the Little Medicine Sage, clad in a pale white dress. While her beauty might not be classified as extraordinary, it was undoubtedly a rare sight. Her serene smile radiated a fresh and ethereal aura, significantly enhancing her allure. His gaze wandered over the Little Medicine Sage before settling on her waist, delicately cinched by a green ribbon. As he beheld her slender figure, a flicker of desire crossed his eyes. Among all the women Xiao Jue had encountered, the Little Medicine Sage possessed the most delicate and fragile waist. Of course, her current appearance, lacking the striking beauty of others, afforded Xiao Jue a better opportunity to pursue her. Convinced of his own charm, Xiao Jue believed himself unparalleled in Utan City. Otherwise, Xiao Yu would not have so readily accepted him as her fiancé, subsequently claiming his first experience. Nor would Xiao Mei continue to seek him out despite being bullied by him. Not to mention, at the tender age of 16, with his handsome visage and the prowess of a grand fighter, coupled with his status as a 4th-tier alchemist, the Little Medicine Sage was likely to find herself drawn to him. Would a 20-year-old woman, striving to become an alchemist and barely reaching the rank of a 1-star fighter, refuse the affections of such a youth? Xiao Jue was somewhat uncertain. Perhaps the Little Medical Sage, in a fit of compassion, could not bear to harm him. What was to be done? At that moment, the medicinal gathering team, accompanied by mercenaries hired by Wanyaozhai, approached Xiao Jue. One among them stepped forward with the intent to drive him away. However, before he could advance, a layer of battle aura armor gradually enveloped Xiao Jue. The mercenary, who had initially worn a disdainful expression, suddenly donned a flattering smile and respectfully saluted Xiao Jue. "I pay my respects to you, my lord." Xiao Jue merely cast a glance in his direction and walked past him, making his way into the crowd. None of the mercenaries dared to impede him as he traversed through their ranks until he reached the side of the Little Medical Sage. A nearby youth then approached, stating, "Muli of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group pays his respects to you, my lord. I require the Little Medical Sage. You may leave." Xiao Jue spoke in a calm tone. "My lord, Muli attempted to say more, but Xiao Jue interrupted him. "While my desire to kill is currently absent, it would be wise for you to depart quickly." Prioritizing his life over the Little Medical Sage, Muli bowed respectfully to Xiao Jue and then withdrew. The surrounding mercenaries followed suit, departing alongside Muli, while the members of the medicinal gathering team remained, somewhat bewildered. Xiao Jue paid them no mind and proceeded to collect all the spoils from their expedition in the Monster Beast Mountain range, cradling the Little Medical Sage as he prepared to leave. However, just as Xiao Jue lifted her into his arms, the Little Medical Sage threw a handful of medicinal powder at his face. Unfortunately for her, such toxic powder was inconsequential to Xiao Jue. Having absorbed the scorpion dragon's venomous fire, he was impervious to ordinary toxins. Chapter 15, The Qingming Tree. "How can you be unaffected?" the Little Medical Sage exclaimed in surprise. The powder she had scattered should have had some effect, even on a great Dou master. It was inconceivable that there would be no reaction at all. Xiao Jue did not respond to her inquiry, but instead headed towards a valley where the energy of heaven and earth was most concentrated, as sensed by his spiritual perception. He intended to remain in the Monster Beast Mountain range for an extended period, thus requiring a place to reside. Xiao Jue's system space contained bedding and ample provisions. All he needed was to find a suitable location to construct a wooden cabin. After traversing for over an hour, he arrived at his destination, carrying the little medical sage. His pace was not rapid, and he encountered several ambushing beasts along the way. Yet, as they neared Xiao Jue and the little medical sage, they perished beneath the scorpion dragon's venomous fire. Upon reaching the exterior of the valley, Xiao Jue gently set down the little medical sage and said, "We shall discuss the matter of the poisonous powder later. For now, be obedient. There is a formidable creature within. I am uncertain whether my methods will be effective. And should they fail, I will have to face it alone, which would preclude any concern for you." "Understood," the little medical sage replied, acknowledging that powerful beasts inhabited such valleys. She nodded, refraining from retorting or attempting to flee. As a delicate woman, devoid of combat skills, venturing into this realm without Xiao Jue meant she had little chance of surviving the monster beast mountain range. Seeing her obediently comply, Xiao Jue set forth into the valley, intent on subjugating the soul beast dwelling within. Rather than employing his formidable earth-level combat techniques, he resolved to wield the spirit fire of all beasts and the scorpion dragon's venom fire to tame the magical creature, subsequently binding it with the beast control seal. Although Xiao Jue harbored some uncertainty, he reassured himself that should he fail, he could always resort to combat techniques to vanquish the beast. As a 4-star great fighter wielding earth-level techniques augmented by extraordinary flames, even a 4th-tier magical beast would find it exceedingly arduous to withstand his onslaught. Upon sensing an intruder in its territory, the magical beast within the valley emitted a fearsome roar. The little medical fairy, startled, grasped Xiao Jue's arm. He glanced at her, offering no rejection. Instead, he encircled her slender waist. Although she stiffened momentarily, she offered no resistance, allowing him to embrace her. In his other hand, 2 flames, one crimson and one violet, began to materialize. The dark purple flame melded into the red one, transforming into the visage of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. Xiao Jue infused the beast fire into the spirit fire of all beasts, utilizing the power of the extraordinary flames to manifest the fire spirit of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. However, this was not the true fire spirit of the spirit fire of all beasts. It was merely a pseudo-fire spirit, born from the amalgamation of the scorpion dragon's venom fire and the spirit fire of all beasts. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast unleashed its might, swiftly subduing the magical creatures in the mountains, which soon emerged from the valley. It was a magnificent red lion, a 4-tier flame lion king, measuring a staggering 3 meters in length, a beast rivaling the prowess of human combat masters. The little medical fairy, witnessing this spectacle, blinked in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sight, as she gazed at Xiao Jue. Despite his handsome visage, a hint of youthfulness betrayed his age, revealing that he was indeed younger than her, albeit by no more than 5 years. Nevertheless, the sheer magnitude of Xiao Jue's terrifying strength left her utterly astonished. Faced with the aura of the 8th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, the flame lion king quickly prostrated itself, demonstrating its reverence for a superior being. Xiao Jue approached with a smile, placing his hand upon the lion's head. The flame lion king, incensed by the audacity of a mere human touching it, roared in fury. Yet, the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast's roar compelled the flame lion king to lower its head even further. With a serene expression, Xiao Jue gradually formed a seal in his hand, emblazoned with the character for slave. This was the soul seal, known as the beast control seal, a formidable earth-level technique capable of controlling magical beasts. The formation of the beast control seal demanded little from his combat energy, yet it exacted a significant toll on his spiritual force, draining him of half of it in the process. As he pressed the beast control seal to the flame lion king's forehead, the creature emitted a resounding roar and took a step back, yet it raised its head. Its gaze toward Xiao Jue filled with both fear and submission. The beast control seal rendered it incapable of defying him, its life now under Xiao Jue's dominion. However, the seal did not alter its will, which imbued the flame lion king's eyes with not only obedience, but also a flicker of trepidation. How terrifying must a person be to possess such power? The flame lion king lay prostrate before Xiao Jue, emitting a low, submissive growl. With a gentle smile illuminating his features, Xiao Jue affectionately stroked the lion's massive head, reveling in the fact that he had tamed a formidable 4th-tier magical beast, one that ranked among the more potent entities within that tier. Although 4th-tier beasts may seem inconsequential when compared to the mightiest of creatures, they could still rival the prowess of a spirit fighter, a title that commanded respect in the Garma Empire. Even the esteemed Mo clan, the foremost among the 4 noble families of the northeastern province, could only boast an elder of such strength as their greatest champion. Turning to the petite medicinal maiden, Xiao Jue extended his hand slowly. She momentarily froze, but soon regained her composure and placed her delicate hand into his palm. He gently pulled her closer, guiding her to the side of the Flame Lion King. And without hesitation, he lifted her onto the beast, settling himself directly behind her. The celestial scorpion dragon, imbued with the essence of the beast's spirit flame and scorpion dragon's toxic fire, had already been absorbed into Xiao Jue's being. The Flame Lion King accepted their presence with grace, pivoting and striding into the valley. The medicinal maiden gazed ahead in astonishment, her mind racing as she realized she was riding atop a magical beast, and not just any beast, but a high-tier one. In her previous forays into the Monster Mountain range with the herb-gathering team, she had never encountered a creature more formidable than the Flame Lion King, which she surmised to be at least a third-tier beast. Seated behind her, Xiao Jue wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Overwhelmed by shock, she remained oblivious to his intimate gesture. Resting his chin on her shoulder, their faces nearly touching, the medicinal maiden snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. At 21, a 3-star fighter, your talent is rather average, wouldn't you agree? Xiao Jue remarked abruptly. Humph, she retorted. You may be members of illustrious families, but compared to us ordinary folk who struggle to survive, you are naturally endowed with abundant resources and advanced techniques. Would you care to become the young mistress of one of those families? He inquired, a teasing glint in his eyes. The medicinal maiden stiffened, cautiously asking, Am I allowed to refuse? I am a 4th-tier alchemist, after all. It's simply impossible. Her tone was resolute. A 4th-tier alchemist, observing Xiao Jue's youthful visage, found it hard to fathom how someone of his age could be a great fighter, let alone a 4th-tier alchemist. There's still time to agree, he replied calmly. Otherwise, should you change your mind later, you might find yourself merely a maid at my side. Confidently, she countered, if you truly are a 4th-tier alchemist, I would not only serve as your maid, but as your slave without hesitation. The notion of such a young grand fighter and 4th-tier alchemist seemed too far-fetched for her to accept. Xiao Jue chuckled, finding her naivety amusing. The world is full of wonders. After all, in the future, the Starfall Pavilion will house a 16-year-old Dou Qi. In the realm of magical beasts, it was not uncommon for powerful beast clans to produce offspring that were 5th-tier magical beasts at birth, as exemplified by the 3 major beast clans. Then you shall await my indulgence beneath me. With a dismissive scoff, the young healer pursed her lips, yet for reasons unknown, a sense of uncertainty lingered in her heart. Could it be that this fellow truly was a 4th-tier alchemist? Upon entering the valley, Xiao Jue was momentarily taken aback, and the young healer noticed that he had stiffened in her embrace, following her gaze ahead. There stood a tree towering at least 7 or 8 meters high, its branches and trunk beginning to yellow, adorned with over 10 emerald green fruits. After a moment of contemplation, the young healer's eyes widened in realization, and she too was struck dumb. The Qingming Tree. Chapter 16, Qingming Fruit. An unassuming name for a tree, yet the fruit it bore was the esteemed Qingming fruit, a primary ingredient in crafting the Qingming longevity pill. This 6th-tier pill could extend a person's lifespan by nearly a decade, with each individual permitted to consume only one in a lifetime. Nevertheless, even so, a single Qingming longevity pill commanded a price akin to that of a fortune, making it a rare treasure even for many Dozong powerhouses. Discovering a Qingming tree here was no less than finding a treasure trove for Xiao Jue. The Qingming fruit, being a superior medicinal herb, contained immense wood attribute energy, which could be interpreted as vitality. Even if consumed directly, it could augment one's lifespan by 3 to 5 years. Furthermore, if one were injured, ingesting a Qingming fruit would likely be as effective as consuming a top-tier 4th-grade healing pill. However, once a Qingming tree produces a batch of fruits, it soon withers. A single tree can yield only one batch of Qingming fruits. Given that this tree was beginning to wither, it was evident that the 13 fruits upon it had already matured. Through the beast-taming seal, Xiao Jue communicated with the Flame Lion King, learning that this creature had consumed 4 of the Qingming fruits, which tugged at his heartstrings. Nevertheless, the remaining 13 fruits were more than sufficient. Dismounting from the Flame Lion King, Xiao Jue summoned the Shiha sword into his hand. The optimal vessel for storing Qingming fruits was a box crafted from the tree's trunk, reminiscent of the soul infant fruit, though the value of Qingming fruits paled in comparison. Swiftly, the Shiha sword sliced through a sizable portion of the Qingming tree's trunk, shaping it into 13 wooden boxes for the fruits, which he then carefully stored within the system space. Observing this scene, the Flame Lion King felt a pang of reluctance, but dared not intervene, allowing Xiao Jue to take his prized possessions. Hey, don't you understand the concept of sharing? With 13 Qingming fruits, you ought to give me at least 6, the young healer declared assertively while seated atop the Flame Lion King. Oh, is that so? Xiao Jue replied nonchalantly. With a roar, the Flame Lion King shook its body, causing the young healer to tumble off. In her panic, The woman seemingly forgot that she was also a fighter, landing on the ground with a pained expression. Honestly, how does a defenseless maiden dare to negotiate terms with a grand master accompanied by a fourth-tier magical beast? Xiao Jue approached, a mocking tone in his voice. Even if one were to commit heinous acts against you, dear Miss Little Medicine, it is unlikely that any significant obstacles would arise. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing such words from Xiao Jue, the expression on Little Medicine's face froze. Unable to rise, she instinctively scooted backward and timidly inquired, "You wouldn't actually do that, would you? Why would I do such a thing?" Xiao Jue retorted, "As a fourth-tier alchemist, should it not be you who schemes to ascend to my bed?" Upon hearing this, Little Medicine let out a sigh of relief, dismissing the authenticity of Xiao Jue's fourth-tier alchemist status, and stood up from the ground. "What is your purpose in bringing me here?" she suddenly asked. With the conversation reaching a lull, a crimson flame manifested in Xiao Jue's hand. Although summoning the spirit fire of all beasts demanded more than invoking the scorpion dragon's poison fire, Xiao Jue felt more adept in wielding the former. Thus, he resolved to utilize the spirit fire of all beasts to concoct a fourth-tier elixir. Keep a close watch on her. Should she make any sudden movements, eliminate her immediately. Xiao Jue instructed the Flame Lion King, subtly warning Little Medicine against harboring any ill intentions. The Flame Lion King growled in response, issuing a threatening roar toward Little Medicine. With a huff, she found a stone to sit upon, her mind filled with curses directed at Xiao Jue. Beside him lay an assortment of medicinal herbs. As he intended to craft the fourth-tier elixir, the purple heart barrier-breaking pill. Now a great Dou master, he could consume the purple heart barrier-breaking pill and the three-patterned blue spirit pill to aid in his ascension. Naturally, Xiao Jue would not consume the elixir immediately upon its creation. He preferred to wait, as consecutive breakthroughs might jeopardize his foundational stability, an occurrence he wished to avoid. Furthermore, he needed to prepare additional elixirs for himself, as he had previously gifted the purple heart barrier-breaking pill and the three-patterned blue spirit pill to the Grand Elder. Leaving him without any. Seated upon the stone, Little Medicine focused intently on Xiao Jue, determined not to miss a single step in his alchemical process. Her aspiration was to become an alchemist, yet she had not awakened the fire attribute Dou Qi, nor the wood attribute Dou Qi. Instead, she had awakened a poisonous variant derived from the wood attribute Dou Qi. Watching as Xiao Jue combined the refined liquid from all the herbs into a singular pill, her gaze fixated on the pill resting in his palm. Xiao Jue grasped the purple heart barrier-breaking pill, retrieved a jade vial, and placed the pill within. He then waved the vial before Little Medicine. "I have successfully concocted the fourth-tier purple heart barrier-breaking pill. Do you have anything further to say?" Little Medicine's expression instantly became rigid, and she regarded Xiao Jue with a mix of embarrassment and anticipation. As a woman aspiring to be an alchemist, particularly a fourth-tier one, she found it difficult to refuse, especially given Xiao Jue's undeniable charm. As he spoke, Xiao Jue's gaze shifted to Little Medicine's waist, causing her cheeks to flush, clearly perceiving the underlying implication in his words. "I do not refer to that. Rather, I mean that my body is toxic. Indeed, it can be quite addictive." Xiao Jue acknowledged with a nod. In truth, he was undoubtedly aware that the little medical fairy possessed the cursed poison physique. However, if she were to discover that Xiao Jue was cognizant of her condition, would she not suspect that his intentions were to exploit her? Conversely, if Xiao Jue's sole desire had been her beauty and figure from the very beginning, then in her ignorance of her own worth, the little medical fairy might indeed have entrusted herself to him. Even upon realizing the nature of her cursed poison physique, she could very well have contemplated leveraging it to elevate her standing beside Xiao Jue. Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, at the core of it all, she must feign belief that the little medical fairy was deceiving herself. In this way, once the little medical fairy had somewhat reconciled her feelings, Xiao Jue could assist her in awakening her cursed poison physique. The little medical fairy wished to explain, but found herself at a loss for words. She could hardly divulge her youthful experiences, could she? Would he then consider eliminating her? The notorious poison maiden? Observing her demeanor, Xiao Jue extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Then let us become acquainted, my little slave. I am Xiao Jue, hailing from Utan City." The little medical fairy hesitated momentarily before taking his hand, pondering, perhaps my existence was merely a serendipitous accident, and I am its sole survivor. Xiao Jue drew the little medical fairy into his embrace, stating, "Now, I desire your body. What shall we do about that?" The little medical fairy bit her lip, clearly aware that she could not escape this predicament and would have to resign herself to fate. "Promise me you will treat me kindly from now on. After all, as a fourth-grade alchemist, even if you grow tired of me, you would not leave me in a pitiable state, would you?" Taken aback by her stipulation, Xiao Jue nodded in agreement. The Fire Lion King, bound by the beast-taming seal implanted by Xiao Jue, obeyed his commands, and turned to head towards the valley entrance. Although the little medical fairy had accepted her circumstances, she was unprepared for the suffering that lay ahead. Soon, her cries of anguish filled the air. While the voices of Yafei and Xiao Yu occasionally transformed into expressions of joy, yet the little medical fairy's voice remained perpetually laden with torment. Xiao Jue lingered in the valley with the little medical fairy for several days. Yet he did not lose sight of his objective for venturing into the monster beast mountain range. The herbs necessary for rapidly replenishing soul power were all of a high grade, which Xiao Jue lacked in his possession. Consequently, once his soul power was depleted, he could only restore it gradually over time. However, after 3 or 4 days, the soul power expended during the beast-taming seal had nearly recovered. For his body still existed, he was not merely a soul entity. Thus, as long as his soul remained intact, recovery would be swift. Chapter 17. The Advancement of the Fire Lion King. Xiao Jue and the little medical fairy presently resided in a wooden cabin constructed from the trunk of a qingming tree. The little medical fairy lay sleeping on the bed, while Xiao Jue sat at the edge, inquiring, "During your time in the monster beast mountain range, did you encounter any caves? Let us search together and see if there are any treasures within." The little healer paused momentarily, casting a skeptical glance at Xiao Jue before nodding and saying, "During my recent expedition to the beast mountain range, I fortuitously stumbled upon a cave. However, I cannot ascertain whether it was left by predecessors or if it serves as a dwelling for the beasts." A flicker of excitement flashed in Xiao Jue's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Where is that cave?" The little healer rolled her eyes. How could these young masters, possessing such treasures, still show interest in a mere cave in the beast mountain range? Even if there were treasures inside, they would likely be of little consequence to him, merely some esoteric combat techniques of the Xian rank. Why such fervor? She produced a map and handed it to Xiao Jue. Being the most skilled physician in Qingshan town, the little healer possessed a spatial ring gifted by Mr. Yao from the Wan Yao pharmacy, intended for storing medicinal herbs gathered during her excursions. Only with the spatial ring in her possession would the mercenaries refrain from greedily resorting to violence. They were unlikely to confront her, knowing they could not survive after seizing her belongings. The map marked a circled location, precisely indicating a cliff. Xiao Jue examined it and nodded, saying, "You should rest well. Once you feel better, we will investigate this place." Upon hearing his words, the little healer felt a pang of discomfort and flushed slightly. Xiao Jue gently touched her face, advising, "You need to recuperate. I have just crafted a pill for that beast. It might help it advance further." Exiting the wooden cabin, Xiao Jue gazed at the languid Fire Lion King lounging nearby, bemused. Wasn't it said that lions are social creatures? The amethyst-winged Lion King had brought along its offspring, yet here, the Fire Lion King appeared utterly solitary. Xiao Jue retrieved a jade box and opened it to reveal a pill that, rather than being a traditional pill, resembled a large projectile, as it was the size of an infant's fist, brimming with volatile energy. This concoction was crafted from over 100 mid-tier fire attribute herbs and more than 1,000 low-tier ones. While many of the herbs were repetitive, they all shared the fire attribute, and under the suppression of there were no adverse reactions leading to the pill's destruction. They melded seamlessly into a singular entity. Xiao Jue could ascertain that the energy within this pill was on par with a 6th-grade pill, albeit far too volatile for human consumption. His intention was to amalgamate numerous fire attribute herbs into a single form to administer to the Fire Lion King. Should he possess a 5th-tier magical beast in his grasp, it would greatly benefit his forthcoming plans. The Fire Lion King sensed the immense energy within the pill and lifted its head towards Xiao Jue. He tossed the pill to it, and the Fire Lion King swiftly opened its mouth to swallow it whole. Roar! Upon consuming the pill, the Fire Lion King stood upright, letting out a mighty roar as crimson flames enveloped its body. The Flame Lion King, having consumed 4 Azure Ming fruits and occupying a valley rich in celestial energy, was already a peak-tier 4th-grade magical beast. Now, with the aid of this potent elixir, it sensed the opportunity to ascend to a 5th-grade magical beast. Thanks to the immense medicinal power contained within the pill, the Flame Lion King did not need to rely on slumber or other methods to accumulate celestial energy. It merely needed to refine the essence of the elixir to achieve its evolution. Possessing a magical pet comparable to a formidable combat king would greatly benefit Xiao Jue's forthcoming plans. In truth, had it not been for the awakening of the system, Xiao Jue would have refrained from such bold actions and instead chosen to cultivate at the Canaan Academy during the period when the merging of 2 souls led to a surge in spiritual strength and an accelerated absorption of fighting spirit. Along the way, he might have set aside his prejudices and exchanged news of for a high-tier fire attribute technique from Xiao Yan's master, the revered medicine sage. However, with the awakening of the system, Xiao Jue's confidence swelled, and who could teach him humility in his extraordinary state? as long as he did not provoke certain individuals. Xiao Jue could comfortably navigate through all instances, even reaping the rewards of advancement. In essence, Xiao Jue would tread the path meant for Xiao Yan, albeit with greater strength and audacity, allowing him to garner more benefits than his predecessor. After approximately an hour, the Flame Lion King completely refined the medicinal power of the elixir, and its aura began to elevate. Nay, it surged dramatically. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the colossal crimson lion, reaching towards the heavens. As the flames dissipated, the Flame Lion King lay prostrate before Xiao Jue. I have utilized every fire attribute herb to assist you in becoming a 5th-grade magical beast. Do not disappoint me. Xiao Jue mused as he approached and stroked the lion's fur. The Flame Lion King emitted a low whimper, in contrast to its previous fear. It now exhibited a degree of submission towards Xiao Jue. After a week of rest, Xiao Jue and the little medicine sage mounted the Flame Lion King and journeyed towards the cave she had discovered. Upon learning from Xiao Jue that the Flame Lion King had ascended to a 5th-grade magical beast, the little medicine sage was naturally astonished, leading her to be even more accommodating towards him that evening, resulting in a few extra days of rest. The Flame Lion King moved with remarkable speed, and since they traversed the outer edges of the magical beast mountain range without encroaching upon the territories of other high-grade magical beasts, they encountered no battles and quickly arrived at their destination. They stood atop a steep cliff, gazing into the distance, where lush green forests sprawled beautifully. I initially came here upon spotting the unripe white orchid fruit, and upon closer inspection, I discovered a cave below, Xiao Jue remarked, following the direction indicated by the little medicine sage. At the cliff's edge, a plant adorned with pale white blossoms was gently opening its buds, revealing fruits that were half red and half green, exuding a faint fragrance. This solitary plant, nestled amidst the grass, is accompanied by similarly pristine wildflowers. From a distance, it merely appears to be slightly larger than its counterparts, inconspicuously hidden within the floral assemblage. Without careful scrutiny, one might fail to discern any difference. Let us proceed. Xiao Jue gently cradled the little medicine fairy and descended from the Flame Lion King, leaving the creature to await their return. Approaching the precipice, Xiao Jue retrieved a length of rope, securing it to a nearby tree. He then embraced her slender waist, which he had often caressed over the past days, and slid down the rope. Due to the time of day, everything below the cliff was laid bare before Xiao Jue and the little medicine fairy, including a cave and a first-tier rock serpent. Alarmed, the little medicine fairy exclaimed, "There is a rock serpent down there. What should we do?" Xiao Jue placed a tender kiss on her lips, his voice laced with exasperation as he replied, with one hand gripping the rope and the other holding you. "I find myself unable to confront it." The little medicine fairy pondered for a moment before devising a plan. "Why don't we ascend first? You can slay the rock serpent, and then come back for me." Feeling rather self-satisfied, Xiao Jue mused, "Perhaps the serpent, upon seeing my handsome visage, will be so overwhelmed with shame that it may take its own life." The little medicine fairy rolled her eyes, then impulsively kissed him, playfully pleading, "I beg you, hurry and vanquish it." In the next moment, the rock serpent unexpectedly plummeted from the cliff. The little medicine fairy was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining her composure, she exclaimed in disbelief, could it truly be that it was ashamed enough to end its own life? "Silly girl," Xiao Jue chided her softly, before deftly tossing the rope aside and pushing off the cliff, gradually lowering himself and the little medicine fairy to the cave's exterior. Chapter 18. The cave expedition. Gazing at the entrance littered with gravel and odd timber, Xiao Jue conjured a dark violet flame, which he unleashed to engulf the debris in a consuming blaze. With the obstruction of trees and stones removed, and aided by the flickering light of the fire, Xiao Jue and the little medicine fairy finally beheld the cave, a remnant of bygone eras. The entrance was narrow, accommodating only 2 or 3 individuals, and within lay an abyss of darkness, yet a faint luminescence glimmered, imparting an aura of enchanting mystery. Surrounding the cave's mouth were numerous carved markings, though the passage of time had rendered them exceedingly indistinct. Had it not been for Xiao Jue's keen eyesight, these inscriptions might have gone unnoticed. With a hint of excitement, Xiao Jue smiled as he embraced the little medicine fairy, taking one final push against the rocky wall before their forms gracefully soared through the air, landing steadily at the cave's threshold. Once on solid ground, the little medicine fairy surveyed the entrance with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She sensed that this cave held secrets, perhaps even treasures yet undiscovered. Xiao Jue released his hold on her waist and took her hand, guiding her into the tranquil, shadowy depths of the cave. A gentle chill enveloped them, and the only sound in the serene passageway was the soft rhythm of their footsteps. After wandering for over 10 minutes in this tranquil ambience, they finally arrived before a stone door emanating a faint yellow glow. The little medicine fairy remarked, The yellow light on the stone door clearly indicates the presence of an earth-based mechanism. With a little care, opening it should not pose much difficulty. Xiao Jue nodded, releasing the little medicine fairy's hand. Illuminated by the flickering flames of the scorpion dragon's toxic fire, he crouched down, touching a small protrusion beneath the stone door. Pressing down gently, a creaking sound echoed slowly within the cave as the stone door began to rise. A soft, ethereal light radiated from within the door, banishing the surrounding darkness entirely. As he beheld the brilliantly illuminated interior of the stone door, Xiao Jue extinguished the flames in his hand, grasping the little medicine fairy's hand as they stepped inside. Upon entering, their vision suddenly expanded into a vast stone chamber. The chamber appeared somewhat austere and spacious. Moonstone was embedded in the walls for illumination. At the center of the chamber stood a chair, upon which a skeleton was seated, its sunken skull resting against a pale femur, lending an eerie atmosphere to the otherwise quiet space. In front of the chair, a long, wide stone platform was arranged, upon which 3 locked stone boxes were neatly placed. Furthermore, in the corners of the chamber, a considerable heap of gleaming gold coins and other rare treasures was piled up, the quantity of gold likely amounting to hundreds of thousands. Though Xiao Jue was not in want of wealth, it was evident that the original owner of these treasures did not regard them with much significance, as they were scattered so carelessly. Diverting his gaze from the glimmering gold, Xiao Jue's attention was drawn to a final corner, where a subtle smile graced his face. In that corner, a small flower bed had been formed from mounds of earth, within which various flowers and grasses were cultivated, exuding a unique fragrance that wafted through the air. Observing these plants, both Xiao Jue and the little medicine fairy hurried a few steps closer. While others might not recognize their value, they understood well that these seemingly ordinary plants were far more precious than the piles of gold. Purple-blue leaves, white spirit ginseng fruit, snow lotus seeds. The little medicine fairy's beautiful eyes widened as names of rare and sought-after medicinal herbs tumbled from her rosy lips. Ice spirit flame grass. As Xiao Jue's gaze swept across the flower bed, his pupils suddenly constricted, fixating intently on a plant at the center of the flower bed, which bore alternating white and red leaves. This plant exhibited both colors, with a white stem adorned with ice crystal-like formations, while the fiery red crown seemed to blaze like a burning flame. The juxtaposition of these contrasting colors and properties was truly remarkable. A delicate mist enveloped the plant, imparting an ethereal quality, as if it resided amidst clouds and rainbows. In this cavern, 2 elements held paramount importance for Xiao Jue: the remnants of the demon fire map and the ice spirit flame grass, which served as the principal ingredient for concocting the blood lotus pill. With the blood lotus essence and a 4th-tier water attribute magic core already in his possession, he was merely lacking the ice spirit flame grass to proceed with the pill's creation. The demon fire map, essential for acquiring the pure lotus demon fire, was something Xiao Jue could not afford to overlook. Turning to the little medical fairy, he instructed, "Please commence gathering those medicinal herbs, though I must remind you that they rightfully belong to me." With a slight pout, the little medical fairy obediently proceeded. Having received numerous elixirs from Xiao Jue during this time, she showed no reluctance regarding the herbs, for they held little utility for her. She produced a small spade and began delicately excavating the rare herbs from the flower bed, placing them into a warm jade vial. As she busied herself with the collection, Xiao Jue's gaze shifted to the 3 locked stone boxes atop the azure stone table. He approached the table with measured steps, his fingers gliding over the metallic lock, which felt surprisingly warm to the touch. Evidently, it was no ordinary metal, still retaining warmth even after the passage of time. Regrettably, this did not prove useful. A crimson flame erupted, and the uniquely crafted lock melted into molten iron, cascading onto the stone surface. Xiao Jue did not open the boxes immediately, but instead proceeded to unlock all 3 metallic locks sequentially. Once the locks were compromised, he opened each stone box in turn, revealing their contents. The first box contained a colorful scroll, the second housed a black scroll, and within the third were 3 scrolls of varying hues. Xiao Jue first stowed away the colorful scroll before placing the black one on the stone table, his attention shifting to the 3 scrolls within the third box, which were purple, black, and azure. He picked up the black scroll and infused it with his soul power, his expression momentarily stiffening before he channeled his essence into the other 2 scrolls. The results were a low-rank Earth-level technique, the 10,000 Poison Scripture, a low-rank Earth-level combat skill, the Poison Erosion Demon Hand, and a high-rank Xian-level combat technique, the Roar of the Mad Lion. Holding the 3 combat techniques in his hands, along with the 7-colored Poison Scripture he had stored in his spatial ring, Xiao Jue suddenly grasped the unfolding narrative. Over 2 centuries past, a civil strife had plagued the imperial family of the Chuyan Empire, ultimately benefiting outsiders. From that point onward, the Chuyan royal family fell into disarray. and the empire came under the dominion of the 10,000 Scorpions sect. The 10,000 Poison scripture was a legacy of the Chuyan royal family's martial arts. Though it was lamentably incomplete, it seemed that the Chuyan Empire had chosen to place their burial site near the eastern region of the Beast Mountains, bordering the Jaimar Empire. As an act of vengeance against those treacherous usurpers, silently, Xiao Jue stored away the 10,000 Poison scripture and the Poison Erosion Demon Hand, leaving only the roar of the Mad Lion and the purple Cloud Wing combat techniques upon the table. Observing that the little medical fairy had only managed to gather a small portion of the herbs, he made his way to the center of the stone chamber. Gazing at the desiccated bones, Xiao Jue declared, "Having taken your possessions, I shall fulfill your final wish, the obliteration of the Chuyan Empire." Having spoken, Xiao Jue extended his hand towards the withered bones, extracting a fragment of a map from within. He approached the stone table, placing the remnant map atop it. With the inclusion of the Wild Lion's Song and the purple Cloud Wings, there were precisely 3 treasures, corresponding to the 3 stone boxes. In truth, Xiao Jue could have easily gathered all these items for himself, withholding them from the little medical fairy. However, he chose to accord her the respect she deserved. At the very least, she should be made aware of the treasures contained within the stone boxes, even if her knowledge was limited to what Xiao Jue permitted her to know. After a while, the little medical fairy approached, cradling over a dozen small vials, which she placed upon the stone platform. Xiao Jue collected them all. "Is this the treasure from the stone boxes?" she inquired, gazing at the items on the table. Xiao Jue nodded, responding, "A fragment of a map, a high-level flight combat technique, and an advanced sound wave combat technique." Flight combat technique? What is that? Chapter 19, Purple Cloud Wings. It was the first time she had heard this name, and the little medical fairy blinked in confusion. She was familiar with attack and defense techniques, as well as movement techniques, but this was her first encounter with a flight combat technique. As the name suggests, this technique allows one to soar through the skies, Xiao Jue explained, marveling at the thought. Flight. Isn't that a talent only attainable by those who are at least doling level? Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy was initially taken aback. Then her face clouded with confusion. In the continent of Dou Qi, only those above the doling rank could hope to achieve short-distance flight, and only upon reaching the Douwang or Douhuang levels could one manifest energy wings through their released Dou Qi, liberating themselves from the Earth's constraints to soar into the clouds. The little medical fairy then asked, "And what about the sound wave combat technique? Is it, as the name implies, a technique that utilizes sound?" Xiao Jue nodded, affirming her assumption. That is indeed correct. Sound interwoven with Dou Qi and spiritual energy is what constitutes the sound wave combat technique. The rock serpent that plummeted from the cliff was slain using my spiritual power. The little medical fairy nodded obediently, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Xiao Jue walked over and gently caressed her face, smiling as he reassured her, "Rest assured, I promise to help you become a Douwang in 3 years." The little medical fairy rolled her eyes, skeptical of Xiao Jue's words, perceiving them to be mere jest. Xiao Jue then stored the items from the table into his spatial ring and proceeded to the scattered treasures and the mountainous pile of gold coins, collecting them all. The system's storage space was boundless, allowing him to gather everything despite the abundance. Later, he planned to visit the imperial capital, where he would sell these treasures at the headquarters of the middle auction house, using the proceeds along with the gold coins to purchase medicinal herbs and magical cores. Approaching the stone door, Xiao Jue paused for a moment, then turned back, digging a hole to bury the withered bones. "You may sit here for a while," he instructed the little medical fairy, before settling cross-legged on the ground. The little medical fairy glanced at the chair where the bones had previously rested, her scalp prickling with unease. She moved to sit beside Xiao Jue, laying out her belongings on the ground before taking a seat. After restoring his vital energy to a normal state, Xiao Jue flipped his palm, and a black scroll materialized in his hand. It was none other than the advanced flight technique, the purple cloud wings. Grasping the scroll with both hands, Xiao Jue licked his lips and untied the meticulously bound strings, unfurling the scroll slowly. As the ebony scroll opened, 2 chillingly dark eagle wings came into view. Although depicted on the scroll, their shape was not large, yet they emanated a subtle warmth, indicating that they were no mere illustration. The wings, dark as night, were adorned with faint purple cloud patterns. Upon closer inspection, they resembled black steel, possessing a distinct metallic quality. The feathers of the wings radiated a gentle warmth. When Xiao Jue blew lightly upon them, his expression shifted in surprise. Under the gentle breeze, the feathers stirred as if they were authentic wings, a truly remarkable sight. As his gaze swept over the wings, Xiao Jue's attention was suddenly drawn to a line of small text beside them. Blinking, he softly recited it aloud. The black flame purple cloud eagle, a 5th-tier flying magical beast, is said to possess a rare bloodline from the ancient phoenix. Its speed ranks among the fastest of all flying beasts. characterized by its cunning and ferocity, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. It dwells solely in the southern regions of the continent, within the cloud of storms. This technique, named eagle wings, also known as purple cloud wings, was developed after 3 years of effort by myself and several friends, who successfully captured one of these beasts and extracted its wings through secret methods, ultimately resulting in this scroll for cultivation. This technique was drawn with my fighting spirit just before my demise and can only accommodate one practitioner. Beware. Xiao Jue caressed the illustration of the eagle wings, his formidable perception allowing him to sense the hidden, malevolent soul within the scroll, the beast spirit of the black flame purple cloud eagle, akin to a spirit of a weapon, which was the essence of this flight technique. Stealing his mind, he placed both palms upon the scroll. Shortly after his hands made contact, a piercing cry resonated, as if it were penetrating his very soul. In the face of Xiao Jue's late-stage spiritual power, the remnants of the purple cloud eagle's soul seemed to vanish without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Xiao Jue's hands once again touched the eagle wings, but this time, he encountered no resistance. The fighting spirit within him began to circulate slowly along the path detailed in the scroll. Moments later, the energy flowed to his arms, gradually converging into his palms. As the energy manifested in his hands, the eagle wings on the black scroll suddenly blazed with brilliance. The purple and black hues intensifying until they transformed into 2 slender beams of light, dashing like lightning into Xiao Jue's palms. Upon entering his body, the 2 slender beams of purple-black light surged rapidly through his meridians. When they reached the meridians along his spine, they abruptly halted, then turned back, forcibly drawing forth 2 exceedingly fine tributaries from the main channel. These tributaries extended from the trunk and gradually ceased upon reaching his spine. The excruciating pain of forcibly opening the meridians caused a fluctuation in Xiao Jue's expression. However, he refrained from struggling or lamenting. If he were to howl over such minor discomfort, how could he possibly endure the trials of refining the foreign flames? Gradually, Xiao Jue's countenance grew serene, as his internal fighting spirit harmoniously surged, venting through the 2 small branches that had diverged. At that moment, a pair of violet wings, each measuring half a foot in length, suddenly materialized behind him. He lifted the little medical immortal and, with a powerful flap of his wings, soared directly out of the cave. Upon emerging from the cave, Xiao Jue found himself atop a cliff, commanding the Flame Lion King to return while he ascended into the sky with the little medical immortal, savoring the sensation of flight. However, it must be noted that flying was quite taxing on his fighting spirit, not only from the exertion of the purple cloud wings, but also from employing his energy to withstand the fierce winds that met them. Upon returning to the valley, Xiao Jue extended his spiritual perception and found no traces of humanity nearby. He then cradled the little medical immortal and soared into the air. Subsequently, Xiao Jue remained in the Monster Beast mountain range for a month and a half, which, when combined with the 10 days prior in the mountain range and 5 days traveling from Utan City to Qingshan Town, marked a passage of 2 months. During this month and a half, Xiao Jue consolidated his realm while practicing the newly acquired advanced Xian-level fighting technique, Roar of the Mad Lion, a soundwave technique that could occasionally yield unexpected results. As a month and a half elapsed, Xiao Jue's strength had not significantly changed. 2 opportunities for system lottery draws had yielded little of value. Only a 3rd-grade Qi condensation pill and a 6th-grade fighting spirit pill. Looking at the little medical immortal, he presented her with one of the pills, assuring her that he would help her become a Dou Wang powerhouse within 3 years. The little medical immortal cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Jue, yet given the numerous pills he had provided her, she found no cause for concern. She poured a pill from the jade bottle, inspected it briefly, and then swallowed it whole. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching pain surged through her, causing her to faint and collapse to the ground. Xiao Jue refrained from carrying her to a bed. Her calamity-poisoned body was awakening, and he had no intention of courting death by touching her. Shortly thereafter, a myriad of colors began to manifest on the little medical immortal's face, which soon became suffused with 7 distinct hues, rendering her appearance quite bizarre. However, it was not long before the colors faded, and when she opened her eyes again, a look of confusion and shock flickered across her features. What just transpired? She wondered, and why has my strength ascended to a 2-star Dou fighter? Xiao Jue remained silent, instead producing 3 scrolls and handing them to her. 7-colored Poison Sutra, True Sutra of 10,000 Poisons, and Corrosive Poison Devil's Hand. Your physique is known as the Calamity Poison Body. The 7-colored Poison Sutra contains an introduction. You may peruse it. Chapter 20, Calamity Poison Body. The little medical immortal nodded and began to leaf through the 7-colored Poison Sutra. Xiao Jue observed her intently until, suddenly, her expression froze, and the scroll slipped from her grasp. Xiao Jue descended from his bed and approached the little medicine fairy, cradling her in his arms as he comforted her. Do not be afraid. I shall remain by your side. The evil poison body does not guarantee death. Are you truly not afraid of me? The little medicine fairy inquired. Xiao Jue replied with a nonchalant smile. The affliction within me is no less terrifying than the evil poison body. Nodding, the little medicine fairy leaned against Xiao Jue's chest. And after a prolonged silence, she spoke. Yet you are a revered alchemist across the continent, while I am merely a despised poison master. An alchemist's wife would also command respect, Xiao Jue countered. Upon hearing this, the little medicine fairy lifted her gaze and earnestly fixed her eyes on him, saying, If I become a formidable force in the future, will you marry me? I have a fiancée. I can be a secondary choice. I have a lover. Am I not your lover at present? Then after I conclude my wedding with her, I shall marry you. Thus, Xiao Jue made a promise to the little medicine fairy, who contentedly embraced him, pressing her face tightly against his chest. Can one trust the words of a scoundrel? Certainly not. Yet a rogue is not synonymous with a scoundrel. Moreover, Xiao Jue was merely infatuated, though not irresponsible. In the tranquility of the valley, their days unfolded leisurely. The little medicine fairy, having cultivated the earth tier technique, the 10,000 poisons true cannon, and possessing the 7-colored poison cannon, saw her strength soar from a 2-star Dou practitioner to an 8-star Dou practitioner over the course of a month. All without a hint of instability or superficiality in her fighting spirit. Even though it was known that the evil poison body required the condensation of a poison pill for survival, lest one face certain death, Xiao Jue could not help but envy such a physique. As a month passed, the system was ready for another draw. Ding. Host may proceed with the draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mysterious map. A map appeared in Xiao Jue's hands, and as he scrutinized it, he felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the treasure's location. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was situated at the border of the Gamma Empire. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Jue stored the map away, planning to visit the site when time permitted. For now, it was nearly time for him to depart from the Monster Mountain Range, having left Utan City for 3 months. And with 3 months remaining until the enrollment at the Xiao Yan Academy, Xiao Jue resolved to return to Utan City with the little medicine fairy. He wished for her to become acquainted with Xiao Yu and the others, so that when they attended Xiao Yan Academy, she could help care for them. Before departing, Xiao Jue asked the little medicine fairy, Sienna, how old are you this year? Age. I am 21. Xiao Jue was momentarily speechless, realizing that the enrollment age for Xiao Yan Academy was below 20. It seemed the little medicine fairy would have to apply as a tutor instead. Thus, he needed to find a way to elevate her strength to that of a great Dou master within the next 3 months, so she would have a chance to become a tutor at Xiao Yan Academy. Glancing at his system panel, he noted that since leaving Utan City as a 7-star Dou master, he had now ascended to a 4-star Great Dou master. When he departed, he left the Flame Lion King in the Monster Mountain Range, within this valley, and did not bring it back with him. The 5th-tier beast appeared in a city of the Gamma Empire, undoubtedly causing a stir throughout the nation, which posed significant challenges to Xiao Jue's plans. Cradling the petite healer, he unfurled his violet wings, soaring towards the direction of Utan City. With his current prowess, he could reach the city before dusk. As they approached Utan City, the healer instinctively shrank closer to him, prompting Xiao Jue to inquire with a smile, What troubles you? With a hint of apprehension, she asked, We are nearing Utan City. What kind of person is your fiancée? Ah, her name is Xiao Yu, and she is quite beautiful, Xiao Jue replied thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, the healer's anxiety intensified, fearing that she might encounter Xiao Yu and face her wrath. Fear not. She will not harm you, Xiao Jue reassured her with a smile. During her stay in Utan City, Xiao Yu had surmised that Xiao Jue had engaged in some rather significant activities. Nodding slightly, the healer composed herself. As Xiao Jue carried her over Utan City, their presence did not go unnoticed. Is that the manifestation of Dou Qi wings? My heavens! Is a Dou Wang powerhouse passing through Utan City? What momentous event is about to unfold? In the smaller towns of the Gamma Empire, a Dou Huang was revered as a deity, while a Dou Wang, in the scarcity of Dou Huang, held an esteemed status akin to that of a Dou Huang in the eyes of the populace. Xiao Jue descended directly into the Xiao family estate. Due to his remarkable speed, only a select few near the estate noticed his arrival, while others presumed that the Dou Wang was merely passing through Utan City. Is this your home? Upon landing, the healer was gently set down and turned to Xiao Jue with curiosity. Indeed, he chuckled. Hard to imagine that I hail from such a family, isn't it? Nodding. She had initially believed Xiao Jue to be a scion of a prominent force within the Gamma Empire. It now appeared that he must have a formidable mentor behind him. Well, after a day of flying, I shall take a rest, Xiao Jue said, stretching and surveying the yard before gesturing towards a room. You may stay here. It is furnished with fresh bedding. A month prior to his departure from Utan City, Xiao Jue had not occupied that small room, but rather resided in a courtyard provided by the elder, which, at Xiao Jue's request, was situated on the outskirts of the Xiao family's ancestral ground. Living there allowed him the freedom to act without drawing excessive attention. And although he had expended little energy physically, he felt mentally drained. Nodding and understanding, the healer entered the room he had indicated to rest. News of Xiao Jue's return spread, as someone recognized the man soaring through the sky, his visage identical to Xiao Jue's, leading to speculation about his identity. However, this information did not circulate immediately. It was only on the following day that the members of the Xiao family became aware of it. Early in the morning, Xiao Yu arrived outside Xiao Jue's courtyard, producing a key to unlock the door, as Xiao Jue had flown directly in, leaving the entrance securely locked. Upon entering, Xiao Yu discovered that the center of the courtyard was devoid of dust, as if it had been blown away to the periphery. This reminded her of the rumors circulating in Wutan City. The renowned Dou Wang, who possessed the ability to transform his fighting energy into wings, bore an uncanny resemblance to young Master Xiao Jue of the Xiao family. A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's lips as she approached the door to Xiao Jue's room, pushed it open, and made her way toward the bedroom. Upon her arrival, she indeed found Xiao Jue sleeping soundly. As she introspected, she observed the swirling energy within her body and the liquid energy surrounding it, prompting a smile to spread across her face. With a reverse water pill, for months of daily practice in medicinal baths, and a condensing qi pill left behind by Xiao Jue, she had ascended to the rank of Dou Master. Thus, it is said that alchemists hold the most esteemed profession on the Dou Qi continent. In merely 5 months since her return to the Xiao family, she had advanced from a 3-star fighter to a 1-star Dou Master, all thanks to Xiao Jue's medicinal aids. Xiao Yu widened her eyes, letting out a sound of confusion. Xiao Jue chuckled. The spirit of an alchemist is exceptionally formidable. Do you truly believe I was unaware of your entrance? However, this time was different. Next door resided the little medical fairy, who was awakened by Xiao Yu's voice. She furrowed her delicate brows and donned her clothing before approaching. Who are you? Xiao Yu inquired of the little medical fairy. What? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock as she turned to gaze at Xiao Jue in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Xiao Yu began to unleash a torrent of expletives. Xiao Jue furrowed his brow slightly, but understood Xiao Yu's current emotional state. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Xiao Jue leaned in for a kiss, and their lips parted. I have heard of you from Xiao Jue. You are indeed Xiao Yu, correct? The little medical fairy asked. What do you wish to convey? Xiao Yu spoke in a halting tone. I believe I possess a clearer understanding of his capabilities than you do, thus you cannot monopolize him, nor can I. Xiao Yu remained silent, unwilling to confront the issue at hand. Chapter 21. The Encounter of Two Women. Xiao Yu asked, aside from us and that Yafei, have you encountered that woman? No, I have not, came the reply. Xiao Yu pressed her lips together, nodded, and closed her eyes, stating, as long as you can render both of us unconscious, you may do as you please, provided you do not abandon us. However, if you lack that ability, then this is the extent of it. I have no objections. The little medical fairy nodded in agreement. In that moment, Xiao Jue felt a sense of provocation and nodded in acknowledgement, but he questioned, by what right do you presume to believe you can triumph over someone who employs underhanded tactics? Unbeknownst to them, a jade vial materialized in Xiao Jue's hand, from which he extracted a pill, allowing the vial to vanish once more. The items in Xiao Jue's possession primarily resided within his system space. The little medical fairy and Xiao Yu, aware of Xiao Jue's identity as an alchemist, remained vigilant of his left hand, specifically the spatial ring adorning it. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Xiao Jue possessed additional storage spaces. Though Xiao Yu and the little medical fairy suspected Xiao Jue might be cheating, they lacked evidence and could only concede defeat, lamenting their earlier failure to keep a closer watch on him. In the days that followed, both the little medical fairy and Xiao Yu avoided Xiao Jue. The news of Xiao Jue's return to Wutan City did not circulate widely. It was merely a suspicion held by a few. Only Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and Yafei sought him out. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders of the Xiao family remained composed, fully aware of Xiao Jue's return, yet they did not approach him. Xiao Jue, for his part, refrained from taking action against Xiao Mei. During this time, she had broken through to the doja level, prompting Xiao Jue to gift her a qi cultivation pill. While he chose not to confront Xiao Mei, Yafei was less fortunate. Recalling the tearful visage she had displayed that day, Xiao Jue felt a twinge of guilt, resolving to compensate her with something of value later on. In the ensuing 2.5 months, Xiao Jue remained in his modest courtyard. With his elixirs and various poisons, the little medical sage advanced from an 8-star Dou Qi to a 9-star Dou Qi. Concurrently, Xiao Jue's own strength escalated from a 4-star Dou Qi to a 7-star Dou Qi. Evidently through the consumption of pills such as the purple heart barrier breaking pill and the 3-patterned azure spirit pill. Throughout this period, Xiao Yu visited him nearly every 3 days. Save for the first week, while Yafei graced him with her presence weekly. However, what astonished Xiao Jue most was Xiao Mei. The young girl visited him daily over these 2 months, displaying remarkable obedience. Pleased with this development, after the first month, he bestowed upon her a 4th-grade elixir. The Wind Spirit Pill, which bore the same effects as the Reverse Water Pill, albeit tailored for cultivators with wind attribute Dou Qi. Xiao Yu later learned of this and nearly incited chaos. But Xiao Jue assured her that he had not taken action against Xiao Mei and even crafted a Wind Spirit Pill for Xiao Ning, which appeased her. Of course, Xiao Yu was not being unreasonable. Over these 2 months, she had, thanks to Xiao Jue's elixirs, advanced 1 star to become a 2-star Dou Qi. Regarding his relationships with Xiao Yu, Yafei, the little medical sage, and Xiao Mei, Xiao Jue did not consider himself a playboy. Rather, he viewed himself as a mere fisherman tending to his catch. Currently, the only individuals in the Xiao family aware of Xiao Jue's presence in Utan City were Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, Xiao Ning, Xiao Suner, Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, and the 3 elders. After 2.5 months, they could no longer contain themselves and approached Xiao Jue. As the Xiao family was facing a significant crisis, following discussions, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders concluded that only Xiao Jue could resolve the issue. Ding! The host is now eligible for a lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have won a 3rd-grade elixir, the Wind-Running Pill. Xiao Jue glanced at the elders seated before him, a twitch of his lips betraying his initial intention to save up for a 10-draw spree. However, the elder's arrival signaled a crisis for the Xiao family. Contemplating the sudden turn of events, Xiao Jue thought that perhaps the lottery would yield something beneficial. Yet he was dismayed to find that he had only acquired a 3rd-grade elixir. I may as well take charge of this matter completely, he mused. A shadow passing through his eyes, his dissatisfaction with the lottery prize necessitated an outlet for his frustration. The Grand Elder has now ascended to the rank of 8-star Great Dou Master. He proposed to accompany the clan leader and 2 elders to annihilate the Gale family, while I would take on the Oba family. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and inquired, the Oba family possesses 2 Great Dou Masters. Although their strongest is merely a 4-star Great Dou Master, they still have several Dou Masters in their ranks. Are you confident in handling them? Xiao Jue nodded, assuring him, rest easy, Grand Elder, the Oba family is but a trifling matter. After a prolonged contemplation, the Grand Elder consented to Xiao Jue's proposal. As the memory of Xiao Jue's earlier battle with Xiao Yan lingered vividly in his mind, they would strike 3 days hence, during which the 3rd brother would lead 2 Dou Masters and 10 high-ranking Dou fighters to assist in the assault on the Oba family. This plan was devised to ensure the Gale family's destruction with minimal losses, granting him the utmost support. Once we vanquish the Gale family, we shall promptly rush to your aid. You need only to delay the Oba family's forces. Xiao Jue refrained from dismissing the assistance, acknowledging that having reinforcements would indeed facilitate the endeavor. Just come to find me in 3 days, he stated. The Grand Elder nodded, yet he did not depart, clearly harboring additional intentions. Xiao Jue, as a 4th-rank alchemist, I wish to procure some medicinal pills to mitigate our clan's casualties during this undertaking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jue nodded and retrieved a jade vial, tossing it to the Grand Elder. Inside are 9 2nd-rank healing pills, known as bone regeneration pills. They are quite effective for treating injuries. Subsequently, he produced another jade vial and handed it to the Grand Elder, saying, this contains 4th-rank beast power pills, which can temporarily elevate one's strength to a level comparable to that of a Dou spirit. The Grand Elder accepted the 2 vials with grave consideration. The bone regeneration pills were intended to lessen the casualties faced by the Xiao clan in this conflict, while the beast power pills were to avert unforeseen incidents. Rest assured, the clan will not let your contributions go unrewarded. Upon the destruction of the Gale and Oba families, you shall be appointed as the 4th elder of the Xiao clan. Is this your means to curry favor with me by offering the title of elder? Xiao Jue mused, yet he paid it little heed, instead stating, I also require the jade fragment left by our ancestors. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Provided we succeed in obliterating the Oba and Gale families, and the Xiao clan secures dominance over Wutan City, I shall grant you the ancestral jade fragment. This piece has been in my possession since Xiao Lin dispersed his soul light, leaving behind a trace of spiritual energy for Xiao Zhan. Given your current talent and prowess, it would be a challenge for me to surpass you. Thus, I see no harm in relinquishing it to you. Xiao Jue smiled, realizing that possessing this shard of the Ancient Emperor's jade would grant him the means to unlock the Ancient Emperor's cave at his whim. Observing this, the Grand Elder rose and declared, in that case, I shall take my leave. Xiao Jue escorted the Grand Elder out, then returned home, exhilarated. He rushed into the room of the little medicinal fairy, but upon seeing her face adorned with a myriad of colors, his enthusiasm waned instantly. With a slight curl of her lips, Xiao Jue moved aside to take a seat. She retrieved some medicinal herbs to concoct a nourishing broth for herself, aiming to bolster her vitality. If she continued in this manner, she would surely become frail in a few years, and Xiao Jue was determined to avoid such a fate. Thus, she frequently prepared elixirs to fortify her constitution. Once she had completed the broth, she took out a bowl and utensils, sitting by the bed to enjoy her meal. Thanks to the addition of some rare spiritual fruit, the concoction was delectably flavorful. After Xiao Jue finished her meal, the little medical sage had already absorbed the poison she had just ingested. The toxins were transformed into a gaseous form by her cursed body, a portion of which subsequently became her poison attribute fighting spirit, enhancing her strength. Chapter 22. A dark and windy night. At that moment, Xiao Jue sensed a shift in the aura surrounding the little medical sage, as if she were on the verge of breaking through to the great fighter realm. Fortunately, she had her advantages. Otherwise, she might have been left behind. Xiao Jue mused internally, then took out a 3-pattern blue spirit pill to aid the little medical sage in her breakthrough. Although the little medical sage possessed extraordinary talent, her foundation was still shallow. Moreover, she had been progressing too rapidly in her cultivation. Should she fail this breakthrough, it would not greatly affect her future cultivation. But the backlash from a failed breakthrough could necessitate a period of stabilization. Without the ability to advance to the great fighter realm, the little medical sage would be unable to attend the Xiao Yan Academy, complicating Xiao Jue's plans to keep her close. To prevent such an outcome, Xiao Jue offered her a 3-pattern blue spirit pill, increasing her chances of success in breaking through to the great fighter realm. As expected, the little medical sage succeeded, advancing from a 1-star fighter to a 1-star great fighter in just 3.5 months, achieving 2 significant breakthroughs. The only side effects would be a potential future outbreak of her cursed body and difficulties in mastering her newfound strength due to her rapid advancement. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. Once at the Xiao Yan Academy, there would be plenty of adversaries in the Black Corner region for her to hone her skills against. As for her safety, apart from the Earth Demon Old Ghost, no one in the Black Corner region dared provoke the Xiao Yan Academy out of fear of reprisals against those who would harm its prodigies. Furthermore, the leader of the Academy's enforcement team, Wu Tianlang, was a Dou Huang expert, instilling fear in the strong of the Black Corner region. After the little medical sage's breakthrough to the great fighter realm, it was only natural that Xiao Jue and she became entwined, indulging in their shared pleasures. Of course, they paused after their initial encounter, embracing one another as they lay resting on the bed. Xiao Jue informed the little medical sage of his plans to take action against the other 2 major families in Utan City in 3 days. She inquired, "Is there anything you need my assistance with?" "Indeed. Accompany me to the Uba family, where you shall be responsible for eliminating the family's Grand Elder. Given your cursed body, combined with Earth Tier techniques and advanced Mysterious Tier fighting skills, slaying a 3-star great fighter who practices a low-level Mysterious Tier technique should pose little challenge." The little medical sage confidently replied, "Why not let me assist you in eliminating the patriarch of the Uba family as well?" Xiao Jue smiled gently, planting a kiss upon her lips, and softly remarked, "Facing 2 Grand Masters simultaneously poses a significant danger. I would not wish for you to be harmed." The little medical fairy blinked her eyes and leaned against Xiao Jue's embrace. Although she harbored a deep-seated dislike for the multitude of women surrounding him, she was acutely aware of Xiao Jue's kindness towards each and everyone. His considerate nature moved her greatly, even though she understood that his affection was not exclusive to her, for she had never before experienced such tenderness from anyone. At that moment, the little medical fairy suddenly expressed, "I wish to journey to the Empire of Chuyun instead of attending the Canaan Academy. I comprehend that your intention in sending me to Canaan Academy is for my own benefit, as it is the foremost institution on the continent where I could effectively control and utilize the poison body. However, in the Empire of Chuyun, I could cultivate my strength at a much faster pace. With my current rate of advancement, coupled with the poison body, I assure you that within 3 years, I can attain the rank of a Dou. Evidently, the little medical fairy's courage and confidence were still somewhat lacking. While Xiao Jue harbored doubts about her potential to become a Dou within 3 years, she was already contemplating achieving the rank of Dou, believing that only in the Empire of Chuyun could she achieve such rapid progress. By then, I will be able to assist you in even greater endeavors. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jue met her gaze, their eyes reflecting calm serenity, yet he remained unyielding. If you attend Canaan Academy, I guarantee that within 3 years you will become a Dou. Your safety is far more paramount than the entirety of the Empire of Chuyun." But Xiao Jue's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. "What further objections can you raise? In half a month's time, the representatives from Canaan Academy will arrive. At that juncture, you shall accompany this year's recruitment mentor to the Canaan Academy." Understood, the little medical fairy nodded in agreement. 3 days swiftly elapsed, And on this dark and windy night, the third elder arrived at Xiao Jue's residence with a group of individuals. However, upon seeing the woman following closely behind the Grand Elder, both Xiao Jue and the little medical fairy were taken aback. The Grand Elder had instructed the third elder to bring 2 Dou masters and 10 high-ranking Dou practitioners to seek out Xiao Jue. Yet he had not anticipated that one of these so-called Dou masters was actually Xiao Yu. Surprised? Xiao Yu inquired of Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue nodded, responding, "I did not expect to see you standing here normally after your return this afternoon." Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and replied, "Even if you intended to use that method to prevent me from participating in today's battle, have you forgotten how many pills you provided me? I must admit, I did forget," Xiao Jue acknowledged candidly, then turned to the third elder, saying, "Let us set forth. We must swiftly eliminate the Uba family to preempt any unforeseen complications. The esteemed alchemist invited by the Jia family is a third-rank alchemist. Should they manage to procure a Dou Ling, we would be in considerable trouble." The corner of the third elder's mouth twitched. The Jiamar Empire had but a limited number of Dou Lings, and it was improbable that one would be summoned. Furthermore, the third-rank alchemist was merely a disciple involved in this affair, perhaps not even viewing the Xiao family as a significant concern. However, he would undoubtedly come to regret this decision. Neglecting the Xiao family, he paid little attention to the situation in Utan City, leading to the demise of his disciple and leaving his alchemical skills without an heir. Although the techniques of a third-tier alchemist may not necessitate a legacy, it was time to depart. The third elder, who had awaited this battle for many years, did not decline Xiao Jue's proposal, nor did he inquire about the identity of the petite healer beside him. Instead, he turned and walked towards the direction of the Yuba family. On this moonless night, filled with treachery and flames, Xiao Jue silently contemplated that after this night, only the Xiao family would remain as the supreme power in Utan City, while the 3 great families would fade into history. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, accompanied by the Grand Elder, the second elder, and a majority of the Xiao family's elite, advanced towards the territory of the Jia family. With a formidable 8-star Dou master, a 5-star Dou master, and a 4-star Dou master leading their ranks, this battle proved unexpectedly effortless. The second elder of the Jia family, Jia Nu, was swiftly eliminated by the 8-star Dou master, leaving only the 4-star Dou master Jia Bai and the Grand Elder of the Jia family, who could hardly stir up a tempest. While the confrontation among the Dou masters unfolded, an intriguing duel was also taking place between 2 men, a youth and a young boy. The young man, appearing to be around 20, was strikingly handsome but bore a pallid complexion. His eyes, now tinged with a hint of madness, fixated on the boy across from him. Having recently ascended to the ranks of a 3-star Dou fighter and trained in advanced profound techniques, he was determined to eliminate Xiao Yan, believing that even if the Jia family were to meet its end, they would take someone down with them. The boy appeared refined, yet harbored a glimmer of murderous intent in his gaze. Compared to the soon-to-be frantic Jia Ao, Xiao Yan remained notably composed. Confident in his ability to defeat Jia Ao, he was not overly anxious. However, given that he was a 1-star Dou fighter facing a 3-star Dou fighter while practicing a low-level yellow-tier technique, a direct confrontation would surely spell his defeat. Fortunately, he had mastered 3 types of profound Dou techniques and possessed advanced profound combat skills. Although Jia Ao was stronger, he likely lacked proficiency in profound techniques. Even if he did, it was probably only at a low level. Standing still, Jia Ao suddenly curled his hands into claw-like shapes, his fingertips gathering a faint azure Dou Qi that coalesced into 10 sharp spikes. With a sinister grin, he unleashed a flurry of attacks towards Xiao Yan, creating a sound that sliced through the air. Sensing the sharp sound that hinted at tearing the atmosphere, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and swiftly swung his left hand towards the ground before him. An invisible force struck the earth, propelling him backward with tremendous force. "Is dodging all you can do, you little rascal?" Jia Ao scoffed disdainfully, his azure-tinged palm clenching tightly before releasing a shockwave that rippled through the air, summoning several faint azure gusts that appeared from thin air. Chapter 23, The Fall of the Jia Family. With a somewhat awkward sidestep to evade Galio's attack, Xiao Yan swiftly retreated, only to find Galio, empowered by his wind-based technique, relentlessly closing in. His hand clenched tightly. A sinister expression adorned his face as he struck fiercely towards Xiao Yan's head. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan had already backed against a wall, leaving him with no escape. Yet, his countenance remained as calm as still water. He exhaled slowly, and a surge of pale yellow energy erupted from his fist, exuding an indomitable ferocity as the two were poised for their inaugural confrontation. Xiao Yan's tightly clenched fist suddenly unfurled, unleashing a sudden and formidable invisible force that struck Galio squarely in the chest. The unexpected attack sent Galio's forward momentum reeling backward. His face paling as panic flickered in his eyes. What kind of technique is this? How bizarre. With an outstretched palm aimed at the retreating Galio, Xiao Yan, with keen precision, seized the opportune moment. Instantly, a tremendous suction force yanked Galio back towards him. In midair, like a ball being tossed around, Galio's fury escalated as he glared at the swiftly approaching Xiao Yan, a cruel smirk forming upon his lips. His right fist clenched tightly, azure energy rapidly coalescing around it, ultimately forming a small vortex, the low-tier, Xin-level technique, Azure Wind Spiral Fist. As his fist ascended, it produced a sharp whistling sound, and the immense pressure of the wind swept away all debris surrounding Xiao Yan. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed the oncoming gale. His expression grew serious. After a brief moment of stillness, he abruptly pivoted, forcefully planting his right foot against the wall. The sheer force left an imprint half an inch deep, and utilizing the wall's rebound, Xiao Yan executed a rapid rotation in midair, his right leg forming an unusual arc of power. At that moment, his once soft pants seemed as solid as steel. 8 extremes collapse. With his lips pressed tightly, Xiao Yan's face hardened. After achieving near-perfect tension in his right leg, he finally met Galio's heavy fist with a resounding strike. At the moment their fists and feet collided, a surge of yellow energy erupted from Xiao Yan's right leg, causing Galio's expression to shift dramatically. Boom. The impact reverberated like distant thunder, radiating from the point of contact. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed sharply, and both Xiao Yan and Galio were propelled backward simultaneously, crashing heavily against the wall. Xiao Yan felt a surge of warmth in his throat and could not suppress the spurt of blood that splattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Galio, who had also fallen, clutched his right hand and rolled on the floor, howling in agony. Yet, a trace of satisfaction flickered across Galio's face as he boasted, "Ha, Xiao Yan, this is where it ends." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, as if something had transpired, but there was no time for contemplation. A shadow materialized beside him, a dagger thrusting towards his chest. The assailant cursed vehemently, lamenting the misfortune of encountering the deranged members of the Xiao family. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yan barely discerned the figure, a somewhat handsome young man, his dagger imbued with a fiery aura. Could he be the alchemist summoned by the Gale family? This thought flickered through Xiao Yan's mind, but time was of the essence, and the dagger was already descending. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced his chest, eliciting a pain scream from Xiao Yan. Fortunately, the thrust, although penetrating, did not reach his heart. "You seek death," a cold voice echoed, as a golden flame manifested, incinerating the assailant, Dou Qi, before he even had a chance to turn around. What? Galio, who had been reveling in the chaos, widened his eyes in shock. But that was the extent of his surprise. A delicate foot appeared before him. Had it been any other time, Galio would have admired it and sought to befriend its owner. However, this time was different. The foot, upon its arrival, aimed a kick at his head. The girl paid no heed to the splattered remnants, hastily rushing to Xiao Yan's side. Noticing the dagger still lodged in his chest, she swiftly extracted it and produced a pill, administering it to him. "Xiao Yan," she called out, her eyes glistening with concern. "Do not move, you are injured." "Yenner, how are you?" Xiao Zhan inquired, having shattered the heart of the Gale family's elder with a single punch, rushing to Xiao Yan's side with urgency. Subsequently, with the aid of the second elder, they vanquished Gale Bai, marking the downfall of the Gale family. Now, only the task remained for Xiao Jue and the others to eliminate the Oba family, the tyrants of Utan City, leaving the Xiao clan as the sole power. The acquisition of the high-tier Xian rank technique, wind rolling technique, and the resources within the alchemist Dou Qi's spatial ring would undoubtedly elevate the Xiao family's strength to new heights. Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon the spatial ring that lay beside him, filled with hesitation. He had begun to grasp the drawbacks of cultivating the burning technique. Glancing down at his chest, he noted the charred wound, evidence that the alchemist summoned by the Gale family practiced a high-tier fire attribute technique. A flicker of uncertainty passed through his eyes, yet he persevered through the pain to retrieve the ring, justifying his actions to himself. "At worst, I can cultivate the burning technique when I encounter again." Meanwhile, on the battlefield against the Oba family, matters progressed even more swiftly. Xiao Jue unfurled the purple cloud wings, soaring into the sky and unleashing the low-tier earth-ranked combat skill, Falling Fire. The moment it struck the heart of the Oba clan's territory, it reduced their stronghold to ruins. As the patriarch of the Uba family, Uba Pa, along with numerous clan members, met their demise on the spot. The remaining members were abruptly awakened, yet the clan's elder was swiftly ambushed and killed by the prepared little medical sage, who employed her sinister poison. Under the leadership of the third elder, a formidable Dou master, those among the Uba family who were strongest, yet still merely Dou masters, faced an overwhelming onslaught and surrendered in a matter of moments. However, the Xiao family did not adhere to a policy of sparing captives. with the exception of the elderly. The weak, and women and children, the rest were executed by the third elder and his men. The surviving elderly and children were either expelled or imprisoned by the third elder, subsequently assigned to clan members as servants. Witnessing the carnage, the little medical sage bit her lip, her gaze clouded with confusion. Xiao Jue seemed to be immersed in the atmosphere, yet Xiao Yu detected the little medical sage's unease. She approached, took her hand, and said, "It is difficult to accept, isn't it?" The little medical sage paused momentarily, then murmured in agreement. Xiao Yu spoke calmly. "Yet this is the norm in the Dou Qi continent, the survival of the fittest, the strong devouring the weak. The weak cannot even control their own lives. Those who died today did so simply because we are stronger than they are. It is a straightforward truth." I heard Xiao Jue mention that you intend to apply for a teaching position at the Xiao Yan Academy. If given the chance, you could join the Academy's enforcement team to hunt down those lawbreakers, and then you will come to understand. The little medical sage asked in confusion. But what if a stronger person seeks to kill us? Xiao Yu maintained her calm demeanor, saying, "Do everything you can to escape from their grasp. Once you grow stronger, seek vengeance. If escape is not possible, then accept your fate." "Thus, I am striving to grow stronger," Xiao Jue interjected as he approached them. He cast a glance at the beastly spirit fire within him and resolutely stated, "There are many powerful beings in this world. We merely need to find a way to become the strongest among them. If you cannot, then trust that I can." With the burning decision in hand, Xiao Jue was inevitably overly confident, especially after outmaneuvering Xiao Yan and winning his affection. He often felt himself to be the protagonist, and with a clear understanding of the script, his confidence bordered on arrogance. Chapter 24, Unification of Utan City. Yet confidence is a virtue, is it not? Let us return home, then. Xiao Yu nodded and walked over to link arms with Xiao Jue. The little medical sage let out a soft huff and took hold of his other arm. After exchanging pleasantries with the third elder, Xiao Jue unfurled his purple cloud wings, cradling his children as they soared towards the Xiao family's abode. Overnight, the tides shifted. The events of this night for the Gailey family and the Uba family mirrored the upheaval that would befall the Spirit and Stone clans decades hence. All under the sudden onslaught of the Soul clan. Much like the Xiao clan of yore, once the foremost of the ancient 8 clans. They too ultimately fell to the hands of Xiao Xian and the Soul Emperor. Xiao Xian, a sinner of the Xiao clan, dared to dream of ascending to the emperor level through the power of his entire clan's bloodline only because of his unparalleled brilliance, ultimately leading to the Xiao clan's decline into the present Xiao family. However, in hindsight, one might perceive fault in everyone. Had Xiao Jue been Xiao Xian, with his lofty pride, would he not dare to undertake such a venture? Even in failure, he could ascend to the realm of the pseudo-Dou Emperor through the meager source energy, and with formidable strength, annihilate the other clans, amass the ancient jade, and unlock the ancient emperor's cave, ultimately achieving the status of Dou Emperor with the imperial-grade elixir. Yet, unexpected occurrences are inevitable. While human endeavor plays a role, destiny ultimately prevails. Particularly after a week had elapsed, Xiao Jue sat in his abode, feigning calmness as he regarded the grand elder seated across from him. Though a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, that was a shard of the ancient emperor's jade. The only known method to ascend to Dou Emperor on the Dou Qi continent was through the unlocking of the ancient emperor's cave. If Xiao Jue were to possess the ancient emperor's jade shard, the potential to access the cave would hinge upon his influence. The grand elder cautiously extracted an antiquated box from his robes, unveiling within it a verdant jade fragment, at the center of which a luminous point glided gently, as if imbued with spirit. With meticulous care, the grand elder scrutinized the jade fragment before exclaiming, "This piece was left by the ancestors of the Xiao family. Each clan leader has imbued it with a fragment of their soul's essence. Upon the leader's demise, the wandering light will dissipate. Typically, this jade is held by the grand elder, but now that you are the 4th elder of the Xiao family, and given your status as the strongest among us, a 4th-tier alchemist, perhaps you might uncover something within it. After all, that fellow Xiao Lin could not leave even a trace on it, despite exerting his utmost effort." With that, the grand elder carefully returned the jade to its box, sealing it before presenting it to Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue accepted the box, storing it within the confines of his system space, and quickly glanced at the system panel. Upon seeing the shard of the ancient emperor's jade, he erupted into hearty laughter, prompting the grand elder to pause momentarily before breaking into a rueful smile. It appeared that Xiao Jue had discovered some peculiar aspect, as the grand elder had merely regarded it as a resilient object over the decades. If Xiao Jue were to glean any fortune from it, that would indeed be splendid. "The item has been delivered. I shall take my leave. The family is currently burdened with numerous affairs, while you, the 4th elder, seem to enjoy leisure, leaving the rest of us to labor more diligently." With that, the grand elder rose to depart, his eyes glinting with mirth. The Xiao family had eradicated the Jali and Oba clans, acquiring their entire resources, along with their territories and marketplaces. The Xiao family's advancement would undoubtedly accelerate. As the Grand Elder, he might even leverage the resources obtained from vanquishing the two clans to ascend to the rank of Dou Spirit. As for the additional responsibilities, his sole current obligation was to break through to Dou Spirit, entrusting the management of family affairs to Xiao Yan and the other two elders. In recent days, the Grand Elder had been busy transforming his cultivation technique into the advanced Xiantier technique, the Wind Whirlwind method. The tale of the demise of two prominent families has been fervently circulating in Utan City for over a week. Yet, as the fickle nature of the populace dictates, their attention has gradually shifted to another significant event, the enrollment of Canaan Academy. Esteemed as one of the premier institutions of higher learning on the Dou Qi continent, Canaan Academy stands as a sacred place in the hearts of countless youths. Gaining admission to this illustrious academy almost guarantees a prosperous future, enabling graduates to return home in triumph, while also making them coveted assets sought after by various factions. Nestled at the confluence of the Gamma Empire and the borders of two other great empires, Canaan Academy has effectively transformed into a small sovereign entity within this neutral zone. Conventionally, one would expect the three empires to take a vested interest in such a neutral power for the fear that it might be swayed by adversaries, thereby posing a significant threat to the imperial frontiers. However, this is contingent upon the assumption that the neutral power is weak. In contrast, as Canaan Academy's strength has burgeoned to a level where it can contend with the three empires, they have chosen to remain passive, allowing the academy to thrive like a colossal dragon perched at the empire's edge, too formidable to provoke. Through years of development, Canaan Academy has not only ascended to become a renowned institution, but has also cultivated a reputation bolstered by subtle collaborations with the royal families of the three empires. This has significantly enhanced its prestige among the populations of the empires. The long-standing peace maintained between the rivaling empires for nearly a century owes much to the Academy's clandestine role in mediating and restraining conflicts. Consequently, the renown of Canaan Academy continues to flourish within the three empires. Each year, a multitude of instructors are dispatched to recruit exceptionally gifted students from within their realms. The royal families of the three empires unanimously endorse this initiative, recognizing that the Academy does not operate as a sect and imposes minimal constraints. Most graduates, having achieved academic success, tend to return to their respective nations, thereby indirectly strengthening their national power, an endeavor the royal families are unlikely to reject, provided they possess a modicum of wisdom. In a few days, the enrollment instructors from Canaan Academy are expected to arrive in Utan City, prompting a shift in focus from the events surrounding the downfall of the two families. The Academy's admissions prioritize talent over social standing. Without the requisite aptitude, one may find it difficult to breach the threshold of opportunity. However, exceptions exist, should one possess substantial backing from a powerful faction. Canaan Academy would not shy away from welcoming an affluent student who contributes significantly to their coffers. Thus, within Utan City, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation for the impending enrollment by Canaan Academy. Even the young beggars and thieves have begun to eagerly anticipate the arrival of the enrollment mentors. Should fortune smile upon them, they would have the chance to escape the disdainful confines of their lowly professions and emerge as respected fighters. Fueled by this fervor, the atmosphere in Utan City has become more vibrant than during festive seasons, with individuals stationed daily at the city gates, waiting with bated breath. With only a few days remaining until the enrollment at Canaan Academy, the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, along with several elders, has intentionally set aside time to guide the family disciples, hoping they might gain admission to the academy. However, the second and third elders are still occupied with familial affairs, as the benefits gained from the eradication of two major families must be addressed within a month. Consequently, the second elder entrusted his granddaughter, Xiao Mei, to Xiao Jue for training. Presently, Xiao Mei stands at the pinnacle of a 4-star fighter, on the verge of breaking through to 5 stars. Originally, Xiao Mei had her cultivation methods revoked after the adult ceremony due to the elixirs and energy concentrating powders that Xiao Jue had prepared for her. She was subsequently bestowed with the family's highest level cultivation technique, the mid-level Xian rank Furious Lion's Fury. In Chapter 25, concerning the enrollment at Canaan Academy, Xiao Mei, having received a Qi cultivation pill and a Wind Spirit pill from Xiao Jue, successfully advanced to a 4-star fighter. Following the recent downfall of the Gale family, her cultivation method was upgraded to the high-level Xian rank Windstorm technique, enhancing her fighting spirit and bringing her closer to the 5-star fighter threshold. With the enrollment at Canaan Academy imminent, Xiao Mei learned from Xiao Yu that the admissions would be classified by rank, with 5-star fighters being the highest tier. Thus, she hoped Xiao Jue would assist her in achieving this status. After rolling her eyes for a moment and swallowing hard, Xiao Jue produced a jade vial and placed it on the table, stating, "This contains a second-tier Qi cultivation pill, which you have consumed before. Given your current strength, taking it will allow you to break through to a 5-star fighter. The Qi cultivation pill enhances the strength of fighters, capable of elevating one's rank by 1 star. Akin to the purple heart barrier breaking pill that enhances the abilities of great fighters. Each individual may only consume it twice, as subsequent use would lead to resistance, nullifying the pill's efficacy." Previously, Xiao Jue had given Xiao Mei 1 Qi cultivation pill, and with this second one, she would have consumed the permitted 2. Being the granddaughter of the second elder, she undoubtedly acquired the low-level wind attribute Xian rank combat skill Green Wind Fist from the destruction of the Gale family. Once she enters Canaan Academy, armed with a high-level Xian rank technique and a low-level combat skill, Xiao Mei is sure to excel among the new students. "Thank you, Cousin Xiao Jue," Xiao Mei expressed joyfully. A few days later, the day of enrollment for Canaan Academy finally arrived. Although the recruitment team was stationed in Utan City, their responsibilities extended to several surrounding cities. Consequently, when Xiao Jue and his companions made their way to the designated square for enrollment, they were taken aback by the seemingly endless throngs of people. The vast square was filled with a cacophony of voices as countless young individuals desperately surged toward the center. Were it not for the troops dispatched by the city lord's office maintaining order at the borders of the square, the fervent crowd would have likely disregarded all restraint and surged forward. Staring blankly at the sea of humanity, Xiao Mei, who accompanied Xiao Jue, finally broke the silence. Expressing her frustration, "Cousin, what should we do?" In contrast, Xiao Yu and the little medicine fairy maintained a calm demeanor. They were already aware of the relationship between Xiao Mei and Xiao Jue. Thankfully, they had not yet crossed any significant boundaries, which was the only consolation they could find. "The person in charge of this enrollment in Utan City is my mentor. As her favored disciple, I naturally have a way," Xiao Yu declared with a bright smile. Raising her hand, "Follow me." However, among the group, only Xiao Jue, Xiao Yu, the little medicine fairy, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Ning were present. They had not brought Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan along. Xiao Jue called out to Xiao Suner, but she insisted on accompanying Xiao Yan. Reluctantly, Xiao Jue accepted this arrangement and allowed them to join the queue. The group followed Xiao Yu around the enormous square, eventually coming to a halt at the western side. This area was positioned at the rear of the square, where a heavily armed battalion formed several layers of defense, their gleaming weapons reflecting blinding rays of sunlight. After surveying the imposing guard, Xiao Yu turned to her companions and issued a brief reminder before stepping forward alone. She retrieved a green token from her pocket and engaged in a quiet conversation with a soldier resembling an officer. After a moment, she beckoned Xiao Jue and the others to approach. The middle-aged officer cast a piercing gaze over the group, scrutinizing them closely before finally waving his hand and commanding, "Let them pass." At the sound of his authoritative voice, the rigid wall of armored soldiers responded with a synchronized clanking of armor, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for passage. Gratefully smiling at the middle-aged officer, Xiao Yu tucked the green token away and proceeded to lead the way through. As the others followed Xiao Yu into the passage, they immediately felt a chill against their skin. The expressionless soldiers surrounding them exuded a subtle scent of blood, which was overwhelming for Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei, who had never encountered such a scene before. The little medicine fairy, accustomed to entering the Monster Mountain range during her time in Qingshan Town, took it in stride. As for Xiao Jue, one could hardly expect a pharmacist with late-stage mortal realm spiritual power to be intimidated by the murderous aura of mere ordinary soldiers. Though the distance was a mere 10 meters, it felt insurmountably long for the group. As the final step was taken, a chill of cold sweat enveloped the palms of the onlookers. Observing the pale faces of Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei behind him, Xiao Yu turned to the middle-aged officer, speechless, and remarked, "Senior Ku, are you intentionally putting us through this?" With a chuckle, the officer replied, "This is a directive from Mentor Roland. If you wish to take shortcuts, you must endure some trials. You have performed admirably. My subordinates are all seasoned warriors who have slept beside corpses. Those with even a slight wavering of resolve would falter halfway through." A flicker of amusement appeared on the officer's otherwise stoic face as his gaze swept over Xiao Yu and the others, ultimately resting on the composed Xiao Jue and the little medical sage, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. It seems Mentor Roland may be fortunate to have some commendable students this time. With a dismissive wave towards the middle-aged officer, Xiao Yu hurriedly led the somewhat shaken Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning into the depths of the plaza. Upon reaching the center, a vast green canopy came into view, revealing a sea of people outside. Occasionally, groups of young men and women who had successfully passed their tests could be seen joyfully making their way into the plaza through various passages. Where, as they approached the grand canopy, a woman's laughter rang out, and a flash of red quickly dashed towards them. With a cheerful grin, she embraced Xiao Yu, playfully teasing. "Let me see if you've gained weight. Get off me." Xiao Yu laughed as she pushed the girl away, turning to introduce her companions. "This is my dear sister from Canaan Academy, Xue and I, a 4-star fighter." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jue turned his gaze to the young woman clad in red. Her slightly charming face was adorned with a radiant smile, and her brown hair was casually tied in a ponytail, with a slender waist. Though her beauty might not surpass that of Xiao Yu, her striking figure was undeniably alluring to men. In the brief moment of introduction, Xiao Jue noticed that many of the young individuals who had passed the test were gazing at her with the same interest he felt. Xiao Yu affectionately held Xuan Ni's hand, and their expressions revealed a deep bond between them. "They are all my kin. This is Xiao Mei, quite remarkable. But she already has someone she likes. And this is my younger brother, Xiao Ning." As her gaze shifted to Xiao Jue, Xiao Yu leaned in closer to Xue and I, whispering, "He is my husband." "What?" Xue and I exclaimed in astonishment, causing those nearby to overhear her exclamation. Xiao Yu quickly hushed her. All right. No need to make such a fuss. I only learned about my engagement upon returning home." Xue and I, somewhat bewildered, nodded and then embraced Xiao Yu, playfully pecking her cheek before teasing. "You haven't been thoroughly devoured, have you?" Xiao Yu replied softly, her cheeks flushed. "What did you say?" Xue and I asked, incredulous. Xiao Yu coyly responded, "Oh, don't ask so many questions. Otherwise, be careful, I might bully you when we get back to the academy." Xue and I, feeling quite aggrieved, remarked, "It seems that our dear Yuer has grown significantly more confident since acquiring a little suitor, to the point of wanting to strike others." This indeed appeared to be the case. A shimmering layer of battle aura enveloped Xiao Yu, and her fingers playfully lifted Xuan Ni's chin. Chapter 26, Exceptional Talent Xiao Jue. Heavens! A battle aura garment, a formidable battle master, so young yet already a combatant with the potential to become a battle king. Many present were struck with awe, while Xue and I, caught in Xiao Yu's playful grip, was utterly stunned. Hadn't Xiao Yu returned home 8 months ago as merely a 3-star combatant? And now she had transformed into a true warrior? Wow, Yuer, do tell me, what miraculous elixir have you consumed? Xue and I eagerly inquired. Xiao Yu withdrew her hand shyly and replied, "Oh, just some 3rd and 4th grade elixirs, combined with a few rare medicinal herbs to create a medicinal bath." Xuan Ni's expression froze, and after regaining her composure, she shifted the topic, asking Xiao Yu, "And who is that woman in the white dress with an exceptionally slender waist?" Xiao Yu cast a furtive glance at the little medical sage and then at Xiao Jue, before responding to Xue and I, "She is a woman my husband supports. One of my sisters." Xue and I was left utterly speechless. Xiao Yu is actually sharing a man with another woman? If her admirers were to learn of this, they would likely be devastated. Xue and I, feeling at a loss for words, commented, "Tisk, apart from that red hair, there doesn't seem to be anything remarkable about her." Xiao Yu immediately retorted, "He is still a month shy of 17, yet he is already a great battle master, not to mention a 4th grade alchemist." "What?" Xue and I exclaimed in astonishment. "No wonder he appears exceptionally talented. He is indeed a 4th grade alchemist?" Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, saying, "Otherwise, do you think I could afford 4th grade elixirs?" Xue and I licked her lips and asked Xiao Yu, "Does this gentleman prefer ample bosoms? I believe I could qualify. Get lost." Of course, Xue and I was merely jesting. After all, the matter of whether Xiao Jue was truly a 4th grade alchemist was still debatable. Furthermore, even if he were, given his youth and the prideful nature of Xue and I, she wouldn't stoop to seek his favor. All right, to be frank, if she were to approach him, it would not be seen as seeking favor, but rather as seeking support. At that moment, Xue and I suddenly recalled something and turned her head with a smile, saying, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, that fellow Rob is among the recruitment team as well, and on the way here. I heard he has advanced to a 4-star combatant." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's previously cheerful countenance darkened, and she impatiently remarked, "Why on earth is that annoying fellow here? Isn't it to see our beautiful Xiao Yu? He has been thinking of you day and night throughout the journey," Xue and I teased. "Not to worry. Such a scoundrel will never leave Wutan City alive," the little medical sage said with a smile. Though she was a healer, she was also a poison master. With her current strength as a 2-star great battle master, it would be exceedingly easy for her to eliminate a 4-star combatant without a trace. Xuani's lips twitched slightly at this notion, but considering Xiao Yu's strength, she cleverly chose not to pursue the topic further. Xiao Yu hastily interjected, "All right, let us swiftly seek out our mentor." As she spoke, she walked over and embraced Xiao Jue's arm, causing Xue and I to roll her eyes in exasperation before leading the way ahead. As the group approached the verdant tent, they observed over a dozen individuals, both male and female, gathered in small circles, engaged in lively conversation. Their relaxed demeanor suggested they, like Xue and I, were students of Canaan Academy. Beyond the shade, more than 20 young men and women sat on the ground under the blazing sun, their faces glistening with sweat due to the sweltering heat. Yet their expressions were marked by a sense of restraint, indicating they were likely fresh entrants who had just passed the preliminary tests. Inside the tent, several chatting girls suddenly lifted their gazes towards the approaching Xiao Yu and her companions, their faces lighting up with delight. A group of women rushed forward, surrounding Xiao Yu, their laughter ringing out in a cheerful cacophony. "Oh, please, could you all be a bit more composed?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, bemused as she pushed away a few overly affectionate friends. "You filled out quite a bit in the past 2 months. Do confess, is it true?" teased a beautiful girl, her hand playfully brushing against Xiao Yu's chest before resting on her fragrant shoulder. Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow, noting that Xiao Yu seemed to have garnered some attention from her peers at Canaan Academy. "Get away, you seductress. Don't act so brazenly in my presence," Xiao Yu exclaimed, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she pushed away the girl in her arms, only to see another one preparing to leap towards her. Quickly, she stepped back. At that moment, someone noticed Xiao Jue and cheerfully remarked to Xiao Yu, "Hee, what a handsome young man. Where is this your cousin? Not a brother, I presume? Do confess, have you pilfered from your own stash?" Hearing such bold inquiries made in front of the parties involved caused Xiao Yu's face to redden. What could she do? After all, the woman had hit the nail on the head. "Wow, could it be that I guessed correctly?" the woman said, leaning closer to Xiao Yu with a mischievous grin. "Indeed, you are correct," Xiao Jue responded, stepping forward to pull Xiao Yu closer, capturing her lips in a kiss. The woman gasped, her lips parting in shock at the scene, while Shui and I, who had ushered Xiao Jue and the others in, quickly added, "He is Yuer's fiancé." According to her, he is a grand fighter and a fourth-tier alchemist. Xiao Yu hurriedly attempted to extricate herself from Xiao Jue's embrace, but even so, she remained ensconced in his arms. "Xiao Yu, it has been a while," a male voice suddenly interjected amidst the stunned silence. Turning towards the sound, they saw a young man clad in a grayish-white robe standing behind them, his face adorned with a broad smile. He was quite handsome, though the brightness of his smile seemed somewhat insincere. Xiao Yu's initial shyness gradually faded as she turned to face him, wrapping her arms around Xiao Jue's waist. And with a casual glance at the young man, she replied, "Rob, it's been some time." He, with a smile and a nod. The youth known as Rob glanced casually at the hands entwined between the two individuals, and his gaze towards Xiao Jue briefly flickered with a hint of coldness and anger. "Hee, are these the ones you brought along?" Rob inquired with a smile as he stepped forward. "I brought them for the test," Xiao Yu replied, nodding in acknowledgement, granting Rob a measure of respect. "Are all 4 of them to be tested?" Rob asked. "Only those 2. Xiao Jue indicated toward Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei. Xiao Yu quickly interjected, "What about you 2? I must remain in the Jiamar Empire for certain reasons. Within 2 years, I will seek you out at Canaan Academy. As for Xiener, she is slightly over the age limit. I plan to have her apply for a mentor position." "Must you leave?" Xiao Yu asked. Her lips pressed together in reluctance. Although Xiao Jue sometimes bullied them, he was also quite kind, and perhaps she had developed feelings for him. Or perhaps she had simply grown accustomed to his presence. "Once we arrive at the academy, Xiener can accompany you," Xiao Yu reassured them. "I will leave some elixirs for you, and hopefully, by the time Xiener becomes an elder of the academy, you will also be admitted to the inner court." Such was the essence of hope, to become inner court disciples of Canaan Academy when the little healer ascended to the rank of Dou Wang. Yet, Xiao Yu understood the prodigious talent of the little healer, who had advanced from an 8-star fighter to a 2-star great fighter in merely 3 months. Thus, she found no fault in Xiao Jue's assertions. "Very well," Xiao Yu said, embracing Xiao Jue and bestowing a soft kiss upon him. Meanwhile, Rob observed with barely concealed intensity, his eyes wide. The little healer smiled outwardly, yet within, she had already poisoned the atmosphere. She was no longer the innocent figure she once was. Thus, it seemed prudent to eliminate those who coveted her sister. "Xiao Yu, let us proceed with their testing," Rob suggested, taking a deep breath, his smile returning, though a shadow lingered in his eyes. He retrieved a fist-sized red crystal ball from his pocket, raising it with a grin. "Just now, Mentor Roland provided me with a testing crystal. Let us see how they fare. The other testing crystals have already been taken to the examination corridor. If they do not use mine, they will have to wait a while longer." Seeing this, Xiao Yu nodded and addressed Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei. "This testing crystal is quite simple. As long as your strength reaches the 8th level of Dou Qi, it will illuminate automatically, indicating that you have passed the preliminary test." Chapter 27, The Dou Wang Stronghold? Even as their lips parted, Xiao Yu continued to embrace Xiao Jue's arm. Observing her obedient demeanor, Rob's grip on the crystal ball tightened significantly. Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning stepped forward, their hands hovering momentarily over the crystal ball. Once it began to glow, they retreated. "Rest assured, if you had not reached the passing threshold, I would not have taken the liberty of bringing you in," Xiao Yu remarked calmly as she watched the 4 succeed. "Hee, it's not that I do not trust you. It is merely the established protocol. With an apologetic smile directed at Xiao Yu, Rob carefully stored away the crystal ball. He gestured towards the men and women sitting on the ground under the scorching sun and said to Xiao Yan and the others, "Congratulations on passing the preliminary test. Now, I kindly ask you to remain outside for half an hour." "What do you mean by this, Rob?" Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yu raised her delicate brows and coldly rebuked him. "Xiao Yu, as a seasoned student, you should be aware of the admission rules," Rob replied with a chuckle. "New students today tend to be increasingly impetuous, so it is beneficial to temper their enthusiasm during the admission process, ensuring a smoother experience in the academy." "Humph, Rob, you may say this to those ignorant newcomers, but I have no intention of allowing you to impose these ridiculous rules on those I brought," Xiao Yu retorted icily. "This is the rule." Rob's lips twitched as he felt a surge of irritation and resentment at Xiao Yu's public reprimand. "Rob, you ought to refrain from causing trouble. You know these rules are merely optional. There's no need to escalate the situation," the surrounding women remarked, unable to tolerate his authoritative demeanor. "My apologies. They passed the test under my supervision, so according to the regulations, I must oversee them for the time being," Rob said brightly, observing Xiao Yu's growing anger. He abruptly changed his tone. "Since you insist, let it be." However, he then turned to Xiao Jue and the little physician, asking, "But what are the two of them here for? Since they are not here to enroll, I believe it is best to ask them to leave." "Step aside. Xiao Jue and the others will not leave. They are here for a purpose, and I will personally speak with Mentor Roland, so you need not meddle." With a poised stride, Xiao Yu positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Jue, her voice icy. "Oh, Rob, it seems you have encountered a bit of a predicament here." A group of young men suddenly emerged from the shadows of the tent, grinning. "Not at all. It's just that these two are not here to enroll and refuse to depart," Rob replied casually as he finished packing the crystal ball. "Hey, it's been a while since we've seen such an audacious new student. Rob, do you need our assistance?" A young man adorned with a gold star on his chest grinned at Rob, his expression laced with a hint of flattery. Nodding with a smile, Rob glanced at Xiao Yu, whose face had darkened, a flicker of triumph crossing his eyes. "Your mentor must be a grandmaster, right?" Xiao Jue suddenly inquired of Xiao Yu. What do you intend to do?" Xiao Yu was taken aback and quickly warned Xiao Jue, "My mentor treats me very well. Please do not act recklessly." "How could that be?" Xiao Jue rolled his eyes. He was also somewhat intrigued by that gentle woman. Even if she were not Xiao Yu's mentor, he certainly would not resort to violence. Xiao Jue produced a jade vial, smiling as he said, "But since she is a grandmaster, she should be able to enhance her strength with the purple heart barrier breaking pill and the 3-patterned blue spirit pill. I believe she would require such high-grade elixirs, wouldn't she?" Rob appeared momentarily stunned, yet observing Xiao Jue's demeanor. He could not discern the truth of his words and opted to remain watchful. However, who would have thought that his subordinate could not contain himself any longer and leaped forth, declaring, "Do you possess the 3-patterned Qingling pill and the purple heart barrier breaking pill? Such 4th-grade elixirs are beyond the reach of individuals like yourselves. You likely do not even have a single pill to your name. And who might you be?" Xiao Jue inquired of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu snorted coldly and replied, "Gala, Rob's sycophant, a 1-star Dou fighter." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jue exchanged a knowing glance with the little medicine fairy, who nodded in understanding. "What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Although Xiao Jue's tone was relatively gentle, his subsequent actions caused both Rob and Gala to feel a sinking sensation in their hearts. Suddenly, a pair of violet wings unfurled from Xiao Jue's back, a manifestation of Dou Qi that signified a Dou Wang level of power within the Dou Qi continent. It is easy to imagine the deep regret that filled Rob and Gala for provoking such a formidable individual. Naturally, individuals of their ilk had never even witnessed, let alone heard of, flying Dou techniques. "You may all rise," Xiao Jue said with a smile to the new students crouching on the ground. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Xiao Ning. It was evident that Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei would not involve themselves in such matters. "Brother-in-law, I will take it from here. The rest is up to you." At the Canaan Academy, there exists an unwritten rule. Those who meet the admission criteria are generally considered to possess considerable talent. Such individuals, accustomed to a life of privilege in their own small territories, rarely experience mockery or ridicule. Entering the Canaan Academy, where exceptional talents abound, with such a mindset can easily lead to conflict, resulting in unnecessary troubles. Therefore, it is a pragmatic necessity to ensure that new students clearly understand their standing and temper their youthful exuberance during the admissions process. This unwritten rule is upheld even by some of the Academy's mentors, thus ensuring its continuity over the years. In this moment, Xiao Jue's seemingly insignificant kindness, amplified by his status as a Dou Wang, would resonate profoundly. Even if he did not attend the Canaan Academy, this goodwill would extend to those in his proximity. Presently, Xiao Ning's strength surpassed that of Xiao Mei by 1 star, He was a 6-star Dou fighter, 2 years older than Xiao Mei. Before Xiao Jue assisted them in enhancing their abilities, Xiao Ning had already surpassed Xiao Mei in strength. Additionally, Xiao Yu had given Xiao Ning a drop of the spiritual liquid that Xiao Jue had concocted for her medicinal bath, leading to a swift enhancement in Xiao Ning's capabilities. Through the medicinal bath, Xiao Ning's innate talent saw slight improvement. Prior to his enrollment at Canaan Academy, Xiao Jue would provide him with additional elixirs. Given Xiao Ning's current talent and the cultivation techniques he practiced, combined with the elixirs from Xiao Jue, he would, barring unforeseen circumstances, undoubtedly command respect in the outer academy, thereby alleviating some troubles for Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. The sole reason Xiao Jue extended such assistance to Xiao Ning was that he was Xiao Yu's brother. Before the revelation of Xiao Jue's engagement to Xiao Yu, he had maintained a good rapport with Xiao Jue, and now, as Xiao Jue's brother-in-law, their relationship naturally deepened. Thank you, my lord. In the distance, those freshly inducted individuals, who obediently accepted the rules, displayed expressions of joy as they helped one another to their feet. Many of them cast grateful glances toward Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue chose silence, retracting the purple cloud wings from his back. Should he not do so? The moment Xiao Yu's mentor appeared, he would undoubtedly be recognized for his aerial combat skills, and his prestige would plummet. At that moment, a gentle voice, tender enough to soften hearts, resonated within the tent, accompanied by a light laugh. Hee, this little one possesses quite the talent. It seems I have stumbled upon a gem this time. The unexpected voice, imbued with a sweetness that could intoxicate, rendered many speechless. Following the source of the voice, Xiao Jue beheld a woman in green, gracefully standing in the shadows of the tent. Her beautiful visage was adorned with a warm smile, and her gentle gaze, akin to a tranquil stream flowing serenely through one's heart, captivated those present, drawing them into her unique charm. The woman appeared slightly older than Xiao Yu and her peers, her curvaceous form exuding a mature allure honed by the passage of time, an organic elegance far surpassing the naive charms of Xiao Yu and her companions. Xiao Jue's eyes swept over the woman. Though in terms of mere beauty, she might slightly pale in comparison to Xiao Yu, her unadulterated grace filled him with astonishment. The woman embodied the endearing notion of femininity, akin to water, in its most profound essence. Chapter 28, The Grading of Potential. After the woman's arrival, Xiao Jue noticed that some of the young scholars within the tent had their gazes ignited with an unexpected fervor directed towards her, suggesting a burgeoning infatuation. Even Rob Go, who had moments earlier been lost in fear, was now fixated on the woman, seemingly oblivious to the dread Xiao Jue had instilled in them. This phenomenon intrigued Xiao Jue. It appeared these individuals harbored a secret admiration for the woman. This was hardly surprising, as younger individuals often found themselves drawn to more mature women. One might call it a preference for mature charm. Mentor Roland, Ewer has missed you dearly. Upon spotting the gentle woman within the tent, Xiao Yu exclaimed in delight and rushed forward, joyfully embracing her seemingly ample, yet not ungraceful waist. Hello, did you enjoy your holiday? The gentle woman, known as Mentor Roland, responded with a beaming smile, holding Xiao Yu close. Quite well, Xiao Yu replied playfully, teasingly nibbling on Mentor Roland's delicate earlobe. You are becoming ever more tender. At this rate, any man who catches your eye will surely find himself ensnared in this softness. A faint blush adorned her cheeks. Mentor Roland shook her head in playful resignation, affectionately patting Xiao Yu's head before turning to Xiao Jue and the others, raising her chin slightly. Are these your companions? They seem quite promising. Indeed, Xiao Yu declared proudly, puffing her chest with a sense of accomplishment. Xiao Yu tilted her head and shot a fierce glance at Rob, whispering her grievances. That fellow is becoming increasingly arrogant. Who prompted you to provoke him intentionally? You are well aware of his feelings for you. Being so affectionate with other men in front of him is bound to incite his anger. Instructor Roland sighed in resignation. This will only intensify my dislike for him, Xiao Yu retorted with a pout. Is that not true, Instructor Roland? Xiao Jue approached with a smile, inquiring curiously of her. Are you also a freshman this year? Although Xiao Jue quickly retracted his purple cloud wings, Instructor Roland had already caught a glimpse of them. While she could not discern whether it was a flight technique or a manifestation of fighting spirit, she preferred to believe it was the former. Before Xiao Jue could respond, someone interjected. Instructor, he is Ewer's husband and a 4th-tier alchemist. He has already consumed all your students. You scoundrel! Xiao Yu exclaimed, her face flushed, as she lunged toward Xuerenai, and the two women began playfully tussling without a care for their surroundings. All right, enough of this, Instructor Roland said with a single command, causing the two to cease their playful brawl, a testament to her authority among the students. I am Xiao Jue, he introduced himself, adding, consider me Ewer's fiancé for now, we have yet to wed. If I am not mistaken, Instructor Roland, you must be a grandmaster. With that, Xiao Jue tossed a jade vial toward Instructor Roland. However, caught off guard by Xue Ni's mention of him being a fourth-tier alchemist, the vial slipped and inadvertently fell into her bosom. Instructor Roland's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly retrieved the vial. Her gaze flitting between Xiao Jue and the object in her hand, she asked, "What does this mean?" Inside is a fourth-tier elixir, the purple heartbreaking barrier pill, which can aid grandmasters in breaking through to a higher tier. Upon hearing this, Instructor Roland furrowed her brow, perplexed by Xiao Jue's intentions, while Xue and I cast a sympathetic glance at Rob and Dou Qi. Given Xiao Jue's prior comments, it was evident that his aim was to trouble the two, though it remained uncertain how far he intended to go. "I have a minor conflict with two of your students, Instructor Roland, and I hope you will take action to rectify this situation, thereby ridding Canaan Academy of such detrimental elements." Instructor Roland frowned, her reluctance apparent as she replied, "They are my students. If they have erred, I will apologize on their behalf. Their nature is not inherently bad. They may have acted out of impulse." At her words, both Rob and Dou Qi involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, thankful to be under Instructor Roland's tutelage. Under different circumstances, with another instructor, they would surely have faced expulsion. Yet, Xiao Jue pressed on, "Instructor Roland, within that vial are two purple heartbreaking barrier pills, capable of elevating your strength from a 5-star Grandmaster to a 7-star Grandmaster. I believe a trade of one pill for one individual should be agreeable." To his surprise, Instructor Roland still declined his offer, returning the precious vial to Xiao Jue, stating, "Such a valuable elixir should be kept by you. Please refrain from making such suggestions again." Xiao Jue did not take the jade bottle. Instead, he proposed, "How about this, Mentor Roland? I shall exchange 2 students with extraordinary potential for the expulsion of the 2 in question." Mentor Roland instinctively inclined to refuse. But upon hearing the mention of 2 students with exceptional potential, she cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Jue. He reiterated, "I will offer 2 students of remarkable potential in exchange for their expulsion. How about we register this on site?" Upon hearing Xiao Jue's words, Rob and Dou Qi exchanged glances. Rob's eyes were filled with concern, while Dou Qi's were rife with disdain. Perhaps this exemplified the difference between the cautious and the arrogant. Rob worriedly regarded Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei, pondering whether they truly were 5-star fighters. In contrast, Dou Qi believed Xiao Jue was unaware of the standards of potential at the Canaan Academy, convinced that Xiao Jue would embarrass himself, forgetting that he himself was a fool. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Mentor Roland's eyes as she nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed to register your 2 prodigies." With a slight smile, she gracefully seated herself at the front of the tent, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the new students within. With a flick of her delicate hand, a shimmering storage ring appeared, revealing a green parchment scroll and an ink brush. With a casual demeanor, Mentor Roland chuckled softly, "Congratulations, everyone. You have all passed the preliminary assessment and have officially entered the gates of Canaan Academy. However, in order to categorize your potential within the Academy, I must ascertain your exact capabilities. 8-stage combat energy is classified as remarkable potential, according to Canaan Academy's standards. 9-stage combat energy also falls under this category. 1-star fighters are classified as level potential, 2-star fighters as level potential, and so forth, with the highest tier being the 5-star fighters, of course, with an age limit of under 20. In over a decade, we have encountered only one new student with remarkable potential at Canaan Academy. And that little enchantress is quite formidable now." Covering her lips with a gentle laugh, Mentor Roland's long eyelashes fluttered lightly. "Let me see the 2 prodigies that your little man has brought." At this juncture, her gaze subtly swept toward Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei. Initially, within her perception, these 2 were the only ones in the tent who eluded her understanding. In her estimation, their potential must not be lower than remarkable. However, since Xiao Jue claimed to have brought 2 students of such potential, he and the woman in white could only be referring to these 2 children. Not only she, but others in the tent were also silently speculating about the levels of potential of the 2 geniuses brought by this formidable combat king. "All right, let us begin. You 2, come forth and state your names, levels, and ages," she said with a gentle smile, delicately holding the ink brush. As the registration was about to commence, Xiao Yu and the others in the tent sat with great interest, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. "Hey, did your little man truly bring 2 new students with potential as remarkable as the little enchantress?" Surrounded by a few charming young ladies, Xiao Yu was curiously inquiring. Rolling her eyes, she replied, "They were the first to register. Can't you see for yourself?" Chapter 29, Forced Enrollment. Upon hearing this, they turned their gaze towards the center of the tent where the assessments had commenced. Xiao Ning, a 6-star fighter at 17, spoke with a hint of pride. Yet the more proud he became, the deeper his gratitude towards Xiao Jue grew. At the forefront, just as the Mentor Roland prepared to record information, her wrist stiffened, and a look of astonishment graced her gentle, Pretty face. Xiao Ning's words rendered the tent silent, all eyes fixed in disbelief upon the youth. They had yet to recover from the shock brought by Xiao Jue's battle aura transformation when they were struck again by an even heavier blow. A 6-star fighter at 17. This potential seemingly surpassed the boundaries of rank, a talent that appeared even more formidable than that enchanting girl in the academy. However, Mentor Roland was aware that Xiao Ning's potential likely paled in comparison to that enchanting girl. The faint scent of herbs emanating from Xiao Ning, coupled with his older age, indicated that he had elevated his strength to that of a 6-star fighter through elixirs. Yet, since the elixirs belonged to him, there was no rule against their use. Was there? Mentor Roland noted Xiao Ning's information on the parchment, marking it with a plus sign. Soon after, her gaze shifted to Xiao Mei, wondering if she too would be a prodigy of exceptional potential. Xiao Mei, a 5-star fighter at 15, spoke in a soft, melodic voice, causing Roland's expression to freeze momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by elation. A 15-year-old 5-star fighter, coupled with Xiao Ning, a 17-year-old 6-star fighter, represented a new student of extraordinary potential, alongside another of considerable promise. While Roland rejoiced internally, she also glanced at Rob and Dou Qi, clearly contemplating abandoning them, as she could no longer protect them. Would she forsake Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei for their sake? That was evidently implausible. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Roland's mind, and she turned to Xiao Jue, saying, Xiao Ning is your younger brother. He cannot be counted as one you brought along. Thus, I cannot expel them. Was it apparent that Mentor Roland was attempting to feign ignorance? Xiao Jue retorted. Roland's face flushed, but she quickly regained her composure, gently responding. How could that be considered deceit? Your relationship with Xiao Ning can never compare to the bond he shares with you. Xiao Jue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, yet internally resolved to cultivate a more intricate relationship with this gentle mentor. Of course, before proceeding, Xiao Jue discreetly conveyed to Xiao Ning and the others to remain silent, and then addressed Mentor Roland. Then, I would appreciate it if you could return my purple heart-breaking elixir. Upon hearing this, Mentor Roland reluctantly returned the jade vial she had held for quite some time to Xiao Jue. However, as Xiao Jue received the vial, he leaned forward slightly, bringing his face rather close to Mentor Roland's. It was undeniable that a mere push could have resulted in an unexpected kiss. What do you intend to do? Mentor Roland asked, her fair face tinged with a hint of crimson as she leaned back slightly, addressing Xiao Jue. Since Xiao Ning is not considered my responsibility, I should be able to join the Canaan Academy on my own merit, correct? Mentor Roland was momentarily taken aback and then turned her gaze toward Xiao Jue. Upon noticing her expression, a glimmer of joy appeared on Xiao Yu's face as she hastily interjected, Xiao Jue is barely 16 now. He will turn 17 in a month. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's companions exchanged bewildered glances, as Xiao Yu herself was nearing 20. The disparity in their ages was indeed noteworthy, and even Mentor Roland was momentarily stunned. Biting her lip, Mentor Roland resolved to forego Rob and Dou Qi. Xiao Jue had already taken such measures. If she sought further excuses, it would surely lead to irreparable offense. What is your strength? Mentor Roland inquired. Xiao Jue pondered briefly before responding. Considering the current strength of the mentor, along with 2 purple heart barrier breaking pills, you are a 7-star great fighter? Mentor Roland exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. And I am also a 4th-tier alchemist, Xiao Jue replied, conjuring a dark purple flame in his hand as he addressed Mentor Roland. Mentor Roland, visibly pleased, remarked, you truly are a remarkable prodigy. Had you acted sooner, you would not have squandered so much time. Xiao Jue smiled, sensing that Mentor Roland intended to dismiss the two of them. Mentor Roland nodded apologetically to Rob and Dou Qi, saying, do not hold it against the mentor. Rob weakly nodded, his eyes dimmed, while Dou Qi was filled with rage. Yet, before he could voice his anger, he stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Rob, standing nearby, shared a similar fate. Since both had been expelled by Mentor Roland, the little healer had no qualms about ending their lives right there. Kindly dispose of them. Xiao Jue instructed the 2 burly freshmen. Upon hearing Xiao Jue's request, they quickly replied, not a bother at all. They proceeded to drag the 2 bodies outside. Mentor Roland, gazing in a daze at the unfolding events, seemed unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The little healer, who had just covertly taken lives, approached casually and addressed Mentor Roland. I wish to apply for a position at Canaan Academy. Mentor Roland glanced at Xiao Jue, choosing to disregard the recent events, and asked the little healer, what is your current strength? The little healer replied, 2-star great fighter. Xiao Jue shook the jade vial in his hand, adding, along with 2 purple heart barrier breaking pills. After a moment of contemplation, Mentor Roland nodded and said, then you shall accompany me to Canaan Academy after the enrollment concludes to meet the vice president. The little healer, pleasantly surprised by the ease of the process, nodded and quietly returned to Xiao Jue's side. as Minter Roland continues to register the remaining individuals. It is important to note that this registration process does not merely accept whatever figures are reported. If one's true abilities fall short of what has been declared, or if one is older than 20 yet tries to sneak in, they will ultimately be expelled from Canaan Academy. Haeyong, possessing a fighting spirit of the 9th rank, is 20 years old. A young man with dark skin and a slightly flushed face presents his information. With a smile and a nod, Minter Roland swiftly records this student's details, her red lips parting to announce his rank. Linton, with a fighting spirit of the 8th rank, is 19 years old. Rank confirmed. Kelly, with a fighting spirit of the 9th rank, is 17 years old. Rank confirmed. Meanwhile, several new students, having just passed through the outer square, timidly enter after receiving stern warnings from some seniors. They promptly fall into line, awaiting their turn to present their data. Among the nearly 20 individuals who have reported thus far, most are beneath the rank of fighter. However, there are a few who, despite originally possessing a 9th rank fighting spirit, have fallen to the 8th due to unsuccessful attempts to breach the fighter level. Among all those who followed Xiaoning and Xiaomei, the most remarkable achievement is that of a 17-year-old 1-star fighter. Based on potential calculations, this should only qualify as rank confirmed. Yet, even so, Minter Roland expresses great satisfaction. For becoming a 1-star fighter at such a young age is already commendable. With 2 prodigies and a little genius, along with a monster like Xiao Jue, she is certain to receive accolades from the Academy upon her return. After completing the registration of all individuals within the tent, Minter Roland glances at the darkening sky outside, rolls up the parchment in her hands, and softly declares, "Let us conclude today's registration here. We shall remain for 7 days. Congratulations to the newly registered students. From this day forth, you shall be members of Canaan Academy. I hope each of you can prepare everything within these 7 days." After this period, the flying convoy of Canaan Academy will arrive in Utan City, and we shall depart directly for the Academy. Upon hearing this, the faces of those inside the tent immediately light up with joy. "Minter, during our time in Utan City, would you care to stay with us at the Xiao family residence?" Xiao Yu exclaims, rushing forward to grasp her arm as she turns to leave. "Stay at the Xiao family?" Minter Roland pauses for a moment, her brows slightly furrowing. Canaan Academy has a designated reception area in Utan City. Moreover, would it not be somewhat intrusive to stay at the Xiao residence? Xiao Jue calmly interjects, "I am currently in charge of the Xiao family." After pondering for a moment, Minter Roland lightly nods, a smile gracing her features. "Very well, I shall impose upon the Xiao family for a few days." Seeing Minter Roland acquiesce, Xiao Yu's face beams with joy as she embraces the soft waist of the former. When news of the arrival of the Canaan Academy admissions Minter at the Xiao residence reaches the council chamber, where Xiao Yan and 3 elders are discussing matters, they are momentarily taken aback and, after a brief pause, rise with expressions of astonishment. Upon exchanging a glance, she hastily exited the hall and made her way to the family entrance, beaming as she welcomed a group of charming young women into the clan. As for the male students from Canaan Academy, Xiao Yu had no intention of bringing those fellows back to the family. Should Xiao Jue take offense, she would surely face dire consequences. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a respectful distance from male classmates with whom her relationship was merely cordial. Under Xiao Yu's introduction, both parties finally established a preliminary acquaintance. Upon learning the purpose of Minter Roland and her companion's visit, Xiao Yan readily agreed, promptly dispatching someone to prepare vacant rooms in the rear courtyard. This decisive and efficient action garnered considerable favor from Minter Roland and her entourage. The sudden influx of beautiful, talented students from Canaan Academy enlivened the atmosphere within the clan. Numerous young members eagerly approached, their eyes sweeping over the group of enchanting girls, casting envious glances at Xiao Jue, who was surrounded by the ladies and bombarded with questions. Xiao Yan, standing in a corner, observed Xiao Jue amidst the crowd, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. Had it not been for Yao Lao absorbing his fighting spirit for 3 years, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Xiao Yan's lack of resentment towards Yao Lao in the original narrative stemmed from the latter's unwavering support upon awakening, as well as the numerous benefits promised by Yao Lao, which allowed Xiao Yan to set aside his prejudices. However, after Yao Lao's nearly year-long slumber and the prior incident with the annihilation of the Gao family, where he had nearly lost his life to Dou Qi, the darker aspects of Xiao Yan's psyche had not erupted but were no longer suppressed. As night fell, the Xiao family naturally extended the highest hospitality to their guests. Following dinner, noticing the engaging conversation between both parties, Xiao Jue discreetly relayed a few words to Xiao Yu's classmate, Shui and I, then exchanged brief pleasantries with Xiao Yu before stepping outside. Shui and I paused momentarily, glanced around, and then greeted Xiao Yu, nonchalantly making her way out. Xiao Yu watched Shui and I's retreating figure, sensing something amiss. Was she merely overthinking? What is it that you wanted to discuss? Xuan I inquired, her face aglow with a smile. Leaning slightly forward, she nearly pressed against Xiao Jue, teasing, "What's the matter? Have you developed improper thoughts upon seeing your sister's splendid figure?" Xiao Jue produced 2 jade vials, smiling as he asked, "What if I did?" Xuan I hesitated, clearly recognizing the vials contained medicinal pills. However, after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. She was not about to compromise herself for a few pills. The 2 second-grade Qi cultivation pills and 1 fourth-grade foundation establishment pill were enticing, yet she remained torn. Xiao Jue continued, "You must understand that I am a 4th-grade alchemist, and I possess formidable flames. Once I break through to the Dou Ling level, I will be able to attempt the refinement of 5th-grade pills. As long as you consider me an ally, whenever you seek to refine pills, simply provide me with 1 portion of medicinal materials, and I shall guarantee you a pill in return." His words stirred Xuan Ni's heart, yet her pride urged her to decline, as Xiao Jue was Xiao Yue's partner. And she was reluctant to act against that. "Please, let go of me," she whispered softly. Xiao Jue smiled, his character bringing him great delight, and continued, "As long as you submit to me, I assure you that when you depart from Utan City, you will be a high-ranking fighter. Within a year, I guarantee you can become a fighter." At that moment, Xuan I was no longer the same as when they first met. She spoke somewhat timidly, just once? 1 pill at a time? Her large, watery eyes gazed at Xiao Jue, and with no other option, he had to lower his terms, saying, "How about this? The previous conditions still stand. During your recruitment period, accompany me. After the recruitment ends, 1 pill for each instance, 1 first-grade pill for 1 instance, 1 second-grade pill for 2 instances, 1 third-grade pill for 4 instances, and 1 fourth-grade pill for 8 instances. What about 5th-grade pills?" Xuan I inquired. Xiao Jue was at a loss for words. "I am but a 4th-grade alchemist myself. Where would I find you a 5th-grade pill?" "All right." Xuan I lowered her head, ultimately conceding to her fate. A hint of pride flickered in Xiao Jue's eyes, as if he felt a sense of accomplishment. He could now understand why Dou Qi could be so arrogant. This was the essence of being an alchemist, wasn't it? Suddenly, the sound of fabric tearing echoed, followed by Xuan Ni's panicked voice. One must admit, Xuan I had an exquisite figure. Xiao Jue waited for her to regain consciousness, then lifted the now limp woman and carried her to his courtyard, placing her gently in a room to rest. At that moment, the little doctor had returned. Witnessing Xiao Jue carrying Xuan I home, she felt a twinge of discontent but still closed the doors and windows, taking out a pouch of poison powder to consume. Xiao Jue laid Xuan I on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Just as he prepared to leave, he felt delicate arms wrap around his neck. Looking down at Xuan I, who refused to let him go, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Yet, she still held on tightly. Xiao Jue rolled his eyes and placed 2 jade bottles by her pillow, but unexpectedly, tears welled in Xuan Ni's eyes as she rasped, "I only wish for you to stay with me tonight. Did you truly think I was after the pills?" Xiao Jue was momentarily stunned, then nodded, shedding his clothes and slipping into Xuan Ni's blanket, wrapping his arms around her slender waist tenderly, saying softly, "Rest easy, I will remain by your side." As a renowned institution on the Dou Qi continent, the Canaan Academy wields immense influence within the Gamma Empire. When it comes to power, even the Mitre Auction House pales in comparison. As an exalted force, Canaan Academy regards the local powers of Utan City with a condescending attitude. Under such a mindset, the recruitment teams over the years have seldom interacted with the forces in Utan City, let alone accepting invitations from any local factions to reside within their families. In light of this, the various factions in the city are acutely aware of their own limitations. They understand the disparity between themselves and the powerful. Would the weak dare to hope for courteous treatment from the strong? With this mindset, the forces of Utan City have not rashly sought to ingratiate themselves. Thus, they maintain a respectful distance from the recruitment teams of Canaan Academy, neither daring to provoke them. One does not dare to shamelessly curry favor, lest one becomes the subject of ridicule. In the Gamma Empire, it is not solely the city of Utan that hosts the recruitment team of the Canaan Academy. Yet, only Mentor Roland has taken residence within the Xiao family. This news swiftly spread across the surrounding cities of Utan, as only Utan boasted the presence of the Canaan Academy's recruitment team. Naturally, those who failed to gain admission to the academy or merely sought to observe the spectacle, upon returning to their own cities, began to fervently recount their experiences in Utan. It is only a matter of time before this news permeates the northeastern provinces of the Gamma Empire, coupled with the Xiao family's downfall of the Gaili and Oba families. Once the Grand Elder attains the rank of Doling, the Xiao family shall ascend to become the 5th family in the northeastern provinces of the Gamma Empire. The original 4 prominent families of the region will thus transform into 5. Given Wutan's proximity to the Beast Mountain range, it is inevitable that, under the guardianship of the Xiao family, the city will attract a significant influx of migrants, leading to rapid development. Chapter 31. The outbreak of the wretched poison body. However, Utan remains merely a small city. Thus, the Xiao family's subsequent task is to expand Utan, a directive emphasized by Xiao Jue to the Grand Elder. For this purpose, he intends to journey to the imperial capital, the holy city of Gama, after the departure of the Canaan Academy's recruitment team. As for Xiao Jue's enrollment in the Canaan Academy, it is of little consequence. After all, a simple request for leave would suffice. Moreover, even if Mentor Roland were to deny his leave, Xiao Jue could simply withdraw from the academy. In any case, when the future little medical sage becomes an elder of the Canaan Academy, admitting an individual into the academy will be a trivial matter. The following day, upon waking, Xiao Jue found that Xiao Yan was still sound asleep. Gazing at her serene face, a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Initially, he had intended for a fleeting romance with her, yet her words from the previous night had unexpectedly breached his defenses. Xiao Jue mused, perhaps it is best to consider this as merely acquiring another companion. After all, I am still young, and my body feels invigorated. At that moment, he heard the soft voice of a woman. Xiao Yan had awakened. Shyly, she embraced Xiao Jue and quietly inquired, "Isn't this somewhat unfair to you?" Xiao Jue teased, "Oh, so you are aware of being unfair to you? Worry not, I shall speak with her. Given the nature of your relationship, she will likely come to terms with the situation after a brief period of anger." Xiao Yan pouted, "Isn't it all your fault for being so handsome, so powerful, and a pharmacist to boot? Shouldn't the blame rest on your beauty instead?" Xiao Jue retorted. Xiao Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation, choosing to ignore him and allowing him to indulge in his playful antics. As for Xiao Yu's classmates, with the grim fates of Rob and Gusi serving as a deterrent, they harbored a deep-seated fear of Xiao Jue. Yet, some among them sought to strike a deal with him. Similarly, the monthly lottery had recently arrived, and Xiao Jue was eager to see if he might acquire something of value. Ding! The host is participating in the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5th-grade elixir, the recovery pill. Revitalizing elixir, a 5th-grade medicinal pill. This particular potion is specifically designed to heal severe injuries. Its gentle properties ensure that it inflicts no harm upon the already injured body, rendering it an exceptional remedy for grave wounds. Xiao Jue glanced at the jade vial in his hand before storing it within the system's space. Although his luck could not be deemed exemplary, this 5th-grade elixir was certainly a marked improvement over the 3rd-grade pill he had drawn in his last lottery. Approaching the small physician's abode, Xiao Jue pushed against the door, but it yielded no response. It was evident that the little healer had intentionally locked it the previous night. Just as he was about to forcefully open the door, he heard her voice from within. "Why are you here seeking me instead of your new paramour?" Xiao Jue's smile instantly faltered, his expression momentarily stiffening. Was the little healer feeling jealous? With a slight grimace, Xiao Jue flicked a flame from his fingertip, sending it to land between the door's crack. In no time, the door swung open, revealing the little healer seated upon her bed, though she appeared to be in a rather distressing state. Her pupils shimmered in a spectrum of colors, and a noxious gas enveloped her, though fortunately, it had not spread. Was this the catastrophic eruption of the cursed poison body? And now? Do you still dare to approach me? A glint of derision flickered in the little healer's eyes. She was well aware that Xiao Jue was a man of indulgence, yet he surpassed her in strength, treating her with kindness and holding the esteemed title of an alchemist she admired. The eruption of her cursed poison body had heightened her suffering to an extreme, leading her thoughts to take a decidedly radical turn. "Sienner," Xiao Jue's tone was somber, "please put on some attire first." After observing the little healer for a moment, he exhaled deeply and added, "Let me assist you in purging this toxic gas." As he approached her side, he was met with a wave of poisonous vapor. Xiao Jue summoned the spirit fire of beasts, effortlessly countering the toxic onslaught. However, an unusual wave of frustration washed over him as he questioned her. "Have you lost your mind?" "Yes," the little healer replied with a manic tone. "I am indeed mad. I am merely the cursed poison maiden, unworthy of your affection. You should bestow what belongs to me upon another. Yet, there exists a remedy for the cursed poison body." Xiao Jue's voice was laden with restraint, his eyes ablaze with fury. The little healer's delicate form trembled, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she uttered, "It is too late, everything is lost." The poisonous gas surrounding her coalesced into a colossal, venomous hand, reaching out towards Xiao Jue. The corroding poisonous hand. Xiao Jue's expression grew grave. If that was the case, he would need to subdue the little healer, but Snowy was still resting in the adjacent room. Damn it! He cursed inwardly as a fiery red longsword materialized in his hand. The first form of the Golden Crow sword technique, Golden Crow's Radiance. With a swift slash, Xiao Jue unleashed a wave of spirit fire of beasts, transforming it into a three-legged golden crow that surged toward the massive purple poisonous hand. Boom. The corroding poisonous hand disintegrated. Xiao Jue unfurled his purple cloud wings, darting towards the little healer. A flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by determination. I hope you can forget this insignificant speck of dust in your life. The cursed poison. At that moment, the little healer fell into a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Jue's body trembled as he sheathed the Shiha's sword, enveloped in the ethereal flames of countless beasts. Appearing beside the little healer, "You shall belong to me for all eternity," he proclaimed with an air of unyielding dominance. Yet the little healer, lost to her unconsciousness, could not hear his words. Xiao Jue wielded the flames to assist her in refining the toxic gases that plagued her, while she instinctively absorbed the toxins, her complexion gradually regaining its vitality. He dared not touch her, focusing instead on purifying the noxious substances to prevent the catastrophic eruption of her cursed body. After he successfully refined all the toxins, the little healer's strength surged to the realm of an 8-star great fighter, and the vibrant hues on her face began to fade. With a sigh, Xiao Jue lamented, "Now, I merely require the Bodhi transformation pill and the remaining 2 types of extraordinary flames to forge a detoxifying pill for her." Cradling the little healer in his arms, a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Was it truly beneficial for her that he had provoked those others? Nevertheless, he mused, "Once you awaken, little healer, you shall witness the consequences of your actions." Not long after, Xiao Yu arrived. Having sensed the absence of Xue and I, and recalling the abrupt departure of 2 individuals from the previous evening's banquet, she approached to confirm her suspicions. Upon finding the little healer's door ajar, she entered to see Xiao Jue seated at her bedside, the little healer resting upon it. Curiously, she inquired, "What has happened to the little healer?" Xiao Jue, somewhat embarrassed, explained, "Yesterday, I brought Xue and I along, and the little healer, upon seeing her, became agitated and resorted to toxic cultivation, resulting in the eruption of her cursed body." What? As concern for the little healer surged within her, so too did a flicker of anger towards Xiao Jue. However, recalling her earlier wager with the little healer regarding him, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. "The little healer is all right now, isn't she?" Xiao Yu asked anxiously. Xiao Jue shook his head, retrieving from his system space the recently acquired recovery pill and administering it to the little healer. As the rich aroma of the medicinal pill wafted through the air, Xiao Yu's expression softened, and she nodded, asking, "Where is Xue and I now?" "In the adjacent room," he replied. Xiao Yu shot him a glare, dismissing him as she exited. Watching her depart, Xiao Jue cast a glance at the little healer beside him, rubbing his head in exasperation. "I refuse to believe my harem will meet its downfall." He silently cursed, resolved to swiftly acquire the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. With sufficient strength, he believed he could avert disaster. If he were to obtain the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, the burning decision would undoubtedly evolve into an Earth tier technique. Additionally, with the energy bestowed by the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, he could potentially ascend to the rank of a spirit fighter. Should he completely refine the energy of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, he might even become a high-tier spirit fighter. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Jue's eyes. Yet he knew this alone would not suffice. He must urgently break through to spirit fighter to wield the energy necessary for crafting 5th-tier medicinal pills, such as the Blood Lotus pill, before daring to consume the extraordinary flames. Regrettably, all he possessed were the refining experiences of a 7th-tier alchemist, not the comprehensive knowledge of one. He remains unaware of what he truly anticipates when faced with it. Chapter 32, The Remnants of a Conscience? The little healer soon awakened, her first sight being Xiao Jue, who sat by her bedside, using his energy to refine the medicinal power of the recovery pill for her. She sensed a gentle energy flowing throughout her body, clearly indicating that Xiao Jue had administered a healing pill of considerable quality. A flicker of guilt crossed her eyes as she extended her hand from beneath the covers to grasp Xiao Jue's hand. When he turned to look at her, she softly murmured, "I'm sorry." Xiao Jue smiled nonchalantly, gently stroking her forehead with his other hand, and said, "This is the last time." The little healer nodded vigorously. She was unaware of the true extent of her potential, yet what she did know was indeed her genuine potential. It was the calamity poison body that could not be suppressed during the Do Zone phase, which would erupt completely, transforming the surrounding area into a forbidden zone upon her demise. Thus, in the presence of a 16-year-old genius alchemist, did a future riddled with uncertainty and a checkered past, as a Do Zone, truly hold significance? The little healer inquired, "Is there truly a way to resolve the calamity poison body?" Xiao Jue nodded, replying, "Certainly. We merely need to use a special item to contain the poison. By condensing a poison pill within the calamity poison body, it will completely absorb the poison consumed, preventing any further eruptions." "What is required?" she asked. "The Bodhi transformation pill. the 7th tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast core, and 3 types of strange fire. As long as these 3 conditions are met, I can assist you in condensing the poison pill. The little healer was taken aback, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Such stringent conditions are no different from a dead end. The 7th tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast core was equivalent to a Dou zone powerhouse. And how could one easily obtain a core from such a formidable being? Furthermore, how many types exist in the Dou Qi continent? Collecting 3 types was evidently more challenging than acquiring the core of a 7th tier beast. Yet, since this was her means of survival, she had to pursue it, no matter how difficult it was. Curiously, the little healer asked, "What is the Bodhi transformation pill? I will assist you in gathering these items. All you need to do is obey. I have leads on all of them, and this will undoubtedly be simpler than having you collect them yourself, right?" The little healer felt immensely touched. She sat up and threw herself into Xiao Jue's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "I'm sorry, Xiao Jue." "I'm sorry." Xiao Jue gently caressed her back, offering comfort. "Do not cry. Rather than apologizing, think of how you can repay me in the future. No need to wait for the future. Let us do it now." With that, the little healer released her hold on Xiao Jue and reached for the zipper behind her clothing. Xiao Jue grasped her hands, appearing somewhat reluctant as he said, "In broad daylight, this may not be appropriate." The little healer rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Xiao Jue pretended not to notice, instead saying, "In the light of day, under the vast sky, you wouldn't want to do something inappropriate to a child, would you?" The calamity woman. The corners of the little healer's mouth twitched as she resisted the urge to poison Xiao Jue immediately. With a swift motion, she withdrew her hands from his grasp and pinned him beneath her. In a sultry tone, she remarked, "But who can blame me for my impatience now? Would you please indulge me?" Xiao Jue retorted with righteous indignation, "Humph, even if your strength surpasses mine and you possess the cursed body, I shall not yield." Upon hearing him refer to her affliction as a cursed poison body, a flicker of anger ignited in the little healer's eyes as she vehemently declared, "Then allow me to demonstrate the power of the cursed woman today." Yet, it was proven that one could never triumph over an extraordinary individual. After nearly an hour, the little healer lay on the bed, her eyes reddened as she pleaded for mercy. She then whispered softly in his ear, "Thus, it has been said since ancient times, evil cannot triumph over righteousness." The little healer promptly closed her eyes, choosing to disregard this rogue, who truly embodied evil and who represented righteousness. She had originally been a physician who found joy in saving lives. Who could she blame for her transformation? After that day, the little healer's inner turmoil regarding her cursed poison body was resolved. She would no longer be the infamous cursed poison maiden of legend, with a solution at hand. There was no need to worry about implicating Xiao Jue. What was that saying? "You are a revered genius alchemist, destined for fame across the continent, while I am the cursed poison maiden, fated to be infamous." But now, the narrative has changed. As long as the cursed poison body can be controlled, her future would be that of a revered saint of poison rather than a notorious maiden, a formidable fighter esteemed by the world. After ensuring the little healer was settled, Xiao Jue bestowed upon her the spirit elixir he had won in the lottery, then made his way towards the Mitre auction house. Though he would not attend the Canaan Academy, the women associated with him, aside from Yafei, would all be going there. Thus, Xiao Jue intended to concoct some elixirs for them before their parting. Possessing over a dozen high-grade medicinal herbs obtained from the destruction of the Wanyao Zhai, along with various herbs discovered in a cave, the high-grade materials in Xiao Jue's possession were indeed plentiful. However, these could only be used to prepare medicinal baths. Although he understood that, given their talents, they would not achieve the rank of Grand Master by the time he arrived at Canaan Academy, he still needed to prepare various elixirs to enhance their strength and improve their talents. These high-grade herbs could certainly be utilized in crafting medicinal baths. Xiao Jue had also acquired numerous intermediate and low-grade herbs from the Wanyao Zhai, yet he still lacked certain herbs and magical cores. Strangely, in the presence of Yafei, Xiao Jue felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, for she was the second woman he had ever encountered, and his attentiveness to her was even less than that towards Xiao Mei. Perhaps Xiao Jue still possessed a shred of conscience. Otherwise, he would not care for Yafei's thoughts and feelings. A scoundrel with a flicker of conscience, perhaps? It would be more accurate to label him as someone not entirely devoid of humanity, rather than a truly virtuous individual. Regrettably, Xiao Jue's minuscule kindness was only stirred in the presence of the opposite sex. As he gazed upon the entrance of the Mitre auction house, Xiao Jue stepped forward with determination. Upon entering the Mitre auction house, an employee approached, but Xiao Jue paid him no heed. Instead, he presented a token for a brief moment before proceeding inward. He had met with the steward, of course. This particular token of the Mitre auction house did not belong to him, but rather to Yafei, who had now taken up the mantle of the auction house's head in Wutan City. The Mittler family had intentions of recalling her to the imperial capital. Yet under Xiao Jue's guidance, Yafei had declined their summons. Xiao Jue had provided the Mittler auction house with over 30 fourth-grade elixirs, and it was evident that the value of these potions surpassed that of gold coins. In addition to the third and second-grade elixirs, as well as a substantial quantity of first-grade healing potions meticulously crafted by Xiao Jue, their modest transactions had yielded considerable profits for the auction house. When Xiao Jue exchanged elixirs for medicinal materials, the prices were invariably lower by about 10 to 20% compared to market rates. As the quantities increased, that margin translated into a significant sum. Moreover, the success rate of ordinary alchemists in crafting potions was notoriously low. They were required to provide both the formula and a variety of materials, often incurring substantial costs to enlist the services of an alchemist. Ultimately, whether the elixirs were successfully produced bore no consequence to the alchemist. In such circumstances, the status of alchemists rose dramatically. Were it not for Xiao Jue's exceptional abilities, he would likely still be troubled by failures in concocting second-grade potions. As for fourth-grade elixirs, it is no exaggeration to assert that a single fourth-grade potion could be exchanged for a profound martial arts technique or combat skill. A single gathering qi powder is worth several 100,000 gold coins, while an advanced martial art like the wind whirlwind technique also amounts to a few 100,000 coins, highlighting the exorbitant value of elixirs. After Yafei secured numerous potions for her family, the elders began to contemplate the notion of recalling her to the imperial capital. Moreover, they assigned her another task, to spare no effort in winning over Xiao Jue, a 16-year-old fourth-grade alchemist. Were it not for their apprehension regarding any formidable forces that might support Xiao Jue or fear of provoking his disdain, the esteemed elder Tingshan would likely have personally journeyed to Utan City. Thus, after Yafei remained in Utan City, the Mittler family appointed her as the head of the Mittler auction house there, and the token that represented her identity was directly taken by Xiao Jue. Upon reaching the final room, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately spotting a woman seated at the desk. Rather than attending to paperwork, she had carelessly set the documents aside, savoring the desserts laid out before her. "To think your work is so leisurely," Xiao Jue remarked, closing the door behind him and taking a seat at the table, helping himself to one of the delicacies from Yafei's plate. Yafei picked up a piece of dessert and, placing it between her crimson lips, inquired nonchalantly, "Young Master Xiao, are you not interested in the talented students from the Canaan Academy? Or perhaps their mentor lacks allure? In terms of seduction, who could possibly rival you, my enchanting fairy?" Xiao Jue teased, lifting her chin playfully. Yafei remained silent, yet her eyes sparkled with joy, clearly delighted by Xiao Jue's words. Subsequently, Xiao Jue placed 5 low-level spatial rings on the table, all obtained from his enemies. Within these rings lay an abundance of gold coins and various treasures, acquired from the Wan Yao Zhai and the cave within the Beast Mountain range. Xiao Jue intended to utilize these assets at this very moment. In addition, 6 5-patterned purple gold cards materialized in Xiao Jue's hands. 5 of them were sourced from Wan Yao Zhai, each containing 1 million gold coins, while the remaining card, his own, was gifted by Master Gu Ni, the head of the auction house in Wutan City, now holding over 2 million gold coins. With the total exceeding 7 million gold coins in purple gold cards, coupled with the treasures filling the 5 spatial rings, Yafei was momentarily taken aback. However, her surprise was fleeting. Once she infused her fighting spirit into the spatial rings, her expression solidified in astonishment. Regaining her composure, Yafei curiously inquired, "What do you intend to do with such abundant wealth and these 5-patterned purple gold cards?" "To present them as your betrothal gifts," Xiao Jue jested. Yafei rolled her eyes, feeling a hint of warmth in her heart, yet she clearly did not buy into Xiao Jue's playful banter. She then asked, "What medicinal materials do you require this time?" Xiao Jue feigned great sorrow as he replied, "You doubt my feelings for you? Alas, if that is your belief, then please exchange everything for medicinal materials. Spare me the common low-level ones. Take as many of the others as you can, and consider the remainder as a gift for you." "Are you truly giving this to me?" Yafei exclaimed in shock. She glanced at the treasures within the spatial rings, and with the addition of the 6 purple gold cards, there were at least 10 million gold coins, an amount equivalent to a year's tax revenue for the empire. As for the medicinal materials that Xiao Jue sought, although the auction house in Wutan City had transferred many materials here due to Xiao Jue, their total value was merely a few 100,000 gold coins. However, Xiao Jue quickly added, "I also wish to acquire all the magic cores." "Of course, that is no issue," Yafei replied with elation, standing up to embrace Xiao Jue. One arm wrapped around him while the other opened a drawer, placing the 5 spatial rings and several purple gold cards inside. "Ah," Xiao Jue observed her little maneuver, thinking to himself how much of a materialistic woman she was. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. The two exchanged glances, and Xiao Jue discreetly retreated into a nearby partition. "Come in," Yafei said calmly, taking a seat as she pretended to be composed, then retrieved a cloth to wipe the water stains from the table. When the door opened, two elderly men entered. One was Master Gu Anai, the former head of the auction house in Utan City, and the other, a man from beyond Utan City. "Elder," Yafei greeted the older man. "How has the task assigned by your family progressed?" The elder inquired as he settled onto the sofa, smiling amiably. However, Gunny's pupils constricted as he detected an unusual scent in the room, a fragrance masked predominantly by the aroma of medicinal herbs. Yet, his prolonged exposure to such materials allowed him to discern the oddity. Furthermore, he sensed the presence of 4 individuals within the chamber. Turning his gaze toward Yafei, he noticed her flushed complexion, which caused his expression to shift dramatically, though he quickly regained his composure. It was imperative that the elder from the imperial capital remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Fortunately, this elder was merely a novice in the realm of doling, with a soul perception weaker than that of Gunny, a second-tier alchemist. The progress of the task was swift. Yafei spoke as she opened a drawer, retrieving 5 cards from the 6 5-patterned purple gold cards that Xiao Jue had previously given her, each containing 1 million gold coins. The elder from the Miter family raised an eyebrow at this revelation. 5 million gold coins constituted a substantial sum even in the imperial capital, and it was astonishing to find such wealth in Yafei's possession. Xiao Jue provided these to me, along with a plethora of gold coins and jewels. Yafei then produced 5 spatial rings, placing them alongside the 5 5-patterned purple gold cards on the table and nudging them forward. As for the card containing over 2 million gold coins, Yafei certainly intended to keep that for herself. 5 5-patterned purple gold cards, the elder from the Miter family remarked, evidently taken aback. Yet, he was not inclined to seize them, for his current status rendered him indifferent to such riches. Moreover, these treasures were meant to be submitted to the family, with any subsequent rewards designated for Yafei, thus having no bearing on him. His role was merely to assess Yafei's progress and her relationship with Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue communicated telepathically with Yafei, instructing her on how to address the elder. Yafei, feeling a wave of weakness, took a deep breath and spoke to the elder. Xiao Jue intends to travel to the imperial capital, the holy city of Jama. Following the recruitment team's departure from Utan City, these 5 5-patterned purple gold cards, along with the gold and jewels within the spatial rings, are intended for the purchase of all medicinal herbs and magical cores at the Miter auction house in Utan City. The remaining items are merely gifts for me. The elder from the Miter family paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. He is indeed generous. Very well. I shall return to the family to relay this information to the patriarch. You must find a way to bring him to meet the grand elder within a month. Gunny, let us depart. With that, he placed the 5 5-patterned purple gold cards and spatial rings on the table and strode toward the door. Gunny cast a disappointed glance at Yafei, shaking his head as he followed suit, inwardly lamenting. Such a rare opportunity to seize your fate, and you could have leveraged Xiao Jue as a stepping stone. Yet now that you are comfortable, is it not my turn? Xiao Jue said with a wicked grin, addressing the languid Yafei slumped in her chair. Yafei gazed at Xiao Jue with a pitiful expression, though it could also be interpreted as an alluring invitation. A flicker of flame enveloped Xiao Jue, reducing his garments to mere ashes upon the ground, for the system's space was abundant with attire. When Xiao Jue departed from the middle auction house, it was already the following day. However, there was no alternative. He cradled her and spent the night in a secluded room. Upon the dawn of the next day, he had Yafei prepare the medicinal herbs and magic cores he required before leaving the auction house. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiao Jue commenced the refining of the herbs. With his formidable strength and soul power, he could remain invigorated even after a week without sleep. Yet, the process of concocting elixirs was exceedingly taxing on his soul power and fighting spirit, which was a different matter altogether. Once home, Xiao Jue instructed the little medical fairy not to disturb him while he refined the elixirs and locked himself in his room. He extracted a substantial quantity of herbs and placed dozens of empty jade vials beside him, intending to concoct a batch of spiritual liquid. Compared to elixirs, the production of spiritual liquid was naturally simpler and less labor-intensive, as it omitted the crucial step of solidifying the elixir. However, this single omission did not render the task any less challenging. With the soul power characteristic of the late mortal realm, Xiao Jue adeptly divided his focus, simultaneously refining a portion of spiritual liquid with each hand. Utilizing the alchemical experience awarded to him as a 7th-tier alchemist, he successfully produced spiritual liquid comparable to 3rd and 4th-tier elixirs without significant error. Chapter 34, Frenzied Alchemy. Nevertheless, due to the vast quantity and the necessity for Xiao Jue to periodically replenish his fighting spirit, along with the demands of multitasking. He expended a full 3 days to exhaust all the herbs and magic cores available for crafting medicinal baths. Remarkably, he managed to create not only the spiritual liquid, but also a few elixirs in the process. Among these, there were 12 drops intended for the fighter stage and 30 drops for the fighter master stage. Xiao Jue had already devised a distribution plan for the spiritual liquid, 5 drops each for Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei, and 2 drops for Xue and I at the fighter stage, while for the fighter master stage, each of Xiao Yu, Yafei, Xiao Ning, Xiao Mei, and Xue and I would receive 6 drops. A single drop of the spiritual liquid, once concocted into a medicinal bath, could sustain practitioners of that stage for nearly 2 months without depleting its potency. With the aid of this spiritual liquid, their strength would surely ascend swiftly. The batch of elixirs produced by Xiao Jue included 10 purple heartbreaking barrier pills, 5 3-pattern blue spirit pills, 3 Qi consolidation pills, and 1 fire flame pill. Excluding the Qi consolidation pill, the rest were 4th-tier elixirs, while the fire flame pill bore effects akin to the wind spirit pill and reverse water pill, specifically benefiting practitioners of fire attribute fighting spirit. The fire flame pill was destined for Xue and I, who, as a 3-star fighter, would also benefit from the 2 Qi consolidation pills and 1 foundation establishment pill Xiao Jue had previously provided. Additionally, he planned to give her another Qi consolidation pill, a 3-pattern blue spirit pill, and 2 purple heartbreaking barrier pills. Regarding the spiritual liquid, Xue and I would receive 2 Qi consolidation pills, 1 fire flame pill, and 1 foundation establishment pill, potentially elevating her strength to a 7 or 8-star fighter. At that point, with just 2 drops of the spiritual liquid intended for the fighter level S medicinal bath, she could ascend to a 9-star fighter and subsequently consume a Qi consolidation pill to break through to the fighter master level. The 3 Qi consolidation pills would be distributed such that 1 would be given to Xue and I, while the remaining 2 would go to Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei. As they were the only 3 fighters in Xiao Jue's possession, there were not many items to assist the great Dome Master in his cultivation. After bestowing 2 purple heart barrier breaking pills to the little medical fairy, he found himself without much else to offer her. However, having previously given her a Dou spirit pill, a 6th grade elixir, he felt he had not been remiss in his generosity. Perhaps aware of the Xiao family's esteemed Dou masters, Yafei had provided him with a plethora of materials for crafting the purple heart barrier breaking pills. After distributing 2 more to the little medical fairy, Xiao Jue still held 2 in reserve, along with the 10 he had recently refined, totaling 12. He intended to allocate 2 to Xiao Yu, 2 to Xue and I, 2 to Xiao Ning, and 2 to Xiao Mei, leaving him with 4 remaining. Yafei's elixirs were of little concern, as Xiao Jue had previously gifted her numerous potions. Additionally, 5 3-pattern azure spirit pills were to be shared among Xiao Yu, Xue and I, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Mei, with 1 left for Xiao Jue. Following 3 consecutive days of pill refinement, Xiao Jue, exhausted, piled an array of bottles and jars on the table before collapsing onto his bed in slumber. At this juncture, several individuals had taken residence within Xiao Jue's courtyard. Xiao Yu and Xue and I shared a room, while Xiao Mei, Xiao Ning, and the little medical fairy each occupied their own chambers, leaving Xiao Jue alone in his quarters. The 5 rooms within the courtyard were perfectly filled, and it was fortunate that the courtyard was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Prior to his alchemical endeavors, Xiao Jue had only informed the little medical fairy, and Yafei had been aware of his intentions to refine pills before his departure from the middle auction house, thus refraining from interrupting him. Among those residing in the courtyard were individuals who had sought Xiao Jue over the past few days, concerned for him after 3 days of absence. They chose to remain here in anticipation of his return. When Xiao Jue awoke the following afternoon, it was already the 5th day since the enrollment team from the Jianan Academy had arrived in Utan City. With only 2 days remaining before their departure back to the academy, Xiao Jue was particularly diligent in his pill refinement. In those 2 days, he merely needed to request a leave of absence from Minter Ruolin, after which he could accompany Yafei to the imperial capital for a few days of respite. Xiao Jue was aware that after distributing the elixirs to several individuals, except for Xiao Ning, who was sent home by Xiao Yu and the little medical fairy, who left with a smile, both Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and Xue and I chose to stay behind. Although Xiao Yu urged Xiao Mei to return home, the young girl, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, resolutely declined, opting to remain instead. After soothing Xiao Yu and Xue and I into slumber, Xiao Jue instructed Xiao Mei to find a guest room for rest. After consuming a revitalizing pill, he departed. Xiao Jue headed towards the designated area arranged for the students and mentors of Jianan Academy, intending to request a leave of absence from Minter Ruolin. He still had 1 3-pattern azure spirit pill left, along with 4 purple heart barrier breaking pills in his possession. Had it been in the past, Xiao Jue would have certainly desired to engage in some manner with Minter Ruolin. However, at this moment, he preferred to forego such aspirations. focusing instead on procuring 3 elixirs capable of enhancing a Dou Master's strength by 1 star, in order to request a leave of absence from Minter Ruolin. Naturally, should Minter Ruolin remain unyielding, Xiao Jue would have no choice but to withdraw from the Jianan Academy. The Blue Lotus Heartfire was something Xiao Jue resolutely could not relinquish. Although he had learned from Xiao Ning that Xiao Yan had gained entry into the Jianan Academy through his prowess as a 3-star Dou Master, he had subsequently sought a leave of absence from Minter Ruolin but failed to withstand even 20 exchanges with her. It was evident that the soul of the Medicine Sovereign remained in slumber. Without the Medicine Sovereign's support, Xiao Yan lacked the strength to venture into the magical beast mountains. A careless misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of magical beasts, which would be a source of ridicule. While Xiao Jue was unaware of the arrangements the Medicine Sovereign had made for Xiao Yan, the 3-year agreement was drawing near, with less than 2 years remaining. How could he expect Xiao Yan to challenge Nalan Yan Ran on the day of their appointment? Armed only with the strength of a 3-star Dou Master within a mere year? To delve deeper into the timeline. It had been 1 year and 8 months since Xiao Yan had reached the 3rd stage of Dou Qi, while Nalan Yan Ran had already attained the status of a 3-star Dou Master 20 months prior. At this juncture, one must ponder how Xiao Yan could surpass Nalan Yan Ran, who possessed an equivalent strength, yet had an additional 36 months of experience within a span of 16 months. During Xiao Jue's initial visit to the Mytel auction house, the Medicine Sovereign was evidently not yet in slumber, yet after concocting elixirs for Xiao Yan, he exhausted his soul power and fell into a deep sleep. The Medicine Sovereign had been in slumber for 7 months now, during which time Xiao Yan had ascended from the 8th stage of Dou Qi to a 3-star Dou Master. However, with only 16 months remaining until the 3-year appointment, how could Xiao Yan hope to prevail in that agreement while the Medicine Sovereign remained in a deep slumber? Chapter 35. Successfully requesting leave. These matters, of course, were of no concern to Xiao Jue. He was merely aware that Xiao Yan intended to attend the Jianan Academy. Thus, the Blue Lotus Heartfire would no longer be a point of contention between them. Despite his decision to forego the academy, he had no qualifications to vie with Xiao Jue. Additionally, deep within the magical Beast Mountains, the leader of the Yunlan sect would undoubtedly fall into Xiao Jue's grasp. The opportunities within the borders of the Jiama Empire that rightfully belonged to Xiao Yan would now become Xiao Jue's, such as the Little Doctor with the evil poison body and the green scale of the 3-flower serpent in Stone Desert City. With the status of the 4th elder of the Xiao clan, it should pose no challenge for Xiao Jue and Xiao Ding to acquire the despised serpent woman of Stone Desert City. However, the pressing matter at hand was to seek out Minter Ruolin and request a leave of absence. Unlike Xiao Yan, Xiao Jue was determined to uphold his commitments, stating unequivocally the duration of his leave. A year's time was what he sought, a sufficient period for Xiao Jue to elevate the Xiao clan to the 5th prominent family within the northeastern province. A year's time would also afford Xiao Jue the opportunity to encounter Yun Yun in the magical Beast Mountains, as well as the chance to await the emergence of the 7-colored sky-devouring python. Following that, Xiao Jue would find little need to linger in the Jiama Empire, as he would not be bound by the so-called 3-year agreement, nor would he require an extended stay in the empire. Upon arriving at the residence arranged for Minter Ruolin by the Xiao family, Xiao Jue paused briefly to gather his thoughts before knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Please wait a moment. As Minter Ruolin's voice echoed, the door soon swung open. Upon seeing her in a delicate pink nightgown, Xiao Jue appeared momentarily taken aback. Minter Ruolin's cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her composure and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired of Xiao Jue. What brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Surely you aren't feeling lonely and wish to engage in a midnight conversation? Xiao Jue chose not to respond to her playful remark, simply gazing at her. Under his scrutiny, Minter Ruolin instinctively diverted her gaze. With a smile, Xiao Jue produced 2 jade vials he had prepared in advance, containing 1 3-pattern Qingling pill and 2 purple heartbreaking barriers pills. This is a 3-pattern Qingling pill, along with 2 purple heartbreaking barriers pills. I would like to request a leave of absence. It shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Leave of absence? Momentarily taken aback, Minter Ruolin furrowed her delicate brows and replied softly, according to the rules, freshmen are not entitled to any leave except during certain designated holidays. However, glancing at the 2 jade vials in Xiao Jue's hand, she couldn't help but inquire, how long do you require? If it isn't too long, I might be able to advocate for you, given my position. 1 year. Are you jesting with me? Blinking her long eyelashes, Minter Ruolin was left both amused and exasperated by Xiao Jue's words. A year-long leave? That was nearly equivalent to a third of the total study duration. It seemed just recently, another freshman from the Xiao family had also requested a year off. As this thought crossed her mind, Minter Ruolin felt somewhat disheartened. Realizing she was at a disadvantage against Xiao Jue and could not resort to combat to thwart his request, She gently rubbed her smooth forehead, initially believing she had acquired a rare gem, only to discover it came with so many complications. The duration is excessive. Shaking her head once more, Minter Roland sighed, her tone already tinged with refusal. What if I insist on taking this leave? Xiao Jue countered. Minter Roland bit her lip, and after a prolonged silence, she bashfully admitted, I previously consumed a 3-pattern Qingling pill and a purple heartbreaking barriers pill. And so, 1 purple heartbreaking barriers pill, along with 2 other 4th-grade pills. Xiao Jue rolled his eyes in exasperation, placing the vial containing the 3-pattern Qingling pill back into his possession. He then retrieved 3 more vials, opened one containing a purple heartbreaking barriers pill, and poured one into it before sealing one of the vials again. He handed the remaining 3 vials to Minter Roland, stating, 1 purple heartbreaking barriers pill, 1 reverse water pill, and 1 weather pill. Minter Roland nodded, her face slightly flushed as she accepted the 3 pills and stowed them away in her spatial ring. In a hushed tone, she asked, is there anything else? But in the next moment, her expression froze, and her body stiffened, for at that instant, Xiao Jue leaned in closer and pressed his lips against Minter Roland's. After a brief bite on her lips, he withdrew, pulling away his hand and turning to flee, leaving behind only a single phrase. 1 year later, at Canaan Academy, Minter Jiayin observed the boy's retreating figure with a bemused smile, tinged with a hint of jest. Upon returning home, Xiao Jue sought out the little medical fairy, imparting numerous instructions to her. Indeed, they engaged in a heartfelt conversation throughout the night, leaving no other pursuits aside. On the following morning, after bidding farewell to Xiao Yu and the others, he made his way to the middle auction house. Since he preferred not to witness their departure, he would allow them to see him off instead. Are you deciding to leave early? Yufei inquired. Xiao Jue nodded affirmatively, and before his departure, he entrusted Xiao Yu with a substantial quantity of low-grade healing potions to be delivered to the Grand Elder, which would facilitate the operations of the Xiao family's business. These healing potions, skillfully crafted to barely qualify as 1st grade, numbered in the thousands, all retained for his family's benefit. He realized he could offer little more to the Xiao clan, and in the future, his attention might be elsewhere. Additionally, Xiao Jue left behind 3 purple heart barrier-breaking pills, 1 each for Xiao Yan, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder, as a gesture of gratitude for the care he received from the family over the years. It was precisely because he provided a significant stock of 1st-grade healing potions that he remembered he had not left healing pills for Xiao Yu and the others. Thus, he set aside 2 vials of bone regeneration pills, each containing 9 pills, instructing Xiao Yu to distribute them among the group. In a private room on the 2nd floor of the middle auction house, Yufei withdrew her gaze from the window and turned to the young man seated on the sofa, asking, are you suggesting we head to the imperial capital now? Remaining here was futile. It would be more prudent to advance to the capital and explore potential collaboration with the middle family. Yufei pouted, clearly displeased with Xiao Jue's audacity. While his status as a 4th-grade alchemist did indeed allow for cooperation with the middle family, she was acutely aware of his ambitions. He desired to transform Utan City into a sprawling metropolis and aspired for the Xiao family to ascend as the 5th most prominent family in the Northeast province. A venture requiring vast resources. A spirit fighter would suffice, but if that proved inadequate, a 5th-tier magical beast would also be acceptable. Chapter 36, Departing Utan City Again. Xiao Jue paused here, revealing little more, and Yufei, displaying her intelligence, refrained from probing further. I shall arrange for a carriage, she declared. Utan City lacked flying magical beasts, and if they were to reach the imperial capital, the only option was to first travel by carriage to the nearby Haiyan City, and from there, board a flying beast to the capital. Otherwise, the journey could take 2 to 3 months. Let us depart as soon as possible, Xiao Jue replied with a nod. Having made the decision, there was no reason to linger in Utan City. Haiyan City, a grand metropolis situated in the eastern province of the Gamma Empire, surpassed Utan City in scale and overall strength, ranking among the foremost cities in the empire. Xiao Jue and Yufei's objective was to reach Haiyan City post-haste, for it was only in such a large city that the empire provided civilian flying transport, as Utan City was neither too far nor too close to the imperial capital. If Xiao Jue and Yufei were to travel by carriage to the imperial capital, it would likely take at least 2 to 3 months. While Xiao Jue could fly to the capital alone using the Ziyun wings, having Yufei with him rendered such an option impractical. Thus, they were compelled to travel to Haiyan City and take a flying magical beast to the capital. The Mitre Auction House, being the foremost power in the former Utan City, found it quite simple to arrange a carriage. As Xiao Jue and Yufei exited the auction house and beheld the opulent carriage awaiting them outside, they stepped directly into the carriage compartment. Upon entering, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. The spacious interior, adorned with soft, warm seating and fruit platters placed on either side, along with the carpet crafted from the pelts of unknown magical beasts, captivated Xiao Jue. The edges of the carriage were embellished with luminescent moonstones, further enhancing its allure. All of this brought great satisfaction to Xiao Jue. Although the journey from Utan City to Haiyan City was not particularly long, the carriage ride would still take more than a day. Once settled inside the carriage with Yafei, Xiao Jue, observing the secure enclosure, could not help but entertain some mischievous thoughts. He instructed the coachman to commence their journey and reclined against the cushioned seat, taking advantage of the spacious luxury of the carriage. Yafei, her eyes twitching slightly, was clearly intrigued by Xiao Jue's intentions. In the next moment, he placed his hand upon her delicate foot, assisting her in removing her high heels, acting as a gentleman. However, such behavior could hardly be deemed perverse. The coachman, a servant of the Mitre auction house and not a personal servant of the Mitre family, would return to Utan City after delivering Xiao Jue and Yafei to Haiyan City, which was indeed fortunate. This individual was well-mannered, sitting outside the carriage without ever turning his head. Even if he had, the curtain would have obscured any view of the happenings within. Without delving into the events transpiring inside the carriage, a day and night passed since their departure from Utan City, and by the following day, before noon, they arrived in Haiyan City. The reason for their early arrival lay in Xiao Jue's command, as the coachman dared not glance back, maintaining a steady pace throughout the journey. Xiao Jue assisted Yafei in disembarking, her feet still adorned with the red high heels, though the edges bore faint white stains, resembling something that had carelessly overflowed. Yafei's cheeks flushed crimson, yet a fragrant herbal scent emanated from her, masking any peculiar odors that might have lingered. However, as she took a step, it appeared her foot slipped. Fortunately, Xiao Jue was there to steady her, preventing a fall. The blush that had faded from her face returned, and she lowered her gaze, hesitant to move or speak. Seeing this, Xiao Jue addressed her, stating, "I shall escort you to the inn first, and then proceed to the Alchemist Guild on my own." Yafei replied, her cheeks still tinged with pink, as she allowed Xiao Jue to assist her to a nearby inn. During their time in the carriage, he had informed her that they would be staying in Haiyan City for a few days to partake in the alchemist assessment, after which they would board a flying magical beast to the imperial capital. Certainly, it was primarily Xiao Jue's desire to witness the disciples of the two fourth-tier alchemists from Haiyan City. Should a fleeting romance blossom, Xiao Jue would not object. Haiyan City, indeed, deserved its reputation as one of the foremost metropolises within the Jamadi Empire, bustling with activity and vibrant voices. Occasionally, the sound of the synchronized march of the guard could be heard, the clanking of armor resonating harmoniously. After inquiring about the finest inn in Haiyan City, Xiao Jue guided Yafei in that direction. However, Yafei's steps were tentative, seemingly cautious of her high heels. Upon escorting Yafei to the inn and securing a room for her, Xiao Jue then sought the address of the Alchemist Guild from the innkeeper before departing. Following the route suggested by the innkeeper, Xiao Jue meandered through several elongated streets. After some time, he finally paused to gaze upon a magnificent edifice that loomed before him. The structure was exceptionally unique, its form reminiscent of an alchemical cauldron. Surrounding the building were windows designed like the openings of a cauldron, and atop the high roof lay a grand lid that enveloped the rooms beneath. His gaze was drawn to the pale lavender plaque outside, where 5 slightly blurred ancient characters shimmered faintly. Alchemist Guild, he murmured softly, casting a glance around. He noticed that most passers-by directed a look of reverence towards the plaque, while some bystanders regarded Xiao Jue, standing outside the guild, with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Ignoring the gazes surrounding him, Xiao Jue strode confidently towards the Alchemist Guild's entrance. However, he was halted by 2 fully armed guards who had been observing him closely. They spoke in a gruff voice. "Young man, this is the Alchemist Guild. Do you have a letter of introduction from your mentor?" Xiao Jue smirked slightly, extending his finger as a surge of dark purple flames ignited at his fingertip. The intense heat of the scorpion dragon's poison fire caused the guards' expressions to shift dramatically. "Congealed real fire? A 4th-tier alchemist?" They exclaimed in disbelief. Given their frequent duty at the Alchemist Guild, they understood that conjuring real fire was a feat only achievable by a 4th-tier alchemist. Yet, if the individual summoning the real fire had been an elderly man nearing his end, they might have remained calm. But the person before them was clearly a youth of no more than 20. Chapter 37, Haiyan City. A growing number of onlookers were drawn by the guards' exclamations, and some sharp-eyed individuals discerned the scorpion dragon's poison fire in Xiao Jue's hand, prompting several gasps of astonishment to echo outside the Alchemist Guild. "Is that sufficient?" Xiao Jue extinguished the flames at his fingertip and inquired of the guards. Of course. Young sir." "Oh no, my lord, please enter." The guards exchanged glances, quickly bending their bodies in a humble bow, speaking with utmost respect. As the obstacles faded away, Xiao Jue stepped forward into the esteemed building of the Alchemist Guild. the pinnacle of professions within the confines of Black Rock City. Upon entering, a gentle aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him, bringing a refreshing sense of tranquility. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals quietly engrossed in their tasks. Upon hearing his footsteps, several glanced up, their eyes briefly surveying the youthful yet strikingly handsome boy before returning to their endeavors, convinced that no one would dare disrupt the sanctity of the Alchemist Guild. A woman garbed in a soft azure dress hurriedly emerged from a back room, approaching Xiao Jue with swift steps. "Sir, you appear unfamiliar. This must be your first visit to our Alchemist Guild in Black Rock City," she said with a smile, her beautiful eyes scanning him before she inquired further. "Indeed, it is my first time. I have come to acquire an alchemist rank badge," Xiao Jue replied, surveying the young woman before him, finding her charming and delightful. "Oh, you are an alchemist as well?" The azure-clad woman seemed taken aback, her eyes widening as they roamed over Xiao Jue in surprise. "Yes," he affirmed with a nod. "Please. This way," she said, her demeanor shifting to one of respect as she stepped back and moved toward the counter. With a warm smile, she addressed Xiao Jue. "Allow me to assist you." She produced an ancient, yellowed parchment from the counter, her delicate fingers gripping the pen with elegance. Looking up at Xiao Jue, she asked with a gentle smile, "Might I have your name, age, and your mentor's name? It is essential to register this information in the Alchemist Guild's records for the assessment." Xiao Jue, as if well prepared, spoke in a calm tone. "Xiao Jue, age 16. Mentor, Yao Chun. Such a promising youth," she remarked, though internally taken aback by his age. Yet, she quickly offered a compliment. However, her brow furrowed slightly as she paused, contemplating before awkwardly stating, "Sir, it seems your mentor's name is not listed in our Alchemist Guild's records." Xiao Jue countered, "That should not pose a significant issue, as my mentor is not from the Gamma Empire." Yahan explained, "While your mentor's name is absent, as long as you pass the assessment, you will still receive your rank badge." Hearing this, Xiao Jue glanced at the parchment where his mentor's name, Yao Chun, was inscribed, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Swiftly collecting the items from the table, Yahan held the registration form in her hands and gestured for Xiao Jue to follow her. "Sir, please accompany me. If you pass the rank assessment, you shall receive your badge. If I may inquire, are you testing for a first-rank alchemist?" she asked casually while perusing the documents. "Not a first rank. I am a fourth rank," Xiao Jue replied, shaking his head with a light chuckle. Yahan abruptly halted, nearly causing Xiao Jue to collide with her due to her sudden stop. He looked at her in confusion, observing her graceful figure. "Are you saying that you wish to take the examination for a fourth-rank alchemist?" Yanhan turned her head slightly. Her lips slightly parted in astonishment as she gazed at Xiao Jue. At the tender age of 16, aspiring to become a fourth-rank alchemist? This was unprecedented within the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire. It is worth noting that even the renowned Dan Wang Guhi achieved the status of a fourth-rank alchemist only at nearly 30 years of age, after which he was inducted into the Yunlan sect and, under their tutelage, became the foremost alchemist in the Gamma Empire today. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Jue inquired, nodding slightly. "No, not at all." Coming back to her senses, Yanhan hastily shook her head, her gaze towards Xiao Jue growing increasingly respectful. She continued, "Sir, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Haiyan City is a fourth-rank alchemist and can only certify third-rank alchemists at most. Furthermore, if this is a deliberate disruption, given the president's formidable spirit combat prowess, the consequences could be dire." Yanhan was cautioning Xiao Jue against causing trouble within the Alchemist Guild, clearly skeptical of his claim to be a fourth-rank alchemist. Yet, it was evident that anyone who could enter the Alchemist Guild was not an ordinary individual. Thus, she urged him to refrain from foolish actions. "Is it only possible to undergo certification for a third-rank alchemist?" Xiao Jue nodded and replied, "Then let us proceed with the examination for a third-rank alchemist." Yanhan's expression stiffened for a moment before she smiled and said, "You have not previously obtained a professional badge, have you?" "Indeed. In that case, you must start with the examination for a first-rank alchemist. If you succeed in advancing, you may then proceed to the examination for a second-rank alchemist, and only after becoming a second-rank alchemist may you take the examination for a third-rank alchemist." Yanhan explained the procedures with a smile. "Then let us take them one by one." Fully aware of the process, Xiao Jue nodded, refraining from further comment. With a slight smile, Yanhan slowed her pace and soon halted before a grand door. Outside the door, four robust men stood guard, fully armed. "Uncle Taya, has the examination begun within?" Yanhan inquired cheerfully, handing Xiao Jue's information to the strongest-looking man among them. Not yet, but it will commence soon." "Have you brought in a newcomer? He seems quite promising," the man, referred to as Taya, remarked, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Jue with surprise. Even with his strength, he could not discern the youth's true capabilities. "All right, you may enter now." After scrutinizing the information and seal on the registration form, Taya took out a black armband from his pocket, upon which a large 3 was emblazoned. This is your examination number. Do not lose it. Understood. Nodding. Xiao Jue accepted the armband and secured it around his arm. Xiao Jue, you must proceed alone from here on. As per the rules, we cannot enter at will. Yin Han said with a light smile upon confirming that all procedures were in order. Thank you. Smiling and nodding, Xiao Jue stepped through the grand door. Chapter 38, The Alchemist Guild. Upon entering, the bright lights illuminated the spacious hall, making it appear as if it were daytime. Though there were not many people present at that moment. No, it should be noted that with the newly arrived Xiao Jue, there are only 5 individuals present. Among these 4, Xiao Jue has vaguely discerned their identities. As his gaze shifted, it rested upon the emblem affixed to the chest of one elder. Whereupon he observed that the surface of the ancient medicinal cauldron was intricately adorned with 4 silver ripples. The other figure, clad in opulent attire, did not don the esteemed robes of the Alchemist Guild, indicating that he was none other than Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Black Rock City. The third individual was Master Otto, another 4th-grade alchemist from Black Rock City. Following these 2 men were 2 women. Behind Master Otto stood a lady in purple. She appeared to be of similar age to Xiao Yu, with a charmingly delicate visage that was quite captivating. Though her stature was somewhat petite, her figure was surprisingly well-developed, boasting curves in all the right places. She wore a fitted purple alchemist robe that exuded an air of nobility, as alchemist attire is not to be donned lightly. Yet, curiously, there was no emblem representing her rank upon her bosom. Her long, flowing hair, secured by a purple ribbon, cascaded down to her graceful hips, and as she moved, it gently brushed against her rounded form, creating a soft sound akin to the delicate patting of a cat's paws, stirring an inexplicable flutter in Xiao Jue's heart. Behind Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild, walked an elegant woman in a silver robe. This silver-clad lady possessed a tall, slender figure. Her eyes as clear as the icy springs upon a snow-capped mountain, framed by delicate brows. Her exquisite features and lithe form were accentuated by a snug silver gown, the shimmering fabric contrasting beautifully against her warm, jade-like skin, lending her an alluring, almost metallic chill. Most astonishing was her long, flowing silver hair, which cascaded down to her waist. This silver hue was not the pallid shade resulting from an ailment, but rather soft and silken, endowing her with a peculiar allure. As Xiao Jue scrutinized her, he found himself utterly captivated, her beauty rivaling that of Xiao Yu and others, coupled with her long legs reminiscent of Xiao Yu's, and the ethereal, enchanting demeanor akin to that of Yafei, leaving Xiao Jue with an undeniable sense of enchantment. In contrast, Master Otto's disciple lacked such an ethereal quality, especially when compared to the lustrous, flowing strands of silver hair that elicited a tinge of envy from other women. Such a youthful individual, mused President Frank, gazing at Xiao Jue with curiosity. Becoming an alchemist is no small feat, yet Xiao Jue's presence here indicated that he met at least the prerequisite for concocting medicinal pills. This included the strength of a combatant and the dual attributes of fire and wood in his fighting spirit. Regardless of whether Xiao Jue could produce a 1st-grade pill, his youth alone testified to his potential. Are you here to undertake the alchemist assessment, young friend? Frank inquired of Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue nodded and greeted President Frank and Master Otto beside him. Greetings, President Frank, Master Otto. The nearby Xue Mei remained indifferent, but Lin Fei pouted in displeasure. Since her teacher accepted her as a disciple, Xiao Jue was the only one who had failed to greet her. In the city of Black Rock, there were no 3rd-tier alchemists, and the only 2 4th-tier alchemists were her teacher and the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild. Thus, even 2nd-tier alchemists and formidable fighters would pay their respects to Lin Fei when they encountered her, while fighters and 1st-tier alchemists would respectfully address her as Miss Lin Fei. Although Lin Fei was somewhat proud at present, she was not unreasonable. She merely felt a tinge of unhappiness, glaring fiercely at Xiao Jue. Upon hearing Xiao Jue's greeting, Master Otto nodded, scrutinizing Xiao Jue for a moment before remarking, "By your appearance, my young friend, you appear to be even younger than my disciple. Yet you possess extraordinary talent." Xiao Jue smiled modestly and replied, "Master Otto, you flatter me. At 16, being a great fighter is merely a speck of dust among countless talents in the central continent." Master Otto nodded in agreement, saying, "Not haughty nor impatient. A 16-year-old fighter in the Gamma Empire and a 16-year-old great fighter?" He gazed at Xiao Jue in astonishment, struggling to believe it. And a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, suspecting that Xiao Jue was deceiving him. Xiao Jue, however, chose not to engage in a debate and instead demonstrated his strength through action. This was motivated by his interest in the disciples of both Master Otto and President Frank. In truth, Xiao Jue harbored feelings for all beautiful female alchemists, even nurturing some rather peculiar thoughts that he kept to himself. Suddenly, a crimson aura enveloped him. forming a suit of battle aura armor, a symbol of a great fighter's identity in the continent of battle aura. President Frank, who had intended to speak, suddenly bit his tongue, grimacing in pain. Battle aura armor? Lin Fei's tone was filled with astonishment, and Xue Mei nodded, affirming, indeed, it is battle aura armor. He is truly a great fighter. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, Master Otto remarked, still somewhat incredulous. He recalled that he had been nearly 30 when he broke through to become a great fighter, yet here was a 16-year-old great fighter. Had he been younger, he might have been disheartened by this encounter. In the central hall, several stone platforms were meticulously arranged, each separated from the others. The platforms were adorned with various alchemical instruments. President Frank glanced at the hourglass on the table and addressed the three. The time is nearly upon us. You may enter and prepare for the alchemical concoction. The three entered and casually chose a stone platform to sit down, only to realize that they had each settled in a corner, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Lin Fei and Xue Mei appeared to be in harmony as they sat before the stone platform, for no quarrel ensued between them. Instead, they commenced their examination of the tools laid before them. A first-grade alchemist must successfully craft a tangible elixir independently, though the specific type of elixir is determined by the Alchemist Guild. Each stone platform bore a scroll, which would be shuffled prior to the alchemical process. However, as Xiao Jue glanced at Xue Mei to his right, he noted her remarkable composure. She seemed utterly unfazed. Chapter 39, Ethereal Flames. Xiao Jue had lost count of the number of fourth-grade elixirs he had concocted, boasting a success rate that approached perfection. Thus, undertaking the first-grade alchemist assessment felt akin to a mere game, for he was confident in his ability to produce a finished elixir regardless of the formula presented to him. Conversely, this was Xue Mei's inaugural foray into the realm of alchemy. If she appeared unperturbed, it could only mean two things. Either she resigned herself to failure, indifferent to the outcome, or she possessed an unwavering belief in her success, and thus was assured of the formula she would receive. Xiao Jue mused briefly before unfurling the formula before him. The recovery elixir, a straightforward healing potion. He then glanced at the materials on Xue Mei's table. Congealing fire elixir? Unable to suppress a chuckle, he wondered if President Frank was deliberately targeting Master Otto. Lin Fei's chosen elixir was notably the more challenging power accumulation elixir among first-grade potions. Is everything in order? If so, let the assessment commence, Frank announced, sweeping his gaze across the stone platforms. When silence reigned, he waved his hand, releasing a surge of energy that struck the ancient iron bell suspended above the hall. The resultant chime resonated crisply throughout the chamber. As the bell's sound echoed, the three individuals at the stone platforms pressed their palms against the cauldron's fire mouth, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit within them. With a series of muffled explosions, flames erupted from the cauldron. Xiao Jue had no intention of employing the divine beast's spirit fire while he utilized it at home. He was wary of being recognized outside, fearing that knowledge of his abilities would incite pursuers. Yet, Xiao Jue had forgotten that Master Otto and President Frank were oblivious to the existence of ethereal flames. As President Frank beheld the dark purple flames surging from Xiao Jue's cauldron, his eyes widened in astonishment, a startled exclamation escaping his lips. What the purple flames? Ethereal flames? The hall fell into an immediate hush, all eyes turning toward Xiao Jue. Even Xue Mei and Lin Fei, engrossed in their alchemical endeavors, were drawn into the spectacle. How could he summon such purple flames? Was it truly ethereal fire? Impossible. Within the grand hall, Lin Fei and Xue Mei stood in astonishment, gazing at the violet flames that surged forth from the cauldron. Separated by a protective barrier, they could not fully ascertain the nature of the flames. Yet the hue unmistakably suggested that this was no ordinary manifestation of fighting spirit. Is it a rare flame? Frank and Otto exchanged a shocked glance, then shook their heads slightly. It seems unlikely. Moreover, given this youngster's prowess, it is implausible for him to control such a potent flame with such finesse. Otto's gaze was fixed intently on the violet fire, which danced in response to Xiao Jue's perceptive control. Indeed, it does appear rather unusual. Rare flames are not easily tamed, Frank remarked, wiping the moisture from his beard, his expression grave. But why does his flame burn in violet? Both Frank and Otto furrowed their brows, perplexed, as they had never encountered flames of such color that did not stem from the refinement of a rare fire. Otto suddenly recalled Xiao Jue's earlier crimson fighting spirit armor. Though he did not ponder why the armor was red while the flames were violet, he truly has mastered a rare flame, Otto exclaimed, trembling with realization. Meanwhile, within the shielded space, Xiao Jue remained oblivious to the fact that Master Otto and President Frank had mistaken his scorpion dragon poison fire for a rare flame. He casually selected several herbs, methodically tossing them into the cauldron. Under the suppression of his soul perception, The ferocious scorpion dragon poison fire behaved as docile as a lamb, gently enveloping the herbs and extracting the essential materials required for concocting the healing pill. As Xiao Jue continued his steady preparation, the nascent form of the healing pill began to take shape within the cauldron. Although each stone platform was separated by smaller square barriers, Xiao Jue's scorpion dragon poison fire was distinctly unique. Given that only 3 individuals participated in the assessment, it was not long before both Xue Mei and Lin Fei perceived the unusual flames. Upon catching sight of the rising scorpion dragon poison fire, their beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. With a soft, muffled sound, the herbs in their cauldrons were reduced to ash as they became distracted. Paying little heed to the ashes of their herbs, the 2 women stood with slightly parted lips, captivated by the dark violet flames under Xiao Jue's command, which flickered with an intriguing rhythm of intensity. After a moment, they could not help but draw a sharp breath. Though they were unaware of the true nature of the flames, Xiao Jue commanded, the ferocity of the flames clearly surpassed the deep yellow fighting spirit flames they wielded, making them considerably more challenging to control. Yet, observing Xiao Jue's composed demeanor, it was evident that he wielded the violet fire with remarkable ease, a level of control that, despite their prideful spirits, left Xue Mei and Lin Fei feeling somewhat inadequate. The gazes of the 2 women shifted away from the cauldron, ultimately converging upon the youth who was wholly engrossed in his task. At that moment, the young man's delicate features bore no trace of anxiety. Rather, the flickering flames cast a deep purple hue upon his visage. His demeanor exuded an air of tranquility that almost led the 2 women to believe he was not merely a tender youth of 16 or 17, but rather a seasoned alchemist of considerable experience. This calm and composed essence was something both Xue Mei and Lin Fei had only observed in their former masters, yet now, the young man before them rekindled that memory within them. Their eyes briefly crossed in midair, revealing a shared bittersweet smile tinged with defeat. With a soft sigh, Xue Mei glanced once more at Xiao Jue, her delicate hand brushing aside a few stray silver strands from her forehead before returning her focus to the cauldron. Reflecting on Xiao Jue's formidable strength as a great dome master, she could not help but appreciate his evident prowess in alchemy. Lin Fei, too, sighed with resignation, tossing the second batch of herbs into the cauldron, commencing the final refining process. For Xiao Jue, crafting a first-grade elixir was a trifling task. The concoction within the cauldron quickly assumed a rounded form, and as he observed the elixir's surface gleaming, a subtle smile graced his lips. His hand slowly withdrew from the cauldron, and with it, the purple flames gradually subsided. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the cauldron was propelled off by a gust of wind, and as he summoned it, a pale yellow elixir soared forth from the cauldron, swiftly approaching him. Chapter 40, Third-Rank Alchemist. With remarkable speed, Xiao Jue grasped a jade vial and deftly captured the pale yellow elixir within it. Lowering the vial gently, he lifted his gaze. The protective barrier surrounding him remained intact, indicating that the time had not yet come for him to exit. However, the barrier merely obscured vision, so he stepped through it directly. Not long after Xiao Jue emerged, a thunderous explosion resonated, reminiscent of an eruption. Given that this was the testing ground for alchemists, such a blast could only signify a cauldron mishap. As he looked up, he caught sight of the grim-faced President Frank and the awkwardly flustered Master Otto. Recalling the unfolding events, a smile broke upon Xiao Jue's face as he surmised what had likely transpired. Yet, observing Master Otto's indulgent affection towards Lin Fei and President Frank's attention to Xue Mei, it became evident just how arduous the path of an alchemist truly was. Xiao Jue also recalled the late Master Dou Qi from Utan City, realizing that the latter's talent exceeded that of both of the 4th-rank alchemist's apprentices. Soon, he witnessed Lin Fei stepping out from the barrier, her charming face marred by the soot of the explosion, her alchemist's robe sullied with grime. With a sigh, Master Otto turned away, unwilling to gaze upon Lin Fei any longer. After Lin Fei emerged, Xue Mei followed suit. Her eyes filled with fury as she glared at Lin Fei. Although it was quite possible that she too would fail in her alchemical endeavors, having already resorted to cheating, there remained a glimmer of hope for success. However, Lin Fei's explosive mishap had incinerated the precious materials she held in her hands, reducing them to mere ashes. Taking a deep breath to suppress her inner rage, she approached President Frank's side. Upon witnessing Xue Mei's demeanor, President Frank discerned her failure. With all 3 candidates now out, he waved his hand to dissipate the protective barrier. Observing the disarray at Lin Fei's station, coupled with the sound of the explosion, the possibility of her success was unequivocally dismissed. Frank then moved directly to Xue Mei's position, lifting the jade vial from her table, only to find it utterly empty. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He then proceeded to Xiao Jue's station. Casually picking up the parchment from Xiao Jue's stone platform, Frank cast a glance at it before placing it down and seizing the jade vial on the table. Upon pouring out its contents, a round, pale yellow pill rolled mischievously onto the surface. About the size of a thumb, the pill exhibited a faint yellow hue interwoven with a circle of emerald green ripples, resembling the spreading of a gentle ripple, which appeared quite extraordinary. Gazing at the circle of verdant waves, both Frank and Otto could not help but gasp in astonishment. In alchemical practice, such patterns typically emerge only when the quality and luster of the elixir reach their zenith. Congratulations, Xiao Jue, you have passed the assessment for a first-tier alchemist, Frank declared. As he slowly exhaled and smiled at the young man, Xiao Jue nodded and replied, then I would trouble President Frank to prepare for the examination of a second-tier alchemist. Upon hearing the young man's words, the once cheerful faces of Frank and Otto suddenly turned to expressions of disbelief. Continuing to apply for the second-tier alchemist assessment? Xiao Jue's statement left both Frank and Otto dumbfounded. Even Xue Mei and Lin Fei, who stood nearby, halted their movements, their mouths agape in astonishment as they stared at Xiao Jue. If Xiao Jue's successful passage of the first-tier alchemist assessment had already left them in awe, his subsequent application struck a deeper blow to their senses. A 16-year-old first-tier alchemist was already an extraordinary rarity in the Gamma Empire, but a 16-year-old second-tier alchemist was truly a marvel. It was worth noting that even the renowned Pill King, Dou Qi, had only just become a first-tier alchemist at the tender age of 16. However, recalling Xiao Jue's prowess as a great fighter, President Frank had no doubt regarding his capability to concoct second-tier elixirs. After all, Xiao Jue had fulfilled the necessary criteria. Observing this, Frank turned to Master Otto, who twitched at the corners of his mouth and asked, Old fellow, you aren't planning to expel me as well, are you? President Frank offered an awkward smile, but did not expel Master Otto. Meanwhile, Xue Mei and Lin Fei were escorted outside. Subsequently, President Frank retrieved a collection of medicinal herbs and a scroll of alchemical formula from his storage ring, placing them upon a stone pedestal. The second-tier elixir, the bone growth pill. Upon seeing the scroll, Xiao Jue could not suppress a chuckle and promptly began the process of concoction. Outside, Lin Fei and Xue Mei stood together. Though it was evident that Xue Mei deliberately kept a slight distance from Lin Fei, wary of her getting the medicinal residue on her. Why haven't the teachers emerged yet? Lin Fei remarked impatiently after a considerable duration had passed. Being in the Alchemist Guild's hall, many were observing Lin Fei, who was covered in medicinal dust. She was acutely aware that it would not be long before news of her impending first-tier alchemist assessment and subsequent failure would spread throughout Blackrock City. Xue Mei calmly responded, "What's the rush?" Lin Fei pouted, rolling her eyes. With a graceful leap, she perched herself atop the stone pedestal, her long legs, partially revealed beneath her purple gown, created an alluring arc that drew the gaze of several men in the hall. Just a few days ago, you claimed no one from the younger generation in Blackrock City could surpass you. Now, a contender has appeared. If I recall correctly, you mentioned something about companionship. Lin Fei remarked, her dark eyes twinkling mischievously. Apologies, but he is not from Blackrock City, Xue Mei replied, a faint blush gracing her delicate features, followed by a glint of cleverness in her beautiful eyes as she smiled at Lin Fei. Touch, Lin Fei huffed, brushing a strand of hair away from her forehead. However, with this fellow's talent, you are not unworthy of him. Although your teacher is a prominent figure in Blackrock City, one must consider the formidable prowess of the mentor who could cultivate such an extraordinary student. Not interested. If you fancy him, pursue him yourself. Master Otto is also a renowned alchemist, akin to my teacher, and your father is the lord of Blackrock City, Xue Mei smiled, her nonchalant words causing Lin Fei to clench her teeth in frustration. Huffed, suitors are lined up 30 miles outside the city for me. I have no time for unreciprocated affection, Lin Fei retorted with a playful eye roll. With a subtle smile, Xue Mei raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting toward the entrance as she quietly clenched her hands. They are coming out. Is the assessment over? Lin Fei's spirits lifted at the mention, and she quickly turned her attention to the door. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Frank and Otto emerging first. They exchanged a glance, then sighed and shook their heads. Chapter 41, Hidden Plot? Seeing their demeanor, Lin Fei and Xue Mei furrowed their brows. Did they fail? This young lad's talent for alchemy is truly extraordinary. One can't help but admire. Frank raised his head, spreading his hands with a smile. It seems our alchemist guild in Blackrock City will soon witness the youngest third-tier alchemist since the establishment of the Gamma Empire. Gazing at the astonishment etched on Frank and Otto's faces, the crowd in the hall felt a collective involuntary swallow. Observing the two, it dawned upon them that the young man had not only passed his second-tier assessment, but had also undertaken the examination for a third-tier alchemist. What an extraordinary individual. The onlookers exchanged glances, each silently sighing. For a 16-year-old third-tier alchemist, Surely this must set a new record for the Gamal Empire? How could it be possible for someone so young to achieve such a status? Lin Fei, with slightly parted lips, murmured in disbelief. Beside her, Xiao Mei nodded slightly, thinking that this fellow was indeed excessively remarkable. As they surveyed the crowd, which was awash with shock, Frank and Otto exchanged wry smiles. Having closely observed Xiao Jue concocting a potion, they were compelled to marvel at his innate talent for alchemy. Whether it was his extensive experience or his precise control of the flames, they felt that Xiao Jue surpassed them in skill. Astonishingly, after successfully refining a second-tier elixir, he requested to attempt a third-tier potion and succeeded, even producing intricate patterns upon it. If it weren't for the fact that the Alchemist Guild in Blackrock City did not facilitate assessments for fourth-tier alchemists, Frank would have suspected that Xiao Jue could have continued on to that level. At their age, they had still been striving to become fighters. What a formidable prodigy. My curiosity grows. Who is this master capable of nurturing such an exceptional student? Frank lamented. Indeed, while this young lad possesses remarkable talent in alchemy, even the most exquisite gem requires meticulous polishing to realize its potential. His mysterious mentor must be truly extraordinary, Otto reflected with admiration. However, that dark purple flame he wielded did not resemble a mystical fire, although it was significantly stronger than ordinary flames. It lacked the overwhelming and peculiar nature of true mystical fires. Frank recalled Xiao Jue's alchemical process, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Indeed, it does not resemble a mystical fire. Otto concurred, but that is of little concern. The Dou Qi continent is replete with extraordinary phenomena, and there are always wondrous things that remain unnoticed. While that flame possesses considerable strength, it pales in comparison to mystical flames. As the two conversed, Xiao Jue slowly emerged from the room, brushing off the remnants of medicinal powder from his ordinary attire and casting his gaze across the faces of those in the hall. He winked at Lin Fei and Xiao Mei before making his way to Frank and Otto. Upon noticing Xiao Jue's approach, the alchemists in the hall hurriedly bowed in reverence, calling out, "Master Xiao Jue," though they held a prestigious position within Blackrock City, receiving respect wherever they went. The extraordinary talent in alchemy demonstrated by the young man before them compelled them to show the utmost deference. A third-tier alchemist was no longer someone they could regard with indifference. They were fully aware that this young man could potentially surpass the renowned Dan Wang Guhi in the future. Upon seeing Xiao Jue emerge, Frank gestured to one of his subordinates, who promptly exited the hall with haste. Moments later, he returned, presenting a delicately crafted purple robe upon a jade platter. This was the distinctive attire of a third-tier alchemist, a garment whose fabric had been immersed in the guild's specially cultivated medicinal pool prior to its creation. Thus, one should not underestimate it. Once donned, the infused medicinal essence interacts with the air, gradually emanating a peculiar fragrance. This aroma serves to keep its wearer perpetually alert, while simultaneously heightening the sensitivity of the skin, thereby facilitating the alchemist's ability to master the nuances of heat control during the potion-making process. Receiving the jade platter, Frank proudly elaborated on the robe's capabilities. It also possesses immunity to certain toxins, and, due to the guild's meticulous craftsmanship, its defensive strength surpasses that of ordinary armor. Were it not for its exorbitant cost, mass production would be feasible, and it would have long been seized by the Empire for military use. Listening to Frank's detailed introduction, Xiao Jue nodded, accepting the exquisite purple robe. His gaze swept over it, noting a badge of the alchemist affixed to the chest area, depicting an ancient cauldron with 3 rippling patterns resembling mercury, as if alive, subtly undulating. Instead of donning the robe on the spot, Xiao Jue chose to stow it away and acknowledged Frank with a nod. Soon after, Frank's subordinate emerged once more, bearing a tray that held a spatial ring. Frank cast a scornful glance at the numerous second-tier alchemists below before taking the ring from the tray and presenting it to Xiao Jue, stating, "This is a reward for being the only third-tier alchemist in Blackrock City for over a decade." Frank's tone was tinged with reluctance, for this was a medium-grade spatial ring, and its contents alone were worth several million gold coins. With a dark expression, Frank surveyed the crowd, coldly remarking, "A bunch of inept individuals. This ring has been here for 7 years, and not a single third-tier alchemist has emerged." Many among them wore awkward expressions, yet, having aged, they seemed to have shed their shame, pretending not to hear Frank's words. Amused by their response, Frank ignored them and turned to Xiao Jue, saying, "Within this spatial ring, you will find 3 fourth-tier elixirs, 10 third-tier elixirs, as well as 10 high-grade herbs and 50 medium-grade herbs. Even such enticing rewards fail to ignite the ambition of these fools. Not a single one has risen to become a third-tier alchemist in 7 years." Frank scolded vehemently. He then handed the items to Xiao Jue, stating, "Though you are not a resident of Blackrock City, you underwent your assessment within our Alchemist Guild. Thus, everything contained herein, along with this medium-grade spatial ring, is yours. I am deeply grateful, President Frank, Xiao Jue replied. Xiao Jue did not decline. Instead, she accepted the spatial ring with grace, casually removing the inferior one from her finger to place it within her system space, adorning herself with the newly acquired intermediate ring. Witnessing her acceptance, Frank beamed with delight and inquired, "Where do you plan to go next?" In Frank's perspective, Xiao Jue was merely a traveler from another city visiting Blackrock City to partake in the alchemist examination, possibly even hailing from a foreign land. Thus, he held no expectations of her staying in Blackrock City, merely wishing to forge a benevolent connection with her. Xiao Jue replied, "I intend to head to the imperial capital next, as I have certain matters to attend to there." Frank nodded in understanding without pressing further and suggested, "How about this? I shall host a banquet in Blackrock City in your honor, as a means of celebration." "Thank you for your kind offer, President Frank. But I have friends at the inn, which complicates matters," Xiao Jue began, but Frank's eyes lit up with a sudden realization. "No worries, having friends along is even better. They should join us too." It was evident that Frank assumed Xiao Jue's friends at the inn were connected to her so-called mentor, eager to meet them. Xiao Jue nodded and shared the details of her reservation with Frank, harboring her own calculations while acquiescing to his invitation. Frank, pleased by her response, smiled and instructed, "Nalo, please escort Master Xiao Jue." Upon hearing Frank's address, Xiao Jue smiled, neither affirming nor denying it. Given her status as an alchemist within the Jimar Empire, being referred to as master seemed entirely appropriate. An elderly man prepared to step forward to see her off, but Xue Mei interjected, "Teacher, let me accompany Master Xiao Jue instead." Lin Fei scoffed, stepping forward to declare, "Humph, I believe I should go. I am more familiar with Blackrock City and can show Master Xiao Jue around." Xue Mei shot a glare at Lin Fei, who wore a smug expression, while Xiao Jue looked on, somewhat astonished. Though Xiao Yan had captured Xue Mei's admiration during his alchemist examination in Blackrock City, given his superior skills, Xiao Jue was not surprised by her reaction. Lin Fei, however, was different. As far as Xiao Jue was aware, she was the daughter of the city lord, and despite Xiao Yan's establishment of the Flame Alliance, she harbored no special feelings for him, viewing him merely as an ordinary acquaintance. What could have prompted her to regard Xiao Jue with such favor? Xiao Jue pondered whether her ascension to a third-tier alchemist had triggered a hidden plotline that garnered both President Frank's reward and Lin Fei's affection. Or perhaps, Xiao Jue mused, the allure of her appearance might have unwittingly impressed Lin Fei. Meanwhile, Master Otto, who had been amused by Frank's predicament, found himself momentarily speechless. While he and Frank could comprehend Xue Mei's infatuation with a more talented young alchemist, they were well aware of Lin Fei's demeanor, though seemingly unassuming. She was undeniably proud and aloof. "Yet now very well, let the two of you escort Xiao Jue," Frank concluded, yielding to their eagerness. Frank readily agreed, casting a somewhat smug glance at Otto as he spoke. Master Otto gritted his teeth, remaining silent, but after Xiao Jue accompanied the two women away, a sudden clarity illuminated his mind. It seemed there were indeed opportunities to be explored with the city lord. If Xiao Jue were to become the beloved son-in-law of the city lord, would that not infuriate the old curmudgeon Frank? If Xue Mei were to be a tad more stubborn, perhaps she would find herself in a subordinate position, and then Otto could easily overshadow Frank. However, Otto had not considered why his disciple could not occupy a subordinate role himself, or rather, why his disciple deserved any recognition. Was it solely due to his status as a fourth-tier alchemist and the city lord of Blackrock City? The trio wandered onto the streets, and under the guidance of Lin Fei and Xue Mei, Xiao Jue explored Blackrock City, eventually arriving at the largest market in the area. Of course, this was only agreed upon after a debate between Xue Mei and Lin Fei regarding their destination. The business within Blackrock City was predominantly under the control of the city lord, meaning that the market they had arrived at was owned by Lin Fei's family. It was no wonder Lin Fei wore a joyful expression, while Xue Mei's demeanor grew increasingly indifferent. As they strolled through the market, Lin Fei and Xue Mei flanked Xiao Jue, accompanying him as he perused the stalls. Thanks to Lin Fei, passers-by respectfully stepped aside and bowed to her. At least in Blackrock City, they would not encounter individuals like Galio and Lu Qi blocking their path. Suddenly, Xiao Jue sensed a disturbance within his beast's spirit flame and turned his attention to an item displayed by one of the vendors. He precisely discerned that the anomaly in the flame originated from that very spot, prompting him to hurriedly approach and crouch down to rummage through the goods without greeting the vendor. Initially annoyed, the vendor quickly donned a flattering smile upon noticing Lin Fei and Xue Mei beside Xiao Jue, pondering whether Xiao Jue might be a person of significance. As for Xiao Jue's rummaging through his stall, the vendor actually welcomed more such prominent figures to sift through his wares, for even if they left empty-handed, their need to maintain appearances often resulted in a substantial compensation. "Is there something you need here?" Lin Fei inquired, crouching beside Xiao Jue in confusion. Before leaving the Alchemist Guild, she had quickly changed into a new outfit, washed her face and hair, and hurried out while still slightly damp. Though Xue Mei remained silent. She too crouched beside Xiao Jue, meticulously observing the items on display, though she found nothing of interest. Xiao Jue nodded, continuing to sift through the goods while responding to Lin Fei's question. Yes, I believe there will be some excellent finds here. Unlike Xiao Yan, who would feign ignorance in such circumstances and treat opportunities as mere commonplace items to purchase. Xiao Jue was neither short of funds nor afraid to assert himself should the vendor attempt to extort him. At last, Xiao Jue's gaze lingered upon a stone statue. Although it appeared somewhat aged, it was evident that it depicted the likeness of a youth, measuring about an inch in height. Could such a diminutive statue be his fortuitous encounter? Upon grasping this so-called statue, not only was Xiao Jue taken aback, but even Xue Mei, Lin Fei, and the vendor before him exhibited involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths. Was this truly the object Xiao Jue desired? Casually, Xiao Jue retrieved a prepared pouch from his system space and let it fall, revealing 1,000 gold coins. However, after a moment's contemplation, he tossed down a jade vial as well before rising to his feet. This comprises 1,000 gold coins and a first-grade energy recovery pill. I shall take it, he declared. Upon hearing the term energy recovery pill, Lin Fei instinctively pouted in displeasure, recalling her previous mishap while concocting such a pill, which had resulted in an unfortunate explosion. Thank you, young master, thank you. The vendor hastily expressed his gratitude. For the value of the 1,000 gold coins and the medicinal pill was beyond measure, not to mention the curious origins of the statue itself. He had brought this statue today, having encountered a dismal day of sales. In a fit of anger on his way home, he had inadvertently unleashed a mid-level yellow-tier martial technique, the mountain-cracking kick, upon a stone, causing it to shatter and reveal the statue within. He had kicked it again, and to his astonishment, the statue remained unscathed despite several more attempts. Thus, he decided to take it back home and bring it here the following day, hoping to sell it for a good price due to its apparent durability. Yet, to his surprise, no one had visited his stall throughout the day. And just as he was preparing to return home, Xiao Jue purchased it using 1,000 gold coins and a medicinal pill. Regardless of the perspective, it seemed he had profited, except for Xiao Jue, of course. Is this object truly useful? Lin Fei inquired with confusion. Though her status clearly indicated that she was not particularly concerned about the 1,000 gold coins or the first-grade pill. Beside her, Xue Mei cast a glance at Xiao Jue, pursing her lips in silence. Xiao Jue nodded, unperturbed by the presence of the statue's original owner, and remarked, "Mai has reacted to this item, suggesting it is of exceptional quality." The vendor paused, bewildered by the term, yet he surmised it must be something exceedingly precious, perhaps even more so than the 1,000 gold coins and the medicinal pill he had just received. Lin Fei and Xue Mei widened their eyes in astonishment. As alchemy apprentices, they possessed a profound understanding of the subject, fully aware of the significance that represented. Xiao Jue's lips twitched slightly, but he paid it no mind, reasoning that should his secret be revealed, he would not face considerable danger in the kingdom of Jiamar. After all, Gui was not Hanfeng, and the kingdom of Jiamar was not a chaotic realm like the Black Corner domain. Should anyone harbor intentions toward Xiao Jue's, his connection with Yefei would likely enable him to summon Elder Tingshan, coupled with the Flame Lion King and Xiao Jue himself, unless Yun Yun intervened. Even if He enlisted numerous allies, they would have little recourse against Xiao Jue. The royal family, after all, harbored disdain for the Yunlan sect. Aside from the old sect master who was in seclusion, who among the Yunlan sect could contend with the likes of that elderly figure in a robe? As for the possibility of the royal family taking action against Xiao Jue, it seems rather unlikely, for Xiao Jue has just recalled that he might be able to attempt the refinement of 5th-grade elixirs. By this calculation, could it be said that he is indeed a 5th-grade alchemist? He expressed his gratitude to the two young ladies for their company along the way, stating that he had matters to attend to and would return to the inn. With an apology to Lin Fei and Xue Mei, he unfurled his purple cloud wings and soared into the sky. He had just sensed that the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts within him was quite agitated. Had it not been for the fact that this fire was refined by the system rather than by his own efforts, it might have turned against him. However, in the continent of fighting spirits, aside from the previous master of the strange fire, no one has been able to control a fire that has been refined by another, unless it is related to the Emperor Flame. It is no wonder Xiao Jue was so excited, if it were indeed connected to the legendary Emperor Flame. Perhaps this statue was the remnant soul of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi, akin to how the remnant soul of the pure lotus demon Saint manifested as a fragmentary map. As they watched Xiao Jue take flight, both young ladies, along with most of the crowd in the market, were momentarily stunned. Ultimately, only Lin Fei managed to deduce the truth, which consequently heightened her interest in Xiao Jue. The flight technique was indeed a mysterious phenomenon. The more she contemplated it, the more she felt compelled to conquer him. Lin Fei smiled dreamily until Xue Mei nudged her, noticing her dazed expression. Meanwhile, Xiao Jue, amidst the astonished gazes of countless people in Black Rock City, returned to the inn and entered the room he had reserved. On the other side, Yafei had changed into a pair of black high-heeled shoes and stood by the window, lost in thought. Upon seeing Xiao Jue enter, she approached him with a smile, saying, "The assessment should have been successful, right?" Xiao Jue nodded but had not yet the chance to respond when the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts within him began to stir once more. Cursing under his breath, he relinquished his hold on the spirit fire, allowing the surging crimson flames to rise from his palm and consume the statue. Yafei's expression froze, instinctively retreating from Xiao Jue, her eyes betraying a hint of concern, seemingly troubled by his unknown state. Under the caress of the spirit fire, the statue erupted with a brilliant radiance, and then it appeared as though the phantom of 10,000 beasts manifested, a fleeting shadow, along with a stone the size of a fingernail, fused into Xiao Jue's body. The spirit fire of 10,000 beasts within him quickly extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground. Yafei hesitated for a moment, then hurried over to lift Xiao Jue and lay him upon the bed, sitting helplessly at its edge. After losing consciousness, Xiao Jue's consciousness entered a mysterious realm, where he encountered a young man who was strikingly handsome, bearing a remarkable resemblance to himself. Upon seeing Xiao Jue, the young man simply smiled, his laughter resonant and commanding. After several hearty laughs, he joyfully declared, "I never expected to finally meet someone possessing the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, and to have found his successor." Xiao Jue was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he realized that he might be encountering the legacy of an extraordinary being. After all, the scene before him and the young man's words bore a striking resemblance to the words spoken by the remnant soul of the Yellow Springs demon saint when it met Xiao Yan. He spoke, "In my former life, the world referred to me as the beast god, yet I am not the sovereign of all beasts, but rather their greatest adversary, ultimately falling at the hands of the patriarch of the Tianhuang clan." A carefree smile crept across his face as he continued. Though that old rascal triumphed through the means of rebirth from the flames, it was merely a narrow victory. After all, the methods of the beast kin can never rival the pure bloodline of the true beast race. Xiao Jue, somewhat perplexed, endeavored to grasp the meaning behind the beast god's words, yet he remained respectfully attentive. The beast god cast a glance at him and spoke slowly. "The myriad beast spirit fire you possess would not have come to fruition without my influence." Xiao Jue was bewildered. Was not the myriad beast spirit fire formed from the souls and bloodlines of countless beasts? How could it possibly be connected to the beast god before him? The beast god, seemingly intrigued by the master of the myriad beast spirit fire, remarked, "It has been several million years since my time. Back then, not a single Dou emperor remained, yet countless experts emerged, and those who reached the pinnacle beneath the Dou emperor were known as great saints. Many descendants of imperial clans and leaders of ancient beast races attained such heights, though some preferred not to embrace the title, and I am among them." Chapter 44, Breakthrough. Evolution of the Flame Decision. Xiao Jue was astonished. He had not anticipated that the beast god could rival the likes of the pure lotus demon saint and the yellow spring demon saint. Unfazed by Xiao Jue's expression, the beast god continued, "In my era, the world was teeming with extraordinary flames, among which the most formidable were the void-swallowing flame and the pure lotus demon fire, both possessing power on par with that of great saints. No one could tame these two formidable flames, and they roamed freely throughout the cosmos. Moreover, there existed but one of each of these potent flames, and at that time, I was already at the pinnacle of 8-star Dou Saint, dismissive of the pursuit of other extraordinary flames, yet I was no match for either the pure lotus demon fire or the void-swallowing flame. Even if I were to obtain these flames, I would not dare to consume them. Thus, I resolved to create a flame of my own, one that was powerful and unparalleled." As he recounted this, the beast god's tone brimmed with nostalgia. At that time, I had already reached the peak of 8-star Dou Saint, making my name well known across the Dou Qi continent, and I had even established a small world of my own. I extended invitations to all families possessing 9th-order magical beasts, including the ancient magical beast families. Naturally, the ancient magical beast families were formidable, with many 9-star Dou Saints among them, and they would hardly regard me, an 8-star Dou Saint without a background, with any respect, yet they did send an elder of 9th order from their clan. The beast god laughed maniacally, saying, "On that day, I sealed off the passage to my small world, and with my 8-star Dou Saint prowess, I effortlessly slaughtered those magical beasts, most of whom were merely 3-star Dou Saints. Over 10,000 magical beasts perished by my hand. Although those beast families sensed the disturbance, they were unable to locate my small world in time. By harnessing the power of my small world, I refined the bloodlines of the slain magical beasts, transforming them into a potent flame, within which the phantoms of myriad beasts manifested. Upon the first sighting of this flame, I was certain that although it may not rival the void-devouring flame or the pure lotus demon fire, it likely stands not far beneath the Golden Emperor's inferno. Its uniqueness allowed me to refine this extraordinary fire into my own primal flame, which I named the Spirit Fire of all Beasts. After assimilating the Spirit Fire of all Beasts, I acquired the bloodline power of myriad beasts, enabling me to ascend to the rank of 9-star Dou Saint. Although I remained in the mid-stage of 9-star Dou Saint, I managed to survive the ensuing battles. The elder of the ancient Void Dragon clan, a formidable late 9-star Dou Saint, discovered my small world, drawing upon the bloodline power of the ancient Phoenix. I endured severe injuries inflicted by the ancient Void Dragon but escaped from his grasp. Eventually, I traversed through various trials, attaining the late stage of 9-star Dou Saint. Thanks to the Spirit Fire of all Beasts, I earned the title of Beast God and had a hand in the demise of several ancient demonic beast clans. However, ultimately, the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan intervened. My recovery was, of course, not comparable to that of a true ancient Phoenix, and in a mutual destruction tactic. He ended my life, though he himself did not perish. Thus, I met my end, the Beast God candidly recounted. Xiao Jue inquired, then, esteemed elder, what legacy do you wish to pass on to me? The Beast God replied, put away your petty thoughts. Had it been several 100,000 years ago, I might have usurped your body to unify the Dou Qi continent. Yet, having witnessed the emergence of another Dou Emperor, the downfall of the ancient myriad clans, and the extinction of the ancient Phoenix bloodline, there seems little reason to continue living. You cannot fathom the solitude of 1,000,000 years. Xiao Jue dared not speak further, fearing the Beast God might retract his words, inwardly cursing the system for allowing the remnant soul of the Beast God to infiltrate his own spirit. The Beast God recognized he had divulged too much and gradually shifted to the crux of the matter. The Spirit Fire of all beasts possesses a singular nature, yet it is not entirely unique. It can coalesce from the bloodlines of 10,000 types of demonic beasts. The Beast God laughed maniacally. But how many dare to scheme for the bloodline of myriad beasts? In that battle, my Spirit Fire of all beasts was scattered, with half of it drifting across the Dou Qi continent. It may eventually dissipate, or perhaps transform into the true Spirit Fire of all beasts. However, upon witnessing that Dou Qi emerge, I understood that the scattered Spirit Fire of all beasts had reformed into a new flame, albeit significantly diminished, likely ranking amongst the weakest of its kind. My remnant soul retained the majority of the Spirit Fire's essence, ultimately wielding its power to navigate through space using the bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon. While the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan was gravely injured and unable to thwart my escape with the Spirit Fire's essence. Following that battle, the ancient Void Dragon clan attacked the ancient Phoenix clan, nearly annihilating it, leading to the fall of this once preeminent clan among the demonic beasts. In this realm, where the spirit of the myriad beasts and the sacred fire resided, I transformed into a mere stone statue, yet as time ebbed away, the potency of my essence and that of the myriad beast spirit fire began to wane, ultimately leaving behind a fragment scarcely the size of an inch. Even my residual soul succumbed to a deep slumber. Should you fail to awaken me soon, it is likely that the last vestiges of the myriad beast spirit fire will dissipate, leaving behind but an empty shell, or perhaps it will depart from me entirely, once more becoming a celestial fire of extraordinary nature. As for my fragmented soul, it may well be lost in eternal slumber, lamented the Beast God. In that moment, Xiao Jue suddenly perceived an enveloping gloom, his consciousness gradually sinking into oblivion, and before succumbing, he caught but a single utterance. You possess an aura akin to that of the Emperor of Battles. My techniques and martial arts are of no use to you. Yet my true legacy is merely the secret art of the myriad beast spirit fire. Within his dantian, the space once occupied by the myriad beast spirit fire and the scorpion dragon's poison fire expanded manifold, and astonishingly, a brand new myriad beast spirit fire emerged, merging with the essence of the fire Xiao Jue had refined. At this juncture, the incantation within Xiao Jue's body began to operate autonomously, drawing forth immense celestial energy, which converged into a swirling vortex above Haiyan City, feverishly siphoning the energy of the heavens and earth. The sky over Haiyan City dimmed inexplicably. The sun's brilliance was obscured not by clouds, but by an enigmatic force. Yifei, who stood beside Xiao Jue, suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure descend upon her, rendering her unconscious without understanding the cause. Upon awakening, Xiao Jue gazed at his system panel and inquired, "System, do you have anything to convey?" Noting the system's silence, He surmised that the so-called beast god from the previous day had no connection to the system, and continued, "Please check the information regarding the Myriad Beast Spirit Fire." Myriad Beast Spirit Fire, a celestial fire created by the ancient beast god, ranked 22nd in the list of extraordinary fires established by the ancient Emperor Dou Qi. In ancient times, its might rivaled that of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame, surpassed only by the void-devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire. Now, stripped of the bloodline of the myriad beasts, it remains as the fire of the myriad beasts, its power comparable to the 8th-ranked red lotus inferno. Xiao Jue gazed out at the clear sky, pondering if he had indeed transcended into the realm of Dou Ling, attaining an unparalleled soul power. He glanced at the unconscious Yafei, stretched lazily, and decided to set aside his musings. Approaching her, he intended to carry her to the bed for a more comfortable rest. However, as he lifted her, Yafei abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze slightly dazed, reminiscent of someone just awoken from slumber. Xiao Jue affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. "Awake now?" Yafei pouted, her delicate arms wrapping around Xiao Jue's neck, her voice laced with concern. "Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" "It won't happen again," Xiao Jue replied with a grin. Satisfied with his response, Yafei huffed playfully, content with his demeanor, yet hesitant to push her luck further. Chapter 45, Lord of Carl City. One aspect that brought Xiao Jue joy was the continued presence of the Scorpion Dragon's poison fire, which had not been consumed by the myriad beast spirit fire. Perhaps this was due to the incantation's influence. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, for he now stood as a Dou Ling, and the incantation had risen to a low-grade, earth-level technique. His spiritual power transcended the pinnacle of the mortal realm, ascending to the level of a soul realm entity, a feat characteristic of an 8th-tier alchemist. Even when confronting lower-tier dozongs, he would face no insurmountable challenges. Xiao Jue felt that his prior concerns were unwarranted, yet he remained steadfast in his course of action. Once the clarity returned to Yafei's gaze, he inquired, "How long have I been unconscious?" Yafei shook her head, indicating uncertainty. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a cool female voice. "Master Xiao Jue, I am Shuemei. The teacher has prepared a banquet and sent me to invite you." It appeared that the next day had dawned. Xiao Jue smiled at Yafei and gently set her down. Both straightened their attire before proceeding toward the door. Upon stepping outside, they beheld Shuemei waiting. Yafei, with a subtle pout, entwined her arm around Xiao Jue's. Shuemei's gaze fell upon the pair, specifically on the arm Yafei had draped around Xiao Jue. An outcome she had anticipated, though she had not expected that this so-called adversary would possess comparable beauty. "Shall we?" Shuemei's demeanor remained unchanged, her tone still icy as she turned to lead the way. Xiao Jue offered a non-committal smile, trailing behind Shuemei with Yafei at his side. He certainly noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in Shuemei's eyes, yet such matters were not to be addressed openly. Following Shuemei, Xiao Jue arrived at a separate courtyard, its gates wide open. Passers-by occasionally stole glances inside, only to be swiftly ushered away by the guards stationed at the entrance. Upon sighting Shuemei, the guards promptly saluted, "Miss Shuemei." They then regarded Xiao Jue, a flicker of confusion crossing their faces, yet one of them tentatively ventured, "Master Xiao Jue?" "Indeed," he replied, accompanying Shuemei into the courtyard. The guards exchanged looks between Xiao Jue, Shuemei, and Yafei, ultimately shaking their heads as they closed the gates, dismissing the curious onlookers. Xiao Jue and Yafei followed Shuemei into the main hall, where a considerable number of guests had already gathered. Naturally, the esteemed Frank presided at the head of the table. To the left sat Master Otto, while a middle-aged man occupied the seat to the right. Yet, in Xiao Jue's perception, the most formidable presence in the hall emanated from this middle-aged individual. Upon noticing Lin Fei seated beside the middle-aged man rather than Master Otto, a glimmer of realization crossed Xiao Jue's eyes. This man was likely the Lord of Blackrock City. As one of the few major cities in the northeastern province of the Gamma Empire, the city lord must possess the strength of a Dou Ling, which elucidated Lin Fei's disdain for Xiao Yan in the original narrative. With a Dou Ling father, Lin Fei's perspective naturally surpassed that of Shuemei. However, Xiao Jue was somewhat taken aback. It turned out that Lin Fei's father, the Lord of Blackrock City, was an 8-star Dou Ling. An individual of such caliber could easily rise to the rank of a general within an army. Yet he chose to govern this modest Blackrock City. Certainly, each person harbors their own ambitions, and Xiao Jue does not suspect that the city lord is harboring any ulterior motives. If he were a Dou Wang, Xiao Jue might entertain some doubts. But as a Dou Ling, he is not on par with Xiao Jue's capabilities, which can stir the winds and clouds of the Jiama Empire. Although Xiao Jue is merely a 1-star Dou Ling, he possesses the soul power of a perfected mortal realm, granting him the strength to contend even against someone like Ma Pao Jia Lao. After all, the typical Dou Huang possesses merely mid-level spiritual power of the mortal realm. and even those at the pinnacle of Dou Huang are only at the late stage of the mortal realm. Upon the entrance of a young man, the middle-aged man rose from his seat, holding a wine glass, and remarked with a smile, "This must be Master Xiao Jue." Master Otto interjected, "Indeed. He is the youngest second-tier alchemist since the founding of the Jiama Empire, as well as the youngest third-tier alchemist." However, upon glancing at Yafei beside Xiao Jue, everyone's expressions grew somewhat awkward. President Frank could not help but scoff, thinking to himself that he would relish witnessing how these two scoundrels would compete with the people of the Mitre family. Xue Mei and Lin Fei were undeniably captivated by Xiao Jue. It was only natural to feel drawn to a handsome and exceptionally talented individual. Coincidentally, both President Frank and Master Otto were quite impressed with Xiao Jue and hoped to entrust their disciples to him. Subsequently, Master Otto sought out Lin Fei's father, the city lord of Black Rock City, who was also the strongest individual in the city and among the mightiest in the Jiama Empire. Among the 10 strongest in the Jiama Empire, excluding those residing in the imperial capital and those of the Yunlan sect, most were wanderers without a fixed abode. Thus, in the absence of Dou Wang experts, an 8-star Dou Ling already stands as the apex of recognized strength in the Jiama Empire. While Master Otto was en route to the city lord's residence, President Frank investigated Xiao Jue's background. Although he could not ascertain Xiao Jue's true identity, he discovered that Xiao Jue had arrived in Black Rock City accompanied by a woman from the Mitre family. At this point, the 3 Dou Lings of Black Rock City had all assembled for the banquet, awaiting Xiao Jue's arrival. Xiao Jue humbly responded, "Master Otto, you flatter me." With a gesture, a wine glass from the vacant spot floated towards him and landed in his hand. He raised the glass in a toast to the city lord before downing its contents in one go. "Ha!" The city lord laughed heartily, also draining his glass and placing it back on the table. Xiao Jue took a seat with Yafei, and they conversed as usual. It was during this time that Xiao Jue learned the city lord's name, Jones Carl, with Jones being the surname and Carl the given name. Lin Fei's full name was also revealed to be Jones Lin Fei. As the wine flowed and the conversation deepened, Lord Carl initiated dialogue with Xiao Jue, aiming to glean information from him. Being Lin Fei's father, he naturally relayed everything he knew. He was also aware that Xiao Jue was an alchemist and coupled with the information provided by Master Otto, he was certain that Xiao Jue was at least a 4th-tier alchemist. Thus, he sought to uncover more about Xiao Jue. Though Xiao Jue chose to withhold certain details, revealing only what he deemed necessary, as he too harbored his own calculations. It was not until Lord Carl posed a question regarding the current level of Xiao Jue's true alchemist rank that the conversation took a pivotal turn. Xiao Jue pondered for a moment before responding. "During my time as a great Dou master, I rarely encountered failures when concocting 4th-grade elixirs. Upon returning to the inn yesterday, I fortuitously achieved a breakthrough to Dou Ling. In summary, I have yet to attempt crafting 5th-grade elixirs, but my success rate with 4th-grade elixirs is already exceedingly high. Currently, I possess the foundation to become a 5th-grade alchemist, although I have not yet undertaken such an endeavor." Upon hearing these words, Lord Carl was initially taken aback, but soon he treated Xiao Jue with even greater courtesy. Both President Frank and Master Otto spoke extensively with Xiao Jue, raising their glasses in toast. Meanwhile, Yafei sipped on fruit wine, gazing dreamily at Xiao Jue, her fair complexion slightly flushed, evidently affected by the wine. Despite their prolonged conversation, Lord Carl could not extract much from Xiao Jue, yet even the little shared was sufficient. Squinting slightly, Lord Carl inquired, "Might I ask you, Master Xiao Jue, for your opinion on my daughter?" Lin Fei, seated beside Lord Carl, appeared either shy or perhaps intoxicated. Xiao Jue replied, "Miss Lin Fei is gentle and charming. She is indeed wonderful." Upon receiving this commendation, Lord Carl erupted into hearty laughter. Xue Mei, pursing her lips, remained silent, while Yafei, having stealthily approached Xue Mei during Lord Carl's inquiry, found herself reluctantly compelled to seek companionship, puffing out her cheeks in a display of exasperation. Lord Carl downed another glass of wine and proposed, "I intend for Lin Fei to accompany Master Xiao Jue. What are your thoughts on this?" Xiao Jue seemed somewhat hesitant, as he planned to continue his discreet development, wishing to remain hidden for at least another year. Then, it would be better to comply respectfully. Xiao Jue replied with a smile. Unlike Lin Fei's ecstatic reaction, Yafei rolled her eyes, while Xue Mei, who had engaged in much conversation with Yafei, wore a gentle smile, finding solace in the fact that even an unremarkable self could remain by his side. Subsequently, Xiao Jue mused that if he could win the daughter of the Lord of Haiyan City to his side, would not Haiyan City become his own domain? During his stroll through the market the previous day, he had learned from Lin Fei that there were indeed families in Haiyan City, with over a dozen possessing great Dou masters, yet none held a Dou Ling. Among the 3 Dou Ling powerhouses in Haiyan City, one was Lord Carl. Another was President Frank of the Alchemist Guild, and the only one not allied with any faction was Master Otto, a close friend of President Frank and the teacher of Lord Karl's daughter. Seeing Yafei beside Xuemei, Xiao Jue smiled, as it seemed that all three Douling powerhouses of Haiyan City could be considered part of his circle. Wouldn't that mean Haiyan City was destined to become his own territory? Xiao Jue contemplated the vast resources and manpower required to establish a grand city. Rather than transforming Utan City, it would be more prudent for a portion of the Xiao family to remain there while the rest migrated to Blackrock City. This strategy would naturally position the Xiao family as the fifth most prominent clan in the northeastern province of the Jama Empire. As for whether Lord Karl would relinquish his authority, Xiao Jue felt confident, though he refrained from directly presenting these terms. Eventually, as the conversation drew to a close, everyone departed their separate ways. Notably, Lin Fei chose to accompany Xiao Jue instead of leaving with Lord Karl, while Xuemei and Yafei departed together, resulting in the four of them leaving as a group. The following morning, with a smug smile gracing his lips, it appeared that his charm remained as potent as ever. Lin Fei awoke, letting out a soft huff. However, once fully awake, she blinked her large, innocent eyes at Xiao Jue with a look of vulnerability. Seeing her adorable expression, Xiao Jue could not help but tease her further and gently rubbed her cheek. At that moment, Lin Fei's expression froze. Was she truly still with Xiao Jue? Overwhelmed with guilt, she turned her head away, but the memory of Yafei's words from the previous day considerably alleviated her remorse. How could you do this? Lin Fei asked, her eyes reddening and her voice trembling. Such a question was not one Xiao Jue could easily answer, so he hastily embraced her. Lin Fei attempted to break free from his hold, but unable to escape, she resigned herself to being held by him. What am I supposed to do now? She asked, her tone laced with distress. We shall bear the responsibility together, Xiao Jue replied succinctly. Lin Fei pouted, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. However, faced with the circumstances, what could she do but acquiesce? With this thought, some of Lin Fei's irritation diminished. Stop talking, she interjected, her cheeks flushed. Observing her shyness, Xiao Jue refrained from further teasing her. After finishing his bath and donning the attire of a third-tier alchemist, he felt invigorated. Perhaps this uniform bestowed some attribute enhancement? He instructed Lin Fei and Xuemei to rest while he retrieved a selection of medicinal herbs, preparing to concoct a potion. Xiao Jue aimed to brew the fifth-tier Nirvana pill, a remedy capable of aiding a 9-star Douling in breaking through to the Dou Wang level. To transition from 9-star Douling to Dou Wang, one does not merely require an accumulation of Dou Qi, but rather a profound comprehension of realms. A Dou Wang possesses the ability to transform Dou Qi into wings, drawing upon a modicum of energy from the surrounding space. This manipulation necessitates an elevation in the level of Dou Qi, and the Nirvana pill serves to condense and purify it. However, this pill has a high resistance. Its effects diminish considerably upon subsequent consumption. Regardless, even a single Nirvana pill boasts a probability of 7 or 8 out of 10 in assisting a 9-star Douling in achieving the Dou Wang realm. Xiao Jue's intention was to refine a Nirvana pill, both as a bargaining chip and to assert his identity as a fifth-tier alchemist. Once again, Xiao Jue employed his palm as a cauldron and the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts to refine the potion. This time, however, he felt no apprehension. The burning formula has become a low-level earth-tier cultivation method. Coupled with the inherent uniqueness of this technique, the sheer quantity of Dou Qi within Xiao Jue's body is astonishing, rivaling even Lin Fei's father, Karl. Thus, utilizing the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts to refine fifth-tier elixirs poses no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, although the Nirvana pill is notably difficult to concoct among fifth-tier elixirs, the amount of Dou Qi required for its creation is not significantly greater than that needed for the fifth-tier Dragon Power pill. From the array of herbs at his disposal, Xiao Jue managed to gather the ingredients necessary for a single Nirvana pill. Among these, the primary herb, the reincarnation grass, is a rare high-grade material, while the others are relatively common. Fortunately, among the many high-grade herbs acquired from the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, Xiao Jue possessed a reincarnation grass, allowing him to assemble the required components for the Nirvana pill. Xiao Jue began the extraction process, his speed remarkable and free of errors. After swiftly refining all the herbs, he commenced their fusion. As the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts blazed steadily, the extracted materials gradually melded together. Hovering just above his palm, a jade-green pill, the size of a dragon's eye, spun rapidly, its surface glistening as it entered the final stage of condensation. Chapter 47. Lin Fei's Subtle Thoughts. Upon witnessing Xiao Jue successfully concoct the elixir, Xuemei, who had exerted little effort the previous night, awakened and retrieved a high-quality rouge jade vial. She sat beside Xiao Jue, observing him closely as he refined the elixir. Xiao Jue's palm trembled slightly, and a more intense crimson flame surged forth, enveloping the jade-green pill entirely. With several swift upheavals of the spirit fire, a fierce wave of energy suddenly emanated from the flames, rapidly expanding like ripples in water. Simultaneously, the blood-red pill in formation released an exceptionally rich fragrance, laced with a hint of pale blue, enveloping the surroundings and eventually wafting out of the room. Shui, taken aback by this phenomenon, exclaimed, "This is a manifestation that occurs only when 4th-tier or higher elixirs are forming. You are concocting a 5th-tier elixir." With the successful completion of the Nirvana pill, Xiao Jue placed the 5th-tier elixir into the rouge jade vial that Shui had provided and handed it to her for inspection. Shui accepted the vial, gazing at the pill within for an extended period, her eyes filled with envy. While she was still diligently striving to become an alchemist, Xiao Jue had already reached the ability to refine 5th-tier elixirs. "I must work even harder," she resolved, before returning the Nirvana pill to Xiao Jue. At that moment, Lin Fei remained deep in slumber, unaffected even by the energy fluctuations generated during the formation of the 5th-tier elixir. "I'm so elated right now, let us celebrate," Xiao Jue declared, wrapping his arms around Shui. As she recalled Lin Fei's appearance that morning, a mix of fear and inexplicable anticipation stirred within her. "Be gentle," she softly replied. Xiao Jue's smile grew ever more radiant as he tenderly reassured her, "Do not worry, I won't break you." The battle between Xiao Jue and Shui stirred significant turbulence, awakening Lin Fei from her slumber. Realizing the commotion, she painfully rose to her feet and reproached Xiao Jue. "How could you act this way? Be good, I will give it to you shortly," Xiao Jue reassured her. Frustrated, Lin Fei lunged at Xiao Jue, who, concerned for her well-being, surrendered to her momentum and sat down on the bed. Yafei entered the room, observing the trio with a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed her displeasure. It was evident that she was unhappy about someone diverting Xiao Jue's affection from her. Nevertheless, the meal she carried was prepared for 4, as she intended for them to dine together rather than finishing it alone downstairs. Xiao Jue, appreciating Yafei's kindness, rose to bestow a kiss upon her before washing his hands and settling onto the sofa, watching the two women change their attire. After the meal, Xiao Jue produced a medicinal pill, applying the resulting paste onto the wounds of the two women, swiftly alleviating their pain and swelling. Subsequently, Xiao Jue took Lin Fei out, leaving Shui to rest, accompanied by Yafei. As they walked toward the city lord's residence, Lin Fei clung to his arm, their closeness apparent and genuine. "Are you seeking my father to present him with a 5th-grade pill?" Lin Fei asked Xiao Jue, still incredulous. The thought that Xiao Jue was a 5th-grade alchemist, and that he intended to gift her father such a pill, astonished her. Who could resist such cuteness? Xiao Jue teased, playfully brushing his finger against Lin Fei's nose, oblivious to the fact that she was 2 years his senior. Lin Fei's cheeks flushed as she playfully bit his finger, holding it in her mouth. Passers-by on the street paused at the sight of the little princess of Haiyan City displaying such intimacy with a man. However, upon noticing the 3rd-grade alchemist badge on Xiao Jue's alchemist uniform and his youthful visage, they could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The two engaged in playful banter until they arrived at the city lord's residence. With Lin Fei present, the guards refrained from obstructing them. Had it not been for their duty, they would have preferred to step aside until Xiao Jue and Lin Fei entered. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's return to the city lord's residence had already been discreetly communicated to Lord Carl, who had been informed by local informants that Xiao Jue had returned to the inn last night with Lin Fei, Yafei, and Shui. Thus, Lord Carl awaited Xiao Jue's arrival, harboring intentions of aligning Xiao Jue with Lin Fei to win his favor, but only if Xiao Jue proved himself worthy. He was not devoid of affection for his daughter. Moreover, the energy fluctuations reported from the inn that morning had reached Lord Carl's ears, making it clear that Xiao Jue had indeed become a 5th-grade alchemist. Thus, Lord Carl pretended as though nothing had transpired and stepped forth to greet Xiao Jue and Lin Fei. However, to Carl's astonishment, the moment Lin Fei laid eyes on him, she relinquished her hold on Xiao Jue, rushing into his embrace with a pitiful demeanor, lamenting, "Father, he last night." At this juncture, Lin Fei fell silent, casting a seemingly discreet yet self-satisfied glance at Xiao Jue, oblivious to the fact that both Lord Carl and Xiao Jue had noted her subtle actions. Lin Fei understood the nature of her father. While he indulged her, he was also a man driven by self-interest. When confronted by those beneath him, he would seize every advantage, yet when faced with someone stronger, he would choose to yield repeatedly. Although Lin Fei had accepted the reality of Xiao Jue's relationship with both her and Shui, it did not preclude her feelings of anger, which had prompted this scene. Could Lord Carl truly disregard the situation? What would others think of him? Thus, he felt compelled to take a stance. "Master Xiao Jue, you possess a unique flame and have already transcended the Dou Ling realm, correct?" Carl inquired, his tone laced with certainty. He subtly gestured toward Xiao Jue, implying that the encounter would be a mere formality and that he would not impose upon him. Xiao Jue nodded and replied, "What guidance does the Lord wish to impart?" With a somber expression, Carl stated, "I seek justice for my daughter. Master Xiao Jue, why not take a stroll in the back courtyard of the Lord's manor? The space is ample enough for both of us to unleash our full potential." After some contemplation, Xiao Jue acquiesced, recognizing the opportunity to negotiate conditions with Lord Carl. Demonstrating his prowess would undoubtedly serve him well. In Chapter 48, Defeating Carl, it was clear that despite their affiliation, Xiao Jue refrained from employing his soul power against him. Given the overwhelming strength of Xiao Jue's soul power, a full-force engagement would likely shatter Lord Carl's soul, while holding back could result in a backlash. Thus, Xiao Jue opted against using his soul power, positioning himself as a one-star Dou Ling who had mastered an earth-level technique and a unique flame. In contrast, Lord Carl possessed the strength of an 8-star Dou Ling, making their potential confrontation uncertain. With that, the group proceeded towards the manor's rear courtyard, where Lin Fei hastily approached Xiao Jue and whispered, "My father's Dou Qi is of the wind attribute, exceptionally swift, and he wields a formidable advanced earth-level technique. Should the situation turn unfavorable, concede and offer him the elixir. You may still negotiate conditions thereafter." Xiao Jue regarded Lin Fei with surprise. He had already intended to present the Nirvana pill to Lord Carl, a fact Lin Fei surely recognized. Yet her final words seemed to suggest an intent to create a challenge for Xiao Jue before her father, as he graciously presented a 5th-tier elixir. Would this action not undoubtedly enhance Lord Carl's favor towards him? Satisfied with this realization, Xiao Jue considered that perhaps Lin Fei harbored goodwill towards him, prompting him to treat her with greater kindness, especially given his remarkable success rate in alchemy that rendered him exceedingly generous. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard of the Lord's residence, the two individuals, in unison, decided to have Lin Fei stand at a distance, thereby avoiding any collateral damage from their impending duel. Once Lin Fei had distanced herself, the two faced each other in a tense standoff. Xiao Jue spoke earnestly, expressing his hope that Lord Carl would not hold back, as he intended to test his own strength. Lord Carl furrowed his brow at this declaration, realizing that he would need to divert some of his focus to ensure he did not inadvertently harm Xiao Jue. Very well, he acquiesced. His reasoning straightforward. As an 8-star Dou Ling, he believed he held a significant advantage over a 1-star Dou Ling, particularly one who was a non-combatant alchemist. With this understanding, Xiao Jue unsheathed the Shiha's sword, an artifact he had not wielded in quite some time. Had it not been for his clear grasp of the importance of strength and his desire to confront Lord Carl, he might have refrained from using the Shiha sword for a prolonged period. The spirit fire of all beasts clung to the Shiha sword, pointing ominously at Lord Carl. Sensing the imminent danger, Lord Carl's demeanor shifted, shedding his earlier nonchalance. "Wind strike," he commanded, summoning gusts of wind to test Xiao Jue's defenses. However, the probing attack proved successful, for Xiao Jue had not mastered any defensive techniques and could only retaliate with brute force. Executing the first form of the Golden Crow sword technique, Golden Crow Daybreak, Xiao Jue unleashed a powerful strike. The spirit fire of all beasts, along with the Dou Qi he infused into the Shiha sword, detached and transformed into a fiery sword aura that soared toward Lord Carl. Upon separation, this sword aura morphed into a 3-legged golden crow, flames dancing across its golden feathers. Lord Carl's wind, bolstered by his Dou Qi, failed to impede the Golden Crow Daybreak as it approached. A change swept over Lord Carl's expression as he pondered. Could this be an Earth-tier Dou technique? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. As the 3-legged golden crow neared, he raised his right hand and pointed decisively. "Advanced mystical Dou technique, gathering wind finger," he declared. The fierce winds converged and compressed at his fingertip, forming a vortex that met the golden crow head-on. A piercing cry erupted from the golden crow, momentarily catching Lord Carl off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and directed his finger toward the creature. With a thunderous roar, the two formidable techniques collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing the surrounding flora to tremble and debris to scatter. The energy in the vicinity began to spiral into chaos, leaving Xiao Jue astonished by the might of the Golden Crow Daybreak. The Golden Crow sword technique comprised 3 forms, each corresponding to different tiers: low, mid, and higher tiers. Naturally, as the inaugural form, Golden Crow Daybreak's power was classified as low Earth tier, yet it was undeniably among the most formidable, rivaling even mid-Earth tier techniques. Determined not to relent, Xiao Jue recognized that Lord Carl had yet to unleash his full potential. Thus, he pressed on. Golden Crow sword technique. Second form, Golden Crow's descent. Xiao Jue once more unleashed a strike with his sword, the sword energy transforming into a 3-legged golden crow. However, this golden crow, as it plummeted to the west, bore a resemblance to the falling azure fire, soaring high in the sky. The three-legged golden crow gazed down upon Lord Karl before diving swiftly downward. The Lord, filled with trepidation, looked up at the descending crow and exclaimed in awe, "What a formidable young man! In the empire of Gamma, aside from the top 10 powerhouses, few can contend with him." Yet, there was no trace of despair in his tone. He raised his hand, aiming at the three-legged golden crow. Gathering wind palm. The technique involved concentrating the wind, compressing it to unleash formidable power, capable of breaking through defenses. But what if all 5 fingers executed the gathering wind finger? Perhaps even gathering some wind in the palm could yield an effect akin to a single force shattering myriad strikes? Boom. However, Lord Karl overestimated his own capabilities and underestimated the might of the descending golden crow. As the crow descended, the moment it collided with Lord Karl's right palm, 2 terrifying forces clashed, causing the surrounding energies to spiral into chaos. Xiao Jue unfurled his purple cloud wings, soaring towards Lord Karl. Although his burning decision was an earth-tier technique, his strength paled in comparison to that of Lord Karl, who presumably practiced a high-level mystical tier technique. The amount of fighting energy each possessed was not vastly different either. Furthermore, Xiao Jue had just executed 2 earth-tier combat techniques, while Lord Karl had only employed mystical tier techniques, suggesting a considerable disparity in their energy consumption. Xiao Jue hoped that the three-legged golden crow would inflict some injury upon Lord Karl, providing him the opportunity to defeat the Lord as well. Otherwise, if the battle prolonged, his chances of losing were significant. Xiao Jue did not intend to employ the third form of the golden crow sword technique, for its overwhelming power rivaled that of celestial tier techniques, rendering it beyond Lord Karl's capacity to withstand. Moreover, how could Xiao Jue's fighting energy manifest a high-level earth tier technique? If he could not unleash the full might of the technique, its execution would surely fail to meet his expectations. Wind blade. As Xiao Jue approached, a blade of wind surged towards him. He raised his Shi sword to block the attack. "I concede," Lord Karl declared before Xiao Jue could advance. Although he did not wish to surrender, he had underestimated the power of the descending golden crow. Even with his gathering wind palm, which was comparable to an earth-tier technique, he could only barely fend off the golden crow's assault, suffering injuries nonetheless. Chapter 49. The deal is sealed. Xiao Jue ceased his attack and gazed into the mist, where he saw Lord Karl stepping forth. His right palm was indeed a gruesome sight, marred and bloodied, but this was not due to the burning of the. Clearly, Lord Karl had failed to completely negate the power of the descending golden crow. Though he had managed to block it, the consequences were evident in his hand, leading to his concession, for he could not withstand a second golden crow's descent. Xiao Jue sheathed his Shihi sword and produced a jade vial, tossing it to Lord Karl. Inside was a 4th-tier healing elixir, one of 3 4th-tier potions given to Xiao Jue by President Frank, contained within his spatial ring. Lord Karl caught the jade bottle tossed by Xiao Jue, opened it, and was taken aback by the fragrant aroma of the medicinal elixir emanating from within. To his astonishment, it was indeed a 4th-tier pill. Once he regained his composure, he promptly poured the pill into his mouth. In his lifetime, he had only consumed such a high-grade elixir a handful of times. Certainly, the primary reason for this was Xiao Jue's presence. He could not bring himself to pocket the 4th-tier pill and resort to a lesser healing elixir. After swallowing the pill, he immediately used his combat energy to dissolve it, and the gruesome wounds on his right hand began to heal, leaving only blood and remnants of flesh that merely required a rinse with water. Lord Karl could not help but marvel at the efficacy of the 4th-tier pill, and he complimented Xiao Jue, saying, "I did not expect Master Xiao Jue, as an alchemist, to possess such formidable combat prowess." Xiao Jue shook his head in modesty, replying, "Not at all. Had it not been for the constraints within the Lord's residence, and given your status as an 8-star combat spirit with wind attribute energy, I would have surmised your capabilities more accurately." Hearing this, Lord Karl nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Xiao Jue was spot on. Earlier, he had been left with no choice but to weather the blows. Unable to evade or counterattack without risking harm to Xiao Jue, whose status as a 5th-tier alchemist he never doubted. With a hearty laugh, Lord Karl exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Since you have returned with that girl Lin Fei, it is fortuitous that it is nearly noon. Let us share a meal together." He summoned his entire family, including Lin Fei's mother and her siblings, along with Xiao Jue, as they gathered in the grand hall of the Lord's residence. Xiao Jue's gaze swept across the assembly in the hall until it settled on a young man, Lin Fei's second brother, Jones Ek. In a hushed tone, Xiao Jue began to discuss with Lin Fei, gathering information about her brother. Ek was Lord Karl's most exceptional offspring, 27 years of age, already a 2-star combat master, and destined to become a combat spirit in the future. There was even the potential for him to rise to the rank of a combat king. Much like Lord Karl himself, though this would require many more years. However, should Xiao Jue wish to relocate the Xiao family to Blackrock City, Ek would pose the greatest obstacle. If Ek opposed the migration of the Xiao family to Blackrock City, even with Xiao Jue's imposing presence, his covert interference could create significant complications. Xiao Jue raised his wine cup and approached Ek, who promptly stood in respect, greeting him with deference. "Greetings, Master Xiao Jue." Xiao Jue nodded, recognizing that Lord Karl had likely prepared Ek for this encounter. Given Ek's respectful demeanor, Xiao Jue felt confident that securing Lord Karl's agreement for the Xiao family's relocation to Blackrock City would not be problematic. With both Lord Karl and Ek in favor of the Xiao family's move, what weight would dissent from others carry? "My family resides in Utan City, and I wish to bring them to Blackrock City. What is your perspective on this matter, young Master Ek?" Xiao Jue inquired as he took a seat beside Ek. Yak's expression stiffened momentarily before he nodded and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "There aren't any prominent families in Blackrock City. If Master Xiao Jue's family wishes to come to Blackrock City, they could certainly govern alongside the lord of the city." Xiao Jue was quite pleased with Yak's response. He placed 3 jade vials on the table and proceeded towards Lord Karl. Watching Xiao Jue's figure retreat, Yak felt a deep sense of envy. He understood well that the 3 jade vials on the table contained elixirs. It was a simple tactic employed by alchemists to win hearts, through both coercion and temptation. Yak opened the vials in succession, only to hurriedly seal them again, stowing all 3 vials into his spatial ring with a gaze filled with gratitude directed at Xiao Jue. Power, in any circumstance, would always pale in comparison to strength. To Yak, the 3 fourth-grade elixirs that enhanced his capabilities were far more valuable than the trivial business and influence in Blackrock City. Xiao Jue approached Lord Karl and took a seat beside him. The lord's concubines rose to leave, moving to the side of their children, while those without children sat beside Lord Karl's wife. This was also the reason why Lord Karl was unfazed by the presence of Xuan Mei, Ye Fei, and Lin Fei accompanying Xiao Jue. He himself had multiple wives and concubines, so why should he impose strict expectations on someone infinitely more accomplished than himself regarding his daughter? "Does Master Xiao Jue have something to discuss?" Lord Karl inquired with a smile. Xiao Jue nodded and stated his intention directly. "I wish to bring my family to Blackrock City. And I wonder what your thoughts are, Lord?" Lord Karl's expression faltered momentarily. Then he replied, "The territories in Blackrock City are all claimed lands." Xiao Jue responded, "Those areas can simply be rendered unclaimed." He then produced a rouge jade vial and placed it on the table before Lord Karl. The Lord glanced at the vial, then at Xiao Jue, perplexed by his intentions. If he wanted the Xiao Jue family to develop, he could easily facilitate their move to the imperial capital. With a 5th-grade alchemist backing them, even if the Xiao Jue family were weak, they could ascend to become a significant force within the Jama Empire. Second only to the Yunlan sect, the royal family, and the Alchemist Guild, 3 of the empire's top powers. Of course, such matters were not of Lord Karl's concern. He cast a glance at the jade vial on the table, then fixed his gaze on Xiao Jue, remaining silent. Xiao Jue smiled and said, "Lord, perhaps you should take a look at the elixirs inside." Lord Karl nodded, opened the vial, and as the fragrance of the elixir wafted out, his expression shifted to one of excitement. "Is it truly this kind of elixir?" He looked at Xiao Jue with a sense of admiration before finally nodding and stating, "In that case, I will have my subordinates compile the information on the various powers in Blackrock City and send it to you." Xiao Jue nodded. And thus their transaction was concluded, determining the fates and allegiances of numerous families within Blackrock City. Some families would become vassals of the Xiao Jue family, while others would fade into history at Xiao Jue's hands. Chapter 50, The Duel with King Reina. On that day, Xiao Jue remained in the city lord's mansion, composing a letter which, along with his token, was entrusted to a messenger for delivery to the Xiao family in Utan City, to be personally handed over to the esteemed Elder Xiao Shan. Furthermore, Xiao Jue instructed the messenger that if Elder Shan were unavailable, the letter and token could also be presented to the second elder of the Xiao family. As Xiao Jue surveyed the medicinal herbs within his spatial ring, he meticulously combined several ingredients and commenced the alchemical process. At the time of his departure, Elder Shan had barely attained the strength of a 9-star great fighter. And even with a change of cultivation method enabling him to achieve this rank, a breakthrough to the Dou Ling realm remained challenging. Thus, Xiao Jue intended to concoct a pill for Elder Shan to facilitate this very breakthrough, which would, through the connections with Lord Karl, elevate the Xiao family to the status of the 5th most prominent family in the northeastern province of the Jama Empire. Lin Fei sat quietly beside him, observing Xiao Jue's intricate alchemical procedures in hopes of gleaning knowledge. However, she soon became bewildered by the complexity of the process and, in a huff, withdrew to her own workstation to refine a first-rank elixir. To her astonishment, amidst such circumstances, Lin Fei successfully produced a commendable first-rank pill. proudly lifting her chin toward Xiao Jue. Coincidentally, at that moment, Xiao Jue had just completed the successful refinement of a 4th-rank elixir and, after placing it in a jade vial, waved it before Lin Fei before tossing it to her. Lin Fei fumbled to catch the jade vial that Xiao Jue had thrown, her expression one of confusion. "This is for you," he explained. "It is a 4th-rank fire essence pill, capable of purifying fire attribute Dou Qi. However, due to its potency, it can only enhance the Dou Qi of those below the Great Fighter rank by at least 1 star. Though even great fighters can utilize it to refine their Dou Qi." Xiao Jue glanced at Lin Fei and continued, "With your current strength as a 2-star Dou practitioner, consuming it will likely elevate you by 2 to 3 stars. With that, he retrieved another set of herbs, preparing to concoct a 4th-rank wind spirit pill, which purifies wind attribute Dou Qi. Although Elder Xiao Shan would not transcend to the Dou Ling realm by consuming the wind spirit pill, it would serve to refine his Dou Qi, stabilizing his 9-star great fighter rank. Subsequently, with the aid of the other 2 4th-rank pills Xiao Jue intended to produce, he could ultimately break through to the Dou Ling realm. 2 days later, in the Xiao family residence of Utan City, the 2nd elder gazed at a letter resting on the table, alongside the token signifying Xiao Jue's status as the 4th elder, lost in contemplation. Just a week prior, upon Xiao Jue's departure from Utan City, Elder Shan had secluded himself at home for several days, successfully breaking through to the 9-star Great Fighter rank before announcing his intention to enter closed-door training, aiming for a breakthrough to the Dou Ling realm. Therefore, it was apparent that Xiao Jue's deliberate dispatch of this letter, intended for either him or Elder Shan, signified an urgent matter of great importance. The 2nd elder opened the envelope and perused the contents of the letter. Initially, his brow furrowed, but soon thereafter, he was overcome with elation. Hastily, he stored Xiao Jue's token within his spatial ring and proceeded to the location where Elder Shan was in seclusion. Xiao Jue's anticipated breakthrough to the Dou Ling realm, alongside the prospect of establishing the Xiao family as the preeminent family in the thriving metropolis of Haiyan City, promised immeasurable benefits. Certainly, Xiao Jue had also arranged for several other factions. The 2nd elder intended to consult the Grand Elder before ultimately seeking out the clan leader, Xiao Yan, to lead some of the clan members away from Wutan City, all in accordance with Xiao Jue's directives. The scene shifts back to Haiyan City. 2 days had passed since Xiao Jue's alchemical endeavors, and on the previous day, Lord Carl had delivered a distribution map of the major factions in Haiyan City to Xiao Jue. Upon a cursory examination, Xiao Jue noted the presence of 7 prominent Dou Master families, 3 of which boasted 9-star Dou Masters. The most formidable among them, the Lin family, housed 2 9-star Dou Masters. Additionally, there was a Dou Wang family in Haiyan City, the Lei family. Xiao Jue was initially taken aback, but after Lord Carl's thorough explanation, he grasped the intricacies involved. The Lei family possessed an elderly, impaired Dou Wang who was missing an arm. The primary objective of Lord Carl, dispatched by the royal family to Haiyan City, was to keep a vigilant eye on this Dou Wang, fearing that his diminished strength might provoke reckless actions. Naturally, apart from the Dou Wang, the strongest members of the Lei family were merely 6-star Dou Masters. Moreover, Lord Carl assured Xiao Jue that should he decide to take action against the Lei family, he would intervene. The Dou Wang had maintained a low profile for many years, and it was highly likely that he had already fallen from the Dou Wang rank. If Xiao Jue could eliminate Lei Wang Lena, once among the top 10 powerhouses of the former empire, before he broke through to the Dou Wang stage, he might have a chance to vie for a place among the empire's elite. As for concerns regarding the retaliation from Lena's old friends, Lord Carl merely acted on the request of the 5th-tier alchemist Xiao Jue, joining forces to confront the former powerhouse Lena. Unfortunately, due to Lena's weakened state, he had ultimately met his demise. Who would dare to seek ill fortune with such a youthful 5th-tier alchemist? Given the royal family's envy of Yun Lanzong's 6th-tier alchemist, Gu He, if pressed, Xiao Jue might consider aligning with the royal family. For even a nascent Dou Huang expert could meet their downfall at the hands of that venerable figure in a yellow robe. With Lord Carl's offer to assist Xiao Jue in dealing with the once mighty Lena, Xiao Jue crafted 3 4th-tier healing pills as remuneration. Now, all that remained was for Elder Xiao Shan to arrive in Haiyan City with numerous clan members, at which point Xiao Jue could take action. It was likely that the Lei family had not anticipated that the sudden arrival of the Xiao family in Haiyan City would target a family possessing a Dou Wang. Meanwhile, Xiao Jue continued to prepare for the impending confrontation, recognizing the need to enhance his own strength. As he consumed his Dou Qi during the alchemical processes, he also utilized this opportunity to refine his skills. Over the previous 5 days, including the prior 2, Xiao Jue had been diligently concocting pills. As a result, he had acquired a 5th-tier recovery pill, a 5th-tier dragon power pill, and a 5th-tier Qi nurturing pill. The recovery pill, designed specifically for healing severe injuries, possessed a gentle nature that would not inflict any additional harm on an already injured body, rendering it an exceptional remedy for grievous wounds. The Dragon Power Pill serves to enhance one's strength, granting the user an extraordinarily formidable power in a brief span. A power that is entirely independent of any augmentation of battle aura, representing pure physical might. The final pill, the Essence Nourishing Pill, is designed to cultivate battle aura, solidifying the somewhat unstable battle aura that follows a series of breakthroughs. This is precisely the elixir that Xiao Jue currently requires. After consuming the Essence Nourishing Pill, Xiao Jue successfully transitioned from a fighter to a spirit fighter within less than a year, finally stabilizing his aura completely. Chapter 51, Half-Step Dou Wang. Additionally, over 20 4th-grade pills were crafted, including a Fire Flame Pill for Shui Mei, while the remaining 4th-grade pills comprised Foundation Establishment Pills, Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pills, 3 Pattern Blue Spirit Pills, and Wind Spirit Pills. Upon completion of the concoctions, Xiao Jue distributed 1 Foundation Establishment Pill each to Ye Fei, Lin Fei, and Shui Mei. The remaining pills were all intended for the imminent arrival of the Xiao family members. In a letter to the Grand Elder, Xiao Jue specifically urged him to bring the 2nd and 3rd elders to Blackrock City, noting that although both elders wield wind attribute battle aura and may find the wind spirit pills of limited use, they would still be beneficial. Of course, Xiao Jue also prepared a 4th-grade pill for the Grand Elder, designed to assist him in breaking through to the spirit fighter realm. This pill, named the Spirit Elevation Pill, boasted pill patterns and quality remarkably close to that of a 5th-grade pill. While its name may evoke the notion of a secret method for elevating pill grades, in truth, the Spirit Elevation Pill merely contains a modicum of spiritual energy as a 4th-grade pill, capable of significantly aiding one during the breakthrough to Spirit Fighter. Once the Grand Elder arrives in Blackrock City, he will first consume the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Wind Spirit Pill, followed by guidance from Lord Carl, a high-tier Spirit Fighter also possessing Wind Attribute Battle Aura, before taking the Spirit Elevation Pill. This sequence of actions would undoubtedly enhance the Grand Elder's chances of successfully breaking through to the Spirit Fighter realm. Xiao Jue himself, having spent several consecutive days refining pills and consuming a 5th-grade pill, has naturally ascended to the pinnacle of a 1-star Spirit Fighter, standing just 1 opportunity away from breaking into 2-star Spirit Fighter. As 3 days elapsed, the Xiao family members finally approached Blackrock City. Xiao Jue received advance notice from the City Lord's mansion, and accompanied by Ye Fei, Lin Fei, Shui Mei, Lord Carl, the 2nd young master of the City Lord's mansion, Yak, the president of the Blackrock City Alchemist Guild, Frank, and Master Otto, they observed the multitude arriving from the city walls. The Grand Elder, holding a medium-grade storage ring, assisted in carrying the meager belongings of the family members, who had little beyond their clothing. "Is this your family?" Lord Carl asked, somewhat incredulously. "Indeed," Xiao Jue nodded, responding, "Among the living in the Xiao family, my strength ranks 2nd. Curiously, Lord Carl inquired, "Is there anyone stronger than you in your family? Perhaps the head of the Xiao family?" "Impossible," Xiao Jue replied. "That esteemed elder of the Xiao family resides far in the central continent, wielding power that makes him invincible across the northwestern continent." What Xiao Jue referred to as naturally Xiao Chun, the last formidable Dosheng of the Xiao clan. Indeed, the truths articulated by Xiao Jue left Lord Carl somewhat astounded as he frantically recalled information about the Xiao family. Beside him, Yak reminded him that the Xiao family of Wutan City was once the lineage of the Wind King, Xiaolin. In the bygone days of the Empire's 10 strongest, there were 4 practitioners of wind attribute Dou Qi, among whom were Yun Shan, the former leader of the Yunlan sect, and Yun Ling, the Grand Elder of the same sect. The former had reached the pinnacle of Dou Huang and was currently in seclusion, the state of which remained uncertain, whether he had passed away or ascended to a higher realm. The latter was presently the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. The remaining 2 were Xiao Zhan's father and Xiao Lin, who shared a deep bond with Nalin Jia, renowned as the Wind King, along with Feng Li, the Wind Walker. Now, with Yun Shan's fate unknown, the position of the 10 strongest had been assumed by his disciple, Yun Yun, the current leader of the Yunlan sect. Furthermore, the Wind King Xiao Lin had succumbed to illness. Reflecting on this, Lord Carl began to entertain the notion that perhaps Xiao Lin had not perished, but rather had transcended the Dou Huang realm, departing the Gamma Empire to hone his skills in the Central State. Yak evidently shared this speculation, while Xiao Jue, unaware of their conjectures, had naively divulged a minor secret that neither would have believed, which had been embellished in the minds of Carl and his son. Surveying his surroundings, a gentle breeze swept through, igniting a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Before long, Xiao Shan, accompanied by numerous members of the Xiao clan, arrived at the gates of Haiyan City. Upon casting his gaze over the crowd gathered atop the city, the Grand Elder Xiao Shan's attention was first drawn to Xiao Jue. He was visibly astonished to sense that Xiao Jue's aura had already surpassed his own. As he turned his gaze towards Lord Carl and the two fourth-grade alchemists of Haiyan City, his shock intensified. Having reached the level of a 9-star great Dou Qi, there was no doubt that only a Dou Ling could surpass him. Strangely, the middle-aged man before him evoked memories of the former clan patriarch, Xiao Yan. As their wind attribute, Dou Qi resonated similarly. Had Lord Carl been more acquainted with Xiao Yan, he would have refrained from such conjectures. The Xiao clan's most powerful technique was merely a mid-level Xian rank wind attribute skill. Even if a Dou Wang were to emerge from it, what would that signify? In the past, the Wind King Xiao Lin's prowess had barely touched the threshold of Dou Wang. Even if he were alive, cultivating a mid-level Xian rank technique would not lead him to become a Dou Huang. As for Lord Carl, he had indeed reached the threshold of half-step Dou Wang. He had consumed the Nirvana pill, and with his 8-star Dou Ling prowess, a direct breakthrough to Dou Wang was unattainable. However, he had thus ascended to a half-step Dou Wang. His strength was comparable to Lin Xiaoyan's during the confrontation with the snow demon Sky Ape in the original narrative. Yet Lord Carl lacked the unique techniques that allowed Lin Xiaoyan to tenuously manifest wings of Dou Qi. The crowd did not linger on this matter further. As the Grand Elder led the group closer to Haiyan City, Xiao Jue unfurled his purple cloud wings and descended gracefully. The Lord of Carl City deliberately spread some news, resulting in many powerful families from Black Rock City gathering at the city gates today to observe the arrival of the Xiao clan. Upon discovering that the strongest among the Xiao contingent was merely a 9-star great fighter, many felt a sense of relief and considered departing, especially with several notable figures present in Black Rock City. However, when they witnessed Xiao Jue descending from the city walls with wings of combat energy, all were left speechless. If the Xiao clan possessed only a single 9-star great fighter, they would not be concerned. Yet, if there existed a Dou Wang level expert who was also a pharmacist, would Black Rock City soon undergo a significant upheaval? What roles would their families play in such a scenario? The elder gazed at the descending Xiao Jue, exclaiming with a tone of amazement, "You have become a Dou Ling?" He had long been aware of Xiao Jue's flight technique, and the letter Xiao Jue had sent did not mention his breakthrough to Dou Ling, only that he had become a 5th-rank pharmacist and had attended to many matters thereafter. Indeed, Xiao Jue nodded in affirmation. The elder inhaled deeply and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Have you perhaps practiced some forbidden technique?" Chapter 52, Arrival of the Xiao Clan. In the realm of Dou Qi, there have been numerous unique techniques capable of burning one's life force to enhance strength, reminiscent of the 7th-rank life-eating pill developed by a prodigious pharmacist. Ultimately, those who practiced such techniques perished in a remarkably short time, prompting influential figures to eradicate these practices, though remnants still lingered. Over 300 years ago, the Gamma Empire witnessed a formidable practitioner of a forbidden technique, this Dou Wang. Intending to break through to become a Dou Huang, provoked the current leader of the Yunlan sect and ultimately succumbed to exhaustion of life force, dying by his own hand. Achieving the transition from Dou Qi to Dou Ling in less than a year necessitates an explanation, likely pointing to the practice of forbidden techniques. Xiao Jue understood well what such techniques entailed and promptly shook his head, stating, "I merely refined a strange flame, and my technique is indeed exceptional, which accounts for my rapid enhancement in strength, but it is by no means akin to practicing forbidden techniques." Upon hearing Xiao Jue's denial, the elder, though concerned, refrained from pressing further and shifted the subject, asking, "Did you summon us to Black Rock City for a specific purpose?" Xiao Jue nodded and inquired, "How many have arrived?" The elder replied, "The Xiao clan comprises a total of 572 members. Excluding servants, there are 234 clan members. I have brought with me the direct descendants and trusted confidants of our 3 elders, totaling 87 individuals. The clan leader's faction, as well as ordinary clan members and those who remain neutral, stayed behind in Utan City. Among these 87, aside from the 3 of us great fighters and 7 fighters, there are only a little over 20 Dou Qi. The rest are elderly, weak, women, and children." 87, you say? Xiao Jue pondered, then added, "You shall accompany Lord Carl shortly. He will arrange accommodations for you all." As he spoke, Xiao Jue produced a spatial ring and handed it to the 2nd elder, saying, "Within this ring are the medicinal pills I have refined. You and the 3rd elder may take what you need for your cultivation, while the remainder shall be shared among the Dou masters you have brought. As for the resources needed for the cultivators beneath the Dou masters, we shall discuss that once the Xiao family has established itself as the rulers of Haiyan City." Subsequently, Xiao Jue presented 2 jade vials to the elder, stating, "These contain 4th-tier foundation establishment pills and 4th-tier wind spirit pills. Consume them to solidify your 9-star great Dou master realm and seek guidance from Lord Carl. I will provide you with the pills necessary for breaking through to the Dou Ling realm." Dou Ling. The elder felt a surge of excitement. his grip slackening, nearly causing the jade vials to slip from his hands, and he hurriedly caught them mid-air. "Can you truly assist me in breaking through to Dou Ling?" the elder inquired, his voice brimming with anticipation. Xiao Jue chose not to elaborate further. His assistance to the Xiao family stemmed from their past kindness towards him, compounded by the fact that the elder and the second elder were the grandfathers of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. "Rest assured, follow Lord Carl, and he will take good care of you. Once you achieve the Dou Ling realm, I shall eliminate several prominent families within Haiyan City, and the Xiao family will naturally ascend to become the largest family in the city," Xiao Jue assured them. His words deliberately skirted around the presence of other influential families in Haiyan City, and only the elder was privy to this information. The elder's eyes widened, and he nodded earnestly, gazing at the starkly different city gates of Haiyan City compared to Utan City, a surge of fervor swelling within him. If the Xiao family could reclaim its status as the foremost family in Haiyan City, could they not also rise once more to be among the 5 great families of the northeastern province of the Jiama Empire? Indeed, the Xiao family, once led by the Wind King Xiao Lin, was one of the 5 great families of the northeastern province, and the foremost among them. However, following Xiao Lin's demise, the 5 families had dwindled to 4. Over the years, due to Utan City's smaller stature, the Xiao family had not produced another Dou Wang. Not even a single Dou Ling had emerged from their ranks since then. Yet, time had passed, and the Xiao family not only boasted a Dou Ling master who was also a 5th-tier alchemist, but Xiao Shan was on the verge of becoming a Dou Ling master as well. Presently, the leading family among the 4 in the northeastern province was the Mo family of Yan City, which possessed a Dou Ling master known as Mo Cheng. Nicknamed the Executioner Mo, who, backed by the Yunlan Zone, had elevated the Mo family to its current status. In the original narrative, Mo Cheng was ultimately slain by Xiao Yan, driven by his obsession with the Azure Scale's 3 flower eyes. And the so-called secret techniques of the Mo family were deemed a waste of time by the Dou Huang powerhouse, Lu Man, from the Tianxi house. Nevertheless, even with the arm of a 5th-tier magical beast, Mo Cheng likely possessed high-tier Dou Ling strength, validating the Mo family's standing as the foremost among the 4 great families in the northeastern province. Once the Xiao family reclaimed its position among the 5 great families of the northeastern province, Xiao Jue's ambitions would elevate once more, aspiring to lead the Xiao family to the pinnacle of power in the region. Of course, should the Mo family prove short-sighted, it could allow the Xiao family to ascend as the foremost among the 4 great families of the northeastern province. 2 days have elapsed, and after consecutively consuming 3 4th-tier elixirs, under the guidance of the Lord of Carl City, Elder Xiao Shan has finally transcended to the spirit fighter realm. On that very day, Xiao Jue summoned all the combatants of the Xiao clan, along with the 3 elders, to gather at the Lord's mansion. Accompanied by numerous guards from the mansion and the second son of the Lord, Yak, they stood in formation, divided into 2 sides. Meanwhile, Xiao Jue and Lord Carl positioned themselves above, each standing before their respective factions, representing the 2 formidable forces that would shape the future of Blackrock City. A smile graced Xiao Jue's face as he presented an elixir to Lord Carl, stating, "My lord, that old fellow Rina was once a 3-star battle king. He would not have escaped from the clutches of the formidable leader of the Serpent clan otherwise. This is a 5th-tier elixir, the Dragon Power elixir, and it will be up to you to deal with that old scoundrel Rina." A flicker of greed glimmered in Lord Carl's eyes as he accepted the jade vial, solemnly storing it in his spatial ring, assuring, "Rest assured, such trivial matters pose no challenge for me." Subsequently, Carl addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Rina family has repeatedly provoked our mansion due to their association with Rina, one of the 10 strongest from the former empire. Now, with the alliance forged between Master Xiao Jue and myself, combining the might of the Lord's mansion and the Xiao clan, we shall undoubtedly annihilate the Rina family." Xiao Jue observed the scene in silence, indifferent to the past camaraderie of Rina. For once he perishes, those friendships will dissolve. Much like the bond between Xiao Lin and Nailin Jia in life, death renders such ties meaningless. A smile curled at the corners of Xiao Jue's lips as he stepped forward, declaring, "In our assault on the Rina family, I shall reward 1 1st-tier elixir for each combatant slain, a 2nd-tier elixir for each fighter dispatched, a 3rd-tier elixir for each grand fighter eliminated, and a 4th-tier elixir for the head of the Rina family." The crowd erupted in excitement at these words, a wave of fervor sweeping through them, especially among Elder Xiao Shan and the captain of the Lord's Guards, who were visibly exhilarated. The captain, a 9-star grand fighter, had witnessed Xiao Shan's recent breakthrough from 9-star grand fighter to 1-star spirit fighter, igniting a hunger within him for such elixirs. The Ascension Elixir, being the pinnacle of 4th-tier potions, could not be concocted by Otto and Frank's alchemical skills, leaving the captain acutely aware that his only chance to obtain such a treasure lay in Xiao Jue's hands. Should he acquire an ascension elixir, a breakthrough to the spirit fighter realm would not be beyond reach. Elder Xiao Shan raised his head, fixating intently on Xiao Jue. Uncertain of the heights to which Xiao Jue would elevate the Xiao clan, he fervently hoped it would not lead them into the abyss. At the very least, the clan had begun its ascent from the foothills. Recalling the conversation he had with Xiao Jue the previous night, the elder could not help but sigh. Yet for the sake of the family legacy, he resolved to endure the hardships imposed on Xiao Yu. Xiao Jue had deceived the elder, claiming he had inherited the legacy of their ancestors, that a chance left behind by their forebears had manifested as a seal in his possession. Due to Xiao Jue's insufficient strength to break the seal, he could only rely on the blood of fallen red petals to do so. Xiao Jue even informed the elder that his breakthrough to the Dou Master realm was facilitated by Xiao Yu, who helped him shatter the first layer of the seal. However, what the elder did not realize was that only someone like Xiao Zhan, with his thick brows and bright eyes, would not deceive. Someone like Xiao Jue harbored many ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Xiao Jue would not harm them, for as Xiao Zhan had previously advised regarding Xiao Jue and Xiao Yan, blood is thicker than water. The elder was the grandfather of Xiao Yu, who was Xiao Jue's fiancée. Their bond was solidified by a marriage contract. And given their actual interactions, Xiao Yu was the only person Xiao Jue unconditionally trusted. With a smile, Xiao Jue unfurled his purple cloud wings and soared into the sky, proclaiming, "Let us embark on an offensive against the Lei family." This time, they were boldly attacking the Lei family. For apart from a former top 10 powerhouse of the empire, their strongest member was merely a 6-star Dou master. They possessed a half-step Dou Wang, 2 1-star Dou spirits, nearly 10 Dou masters, and dozens of Dou fighters. Provided that Lord Karl could deal with Reina, the annihilation of the entire Lei family would face no further hindrance. Xiao Jue flew ahead towards the Lei family's ancestral grounds, while Xiao Shan and Lord Karl led the Xiao clan members and the subordinates of the city lord's mansion to follow in his wake. Naturally, Xiao Jue in flight was far swifter than the group running below, and he soon arrived above the Lei family estate, where he caught the attention of an elder with white hair and a single arm. The old man furrowed his brow as he observed Xiao Jue from the shadows of the family compound, but he refrained from confronting him immediately. Xiao Jue raised his hands, enveloped in the scorpion dragon's poison fire. As the spirit fire of myriad beasts intensified, it increasingly drained his Dou Qi, prompting Xiao Jue to unleash a mid-tier ground technique using the scorpion dragon's poison fire. The flames converged before him, quickly coalescing into the form of a massive dragon of dark purple fire. Mid-tier ground technique, Xiantian Fire Dragon. The dark purple flame dragon plunged toward the heart of the Lei family estate, where many sensed its approach, yet escape was futile. The Xiantian Fire Dragon, seemingly imbued with the will of heaven and earth, struck the center of the Lei family's grounds and exploded, unleashing its formidable power as a mid-tier technique wielded by a Dou spirit. Within the Lei family hall and the vicinity of several hundred meters after the Xiantian Fire Dragon's landing, everything was consumed by flames. In the instant the dragon touched down, it detonated, the fire spreading outward and decimating half of the Lei family's elite forces. However, with their top-tier combatants, the losses were not of great concern. As the Xiantian Fire Dragon descended, the one-armed elder of the Lei family erupted in fury, his aura surging until it matched that of Lord Karl, reaching the level of a half-step Dou Wang. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You fool, are you seeking death?" A pair of blue-purple wings of Dou Qi manifested behind him. Even as a half-step Dou Wang, he was once a formidable Dou Wang himself. Reina soared towards Xiao Jue, but at that moment, a blade of wind sliced towards him. The wind blade. Lord Karl, being a semi-step Dou Wang, possessed the swift and formidable wind attribute, had also arrived at this juncture, and Reina caught sight of him. Lightning punch. His remaining arm crackled with electricity as he struck at the wind blade. "Karl, are you seeking death?" Reina said darkly. Karl clasped his hands towards Reina in the sky and replied, "I am merely fulfilling a commission. I hope the esteemed elder will not take offense." Humph. Reina merely scoffed, abandoning Xiao Jue to turn his wrath upon Karl. He found it hard to believe that anyone else would dare to provoke the Reina family. However, he had heard rumors of a highly skilled alchemist emerging from Black Rock City, who happened to be Karl's son-in-law, likely emboldened by a recent breakthrough with a powerful elixir. Reina coldly declared, "Today, you must die." As he charged towards Karl, a spear materialized in his remaining right hand, quickly enveloped in crackling lightning, and he slashed it towards Karl. Thunder Spear. Damn. Karl cursed under his breath, unwilling to face the attack head-on. Although both he and Reina were semi-step Dou Wang, Reina's combat energy was a more potent lightning attribute, and this so-called Thunder Spear was a ground-level combat technique. With a swift sidestep, Karl evaded the blow, which struck the ground where he had stood, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying. This was precisely why Carl dared to challenge Reina, the advanced Xian level technique. Xian Wind Step was an exceptional martial skill with elemental restrictions, thereby enhancing its effectiveness. Reina's expression darkened as he watched Carl effortlessly dodge his ground-level technique. He realized that Carl intended to wear him down. Now aged and weakened by injuries, he was no longer the formidable Dou Wang he once was. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret, his thoughts drifting to his mentor. Master, I am ashamed to have failed you. Our lineage may very well end with me. Meanwhile, the members of the city lord's mansion and the Xiao family had gathered, but unlike the others' excitement, Yak appeared unusually exhilarated. Indeed, he was ecstatic. As a wielder of lightning attribute combat energy, if he could slay Reina, he would be able to master Reina's techniques and skills. Reina, having made up his mind, glimpsed the crowd converging on the Reina family, and a peculiar smile crept across his lips. His aura began to surge, transforming from a semi-step Dou Wang into a true Dou Wang. Chapter 54, Departure from Blackrock City. Is he really going to fight to the death? Carl mused, a smile breaking across his face. As long as he could stall until Reina's internal injuries flared up, causing a backlash, he could easily eliminate Reina. But in the next instant, Reina wielded his spear, targeting the encroaching crowd intent on surrounding the Reina family. You dare, old man. Carl's eyes widened. But upon seeing Reina's unwavering speed, he rushed forward, producing a jade vial from his hand, pouring out a pill the size of a longan and swallowing it with a wince. Damn that old man. I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Reina family. As Lord Carl, having consumed the dragon strength pill, silently cursed within his heart. The moment he appeared before Reina, he unleashed the advanced wind finger technique. His 5 fingers extended, wielding power comparable to earth-rank techniques. Enhanced by the potency of the dragon strength pill, Carl's physique allowed him to forcibly engage in a clash with the earth-ranked skills of a Dou Wang. You've fallen for it, boy. Reina laughed heartily, his enormous spear crackling with lightning, slightly shifting to the right to evade Carl's technique. Momentarily taken aback, Carl quickly grasped Reina's intentions. He aimed for mutual destruction. However, was that truly feasible? Perhaps Reina was unaware that Carl's current strength was already on the verge of Dou Wang, his speed not inferior to that of a 3-star Dou Wang. Sidestepping the strike, Carl remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Reina. In the meantime, the subordinates of both factions, led by Yak and Xiao Shan, had already stormed the Reina clan's stronghold, commencing the massacre of Reina's kin. Old senior, it's best to surrender and leave with a complete corpse, Xiao Jue advised, hovering beside Reina. The Reina clan had originally been a small family in Blackrock City, but a genius had emerged, becoming a disciple of a renowned Dou Huang of the time. That lineage's inheritance was not weaker than the top powers of the Jama Empire, boasting Earth-level techniques and skills, with each generation producing Dou Huang experts. Unfortunately, it all culminated with Reina's generation. Initially, Xiao Jue had considered capturing Reina similarly to how Xiao Yan subdued Heibadong. Yet a half-damaged Dou Wang was of less utility than Carl, thus he resolved to eliminate Reina. Moreover, with Yak's talent, acquiring Reina's techniques would inevitably lead to him becoming a Dou Wang. Having made up his mind, Xiao Jue planned to head to the imperial capital, and once everything was resolved, he would proceed to the Canaan Academy to nurture the Xiao Jue family's future elite forces. In a small place like the Jama Empire, the disparity between the talents of small families and those of top-tier powers boiled down to resources. Below the Dou Zone realm, as long as one's talent was not lacking, it could be compensated with resources. Even above the Dou Zone realm, ample resources could still elevate one's standing. After all, there were countless medicinal baths and pills aimed at enhancing talent, and similar pills, like the life-devouring pill, had appeared across the continent. However, these matters did not conflict with Reina's demise. Flames ignited in Xiao Jue's eyes as the spirit of all beasts' fire gradually manifested around him. With his perfected mental strength, it was not difficult to discern Reina's current prowess. A 3-star Dou Wang, burdened by internal injuries and wary of potential backlash from his own energy. The aging Dou Wang had even begun to burn his energy and vitality, forcibly elevating his level to 6-star Dou Wang. Given Xiao Jue's current capabilities, any attempt at confrontation would result in instant annihilation. Even Carl, relying on his wind attribute energy and the dragon strength pill's effects, could barely withstand 100 exchanges. However, would Xiao Jue truly seek trouble with that old fellow, Reina, without sufficient confidence? Xiao Jue produced a jade vial, extracting a pill and placing it beneath his tongue, causing his aura to surge dramatically. The advanced Earth-level combat technique, Sunset Afterglow. The first stance of the Golden Crow sword technique, Golden Crow Rising. The second stance, Golden Crow Descending. The third stance, Golden Crow returning to Fusang. The following day, Xiao Jue sat inside a chamber aboard a flying magical beast. Glancing at the nearby Yafei, whose pallid complexion spoke of unutterable helplessness. Indeed, it was a case of a tiger fallen in the plains, with the principles of marital conduct being disregarded. Ye Fei sat beside Xiao Jue, a playful smile adorning her face, her delicate hands teasing him incessantly. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Jue pressed her down onto the bed, rolling atop her and capturing her crimson lips in a fervent kiss. Ye Fei's eyes widened. Was Xiao Jue not supposed to be exceedingly weakened? Xiao Jue retorted with scorn, "Fool, no matter how feeble I may be, I will not be bullied by the likes of you, a mere 3-star combat master." However, he was unwilling to exert further effort, simply rising from Ye Fei and returning to his previous position. Reflecting on that fateful day, although a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart, there was also a tinge of pride, for he had slain the old man Reina solely through his own hidden abilities, without relying on Carl. Initially employing the advanced Earth-level technique, Sunset Afterglow, a technique that unleashes potential akin to a secret method for enhancing strength, its effects far surpassing that of lesser techniques, albeit with greater side effects. Had it not been for Xiao Jue consuming a 5th-grade recovery pill in advance, he might still be lying unconscious in bed. Subsequently, Xiao Jue unleashed the Golden Crow sword technique, executing all 3 stances, rivaling the prowess of heavenly-level techniques. The energies of heaven and earth became chaotic, and with a single strike, he vanquished Reina, even to the extent that Reina's corpse was obliterated by the power of the Shiha sword. The final stance, Golden Crow returning to Fusang, merged the full might of the Golden Crow sword technique into the Shiha sword, compressed to its utmost limit. Xiao Jue even felt that, faced with this strike, even a peak combat king could potentially meet their demise. Thereafter, Xiao Jue expressed his desire to depart from Black Rock City. Thanks to the recovery pill, his weakened state had somewhat improved, yet it would take approximately another fortnight for him to fully recuperate. Nevertheless, with matters in Black Rock City concluded, he had no intention of lingering, while Lin Fei and Xue Mei would remain behind. Xiao Jue seized Reina's spatial ring, and due to his preemptive actions in eliminating a significant portion of the Reina family's high-ranking members before killing Reina himself, Carl, representing the City Lord's office, ceded all of the Reina family's territory and assets to the Xiao family. However, Xiao Jue upheld his prior promise regarding the combat pills, distributing them as agreed, particularly to City Lord Carl, who had already received a Nirvana pill from him, followed by a Dragon Force pill. Regrettably, the Dragon Force pill proved nearly ineffective, rendering it a wasted 5th-grade elixir. As for Reina's techniques and combat skills, Xiao Jue left copies at both the Xiao family and the City Lord's office, granting the latter a share of the spoils. Of course, only Yak and the captain of Carl's guard had the qualifications to cultivate Reina's methods. Chapter 55, The Protagonist's Arc. As for the Xiao family, it is indeed a pity, for there are no members possessing lightning attribute combat energy. It seems there was one in the past, but they departed from the clan. Moreover, even if they had not left, that individual belonged to the lineage of the clan leader and would never come to Hein City. Xiao Jue, seated in a wheelchair, accompanied Xue Mei and Lin Fei for a day before departing from Hein City. Xiao Shan sought him out, inquiring about the next steps. Xiao Jue replied, "First, take control of the Lei family's ancestral land. Once the Xiao family has established stability in Hein City, we shall devise a means to subdue the other families there and send out people to create a favorable impression, proclaiming that the Xiao family of Hein City possesses strength comparable to the Mo family of Yinqing. Lord Carl, who has benefited from my favor, will naturally not trouble us and may even use his connections to assist us. As for the rest, we shall address it in due course." Though Xiao Jue appeared quite serene, only he understood the worries that plagued him. The following day, as the two awakened, the flying magical beast had already arrived in the imperial capital. Regrettably, those individuals dared not disturb Xiao Jue and were left waiting for him to bring Ye Fei out himself, allowing him a well-deserved, peaceful slumber. Holding Ye Fei's hand, Xiao Jue descended from the back of the flying beast, and his gaze suddenly shifted towards the northern direction of the capital. There, a magnificent mountain range loomed, resembling a colossal dragon lying in wait, exuding an otherworldly aura. That was the most formidable force of the Jiamar Empire at present, the Yunlan sect. Xiao Jue observed for a moment before turning back, his eyes sweeping across the grandeur of the imperial capital, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Such a vast expanse. In terms of majesty and area, the Jiamar holy city undoubtedly stood unrivaled among all the cities he had ever seen. Truly, it was the capital of the Jiamar Empire, exuding unparalleled dominance. With a sound of appreciation escaping his lips, Xiao Jue remarked with a smile. Ye Fei nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. After all these years, she had finally returned, and with Xiao Jue by her side, who could dare to compel her now? With this thought, Ye Fei wrapped her arm around Xiao Jue's, affectionately saying, Let us head to the Miter family first. Xiao Jue nodded, allowing Yafei to tuck his arm into her embrace as they ventured into the Jiamar holy city. Along the way, many passers-by turned to gaze at the striking couple. Yet upon noticing Xiao Jue's third-grade alchemist attire, they quickly averted their eyes. Eventually, under Yafei's guidance, Xiao Jue arrived at their destination. Yafei gazed at the imposing structure and its distinctive emblem that appeared at the end of the street, a wave of nostalgia washing over her face. After all these years, she had finally returned. Let us go, Xiao Jue said, pulling Yafei along as they slowly walked towards the wide, cobblestone-paved street. Observing Xiao Jue's third-grade alchemist uniform, pedestrians hurriedly cleared a path for them, though a few dim-witted individuals still dared to approach. One seemingly ordinary young man stumbled and fell toward Xiao Jue, inadvertently tumbling in the direction of Yafei beside him. Thud. Though somewhat unsteady, dealing with such insignificant scum, who barely qualified as a combat practitioner, was a trivial matter. With a smile, Xiao Jue turned to the astonished Yafei and remarked. In her gaze, she witnessed the young man who had stumbled towards her suddenly collapse to the ground. Had he been engulfed in flames, Yafei might have realized that it was Xiao Jue's doing. However, seeing him fall motionless left her utterly astonished, especially upon hearing Xiao Jue claim responsibility for the incident. Yafei lightly pressed her red lips together and nodded, proceeding forward as if nothing had transpired. As for that ill-fated individual, so feeble, he fell victim to Xiao Jue's soul attack, resulting in his immediate demise. Though his body would remain animated for a few moments longer due to the instinct of his nervous system, ultimately, who would concern themselves with the fate of a pickpocket? Before long, he would be deemed an affront to a powerful figure and disposed of by patrolling soldiers. The sort of influential person capable of causing an inexplicable death was not someone that mere foot soldiers could offend. The life of a pickpocket was of little consequence. Soon, Xiao Jue and Yafei navigated through the bustling entrance, presenting Yafei's token. Under the respectful gazes of the guards stationed by the grand door, they entered with poise. Upon entering the auction hall, soft light cascaded down, and the clamor from the outside world seemed to dissipate, as if they had crossed into a realm apart. Xiao Jue surveyed the expansive hall, which resembled a crystal city, with astonishment. Inside, expressionless and heavily armed guards were omnipresent, each adorned with the emblem of the Miter family, indicating their direct allegiance. Xiao Jue now understood why the Miter family had allied with the elder of Utan City and why they seemed indifferent to the gold coins he had bestowed upon Yafei. Constructing merely the hall of the Miter family headquarters would likely require 30 to 40 million gold coins. Then, he leaned closer to the still and dazed Yafei, whispering in her ear, I truly wish to engage in battle with you here. The excitement that had initially surged within Yafei upon returning to her family now turned to a deep crimson blush at Xiao Jue's words, leading her to bury her head in his embrace. On the second level, a young man stared vacantly at the young woman standing in the hall. She was clad in a vibrant red, form-fitting brocade robe, exquisitely crafted to accentuate her enchanting curves. The dazzling white of her long legs evoked a fervent desire within, while a silver sash at her slim waist highlighted her delicate figure. This woman exuded an alluring charm, under the gaze of her elongated, peach blossom eyes. One might find themselves unwittingly reaching into their pockets to procure overpriced items they had no need for. To many men, she was an irresistible enchantress, a captivating feline that stirred the hearts of numerous admirers. Gazing at her subtly smiling visage, adorned with a hint of allure, her mature figure resembled that of a ripe peach, captivating the young man, whose body instinctively leaned forward, cautiously contracting his abdomen. Chapter 56, Middle Tingshan. However, upon witnessing a young boy approach her with familiarity, even burying her head in his embrace, the youth was jolted back to reality, shouting in fury, Brat, let her go. Xiao Jue was momentarily taken aback, as was Yafei, who hastily withdrew her head from Xiao Jue's arms, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. The two scanned their surroundings, ultimately confirming that the young man seemed to be addressing them. Yet, observing Xiao Jue's arm still wrapped around Yafei's slender waist, the youth's anger intensified as he exclaimed, Damn it, I must kill you today. Xiao Jue helplessly regarded Yafei beside him. It appeared that the narrative of the protagonist's grandstanding and face-slapping was finally about to unfold. Nonetheless, Xiao Jue held little interest in such a plot, casually patting the alluring figure next to him, inciting the onlooker on the second floor to seethe with rage, while Yafei's body softened, collapsing into Xiao Jue's embrace. Nestled in Xiao Jue's arms, Yafei timidly suggested, such a fellow should be dealt with by the Grand Elder of Tingshan. The position of family elder is conveniently filled. That makes sense, Xiao Jue nodded, secretly gathering his soul force, then shouted, Middle Tingshan. His voice swiftly penetrated the minds of those within several miles. A mere casual invocation of his soul power, mindful not to harm Yafei. Instantly, an elder from the middle family paused, casting a gaze towards the source of the voice, eyes wide with astonishment, before rising and rushing out. Lei Lu, standing on the second floor, was stunned by Xiao Jue's declaration. His eardrums nearly ruptured due to the deliberate attention directed towards him. After all, it would be unwise to slay the grandson of the middle family elder on their own territory, as Yafei suggested. Such a matter was best left for the grand elder of Tangshan to resolve. The already spoiled Lei Na cried out in pain, rolling on the ground due to the agony in his ears. Is this acceptable? Yafei blinked her large eyes, softly inquiring of Xiao Jue. Subsequently, as if donning a different persona, she remarked, no matter what, we must ensure this scoundrel suffers greatly. He dares to covet your woman. Witnessing Yafei embodying a mischievous imp, eager to play, Xiao Jue willingly acquiesced, stating, so let us wait until his grandfather's position as elder is granted to you before addressing them. At that moment, a white-haired elder clad in luxurious robes suddenly materialized in the hall, calling out, who just dared to utter my name? Middle Tangshan did not immediately seek retribution, but instead sought the one who had just challenged him. Such a display of mental prowess, in Middle Tangshan's eyes, likely rivaled the sole power of the esteemed Dan King Dou Qi or the president of the Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma. Throughout the entire Jama Empire, only these two possessed such formidable soul strength. Grand Elder Tangshan, it has been a long time, he greeted. Yafei broke free from Xiao Jue's embrace, and, with a radiant smile, addressed the elderly gentleman in splendid attire before her. The white-haired elder was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow, and said, Are you the girl, Yafei? Indeed, it was Yafei, who had just returned from Wutan City after successfully completing her mission. As she spoke, she instinctively leaned back against Xiao Jue once more. The Grand Elder of Tangshan glanced at Yafei's companion and, despite his somewhat pallid complexion, nodded approvingly. Such demeanor and presence were indeed befitting a fourth-tier alchemist. However, he could not discern the depths of Xiao Jue's strength, which must be formidable, for if not, he would have likely already achieved the status of a fifth-tier alchemist. What the Grand Elder was unaware of was that Xiao Jue had already reached the rank of fifth-tier alchemist. The disparity between him and those at the sixth and seventh tiers lay solely in the realm of Dou Qi cultivation. Are you the Xiao Jue from Wutan City? The Grand Elder inquired with a smile, taking a few steps closer. Xiao Jue nodded and replied, Greetings, Grand Elder Tangshan. The Grand Elder burst into hearty laughter. Given Xiao Jue's youthful age, his discerning eye could easily recognize the young man's extraordinary potential, likely indicative of a hidden dragon. Indeed, quite impressive. The Grand Elder remarked with satisfaction. Xiao Jue smiled back, intending to respond, when suddenly a voice shouted, Grand Elder Tangshan, I am the grandson of Elder Liu. Those two have assaulted me here. You must punish them severely. Observing the young man's bloodied face, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow once more and turned his gaze toward Xiao Jue. Yafei hurriedly interjected, Grand Elder Tangshan, that individual had ill intentions toward me, which is why Xiao Jue taught him a lesson. Such ignorance, the Grand Elder exclaimed, cursing before quickly donning a smile and addressing Xiao Jue. It was well done to punish such a reckless fellow. Xiao Jue smiled with satisfaction. Clearly, the Grand Elder valued his talent highly. Thus, Xiao Jue stated his intention. Since that individual is so audacious, I would kindly ask the Grand Elder to expel him and his elder grandfather from the family. The Grand Elder frowned, taken aback by Xiao Jue's audacity in attempting to undermine a spirit elder of the Mitter family. Yafei, standing beside him, reminded, Grand Elder, Xiao Jue has recently become a fifth-tier alchemist. The Grand Elder replied with a smile, Elder Liu has indeed been arrogant for many years. But considering his previous contributions to the family, perhaps demoting him from his elder status to that of a provisional elder for 3 years would suffice as punishment? Xiao Jue, undeterred, stated emphatically, the Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong is still alive. Boom. The Dou Qi within the Grand Elder erupted uncontrollably, causing Xiao Jue to cough. Having been weak in recent days, he found the pressure from a Dou Wang's might quite formidable. The Grand Elder quickly reined in his aura, his excitement palpable as he asked, the Ice Emperor is still alive? However, he soon realized that this was not the place for such discussions, and said, Come with me. As he spoke, he unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky. Xiao Jue's lips twitched. Did he not comprehend the plight of the ailing? With a resigned sigh, Xiao Jue spread his purple cloud wings and lifted Yafei, soaring upward in pursuit of Elder Tangshan. Meanwhile, the debauched youth Lei Lu gazed in a daze at Xiao Jue's figure, unable to fathom that he had provoked a formidable fighter of the Dou Wang level. It was over, he was finished. Overcome with despair, he collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. Realizing his hearing had vanished, he choked back a sob, wiped away his tears and snot, and hurried towards the third floor, seeking his grandfather. He was not yet ready to meet his demise. Chapter 57. The Identity of Yafei. Elder Tingshan led Xiao Jue to his office, stepping onto a carpet crafted from the hides of unknown magical beasts. Xiao Jue settled Yafei onto a sofa made from the leather of a fourth-tier magical beast. Was this the multifaceted prowess of the Maitel family patriarch? Xiao Jue had indeed witnessed it firsthand. After Xiao Jue and Yafei were seated, Maitel Tingshan eagerly inquired, "Is the Ice Emperor truly still alive?" Xiao Jue nodded slowly, responding, "Indeed, he lives, though he is bound by the seal of Queen Medusa, currently possessing only the strength of a Dou Ling." "What?" Elder Tingshan, having just taken his seat, sprang up once more, excitement radiating from him. "Where is he?" Perhaps it would be prudent to clarify the previous matters before discussing anything else, Xiao Jue remarked, maintaining his calm demeanor. Elder Tingshan, noticing this, nodded in agreement, saying, "Leo has been stripped of his elder status, expelled from the family, and assigned to manage a local auction house, never to return to the imperial capital. How does that sound?" Xiao Jue nodded. Though he had little faith in Maitel Tingshan's words, how could a Dou Ling elder simply relinquish his position? In a few years, he would undoubtedly be covertly summoned back to the imperial capital. As for Leo's grandson, let us render him powerless. Elder Tingshan's expression faltered. He had initially believed Xiao Jue intended to target Elder Leo, with Lei Lu being collateral damage. Yet now it seemed he was merely displeased with Lei Li's inappropriate intentions toward Yafei. "Can you now reveal the whereabouts of Lord Ice Emperor?" Elder Tingshan pressed once more. "Of course," Xiao Jue replied with a smile. "He resides on the outskirts of the Tagore Desert, in a shop named Gu Tuesday. Perhaps the elder should personally witness the Ice Emperor's current state." Upon hearing this, Maitel Tingshan furrowed his brow and asked Xiao Jue, "You say the Ice Emperor is sealed by Queen Medusa. Can this seal be broken?" "A seal?" Xiao Jue scoffed. "There are countless pills capable of breaking seals. However, only a 6th-grade pill can dispel Queen Medusa's seal. With my alchemical skills, I should be able to attempt its concoction upon breaking through to the Dou Wang level." "And what is your current strength?" 2-star Dou Ling. After slaying Reina in Black Rock City, Xiao Jue's Dou Qi had naturally surged, elevating him to a 2-star Dou Ling. However, achieving the Dou Wang level would still require several years of effort. Elder Maitel Tingshan's smile abruptly froze. He felt as though Xiao Jue was toying with him, particularly given that Xiao Jue was not a 5th-grade alchemist. Xiao Jue, a 5th-tier alchemist, speaks in such a manner, indicating his remarkable potential and innate talent. Furthermore, according to the information obtained from Yafei, Xiao Jue appears to be merely 17 years of age. A 2-star Dou Ling at 17 is unprecedented in the Jiao Ma Empire. Even the foremost of the empire's 10 strongest, Ma Pao Jialao, only attained the status of Dou Ling at the age of 23. In the eyes of Maitel Tingshan, Xiao Jue has transcended the role of a mere 5th-tier alchemist. He is seen as a future Dozong powerhouse. In a place like the Jiao Ma Empire, their perspective is limited to Dozong. Maitel Tingshan nodded and addressed Yafei, stating, "I shall convene a meeting of the clan elders shortly, after which you will be recognized as an elder of the Maitel family." The Maitel family, the most powerful among the 3 major families of the Jiao Ma Empire, boasts a greater number of Dou Ling than the combined totals of the other 2 families, despite each of those families possessing a Dou Wang. While the Maitel family is officially a single clan, it comprises numerous strong individuals and many elders recruited from various alliances, all united under the Maitel name, with a powerful Maitel serving as the Grand Elder, representing the family outwardly. The former Ice Emperor, Hai Bo Dong, was once an elder of the Maitel family, who, after achieving Dou Wang and later Dou Huang, ascended to the position of Supreme Elder. Yafei nodded, her hands still entwined around Xiao Jue's arm. Observing this, Maitel Tingshan inquired, "Might I ask, Mr. Xiao Jue, if you would be interested in becoming an elder of the Maitel family? I could appoint a 2nd elder beneath the Grand Elder." Xiao Jue shook his head. He had other plans and preferred to refrain from joining the Maitel family. Seeing Xiao Jue's refusal, Maitel Tingshan expressed a hint of regret, then said to Xiao Jue, "It seems you have few friends in the imperial capital. The Maitel family has several vacant residences. If it does not displease you, you may consider staying there." Xiao Jue nodded in appreciation, replying, "Thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder Tingshan." Yafei's eyes widened, sparkling with emotion as she looked at Xiao Jue, somewhat aggrieved. She said, "Aren't you going to stay with me?" Xiao Jue gently embraced her slender waist, replying softly, "You will soon be managing the family business. I cannot impede your important endeavors, can I?" Yafei rolled her eyes and wrapped her arms around Xiao Jue's waist, playfully pinching him in frustration, clearly aware of his intentions to continue his ambitions in the capital. "Visit me once a week," she pouted, playfully demanding, "as long as I am in Jiao Ma Holy City." Subsequently, Maitel Tingshan dispatched someone to escort Xiao Jue from the Maitel family headquarters to a residence situated in the heart of Jiao Ma Holy City. which was spacious and convenient. Xiao Jue harbored no concerns for Yafei's safety, with him being a fifth-tier alchemist. And utilizing the methods he previously employed to handle Lei Lu, Maitel Tingshan should be well aware of Yafei's significance in his heart and would ensure her protection. Moreover, Yafei possesses another identity. She is the granddaughter of Midertang Mountain. In his youth, Midertang was quite the libertine. And Yafei's father was not born of his legitimate wife, but was considered a bastard, thus not receiving much regard from Midertang. After Yafei's birth, her parents soon became inseparable, tragically meeting their demise at the hands of a spy from the Izumo who infiltrated the Gamma Empire. Following the untimely death of her parents, Midertang took special care of Yafei, otherwise, she would not have had the opportunity to associate with royal princesses and individuals such as Nalan Yinzhan during her time in the imperial capital. Additionally, Master Guni of Wutan City was a close friend of Yafei's father, which explains her journey to Wutan after departing the imperial capital. During the subsequent half-month, Xiao Jue did not engage in the expected flirtations, but instead chose to recuperate in the residence. Recovering from the exhaustion incurred from utilizing the setting sun's final rays and the energy depletion from the Jinwu, returning to Fusang. Over this period, Xiao Jue visited Yafei twice. On the first occasion, he merely accompanied her on a day-long stroll through the sacred city of Gamma, while on the second visit, Yafei ensnared him in her room for an entire day. As a result, the following day, Xiao Jue found himself weak and unable to rise from bed. He had a routine of visiting Yafei once a week, and 2 weeks had elapsed since their second meeting, marking the end of the half-month duration. Sitting on his bed, a faint smile graced Xiao Jue's lips, not due to Yafei, but because a month had passed, granting him another lottery opportunity from the system. Ding! The host is participating in a lottery. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 9-colored Danlei, an 8th-grade elixir, the Bodhi Dan. The Bodhi Dan, an 8th-grade elixir that can summon 8 to 9 colors of Danlei, reputed to enhance the probability of becoming a Dou Qi by 20%. Though in reality, it significantly increases the likelihood of a 9-turn Dou Zun breaking into the semi-sacred realm. In Xiao Jue's hand appeared a wooden box crafted from a special type of wood. He was wise enough not to recklessly break the Dou Qi seal to inspect the elixir within. It is well known that an 8th-grade elixir infused with 9-colored Danlei possesses considerable intelligence. Should it escape, the consequences could be dire, potentially injuring Xiao Jue, which would be a regrettable loss. He stored the wooden box containing the Bodhi Dan in the system's space, as this elixir would not be of immediate use. Much like the Qiankuan Creation Dan, it would likely only become beneficial when Xiao Jue reached the Douzong realm. Whether for trade or gifting to powerful individuals, one must possess immense strength to avoid being preyed upon. Once Xiao Jue breaks through to the Douzong realm, he would likely possess at least 4 or 5 types of exotic flames, and perhaps even attain the title of an 8th-grade alchemist. Xiao Jue gazed at the empty courtyard before stepping outside. Yesterday, when Yafei visited, he inquired about the situation in the imperial capital, and she recounted everything to him in detail. Midertang Mountain ventured to Mo City, concerned for the Ice Emperor Hebedong. Uncertain about others' capabilities, he resolved to undertake the journey himself. Even if Hebedong's former adversaries were to confront him, he remained undaunted. United with Hebedong, whose strength currently rested at the Doling level, he felt no trepidation. Moreover, in Midertang Mountain's recollections, only 4 Douhuang remained alive in the Jaimar Empire, none of whom bore profound animosity towards the Midertang family. As for the other Douhuang powerhouses, even those at the pinnacle of Douhuang could hardly rival the combined might of Midertang Mountain and Hebedong. Xiao Jue rose and made his way towards the Alchemist Guild, cognizant that the headquarters in the imperial capital differed vastly from its branches. The elders at the guild's headquarters were predominantly 4th-tier alchemists, with a substantial number of 3rd-tier alchemists in attendance. Among them were the only 2 5th-tier alchemists in the Jaimar Empire, serving as president and vice president, respectively, with the guild president ranked 3rd among the top 10 powerhouses of the empire, situated at the confluence of the most bustling streets of the imperial capital. The Alchemist Guild's residence loomed large, enveloped in the fragrance of medicinal herbs and swirling smoke. The grand entrance bore the 5 elegant characters of the guild, shimmering with a soft silver glow. As the esteemed headquarters of the Jaimar Empire's alchemists, it stood as a sacred place in the hearts of all alchemists, where noble alchemists, scarce in other cities, thrived in abundance. Xiao Jue's purpose for visiting was straightforward, dissatisfied with the appearance of his 3rd-tier alchemist attire. He sought to procure a new outfit to enhance his reputation within the Jaimar Empire. Regrettably, lacking the strength of a Douhuang, his current status as a 2-star Doling limited him to crafting only 5th-tier elixirs. Dressed in his 3rd-tier alchemist uniform, the guards did not dare to obstruct him. Instead, they greeted him with utmost respect. Yet, the soon-to-be-renowned Master Xiao Jue paid them no heed, entering the Alchemist Guild with a stoic expression. Many alchemists along the way cast astonished glances at the remarkably young third-tier alchemist, for he was indeed exceedingly youthful, with only one other in the guild younger than him. As Xiao Jue paused, he noticed an elderly man clad in coarse linen and a richly adorned young woman not far ahead. A frown creased his brow, as their appearances seemed oddly familiar. Though he had never encountered them, their visages had evidently lingered in his imagination. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him. Within the realm of his spiritual perception, the old man's aura was the strongest in the imperial capital. Even the formidable Reina, who had perished at Xiao Jue's hands, seemed but a flickering firefly in comparison. In the Jiamar Empire, such a powerful figure, appearing aged and dressed in humble linen, could likely only be this singular individual. Xiao Jue then strode forward, and the elder naturally took note of him. Indeed, in the elder's perception, Xiao Jue was an exceedingly enigmatic presence. It could only be described as such, for to the elder, Xiao Jue appeared much like an ordinary individual, yet therein lay his extraordinary nature. Coupled with the attire of an alchemist, it was evident that Xiao Jue could not be an ordinary person. Thus, there could only be one explanation. Either Xiao Jue had cultivated exceptional combat techniques, or his strength surpassed that of the elder. However, it was clear that with the perfected soul power of a mortal realm, Xiao Jue effectively shielded himself from the perceptions of others. Unless one was a Dou Qi expert or possessed similar perfected soul power, few could truly discern Xiao Jue's state. "May I have a word with you, young friend?" As Xiao Jue approached the elder known as Jia Lao, the esteemed figure, recognized as the foremost among the top 10 experts of the empire, spoke first. "Greetings, Jia Lao." Xiao Jue bowed respectfully. As a peak Dou Huang, even a 6th-tier alchemist would show him some deference, let alone Xiao Jue, a 5th-tier alchemist. Jia Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xiao Jue to recognize him. After a nod, he inquired, "You do not seem to be a long-term resident of Jiamar Holy City, young friend? In a place like the imperial capital, should a prodigy emerge, it would not take long for their fame to spread, and a young third-tier alchemist would undoubtedly be known throughout Jiamar Holy City if tested there." Xiao Jue nodded. "I hail from the Xiao family in Haiyan City, located in the northeastern province of the empire." Upon hearing Haiyan City, rather than Utan City, Jia Xingtian furrowed his brow in contemplation before relaxing once more, then asked, "Is that old fellow Reina also there?" Xiao Jue nodded, bashfully stating, "Unfortunately, the Xiao family has become the strongest in Haiyan City, and the elder Reina, unwilling to be overshadowed, ultimately met his demise at the hands of his junior." Jia Xingtian showed little reaction, yet the young girl beside him pouted and retorted, "You speak nonsense. He was once one of the top 10 experts of the Jiamar Empire. How could he possibly fall to you? Yet he was once, was he not?" Xiao Jue smiled lightly and responded nonchalantly. Jia Xingtian did not express much sentiment. For in his view, it was merely a matter of peers, none of whom could rival him. Over the years, countless had perished, and the only one who matched his talent had seemingly passed away in seclusion. Chapter 59. The Bet with the Little Princess. Jia Xingtian affectionately patted his granddaughter's head before turning to Xiao Jue and inquired, "At such a young age, you have attained the rank of a third-tier alchemist. May I ask from whom you have studied?" Xiao Jue first glanced at the young girl, who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, donned in the attire of a first-tier alchemist. Raising an eyebrow, he then addressed Jia Xingtian. "I have come to the Alchemist Guild with the intention of concocting 5th-tier elixirs." The young princess pouted her lips, clearly skeptical of Xiao Jue's claims. In her eyes, Xiao Jue was hardly older than herself, and becoming a 3rd-tier alchemist was already a rare feat as for a 5th-tier alchemist. Had it not been for the absence of one in the royal family, would she have even come to the Alchemist Guild today to seek mentorship? "Young friend, do not jest with me." Jia Xingtian waved his hand, not angered due to Xiao Jue's 3rd-tier alchemist uniform. Xiao Jue, however, was indifferent to Jia Xingtian's disbelief. Such matters held little significance for him. Yet, the friendship of a peak Dou emperor was of great importance to him. With the conversation lacking direction, he inquired, "Jia Lao, did you bring the princess to the Alchemist Guild for a specific purpose?" Jia Xingtian nodded and replied, "Yuer is now quite proficient in refining 2nd-tier elixirs, and I have brought her here for her 2nd-tier alchemist assessment, as well as to find her a mentor." "Oh." Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow, then confidently stated, "What does the esteemed elder think of my capabilities?" Although his alchemist rank was not on par with the renowned Dan Wang Guhi in the Jiamai Empire, when it came to the crafting of 5th-tier elixirs, few could rival him. The young princess was displeased, thinking to herself that while boasting was one thing, dragging her into it was quite another. Annoyed, she retorted, "A 5th-tier alchemist would not be so young as you. How could a 3rd-tier alchemist like yourself be my teacher? What if I were a 5th-tier alchemist?" Xiao Jue countered. The princess proudly lifted her chin and declared, "If you were a 5th-tier alchemist, I would gladly have you as my teacher. Let us avoid that. It would seem as though I, a fifth-tier alchemist, am begging you for mentorship, Xiao Jue remarked. Turning to leave, Jia Xingtian watched the exchange with interest, unfazed by Xiao Jue's intention to depart. After all, while the young Yuer might not perceive it, he understood that Xiao Jue was deliberately setting a trap for the princess. Stop right there. The princess called out urgently. Seeing Xiao Jue halt, she gritted her teeth and said, if you are indeed a fifth-tier alchemist, I shall offer a substantial amount of high-grade medicinal materials as a token of respect for becoming your disciple. The princess quickly added, but what if you are not a fifth-tier alchemist? She was not concerned about Xiao Jue reneging on his word, with Jia Lao present. Who would dare to offend him in the Jiama Empire, aside from the enigmatic Yunshan of the Yunlan sect? Even Dan Wang Gu he would not dare to slight Jia Lao, for with his Do Wang strength, he would likely not last 10 exchanges against Jia Lao. Xiao Jue's wrist trembled, and the Shi He sword materialized in his hand. He addressed Yao Yu, saying, if I am not a fifth-tier alchemist, this sword shall be yours. Good. The princess raised her chin high, looking at Xiao Jue with a sense of assuredness, as though victory was within her grasp. Xiao Jue's alchemist attire was merely third-tier, and in her eyes, regardless of whether he had the ability to refine fifth-tier elixirs, what if he failed the assessment? Moreover, should Xiao Jue succeed, would it not be better for her to present 10 sets of materials for fifth-tier elixirs to seek his mentorship? Jia Xingtian remained silent throughout, only speaking after the two had established their wager. Go seek that fellow, Kimir. Master Fama has been sequestered in an attempt to break through to the sixth-tier alchemist realm for over 2 years now. It is likely that this old coot has perished due to the backlash from a failed concoction. Xiao Jue's lips twitched. One could indeed say that he is the foremost among the Empire's 10 strongest. How audacious to denigrate the Alchemist Guild's president in such a manner. Xiao Jue noticed many alchemists around them casting glances their way, yet none dared to make a move. For both Jia Xingtian and Xiao Jue exuded an air of arrogance that instilled a sense of trepidation, compelling them to merely watch as the three departed. Under Jia Xingtian's guidance, the trio entered a room on the second floor of the Alchemist Guild. Upon entering, they were greeted by an ambience steeped in primal essence. The room was spacious, with furnishings crafted from wood. Nay, perhaps it would be more accurate to say the furniture was fashioned from peculiar tree forms. Numerous potted plants adorned the room, all cultivated with fine medicinal herbs, and Xiao Jue even discovered a sprig of reincarnation grass among them. How rude to enter without so much as a greeting. An elderly man with snow-white hair appeared before them, a hint of displeasure in his tone. However, upon catching sight of Xiao Jue, his eyes widened in surprise, followed by an exclamation, a third-tier alchemist at such a young age is indeed a rarity. Jia Xingtian chuckled. Kimir, this young gentleman claims to be a fifth-tier alchemist, preparing for the fifth-tier alchemist examination. Kimir was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Xiao Jue, who slowly nodded. A slight smile gracing his lips as he produced a letter, handing it to Kimir. This is a missive from Master Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Blackrock City. Kimir nodded, accepting the letter and tearing it open in front of them. At that moment, Jia Xingtian glanced deeper into the room, inquiring of Kimir, how is that old coot Fama faring? Kimir shook his head, sighing, I cannot say for certain, but it seems I will not be assuming the presidency anytime soon. Just then, an elderly voice echoed, even if you were to perish, I should still be alive. I would advise you to consider departing this world now, perhaps in your next life. You might stand a chance at vying for the position of president after I have passed. Both Jia Xingtian and Mitchell turned their eager gazes toward the source of the voice, where an elder clad in alchemist garb appeared, his demeanor calm. Kimir disregarded the man as jest and hurriedly asked, have you successfully broken through to the sixth-tier alchemist level? Fama shook his head, lamenting. I have grasped a glimmer of opportunity, yet the materials for the sixth-tier elixirs within the Alchemist Guild have all been depleted. Xiao Jue's lips twitched again. It was astounding that, as the only alchemist organization in the Gamma Empire, the Alchemist Guild's entire stock of sixth-tier elixir materials was insufficient for Fama to ascend to the sixth tier himself. Xiao Jue wondered whether Fama's talent was lacking or if alchemy truly was a profession that devoured wealth. In Chapter 60, Fama sighed once more, turning his gaze toward Xiao Jue, exclaiming in astonishment, are you, young friend, seeking to undertake the examination for fifth-tier alchemist? Observing the scene, Kimir hastily extended the envelope in his hand to Fama, stating, Frank mentioned that Xiao Jue has successfully refined several fifth-grade elixirs, which include the Nirvana Pill, the Dragon Power Pill, the Restoration Pill, and the Spirit Nourishing Pill. Oh, Fama expressed his astonishment, a sentiment shared by Jia Xingtian, who was equally taken aback. The royal family had previously conducted an investigation into the fourth-grade alchemists of the Jama Empire to discern who held the potential to ascend to the rank of fifth-grade alchemist, focusing on nurturing and attracting them as guardians of the royal family. Jia Xingtian, being one of these guardians, was familiar with Frank, the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, a man not given to frivolous claims. Could it be that Xiao Jue truly was a fifth-grade alchemist? As the shock subsided, Jia Xingtian felt a surge of excitement. This bet between Xiao Jue and Yao Yu indicated that the royal family could indeed cultivate this immensely promising fifth-grade alchemist. Do you intend to pursue the assessment for fifth-grade alchemists? Fama inquired with renewed interest, directing his question at Xiao Jue. Observing others refine elixirs could indeed benefit one's own alchemical skills. However, witnessing the process from alchemists of lower grades would be of little use, especially since Kimir was being groomed to become a fifth-grade alchemist under Fama's mentorship. Originally, only Gu He could assist Fama within the Jama Empire, but Gu He was affiliated with the Yunlan sect and would certainly not offer his aid. Now, with the appearance of such a young fifth-grade alchemist, Fama felt that his opportunity to ascend to sixth-grade alchemist had finally arrived. Indeed, Xiao Jue nodded in affirmation. Fama's eyes brightened, and he hastily proposed, "How about this? I shall provide the materials for 5 fifth-grade elixirs, and you could allow us to observe as you refine one of them." Xiao Jue furrowed his brow. If anyone else had made such a suggestion, he would have been indifferent. However, Fama was different. He was on the cusp of becoming a sixth-grade alchemist, and Xiao Jue's alchemical techniques were exceptionally refined. If Fama were to observe him at work, it would undoubtedly lead to a breakthrough. Xiao Jue then spoke. "If you can achieve the rank of sixth-grade alchemist through this observation, I shall require 100 high-grade medicinal herbs." Fama frowned momentarily, but after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well. Should I be able to observe your alchemy and ascend to sixth-grade alchemist, I shall indeed present you with 100 high-grade medicinal herbs." For alchemists of 5th grade and above, ordinary intermediate materials were easily obtainable. It was the high-grade herbs that were typically guarded by magical beasts or exceedingly rare, thus rendering them quite precious. 100 high-grade herbs could be valued at the equivalent of at least 4 or 5 6th-grade elixirs of superior quality, particularly those capable of producing elixir patterns. This arrangement could be regarded as a wager between Xiao Jue and Fama, betting on Xiao Jue's alchemical prowess and Fama's integrity. Kimir and the little princess stood silently beside Fama and Jia Xingtian, remaining quiet. Xiao Jue glanced at the gathered company, a smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his hand, a swirling orb of dark purple flames appeared in his palm, eliciting raised eyebrows from the onlookers, with Jia Xingtian being the most astonished among them. Jia Xingtian was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Xiao Jue would wield a flame of such uniqueness, one that could evoke a sensation of intense heat. However, neither Fama nor Kimir exhibited any signs of fervor, which indicated that this was not an unusual fire, but rather a beast fire. The origin of this beast fire might even surpass that of the royal guardian beast by several tiers, belonging to the legendary realm. The young princess pursed her lips, her eyes fixed intently on the flame in Xiao Jue's hand. Possessing a 6th-tier magical beast fire, she was naturally aware of the formidable power it exuded. At that moment, Fama waved his hand, and a table materialized beside them, laden with numerous medicinal herbs, primarily consisting of commonly found high-grade materials, 3 portions for Qi cultivation pills, and 2 for recovery pills. Xiao Jue immediately recognized the nature of the herbs, and with a flick of his left hand, he collected 4 portions, leaving only 1 set for the Qi cultivation pill. He picked up a herb and cast it into the scorpion dragon's poisonous fire in his right palm to begin the refining process. The sight of Xiao Jue using his palm as a cauldron to concoct pills astonished the onlookers. However, witnessing his adeptness in refining the herbs, they cast aside other thoughts and focused intently on his alchemical endeavor. The process of creating Qi cultivation pills, categorized as 5th tier, was relatively straightforward, allowing Xiao Jue to complete the task in just over an hour, resulting in a single Qi cultivation pill. Fama swallowed hard, then cupped his hands in salute to Xiao Jue, stating, "I have indeed gained much from this experience. Once I gather sufficient herbs to attempt breaking through to the 6th-tier alchemist realm again, should I succeed, I shall offer you 100 high-grade herbs in gratitude." Xiao Jue nodded, graciously accepting Fama's gesture. If Fama truly ascended to the status of a 6th-tier alchemist, then Xiao Jue would essentially be regarded as his mentor, much like the esteemed alchemist who had once guided him. Fama, seeing Xiao Jue acknowledge his gesture, smiled and inquired, "I wonder if Master Xiao Jue has any thoughts on joining the Alchemist Guild? Even as an ordinary member would suffice." Fama seemed somewhat agitated, hastily adding, "Master Xiao Jue, you are a 5th-tier alchemist, and your refining techniques far exceed mine. It is likely that you possess skills on par with a 6th-tier alchemist, merely hampered by a lack of sufficient fighting spirit. How can you settle for being just an ordinary member of the Alchemist Guild?" Xiao Jue understood that Fama was attempting to recruit him, but since the young princess was not a student of Kimir, What purpose would joining the Alchemist Guild serve for him? Were it not for the need to undergo an assessment within the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire to establish his reputation, he would have had little inclination to attend. Jia Xingtian urged Xiao Jue, the Alchemist Guild is merely a union, not a personal faction. Joining the guild would afford you its privileges without imposing constraints. At this moment, Fama exchanged a glance with Jia Xingtian, who subtly nodded in agreement. Fama immediately grasped the implication and turned to Xiao Jue, stating, moreover, with your alchemical prowess, what is there to prevent you from becoming the president of the Alchemist Guild? Fama glanced at Jia Xingtian and then spoke. Although the Alchemist Guild is an organization for alchemists, it is still nominally under the jurisdiction of the Empire. Moreover, the emperors throughout history have never slighted the Alchemist Guild, thus this nominal relationship has been preserved. What do you mean, senior? Xiao Jue inquired, sensing something amiss with Fama, though he could not pinpoint what was wrong. In Chapter 61, titled The Fall of the Beast God, Jia Xingtian interjected. Were you not intending to take Yuer as your apprentice? The position of the guild leader is a gift from Yuer to you as a token of apprenticeship. He had been secretly conferring with Fama, who had, of course, not declined the suggestion. After all, his potential was somewhat limited, while Guhi was still young. And Xiao Jue was even younger with a more terrifying potential. Xiao Jue pondered, knowing that the Alchemist Guild is one of the three paramount forces of the Gamma Empire, the other two being the Yunlan sect and the Imperial family, thus possessing vast resources. He was deliberating the pros and cons. He certainly was not concerned about being bound to the Alchemist Guild. He was not one to overly value loyalty. At worst, he could turn his back once he reaped the benefits. However, he was contemplating what advantages he could derive from this situation. Noticing Xiao Jue's reluctance to respond, Jia Xingtian gritted his teeth and asked, Master Xiao Jue, may I inquire your age this year, and do you have a spouse? Yes, Xiao Jue nodded, dismissing the notion of lying, as he had no qualms about the two princesses of the royal family ultimately falling into his grasp. Jia Xingtian's eyes flickered with disappointment. But it was still commendable for the royal princess to become Xiao Jue's disciple. Let us forego the position of guild leader. But do ensure the princess prepares a generous gift for her apprenticeship, Xiao Jue declared, rising to take his leave. As for the fifth-tier alchemist uniform, it would naturally be delivered alongside the apprenticeship gift for Xingtian and Yao Yu later. Where does the master reside now? The middle family. Having finished his display at the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Jue returned directly to the estate bestowed upon him by the middle family, intending to devote a few days to cultivation. The beast god had imparted a secret technique to Xiao Jue, yet he had not thoroughly examined it. Standing in the spacious courtyard, red flames began to flicker around him. The spirit of all beasts fire rose, and with a thought, a heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast materialized before him. Soon after, various fire-type magical beasts emerged, and Xiao Jue's battle energy was completely depleted after the ninth beast appeared. As Xiao Jue surveyed the 9 magical beasts before him, aside from the first one he had conjured, the other 8 appeared somewhat ethereal. Frowning, he was suddenly alerted by the system's voice in his ear. Ding. An anomalous intruder detected. System protection mode activated. What is happening? The beast god's lingering spirit, hidden within the spirit of all beasts fire, stared in shock. But before it could question, a terrifying force descended, shattering its remnant spirit into a cluster of memory light and a piece of soul essence, which, through the connection with the spirit of all beasts fire, fused into Xiao Jue's body. In Xiao Jue's mind, a vast expanse of memories suddenly surged forth, predominantly comprising secret techniques and ancient lore, which, to his relief, did not significantly impact him. The essence of the soul was refined by Xiao Jue. How could the remnants of a sovereign's soul merely elevate one's spiritual power from the late mortal realm to the pinnacle, after the beast god had completely perished? Xiao Jue's spiritual prowess transcended the barriers of the mortal realm, achieving the spiritual realm. His gaze deepened as the spectral images of several magical beasts dissipated. Xiao Jue couldn't help but inwardly curse the beast god for imparting a seemingly useless secret technique. Fortunately, there existed methods to enhance his strength. But what truly intrigued Xiao Jue was the origin of the beast god. The 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire was not solely a creation of the beast god. Although it was the most potent, it was, in fact, birthed by the 8-star Dou Qi. After this formidable figure eradicated numerous powerful beast clans, he too met his demise at the hands of the ancient phoenix during a rebirth, perishing in a cataclysm alongside the phoenix. Subsequently, the energies of that miniature world compelled the remnants of countless beast souls to merge with their bloodlines, forming the most powerful 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, which came to be known as the beast god. However, upon its emergence, it encountered the Taishu ancient dragon that had intruded into this small world. Despite possessing the strength of a Dou Saint, it was no match for the might of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, and was ultimately captured and consumed, becoming the innate fire of a powerful Taishu ancient dragon. Yet, the wisdom of the beast god was not erased. Instead, it was retained as the essence of the fire spirit. Following this, the fire spirit rebelled, breaking free from the control of the Taishu ancient dragons, and subsequently roamed the continent with abandon, akin to the current void-devouring flame. It was a 9-star Dou Saint, and even stronger than the present void-devouring flame. For the beast god possessed an imperial soul, a feature lacking in the current void-devouring flame. Later, the beast god encountered the ancient emperor Dou Qi, who had yet to attain the title of Dou Emperor. At that time, the ancient emperor was merely an 8-star Dou Saint, but had already consumed 20 types of extraordinary flames, only needing the void-devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire to achieve the status of emperor flame. Ultimately, it was Dou Qi, wielding a more potent flame and the peculiar burning technique, who triumphed over the beast god. Desiring neither death nor the loss of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire within Dou Qi, the beast god resorted to self-detonation. At that time, Dou Qi had already absorbed a form of 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, but it was one that formed randomly in the wilderness, not from the death of myriad supreme magical beasts. Following the self-detonation, a portion of the essence fortuitously enhanced the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire within Dou Qi, rendering it stronger and augmenting the ancient emperor's power. The remaining essence fled alongside the remnants of the beast god's soul, which is the source of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire that Xiao Jue now possesses. These fire essences have now merged into a complete 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, and with the passage of time, it is destined to revert to the pinnacle of its former glory, rivaling the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame. Of course, the reason the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire ranks 22nd on the list of extraordinary flames is not due to its inherent weakness, but rather because there are many lesser forms of it. The so-called is merely a ranking established by the ancient Emperor Dou Qi, based on the formidable power of these extraordinary flames at their inception. There indeed exists a disparity among them. For instance, the newly born can be devoured by Xiao Yan at the level, even with the assistance of the 7-colored in refining the energy of the. However, had Xiao Yan attempted to refine the at the level, it would assuredly lead to his demise. As for the being a celestial, it is naturally formed and predominantly found in the ancient, savage battlegrounds where myriad beasts once engaged in bloody warfare, amalgamating the souls and blood of thousands of magical beasts post-mortem. Nonetheless, the naturally condensed, along with the amalgamated souls and blood, exhibits a disparity in quality. Apart from the ancient battlegrounds where the supreme races, such as the ancient and ancient, clashed, there seem to be few sites of ancient warfare that witnessed the demise of over 10,000 high-tier magical beasts. Moreover, these supreme races hold their bloodlines in high esteem, rarely allowing the remains of their kin to be left unattended. Consequently, the naturally formed, infused with the souls and blood of magical beasts, primarily consists of ordinary magical beasts, possessing limited power, relegating it to the lower echelons of the. This elucidates the rationale behind Dou Qi's ranking, however, that has already been established, and the records of the beast god are predominantly found within the ranks of elite magical beast families. Thus, despite the beast god's confrontation with Dou Qi, the remains firmly positioned at 22nd place. In Xiao Jue's conjecture, the former beast god likely did not pale in comparison to the and on the, being considerably more powerful than the. After all, it was derived from myriad magical beasts of at least the 8th rank, alongside the formidable ancient capable of perishing with an 8-star, as well as the that breached a small world. Had it not been for the extraordinary might of and of which only one exists in the world, and aside from the former beast god would arguably be the most potent flame to grace the earth. Xiao Jue remains indifferent to the beast god's former might, for the beast god has long since passed. What concerns him now is the current state of the within him. Most of the beast god's spiritual essence has merged into the, leaving only a fraction to Xiao Jue. Yet, even so, Xiao Jue possesses a soul power of the. However, the is exceedingly feeble, currently comparable only to the 8th ranked on the. Rather, it should be described as a red lotus flame that has reached its utmost potential. Given sufficient time and fire attribute energy, it can indeed restore itself to a level nearing that of and. With the complete demise of the beast god, and Xiao Jue having integrated a portion of the spiritual essence derived from the remnants of the beast god, the affinity with the has surged. Surrounding Xiao Jue, a terrifying tide of energy has surged forth, even allowing the essence of the to leak out, perceptible to those formidable beings nearby. The flames erupted skyward above Xiao Jue, illuminating the entirety of the of Jayamar, and even those atop the distant have sensed this soaring blaze. Extraordinary flames? In a concealed chamber of the Yunlan sect, a middle-aged man, consumed by excitement and disregarding the ashes of medicinal herbs in the cauldron, spoke fervently. He hastily departed the chamber, intent on seeking the sect leader of Yunlan, wishing to have her accompany him to the location where the extraordinary flames had erupted. The emergence of such flames would undoubtedly be sensed by the ancient alchemists of the Alchemist Guild. Thus, he felt compelled to bring along a powerful Dou Huang to ensure a formidable chance in the ensuing contest for the extraordinary fire. Meanwhile, within another chamber of the Alchemist Guild, a figure named Fama, having just gathered a selection of 6th-grade medicinal herbs, abruptly lifted his head and rushed out. With his accumulated knowledge, securing the extraordinary flames would undoubtedly elevate him to the rank of a 6th-grade alchemist. Xiao Jue absorbed the surrounding energies, and as the celestial phenomena heralding the emergence of the extraordinary flames dissipated, the brilliant flames faded, leaving Xiao Jue with a gaze that had grown profoundly contemplative. Soon, an individual clad in alchemist robes approached, bearing an aged demeanor. "Xiao Jue," the newcomer exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Xiao Jue affirmed with a nod. The elder furrowed his brow and remarked in astonishment, "The extraordinary fire's aura was indeed yours?" "Clearly," Xiao Jue confirmed, casting his gaze towards the influx of individuals arriving. Fama gritted his teeth, uncertain of his course of action. The extraordinary fire was an invaluable treasure for any alchemist. If he could refine such a flame, not only would he ascend to 6th-grade alchemist status, but he may also harbor hopes of becoming a Dou Zone powerhouse. Nevertheless, with a sigh, Fama relinquished the idea of seizing the extraordinary fire, aware that others were approaching. "Fama?" one of the newcomers exclaimed. Revealing himself as the esteemed leader of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, the venerable Ma Pao Jia Lao, a royal guardian known as Jia Tian. "The extraordinary fire resides within Xiao Jue," Fama stated. Xiao Jue glanced at Jia Tian, curiosity piqued at his arrival. If Jia Tian had come, could the figures from Yunlan's sect be on their way as well? With 2 Dou Huang powerhouses now present in the imperial city, it was reasonable to assume that the remaining Dou Huang would soon follow. The first to arrive was a gaunt elder known as Feng Li, the Windwalker. Upon seeing Fama and Jia Tian together, he appeared somewhat surprised. After bowing respectfully to both, he stepped aside. Next, a robust middle-aged man entered. Though he was not the Lion King Yan Shi, but rather Mu Qian, the patriarch of the Mu family among the 3 prominent families of the Gamma Empire. "Greetings." Jia Lao, President Fama. Mu Qian addressed them with a respectful nod, positioning himself beside Jia Tian to express his allegiance. Fama greeted him amiably before introducing. "This is Xiao Jue, a 5th-grade alchemist." Mu Qian's eyes brightened, and he returned the gesture to Xiao Jue, saying, "Master Xiao Jue." "Patriarch Mu Qian, good day." Xiao Jue replied with a smile, then turned his attention elsewhere. His spiritual sense had undergone a breakthrough, allowing him to detect a faintly weak presence nearby. If he were not mistaken, it was likely Na Lanjia. As anticipated, a seemingly robust elder appeared, and Xiao Jue squinted his eyes. Was this not Na Lanjia, the one who had once arranged a marriage alliance with Xiao Yan and Na Lan Yanran? Despite Na Lanjia's apparent rosy complexion and good spirits, the poison within him had deeply entrenched itself in his very marrow, suggesting he could only survive for a few more years. However, Xiao Jue took a fancy to the Qi Huan Qingling Xian from the Nalan family. The Qi Huan Qingling Xian is an extraordinary plant whose rhizome can be refined into a mysterious liquid, which serves as the most effective remedy for restoring soul power. Additionally, it is also the primary ingredient in high-grade elixirs. Having recently broken through to the 2-star level, Xiao Jue has now ascended to a 4-star doling. And with his soul power advancing into the mid-stage of the spirit realm, he is indeed poised to attempt the refinement of 6th-grade elixirs. Unfortunately, the elixir utilizing the Qi Huan Qingling Xian as its main ingredient belongs to the 7th-grade high-tier category. And there is even a possibility of attracting dual-colored and tricolored elixir lightning, elevating it to an 8th-grade elixir. "Ha. It has been quite a while since I last saw you, old Fama," Nalanjia laughed heartily. However, Fama's expression was grave, as he, being a seasoned alchemist, had sensed something unusual about Nalanjia. "Are you poisoned?" Fama inquired. Among the myriad of powerful Dou Huang in the Gamma Empire, Nalanjia ranked among the elite. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the burning poison for so long. Yet, Fama, a 5th-grade alchemist nearing the 6th grade and a formidable Dou Huang, likely possessed soul power at the late stage of the mortal realm, allowing him to perceive Nalanjia's predicament at a glance. Nalanjia stiffened momentarily, cursing Fama internally. With so many people around, why did he have to voice the fact that he was poisoned? It is the burning poison, deeply embedded in your bones. But there is still hope, Xiao Jue suddenly interjected. The irritable Nalanjia, upon hearing Xiao Jue's words, was instantly overjoyed. "You have a way to cure the burning poison?" "Humph," The poison in you can only be remedied by those who possess or 7th-grade alchemists. It seems you are fortunate to have encountered me. Xiao Jue narrowed his eyes, revealing a clear interest in Nailan Jie, in contrast to his apparent disinterest in Yin Shi and Mu Chun. Why hasn't he, that old coot Midertingshan, shown up? Mu Chun suddenly interjected, diverting the conversation. Nailan Jie was not the least bit annoyed. Feng Li, being a powerhouse from the Yunlan sect, was present, and they were not at liberty to disclose too much information. Hai Buodong is still alive. Midertingshan has gone to find him, Xiao Jue stated. He was indifferent to the potential upheaval that Hai Buodong's return to the Gamma Empire might cause. However, now that he had the confidence to refine 6th-grade elixirs, alongside the ease of concocting the 5th-grade Xiling Dan, securing this reclusive Dou Huang would not prove difficult. Moreover, Xiao Jue could also leave behind some trinkets while refining the Piya Dan, just like Yao Chun. The Ice Emperor is still alive. Mu Chen's expression shifted. For the 3 major families in the imperial capital currently divided their influence. Yet if the Ice Emperor were to return, the Mitre family would undoubtedly overshadow the Nailan and Mu families. Just then, 2 figures soared toward the gathering, and upon closer inspection, Jia Xingtian let out a cold snort. The newcomers were none other than Yun Yang, the sect leader of the Yunlan sect, and Gu He, the foremost alchemist in the Gamma Empire. Xiao Jue narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to defeat Gu He now or to end Gu He's life in the Tagore Desert. However, after much contemplation, Xiao Jue decided to shelve his thoughts. Gu He could not die just yet. He needed to live for a few more months. Ha ha, it is a pleasure to see you all, Gu He greeted the assembly. Gu He appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a certain elegance, and with his status as a 6th-tier alchemist, he might indeed thrive in the Central State. However, Xiao Jue found little interest in him and turned her gaze towards the woman beside Gu He, clad in a simple gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her lustrous hair fashioned into an exquisite phoenix headdress, the woman's serene and enchanting visage remained unaffected by the presence of numerous formidable individuals from the Jiamar Empire gathered here. In the sky above, Yun Yun stood gracefully, her tranquil beauty radiating an air of dignity and nobility that could scarcely be concealed by her plain attire. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, sensing that the youth standing among them emanated an aura akin to that of a Dou Zone powerhouse. In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, walking on air, a Dou Zone powerhouse. Xiao Jue, caught off guard, hurriedly followed Yun Yun's gaze and turned to look behind her, only to be met with the astonished expressions of Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma. As she surveyed the surroundings, she realized that all eyes were upon her. She opened her mouth in surprise, glancing back to confirm the absence of the Ziyun Wing, thus deducing that the Dou Zone powerhouse Yun Yun referred to was indeed herself. With a thought, Xiao Jue sensed a tremor among the crowd. A smile playfully danced at the corners of her lips as she began to comprehend the situation. Was this the essence of spiritual realm and soul? With the strength of her mid-stage soul power, she had achieved levitation, leading to Yun Yun's misunderstanding of her as a Dou Zone powerhouse. Jia Xingtian, his expression grave, inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "Me?" Xiao Jue replied with a peculiar smile. "I am Xiao Jue. Who exactly are you?" Jia Xingtian pressed once more. Xiao Jue, initially contemplating a cautious approach, found herself emboldened by her newly acquired mid-stage soul power. Why not assert herself boldly? However, she was not the kind of ruthless individual who would oppress others through sheer force. A glimmer of kindness resided within her heart. Thus, she refrained from using her strength to intimidate others. The reason was simple. She could not contend with the guards of the Soul Palace, nor did she feel particularly confident against Yunshan. Yet, self-preservation was within her grasp, and as long as she did not provoke hostility, she would remain unscathed. How about a contest of alchemy? Xiao Jue disregarded Jia Xingtian and posed the question to Gu He. "Are you also an alchemist, senior?" Gu He asked, astonished. However, recalling the aura of he nodded in acknowledgement. "But have you considered our wager?" Xiao Jue inquired. Gu He furrowed his brow. "A wager? Although I am a 6th-tier alchemist, I possess little confidence in competing against a Dou Zone powerhouse with. Had it not been for your proposition, I would have sought an excuse to withdraw. What do you propose, senior?" Gu He countered. Xiao Jue smiled, producing a peculiar purple crystal that shimmered brilliantly. The tremors emanating from the nearby space indicated the immense power contained within. A 7th-tier magic core? Gu He narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. "No, this is an 8th-tier magic core. If you win, I shall grant you this 8th-tier magic core, but should you lose, I will claim your life." Xiao Jue exhibited an air of dominance, demanding the life of a 6th-tier alchemist with a mere utterance. Gu He clenched his teeth, glanced at Yun Yun, and subsequently sighed. "Yunner, you should leave." Yun Yun's crimson lips quivered as she replied, "Gu He, I." Gu He sighed again, return to Yunlan sect, and seek Elder Yunling. Only when the old sect master reemerges might I have a chance of survival. Yunyan's body involuntarily trembled as she observed Gu He's resolute gaze. Feeling a surge of emotion, her beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she nodded and departed. Watching Yunyan leave, Gu He felt a sense of relief wash over him. He cast a disdainful glance at Jia Tian and the others, but refrained from further commentary, turning his attention back to Xiao Jue, saying, "Esteemed senior, please proceed." At that moment, Feng Li approached Gu He, revealing his unwavering stance even in the presence of a Dou Zone powerhouse. "You should leave as well," Gu He advised. He understood that Xiao Jue intended to kill him. Unless Yunshan appeared, his fate was sealed. The so-called competition in alchemy was merely a facade to avoid gossip. As for Jia Tian and his companions, they likely harbored intentions to eliminate him swiftly. Considering he belonged to the Yunlan sect and was the foremost alchemist of the Jaimar Empire, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Jue's original aim was to draw out Yunshan, thereby altering the situation within the Jaimar Empire. Should Jia Tian manage to break through to Dou Zone, he would have a contender capable of challenging Yunshan. Conversely, if Jia Tian were to fail and perish, Xiao Jue would not hesitate to seize control of the royal family. Chapter 64, Breaking the Sect Pill. "Please." Xiao Jue addressed Gu He. He then descended from the sky, landing in the courtyard below. Despite Gu He's attempts to dissuade him, Feng Li ultimately departed, heading toward the Yunlan sect. The others also descended, yet Jia Tian and his companions positioned themselves behind Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue turned to Fa Ma and said, "Lend me your alchemical cauldron." "Very well." Although puzzled as to why such a high-ranking alchemist lacked a cauldron of his own, Fa Ma willingly presented his white cauldron to Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue produced a selection of medicinal herbs and addressed Gu He. "Master Gu He, please." Gu He's expression stiffened momentarily, but with a determined bite of his teeth, he retrieved his own set of herbs. This time, Xiao Jue's expression froze as well, only to be followed by a smirk of disdain, likely stemming from his perception of Gu He's overestimation of his own abilities. As Gu He prepared the alchemical cauldron, the two began the extraction of the herbs from a distance of over 10 meters apart. Gu He utilized a green beast fire, which, although slightly inferior to the scorpion dragon's venomous flame, was presumably derived from a 7th-tier magical beast's fire, a reasonable feat for a 6th-tier alchemist. In contrast, Xiao Jue employed the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. Bolstered by his mid-stage spiritual prowess and the perfect alchemical techniques imparted by a 7th-tier alchemist experience package from the system, he was confident in his ability to successfully concoct the desired elixir. As for Gu He, Xiao Jue held little belief that he could produce a 7th-tier pill. Thus it was only natural that he would emerge victorious over Gu He. The duration of their alchemical endeavor was extensive, yet none dared to interrupt, nor could anyone disturb them. Meanwhile, Fa Ma and Jia Tian remained deeply furrowed in concentration. The alchemical process this time endured for a full 2 days before it could be deemed successful. The first to achieve success was Xiao Jue, who, possessing the extraordinary flame, was able to concoct a 6th-grade elixir far more swiftly than Gu He could produce a 7th-grade one. Although Xiao Jue's fighting spirit had waned, he adeptly utilized his soul energy to propel the spirit of 10,000 beasts' flame. Given that Yaotzen could refine elixirs using only his soul essence, it was only natural for Xiao Jue to employ his soul energy for the same purpose. However, to everyone's surprise, Gu He had not yet faltered. A flicker of hope ignited in Xiao Jue's eyes. Perhaps Gu He truly had the potential to successfully forge a 7th-grade elixir. Yet, for Xiao Jue, the immediate priority remained the creation of his own elixir. He formed a peculiar seal with his hands, causing the surrounding energies of heaven and earth to converge at an astonishing rate. As the energy fluctuations surged to a terrifying intensity, a resounding explosion echoed, and a beam of energy, approximately half a foot in diameter, erupted from the white alchemical cauldron, soaring skyward. The expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically. Such a celestial phenomenon could only be indicative of a 6th-grade elixir, and likely one of superior quality. Gu He's heart trembled as he cast a glance at the spectacle conjured by Xiao Jue's elixir, then slowly bowed his head, returning to the task at hand with an increasingly grave demeanor, though his face grew pale, evidently nearing his limits. The beam of light that shot into the heavens gradually began to fade. However, the fragrance emanating from the elixir intensified. As the beam diminished to nothingness, it finally dissolved into a myriad of shimmering specks. With the complete dissipation of the light, a globule, the size of a thumb, materialized under the scrutinizing gazes of many. The moment it appeared, the radiance surged once more, seemingly attempting to escape into the sky. "Come back," Xiao Jue uttered coolly, and the elixir obediently flew into his hand. He placed it into a jade vial and tossed it to Jia Tian. This 6th-grade elixir, the Breaking Sect Pill, shall be a gift for you heir. What? Jia Xingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly be the breaking sect pill? And Xiao Jue simply handed it over? Fama looked on with envy. Not at Jia Xingtian for receiving the elixir, but at Xiao Jue, the enigmatic youth who had brought him countless surprises. Observing Xiao Jue concocting a 6th grade superior elixir and Dou Qi attempting a 7th grade one, Fama felt confident he could soon become a 6th grade alchemist himself. Despite the severe depletion of his fighting spirit, Xiao Jue maintained an air of nonchalance, as if 2 days of elixir crafting had not significantly drained him. Subsequently, he retrieved a specially crafted bamboo scroll, continuously infusing it with his soul energy, imprinting it with his essence to create a combat technique scroll. Xiao Jue had a change of heart. He desired not only to draw out Yinshan, but also to capture Dou Qi. Though this sentiment carried a hint of ambiguity, it was undeniable that the potential demise of a 7th grade alchemist would evoke a sense of regret in Xiao Jue. Thus, Xiao Jue resolved to assist Dou Qi in becoming a Dou Huang powerhouse. Currently, Dou Qi's strength hovered around 3 to 4 stars of Dou Huang, and he had already consumed a Dou Ling Dan. With Xiao Jue's secret methods, combined with the 8th tier Tian Du Scorpion Dragon Beast's magic core and its remains, Dou Qi would undoubtedly ascend to Dou Huang in the shortest possible time, and subsequently, he could even evolve into a Dou Zong expert. Observing Xiao Jue crafting Dou techniques, the onlookers hesitated to speak. Nailan Jia, burdened by his own poison and in need of Xiao Jue's aid to alleviate it, and Jia Xingtian, who yearned to return to the royal family to consume the Pazong Dan and become a Dou Zong, both shared a silent understanding. Previously, he had refrained from attempting to break through to Dou Zong, partly due to uncertainty and partly out of fear that failure might result in a backlash of Dou Qi, leading to his demise and jeopardizing the Yunlan sect. Now, witnessing Dou Qi's impending demise, and knowing that Dou Zong expert Xiao Jue harbored no fondness for the Yunlan sect, he realized that not only would the chances of obtaining the Dou Zong Dan significantly increase, but even in death, Xiao Jue would serve to balance the Yunlan sect. As Xiao Jue meticulously crafted the Dou technique scroll, Dou Qi's aura gradually faded, his breath becoming faint, resembling an elderly monk on the verge of enlightenment. His presence ethereal and uncertain. Although Dou Qi appeared to have entered a deep state of tranquility akin to meditation, within the cauldron before him, a thunderous sound reverberated as if the heavens had summoned the earth's fire, an overwhelming and terrifying force of spiritual energy swirling within. Xiao Jue narrowed his eyes, retracting the Dou technique scroll, and fixed his gaze upon Dou Qi. The state Dou Qi found himself in was known within the alchemical realm as Danhan. In this extraordinary condition, his spiritual energy would be amplified infinitely. Faced with this fleeting yet formidable surge of spiritual power, the chances of successfully refining the elixir were guaranteed. Thus, once entering this state, the alchemical process was destined to succeed. Alas, such a state is rare and cannot be sought after. Its occurrence relies solely on fate. And evidently, Dou Qi had been favored by the heavens this time. After 5 full days, Dou Qi finally opened his eyes and gazed up at the sky. Chapter 65. Danlei, Yinshan. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. Heavy clouds rapidly coalescing above, and amidst the clouds, silver lightning slithered like serpents. This sudden spectacle caused everyone to halt in their tracks, their eyes wide in astonishment as they stared at the thick clouds above. In unison, their gazes shifted to the figure seated on the ground. However, Dou Qi could not match Xiao Jue's calm demeanor. A bitter smile graced his lips, his eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. After finally achieving the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist, he was now faced with demise. The thunderclouds were dispersed by the powerful Dou Qi and spiritual energy, revealing the azure sky once more to the onlookers. The 7th-tier elixir, imbued with spirit, attempted to escape as the clouds dissipated. Xiao Jue extended his hand, and the 7th-tier elixir naturally flew into his grasp. Dou Qi opened his mouth, but remained silent. Turning to gaze at the summit of Yunlan, a joyful smile blossoming on his face. At least she had departed. I am immensely grateful to this gentleman for assisting Elder Guha of the Yunlan sect in withstanding the thunder tribulation. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, a white figure suddenly emerged from the depths of the clouds. It gracefully treaded upon the void, slowly approaching the crowd. Though the white figure did not summon the wings of fighting spirit, its pace across the ethereal space was remarkably swift. With each step it took, ripples would undulate in the void, dissipating before the figure had already appeared 100 meters away. A truly uncanny spectacle. After a few such strides, in but a fleeting moment, the figure flashed above Guha, subsequently descending from the sky to stand beside him. Clad in a simple yet elegant white robe, the figure's attire fluttered in the gentle breeze, exuding an air of ethereality. He appeared relatively youthful, devoid of the wrinkles typical of the elderly, instead resembling a piece of luminous jade, radiating a gentle glow. Yinshan. Jia Xingtian trembled slightly. Had Yinshan truly crossed that barrier? At that moment, he gazed at Xiao Jue with a heart full of relief. Grateful for the appearance of Xiao Jue, thankful that he was not a formidable opponent from the Yunlan sect. Unperturbed by Jia Xingtian, Yinshan focused on Xiao Jue, who held the 7th grade elixir crafted by Guha. Accepting the wager, this was the magic core of an 8th tier, heavenly poisonous scorpion dragon beast. Xiao Jue produced the earlier purple crystal and tossed it to Guha. Guha was taken aback, given Xiao Jue's ability to shatter the elixir's thunder with a single word. He seemed no weakling among the Dou Zone. Even if the old sect master were to emerge, he would scarcely be more than a 1 or 2-star Dou Zone. Guha could comprehend Xiao Jue's decision to spare him, yet why would Xiao Jue willingly accept the wager's loss? Guha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be the pride of a true powerhouse? However, Yinshan furrowed his brow and inquired of Xiao Jue. What about the 7th grade elixir crafted by Guha? Xiao Jue retrieved a jade vial, contained the elixir within, and, with a respectful gesture towards Yinshan, stated, Sect Master Yinshan. This 7th grade elixir is of use to me, yet I can offer other recompense to Master Guha. Yinshan turned to Guha. He was not a man of ingratitude, and merely surviving was already a stroke of fortune. Moreover, he had received an 8th tier magic core, prompting him to nod eagerly. Xiao Jue satisfied, then tossed a scroll to Guha, and a colossal corpse materialized above the crowd, gradually floating upwards. This is an advanced Earth tier fighting technique. Along with the corpse of an 8th tier magical beast, to exchange for the transformation elixir you crafted. Thank you, Senior. At this moment, Guha remained uncertain whether Xiao Jue had initially intended to kill him, to draw out Yinshan, or if he truly valued him. You are indeed generous in your dealings, Yinshan remarked with a smile, the first sign of joy he had displayed. Xiao Jue replied, It is an honor for me to befriend Sect Master Yinshan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a graceful figure flew over, leaving Guha in a daze, while a smirk played on Xiao Jue's lips. Xiao Jue smiled at Yinshan, saying, The earlier consumption in withstanding the elixir's thunder has left me somewhat fatigued, making it inconvenient to host you all. It is of no consequence, Yinshan nodded, leading Yin and Guha away. Xiao Jue observed their retreating figures, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. While he could not exert control over a 7th tier alchemist, what if Guhi were to transform into a magical beast? The beast god boldly proclaimed himself the Lord of Beasts, wielding a plethora of secret techniques from the beast kin. Turning away, Xiao Jue produced a map and handed it to Mu Chun, stating, Retrieve the items located here, and I shall concoct a spirit combat pill for you. Mu Chen's eyes widened in excitement as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, to which Xiao Jue waved his hand, signaling him to depart. With Mu Chen gone, only Xiao Jue, Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, and Nailan Jie remained. Fa Ma, the president, likely felt the urge to return and break through to the 6th tier realm. Xiao Jue remarked with a smile. Fa Ma chuckled awkwardly and bowed respectfully, saying, Then I shall take my leave. After Fa Ma's departure, only Jia Xingtian and Nailan Jie lingered. Nailan Jie remained silent, awaiting Xiao Jue's words, while Jia Xingtian, having received benefits from Xiao Jue, understood that nothing was given without a price. Xiao Jue cast a glance at Jia Xingtian and began, Allow me to extend my congratulations to you, Elder Jia, for your imminent breakthrough to the Dou Zone realm. I must also express my gratitude to Master Xiao, Jia Xingtian replied respectfully. Xiao Jue's previous actions had led Jia Xingtian to mistakenly believe him to be a peerless powerhouse, rather than a talented individual emerging from a small family in a minor city of the Gamma Empire. Return and summon the 2 princesses of the royal family to my location, and bring along several ingredients for the Hunyuan bone refining pill, Xiao Jue instructed. Jia Xingtian was instantly elated, transforming his fighting spirit into wings and hastily soaring towards the palace. Now, only Xiao Jue and Nailan Jie remained. Before Nailan Jie could inquire, Xiao Jue spoke, I can cure your poison, but I require a marriage contract. Nailan Jie was puzzled. I am indeed from the Xiao family of Utan City, the same lineage that the former Wind King, Xiao Lin, hailed from. However, it was Xiao Yan who established the marriage contract with your granddaughter, Nailan Yanran, alongside Marshal Lionheart. Xiao Jue explained. Unfortunately, Nailan Yanran does not harbor affections for Xiao Yan, and I share a similar disdain for him. Nailan Jie furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless as he replied, Master Xiao, I am still quite young, having just turned 17 not long ago. He fell silent, contemplating a refusal, even at the cost of Xiao Jue withholding his treatment for the poison. Yet, his concerns extended beyond himself. They encompassed the entire Nailan family. The cure for your poison, along with a spirit combat pill, and the support of the military forces of the entire Gamma Empire, Xiao Jue stated. Chapter 66. The Royal Twin Pearls. Xiao Jie eventually relented, nodding in agreement as he addressed Xiao Jue. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to Yunlan's sect to bring Yanran back and inform her of this matter. Additionally, do not forget to bring the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar. After Xiao Jie departed, Xiao Jue did not rush to concoct the spirit combat pill, as time was still ample, and there was no need for haste. Once Xiao Jie was gone, Xiao Jue reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at the sun with narrowed eyes. In recent days, other Dou Wang powerhouses from the Gamma Empire had arrived. Yet those affiliated with Yunlan sect remained on Yunlan Mountain alongside Yun, while the other Dou Wang powerhouses had been expelled by Jia Xingtian. Yufei visited once more, by which time Xiao Jue had successfully concocted the breaking sect pill. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yufei, he sent her on her way, having gleaned from her the information that Haiba Dong had returned to the middle family, utilizing their extensive influence. The middle family had procured the final ingredient needed for Haiba Dong's breaking calamity pill, the sand mandrake, which Yufei had delivered. However, Xiao Jue had no intention of crafting the breaking calamity pill for Haiba Dong. He merely sought to dismantle the seal set by Queen Medusa. After all, he was merely at the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor realm. Before long, 2 sisters, strikingly similar in appearance, appeared at the courtyard's entrance. The younger sister radiated vitality and mischief, while the elder exuded a cool, mature beauty. Is this the place? After a brief moment, Yao Yu nodded affirmatively. Yao Yi, confirming her sister's assertion, stepped forward to knock on the door. Prior to their arrival, Jia Xingtian had informed her of the identities of those within, a 6th-tier alchemist and a Dou Zone powerhouse. Please, come in, Xiao Jue called out. Having sensed the presence of the 2 young women, particularly as Yao Yu was indeed his designated disciple, a 16 or 17-year-old 3rd-tier alchemist, nurtured by Xiao Jue, could very well become a 7th-tier alchemist by the age of 25. Xiao Jue firmly believed that with the entirety of the medicinal resources from the Jiamat Empire in his guidance, it was entirely feasible to forge a 7th-tier alchemist. Upon hearing Xiao Jue's words, Yao Yi paused momentarily before taking her sister Yao Yu's hand and pushing open the grand door. Inside, they beheld a figure standing in the center of the courtyard, clad in a flowing red robe, with crimson hair billowing in the breeze. The black eyes appeared as profound as the cosmos, drawing one into their depths. Xiao Jue rested his chin upon his hand, suddenly struck by an innovative idea to enhance his alchemical skills. After all, wouldn't tea weight training yield superior results? He gazed at the 2 sisters as he addressed the princess. Prepare the tribute tea. Yao Yi nodded, for even before her arrival, Jia Xingtian had dispatched individuals to prepare several spatial rings, all containing the items necessary for Yao Yu's apprenticeship. Seated comfortably, Xiao Jue observed Yao Yu, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Yet, with a calm demeanor, he instructed, serve the tea and present the apprenticeship gift. From this moment forth, you shall be my direct disciple. Understood, replied the little princess, who then knelt before Xiao Jue. Meanwhile, Yao Yi approached with a tray bearing a teacup and a spatial ring. The ring was of superior quality, a rarity even within the entirety of the Jiamat Empire. It, along with the medicinal ingredients and an alchemical cauldron from the royal treasury, was presented by Jia Xingtian as a gift for Yao Yu's apprenticeship to Xiao Jue. Additionally, the ring contained numerous materials for the mixed yuan bone refining pill, collected by the royal family. Regrettably, the 6th-tier magical beast, celebrated alongside Jia Xingtian as a guardian of the royal family, had its life entirely under Jia Xingtian's control. More accurately, it was under Xiao Jue's command. As long as Jia Xingtian lived, Xiao Jue would concoct the mixed yuan bone refining pill for the ghost sea serpent. Should Jia Xingtian perish from the backlash during a failed breakthrough to Dou Zone, Xiao Jue accepted the tea presented by Yao Yu and took a sip, suddenly smiling at Yao Yu beside him. The surroundings were devoid of wind, yet the door suddenly slammed shut, startling the young princess, who promptly bowed to Xiao Jue with 3 deep prostrations. After receiving the high-grade storage ring presented by Yao Yu, Xiao Jue nodded and instructed her to rise. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Yao Yu, stating, "You have now attained the rank of a 2nd-grade alchemist. So I shall no longer instruct you on the crafting and intricacies of 1st-grade elixirs, for you will never have need of such inferior concoctions." Yao Yu listened intently to Xiao Jue's words, believing that as a powerful figure in the realm of combat, every statement he made was undoubtedly a truth. "Let us remain here. You shall concoct a 2nd-grade elixir in the courtyard. With me present, you shall not be harmed." Yao Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Xiao Jue would assess her alchemical skills so soon. Nodding in agreement, she prepared to take out her cauldron, only to hear Xiao Jue continue. "Regardless of what transpires, do not cease your alchemical endeavors. You possess only a single set of materials, and should you fail, the consequences will be severe. For reasons unknown, Yao Yu suddenly perceived a disconcerting shift in her teacher's once handsome visage, finding it oddly disreputable at that moment. Even Yao Yi felt an ominous sense of foreboding in her heart. Yuer is aware, she thought. Nevertheless, the young princess obediently acquiesced. As Yao Yu produced her materials and cauldron, ready to commence the alchemical process, Xiao Jue approached Yao Yi, remarking, "You should be well aware of your purpose here, correct?" Yao Yi's emotions mirrored Yao Yu's intensity. She was equally taken aback by Xiao Jue's swift decision to test her alchemical prowess. Yao Yi understood. Then let it be here. What? Yao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a portrait of shock, as Yuer continued her elixirs nearby. How could Xiao Jue? Observing Yao Yi and Xiao Jue, Yao Yu felt the blue flames in her hand unintentionally intensify, reducing her materials to ashes. She hastily lowered her gaze, unwilling to meet Xiao Jue's eyes. Take out another set of materials and continue, Xiao Jue instructed Yao Yu. Upon hearing his words, the royal princess exhaled in relief. Retrieving another set of materials, selecting one to cast into the cauldron to begin her extraction, Xiao Jue held Yao Yu in high regard. Among all the women he had encountered, her potential was second only to that of the little medical fairy. After acquiring the beast god's legacy, Xiao Jue had gained numerous secret techniques to enhance his strength, one of which was the method he had imparted to Dou Qi, capable of simultaneously augmenting both strength and potential. This involved obtaining the bloodline of magical beasts through their corpses and cores, and even the option to become a magical beast, merging the core into one's own fighting crystal. Had it not been for the fact that the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast lacked the ancient magical beast bloodline, Xiao Jue would never have entrusted its core and body to Dou Qi. Chapter 67. The Seed of All Beast Spirit Fire. Upon witnessing another batch of materials wasted, Xiao Jue elucidated Yao Yu's shortcomings in her alchemical technique. After receiving his guidance, Yao Yu took out another set of materials and resumed her elixir crafting. This time, she did not allow her anxiety to lead to failure, and Xiao Jue nodded in satisfaction. Her ability to produce elixirs under immense pressure greatly pleased him. As the moment of alchemy approached, Xiao Jue carried the exhausted Yao Yi into the room, her garments draped carelessly over her form. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Yao Yu, her hands enveloped in azure flames, delving into the alchemical cauldron to grasp the elixir and transfer it into a jade vial. Xiao Jue extended his hand, and the jade vial in Yao Yu's grasp soared into his palm. Upon opening it, he observed the elixir within. Its quality was commendable, a rarity among second-tier alchemists who could produce such caliber. It seemed Yao Yu had not merely just broken through to the second tier as she had claimed at the Alchemist Guild. She had likely been cultivating for some time. Nodding, Xiao Jue inquired of Yao Yu, "Have you heard of?" Yao Yu blinked her large eyes, clearly aware of it. What alchemist could be ignorant of such a phenomenon? Yet, few had encountered, and she was no exception. However, she recognized that Xiao Jue possessed, which stirred her excitement, prompting her to cling to his arm and plead, "Master, are you going to give me a piece of?" Xiao Jue affirmed. While Common lacked sufficient energy to regenerate a flame seed, he possessed a secret technique allowing the myriad beast spirit flames to yield numerous. Even a flame seed of the myriad beast spirit fire itself. This technique was originally devised by the beast god to enhance power, dividing and merging them with the flames of magical beasts, using the to consume the beast flames and life, ultimately retracting the to augment strength. In bygone days, the beast god also created a method of external manifestation, wherein a flame seed could be separated to form a new myriad beast spirit fire. Xiao Jue intended to employ this technique, isolating a flame seed to be refined as the source fire for Yao Yu. This flame seed differed from ordinary. Once its energy was depleted, it would dissipate, akin to a brand new, comparable to the heaven and earth of, still under the control of the original. The reward Xiao Jue intended for Yao Yu was precisely such a flame seed, which could be interpreted as a source derived from the flame seed. That day, as Yao Yu returned to the palace to seek spiritual essence in the royal treasury, Xiao Jue contemplated her words regarding, even Yao Yu belonged to the master. If the master bestowed upon her, wouldn't it still be a part of him? Other thoughts, albeit a bit unseemly, crossed his mind. Even Yao Yi, residing within the room, had not anticipated her younger sister's openness. Thus, if the master were to grant Yao Yu, perhaps she could bear him children. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi's expression froze momentarily. Yet she managed a resigned smile, accepting the situation. After all, she and Yao Yu represented the royal family's efforts to win over Master Xiao Jue. Yao Yu, as Master Xiao Jue's disciple, would likely serve as the future sovereign of the realm while simultaneously embodying a more intimate role. A nation's empress yielding herself to him would be sufficient for Xiao Jue to safeguard this kingdom. Yao Yi gazed longingly towards the palace, silently wishing, "May success be ours." After Yao Yu's return, she held a Na Ling in her hand. As she wished, Xiao Jue concocted a pill for her to refine the, such as the ice spirit cold spring, which had already been prepared by Xiao Jue. Therefore, he only needed to create the blood lotus pill for Xiao Jue and allocate a seed of fire. The process of refining the blood lotus pill was lengthy, consuming nearly 2 days. At the moment the pill was completed, Xiao Jue beheld Xiao Jue, donned in a maid outfit, standing beside him. Their playful interaction as master and disciple continued for an extended period, during which Xiao Jue fulfilled a small request from Xiao Jue, an old game he had long desired to play. Naturally, for Xiao Jue's safety, Xiao Jue only permitted her to refine a first-grade pill. Throughout this period, Xiao Jue continuously moved about, yet even with a first-grade pill, Xiao Jue faced a series of 5 consecutive failures in this endeavor before ultimately giving up. The next day, after Xiao Jue had sufficiently rested, Xiao Jue presented the blood lotus pill and extracted a seed of the beast's spirit fire for her to refine. Xiao Jue had already prepared both the Na Ling and the ice spirit cold spring, so there was no cause for concern. Under Xiao Jue's protection, although the process of refining was excruciating for Xiao Jue, the beast spirit fire eventually merged into the Na Ling. However, lacking the cultivation of the burning technique, her ability to enhance her power through the refining of the beast spirit fire's child flame was limited. She merely ascended from a 9-star Dou practitioner to a 1-star Dou master through the improved quality of her Dou Qi post-refinement. The cultivation technique Xiao Jue practiced was an advanced fire attribute technique of the Xian level, representing the highest tier suitable for cultivation beneath the Great Dou Master realm. Otherwise, while practicing an earth-level technique would allow for quicker absorption of Dou Qi, the rapid enhancement of strength would lead to a superficial foundation. Xiao Jue, having inherited the beast god legacy, possessed numerous earth and even celestial-level techniques and skills, which he refrained from imparting to others for this very reason. He harbored no concerns about his techniques being exploited, as only celestial-level techniques might provoke the actions of Douzun experts. Even advanced earth-level techniques rarely attracted the attention of Douzun experts, save for those of lower rank. Now, with the seed of beast spirit fire, Xiao Jue could naturally cultivate more advanced techniques due to the enhanced quality of her Dou Qi from refining. The technique Xiao Jue prepared for her was an advanced earth-level technique, Song Yanju. Having refined the beast spirit fire, her Dou Qi would certainly not be superficial. As for her foundation, for a pharmacist, there is nothing that cannot be resolved by pills. If there is, it is undoubtedly due to the inadequacy of the pill's grade. Another half-month passed, during which Xiao Jue seemed isolated from the outside world, spending his days here with the 2 princesses of the royal family. Initially, Xiao Jue felt somewhat out of place, but over time, motivated by the rewards Xiao Jue provided, she began to vie with her sister for treats. In Xiao Jue's words, everything belonging to the teacher should also belong to her, including the teacher's children. After half a month, interruptions to Xiao Jue were inevitable, yet he found immense satisfaction in this circumstance. As the elderly man entered with the young girl, a faint smile graced Xiao Jue's face. Nalin Jie offered an awkward smile and glanced at his granddaughter beside him, yet Nalin Yanran remained expressionless. Even though he was aware that the 2 princesses of the royal family had arrived, Nalin Jie still insisted on bringing her to Xiao Jue, shattering Nalin Yanran's worldview. Shouldn't her grandfather, one of the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire, the Lionheart Marshal, have acted differently? Why such a concession? Even a Dou Huang would not put himself in such a compromising position. Meanwhile, the Yunlan sect remained tranquil. Gu He was in seclusion deep within the Yunlan mountains, while Yun Shan returned to his own retreat to safeguard Gu He, one of the rare 7th-grade alchemists in the northwest continent. Yun Yun managed the affairs of the Yunlan sect, and everything appeared to be quite peaceful. Xiao Jue's gaze was filled with mirth, fixated on Nalin Yanran. Everyone underestimated this young girl's talent, failing to recognize the pride that resided within her. In the vast world, the sacred grade heavenly supreme, in Xiao Jue's eyes, only a few could surpass her in talent, for she too was a sacred grade heavenly supreme. Nalin Yanran's connection to the gate of life and death was indeed a matter of serendipity. In the original work, Xiao Yan cultivated the burning decision to acquire the, while Lin Dong obtained the ancestor stone to collect the ancestor talisman. Were these not also matters of chance? Now that Xiao Yan was no more, in this Dou Qi continent, the only ones who could claim to surpass Nalin Yanran in talent were Xiao Jue, the Soul Emperor, and a few others like Gu Suner. Even though the Soul Emperor had plotted for a millennium, and Xiao Jue cultivated the burning decision, the master of the gate of life and death would ultimately be Nalin Yanran. Unlike their struggles, all she needed was the gate's recognition, allowing her to break through to the late stage of 9-star Dou Sheng, refine the source Qi, and ascend to Dou Di. Among the limited methods to acquire source Qi in the Dou Qi continent, aside from accessing the ancient emperor's cave, Nalin Yanran remained the sole avenue. However, such considerations felt distant. Nailin Jie sighed internally and produced a scroll. The engagement document was traditionally kept by the woman. Thus, it was Nailin Jie who determined who Nailin Yanran would be engaged to. As for the Xiao family's consent, as long as Xiao Jue agreed, the elders would merely echo his sentiments. Regarding Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan, they were but the dying remnants, and Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were insignificant pawns. Truly, the Lionheart Marshal was forthright. Xiao Jue laughed heartily, flattering Nailin Jie, though to Nailin Jie's ears, it sounded more like mockery. The scroll fell into Xiao Jue's hands, revealing Nailin Yanran's engagement document with Xiao Yan, merely needing the character Yan to be replaced by Jue, with no other alterations. I have seen you before, Nailin Yanran remarked. We met when you sought to annul your engagement with Xiao Yan. Xiao Jue nodded in acknowledgement. Nailin Yanran was momentarily taken aback, yet her mood lightened slightly as she deduced that Xiao Jue hailed from the Xiao family of Utan City. Although she did not comprehend why Xiao Jue could compel her grandfather to concede, or even attract the attention of the royal family, did it truly matter? Xiao Jue turned to Nailin Jie and stated, "Then let us proceed to cleanse your poison now." Nailin Jie nodded, while Xiao Jue turned to the peering Yao Yu outside the door and said, "Yue, please take Nailin Yanyan to a room. I will first rid the Lionheart Marshal of the poison." Yao Yu acknowledged and nodded, entering to take Nailin Yanyan's hand and leading her outside. Despite Xiao Jue's occasional mischief in recent days, the alchemist experience package rewarded by the system had indeed honed her skills exquisitely. In just half a month's time, Yao Yu had ascended to the rank of a third-tier alchemist, much to Xiao Jue's satisfaction, while also elevating her own strength by 2 stars, reaching the level of a 3-star Dou Master. As for how she managed to enhance her Dou Master rank by 2 stars within a fortnight, it was a trivial feat for a 7th-tier alchemist. After Yao Yu escorted Nailin Yanyan away, Xiao Jue extended his finger to press against Nailin Jie's wrist, summoning the beast's spirit fire, which directly entered Nailin Jie's body. Nailin Jie howled to the heavens, his cries of anguish resonating, yet Xiao Jue exhibited no mercy. The strange fire was beneficial for the body, inflicting only good. As the Lionheart Marshal, if he could not endure such pain, he would merely faint. Regarding the aftermath of purging the poison in one go, a single recovery pill would suffice. Xiao Jue still had 3 or 4 5th-tier pills in his possession. A week had elapsed since Xiao Jue commenced the cleansing of Nailin Jie's poison, and Nailin Yanyan remained in Xiao Jue's quarters, harboring the seed he had planted within her. At this moment, Hai Buodong could no longer contain himself. It had been nearly a month since he returned to the imperial capital. Mitre Tingshan had informed him of a 5th-tier alchemist possessing strange fire, and 20 days prior, he reported that this alchemist had advanced to the 6th tier. Had Hai Buodong not trusted Mitre Tingshan, he would have suspected the man was merely jesting. Thus, upon hearing of the close relationship between Ye Fei and Xiao Jue, Hai Buodong sought out Ye Fei, the chief auctioneer and elder of the Mitre family, to approach Xiao Jue. Observing the defiant old man before him, whose eyes bore a scar, flattering him with a smile, Xiao Jue shifted his posture, requesting Ye Fei to change positions to massage his shoulders. "Master Xiao Jue, the breaking calamity pill you concocted." Hai Buodong could not help but speak. Having learned from Mitre Tingshan that the young man before him was not only a 6th-tier alchemist, but also a Dou Zone powerhouse, a rarity in the Jiama Empire for centuries. Naturally, he dared not act presumptuously. "Come here," Xiao Jue instructed. Hai Buodong was taken aback, but promptly approached Xiao Jue respectfully. Xiao Jue placed his hand on Hai Buodong's abdomen, channeling his Dou Qi inside. As his energy met the formidable seal left by Queen Medusa, the powerful enchantment that had troubled the Dou Huang for decades dissipated effortlessly. Hai Buodong was visibly stunned, unable to believe that the seal had been so easily undone. Having inherited the legacy of the beast god, Xiao Jue had mastered many sealing techniques. Although the seal left by Queen Medusa was powerful, it posed no significant challenge for him to unravel with skill. "Thank you, Master Xiao Jue. I will be eternally grateful," Hai Buodong exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude as realization dawned upon him. Xiao Jue disregarded Hai Buodong, turning his attention to Ye Fei as they shared a kiss. Hai Buodong remained bent over, too intimidated to rise. Though he was rebellious, he harbored a deep-seated fear of the powerful. It was only after Ye Fei was nearly breathless that Xiao Jue finally released her, shifting his gaze to Hai Buodong and stating, "I require the fragment of the map you acquired in the Tagore Desert, as well as your assistance in locating a hybrid girl named Qing Lin in Shimo City. Upon the successful completion of these tasks, I shall concoct a revitalizing purple pill for you." Hai Buodong furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly relaxing, inquiring, "Master Xiao Jue, may I ask what this fragment entails?" Xiao Jue replied, "It is a map of the..." At this, Hai Buodong nodded, retrieving 2 pieces of the map from his storage ring and respectfully presenting them to Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue cast a peculiar glance at Hai Buodong. It was remarkable that a map fragment, which even a Dou Qi expert could not damage, had been split in two by Hai Buodong. Xiao Jue added, "Once you bring the girl to me, I shall provide you with the revitalizing purple pill." Hai Buodong nodded, glancing at Yafei, who showed no intention of leaving. He then respectfully bowed to Xiao Jue and exited. "Ah, little enchantress, can you not contain yourself?" Xiao Jue teased as he turned to Yafei. She shot him an exasperated look before walking over and settling into his embrace. Xiao Jue, peeling off a sticker with his mouth, was taken aback to discover that Yafei remembered the task he had assigned her in Utan City, as his hand ventured beneath her skirt. "It seems you have not diligently fulfilled the task I entrusted to you," he remarked to her. Chapter 69, Qinglin. Yafei's delicate face flushed crimson as she huffed. "What are you doing? Do not change the subject." Ultimately, she succumbed to Xiao Jue's formidable punishment. Upon returning home, she trembled as she made her way to the bedside, collapsing onto the bed and retrieving a scroll. The scroll bore faint inscriptions that read the tide of the Azure Sea, a high-tier, earth-level Dou technique. After some time, she produced a jade vial, placing it alongside the scroll in her storage ring. As for Xiao Jue, he sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his waist, feeling somewhat drained. After his playful encounter with Yafei, he sought out Nalan Yanran, and his body began to ache. The following day, Xiao Jue commenced alchemical practices, initially focusing on the revitalizing purple pill, Dou Ling pill, Huangji pill, and Qing Ming longevity pill. Once he successfully produced these elixirs, he intended to refine a 7th-tier pill. Thus, he delved into alchemy, while Nalan Yanran and Yao Yi spent the ensuing days dedicated to their cultivation, only pausing to address their daily meals. Yao Yi remained in Xiao Jue's chamber, observing his alchemical processes and occasionally serving as a weight for his endeavors, which ultimately led to Xiao Jue's first failure in alchemy. Gazing at the charred remnants of materials in the cauldron, Xiao Jue couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Fortunately, the revitalizing purple pill had been successfully crafted, along with 3 Dou Ling pills and 2 Huangji pills, while a single Qing Ming longevity pill was produced. However, during the attempt to create a second one, unforeseen circumstances led to another failure. The teacher, with a gentle demeanor, held the moonlit girl in his embrace as she gazed up at him with a pitiful expression. She was acutely aware of the nature of the elixir that Xiao Jue was concocting, which made her anxious about the potential for punishment. The Qingming longevity pill, capable of extending one's life by a decade, held immense value for those powerful beings who possessed only a fleeting span of existence, rivaling even the worth of 7th-grade elixirs. However, her careless words had distracted her teacher, ultimately leading to the failure of the alchemical process. Xiao Jue rolled his eyes, realizing that his focus had indeed been too fractured. No, it was not merely his distraction, rather, the sheer abundance of Qingming fruits in his possession had contributed to the mishap. Upon utilizing his spiritual awareness, he discerned the presence of 3 additional individuals in his courtyard, prompting him to cease his alchemical endeavors. After Yao Yu assisted Xiao Jue in tidying up, the two changed their attire and stepped outside. They soon encountered a girl standing beside Hai Buodong and Mitre Tingshan, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She was the prodigious girl gifted with the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, the 3-patterned eye of the green serpent. Hai Buodong rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Master Xiao Jue, this is Qing Lin." He and Mitre Tingshan had already been at the location for a day, or rather, he had brought Qing Lin to the imperial capital a day prior. Upon returning, he joined Mitre Tingshan here. As for Yafei, their departure had been hasty, and they had not summoned her, so it was just the two of them. Xiao Jue nodded, producing a jade vial and tossing it to Hai Buodong. "This is the recovery purple pill. It will restore your strength to that of a 5-star Dou Huang." Instantly, Hai Buodong's face lit up with delight, and he eagerly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Xiao Jue." Xiao Jue smiled in return, embracing Nalan Yanran, who approached with a cup of tea, and then turned to Mitre Tingshan, stating, "I hope Yafei can become the head of the Mitre family, the true master of the Mitre lineage." Mitre Tingshan's expression stiffened. As the eldest elder and the true power behind the Mitre family, he was taken aback by Xiao Jue's proclamation. Even though Yafei was his granddaughter, he felt compelled to refuse. Should he acquiesce, the Mitre family would inevitably fall under Xiao Jue's influence. If Xiao Jue lacked a family, Mitre Tingshan might have overlooked it. But the existence of the Xiao family loomed large in his mind, conjuring the worst of outcomes. Xiao Jue's family absorbing the Mitre lineage. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, not outright agreeing. 1 Dou Ling pill, along with 1 Huangji pill, Xiao Jue continued. "Yafei is not one to settle for mediocrity, and I have grown fond of her over time. I wish to assist her. I assure you I will not interfere in the Mitre family's affairs, but you must grant her autonomy." Mitre Tingshan's eyes flickered. He was indeed tempted by the elixirs Xiao Jue had mentioned. Hai Buodong kept his head lowered, sinking into silence as well. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jue added, and an additional Qingming longevity pill. Before Mitre Tingshan could respond, Hai Buodong declared, "I will speak on his behalf. Will it be effective?" Xiao Jue inquired. "It will." Mitre Tingshan nodded firmly, realizing he had no choice but to agree. Xiao Jue had offered 3 6th-grade elixirs, and Mitre Tingshan could only hope that the Mitre family, in Yafei's heart, would hold a weight comparable to that of Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue smiled with satisfaction. As for the mention of 3 elixirs, what a jest. The middle family belongs to Yafei, which means it is intrinsically his. The idea of annexing the middle family seems rather tedious. After all, it is Yafei's possession, and Xiao Jue would never dare to seize it. Instantly, 3 jade vials materialized in the palm of his hand. He handed the vial containing the Dou Ling Dan to middle Tingshan, and then presented the remaining 2 vials to Hai Buodong without any further ado. After their departure, the bewildered girl remained behind like a mere object. Xiao Jue approached her, but she appeared somewhat frightened and took a step back, only to bump into a chair and lower her head. The girl seemed to be merely 12 or 13 years old, clad in an elegant light green attire. Though her stature was petite, she exhibited an unusual maturity in her development, albeit with a hint of youthful innocence. Her delicate, heart-shaped face resembled that of a beautiful porcelain doll, and her timid demeanor evoked a sense of pity akin to that of a frightened little rabbit. Xiao Jue chuckled softly, crouched down, and embraced her. Qing Lin trembled slightly, but did not dare to move. "Do you have any wishes?" he inquired. Qing Lin remained silent, and Xiao Jue chose not to press further. Instead, he lifted her into his arms, proclaiming, "From now on, you belong to me." Such a domineering declaration made Yao Yu pout, yet she obediently allowed Na Lan Yen Ran to lead her away. Na Lan Yen Ran, having discerned Xiao Jue's true nature, accepted the reality that a Douzong expert was not someone the Na Lan family could afford to offend. As for Yao Yi, Xiao Jue was somewhat curious. His spiritual perception had failed to detect her presence, but he felt no concern for her safety at that moment, as Qing Lin was of greater importance. "But won't you be afraid of Qing Lin?" the girl asked, voicing her concern. Xiao Jue remained silent, instead leaning down to kiss her lips. Qing Lin's delicate face flushed visibly, her earlobes turning a soft pink as she shyly tucked her neck in. At this moment, with Qing Lin appearing to be merely 12 or 13, Xiao Jue worried about unintentionally harming her, thus refraining from any overt actions. He simply held her close, striving to provide her with a sense of belonging. A girl as stubborn as she was would not easily change her mind once a decision was made. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jue retrieved a pill from his storage ring, placed it in his mouth, and fed it to Qing Lin. She trembled slightly, but did not refuse, her small hands clutching tightly to Xiao Jue's clothing. Xiao Jue took a moment to glance at the system. Indeed, the monthly lottery was available. While cradling Qing Lin, he decided to utilize this opportunity for the draw. Chapter 70, Douzong and the Celestial Punisher. Ding. The host is participating in the lottery. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 1-star Dou Qi corpse. Xiao Jue's hands trembled slightly as he held Qing Lin, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself locking gazes with her. Qing Lin instinctively wanted to look away, but Xiao Jue's hand rested gently on her head, preventing her from averting her gaze. After a considerable time, Xiao Jue finally released her. Qing Lin had just managed to catch her breath when Xiao Jue, recalling the soul of the fighting saint he had won in the lottery, could not resist kissing her once more. Once Xiao Jue let go of Qing Lin, the girl hastily attempted to break free, but upon realizing that Xiao Jue had settled her in his embrace on a chair, she understood her predicament and obediently allowed him to hold her. At that moment, Xiao Jue suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy. It was immense, swift in arrival and departure, yet he comprehended the occurrence. Has it been successful? Xiao Jue mused. He then rose, gently setting Qing Lin down, and took her hand as they exited. As Xiao Jue emerged, the 2 girls waiting at the door turned their attention towards him. He produced a jade vial, presenting it to Nalan Yanran, and said, "I will likely not be residing here for a while. Please return home and give this to your grandfather." "Where are you going?" Nalan Yanran inquired, accepting the vial. "You should stay at home and refrain from wandering," Xiao Jue replied, shaking his head and avoiding her question, then addressing Yao Yu. "Stay close behind me." With that, he led Qing Lin away, and Yao Yu obediently followed. Their destination was the royal palace, where Jia Xingtian had triumphed. With years of accumulation and the aid of a breaking clan pill, Jia Xingtian had successfully ascended to the realm of a Douzong. Xiao Jue intended to visit and extend his congratulations, for a Douzong is a rare presence in the northwestern continent. At the very least, Jia Xingtian's breakthrough restored a peculiar balance to the Gamma Empire. Xiao Jue pondered that by controlling the ancient river and acquiring Yun Yun, along with Queen Medusa and the Blue Lotus Heart Fire, he could then proceed to the Canaan Academy. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Jue wondered how the acquisition of the Blue Lotus Heart Fire would affect Xiao Yan. With this thought in mind, he resolved to assist Nalan Yinran one last time before departing. She could not afford to lose their 3-year pact. Qinglin remained exceptionally docile, unlike others. Xiao Jue planned to keep her close, wary of the scheming factions from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion who coveted her bloodline of the 3 flower eyes. He was determined not to leave Qinglin alone, for he feared those rogues might abduct her. Given the influence of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, even the newly ascended Jia Xingtian and Yunshan would be no match for them. As for Xiao Jue's other plans, they could be postponed. After all, time was abundant. Upon reaching the royal palace, Xiao Jue was respectfully ushered in by the guards and led to the grand hall. Yao Yu bounced alongside him, evidently guessing the significance of the occasion. Qinglin grasped Xiao Jue's arm and whispered, "Is it really possible?" She felt a tinge of fear. Having transitioned from a cursed being despised in Mo City to the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, she was apprehensive. Could someone like her truly belong in such a place? Be at ease, Xiao Jue reassured her, gently stroking her head and enveloping her in his embrace, providing her a sense of security. Qinglin nestled her small face against Xiao Jue's shoulder, surreptitiously observing the surrounding architecture and the passers-by. Many could perceive the energy fluctuations, indicating that most were well aware of Jia Xingtian's breakthrough to Dozong and had hurried to celebrate. Among them, naturally, were the formidable figures who once graced the household of Xiao Jue. The head of the Mu family, Mu Chun, had been entrusted by Xiao Jue to assist in the quest for a treasure, and he was indeed among them. Mu Chun regarded Xiao Jue with a firm determination, ultimately producing a blood-red scroll and a somewhat peculiar, transparent vial. The scroll emanated a faint crimson glow and exhibited no apparent means of unrolling, resembling a tightly sealed jade pillar. Inside the vial lay 2 blood-red elixirs, each roughly the size of a longan, appearing extraordinarily enigmatic. At first glance, they resembled transparent orbs filled with sanguine fluid, and at the center of each elixir, a dark red gleam subtly manifested, akin to a minuscule eye, exuding an aura of strangeness. Xiao Jue swiftly rifled through his memories and finally recalled the nature of these elixirs. While Mu Chin's expression reflected a blend of nostalgia and restraint, for he had not succumbed to the temptation of avarice, Xiao Jue accepted the recipe for the blood-devouring pill along with the 2 elixirs, subsequently presenting Mu Chun with a jade vial containing a refined spirit convergence pill, laced with a lethal toxin derived from the body of Nalan Jia. Should Mu Chun consume it, he would likely succumb almost instantaneously to the poison Xiao Jue had artfully infused into the pill. The intent was to eliminate Mu Chun silently, paving the way for the Nalan family to absorb the Mu family. In Xiao Jue's eyes, whether it was the entire imperial military force that had agreed to Nalan Jia's ambitions or the remnants of Mu Tai, the Mu family was deemed expendable. "Thank you, Master Xiao Jue." Mu Chun laughed heartily, expressing his gratitude. Xiao Jue nodded with a smile and, cradling the azure-scaled creature, approached Jia Xingtian. Yao Yi sat beside Jia Xingtian, signifying her status as a royal heir. Adjacent to Yao Yi and Jia Xingtian sat a pallid youth, whom Xiao Jue gauged to possess merely the strength of a Dou master. In the Gamma Empire, such talent could be considered mediocre at best, with only a glimmer of hope for achieving Dou spirit, but the fate of such individuals was invariably that of puppetry. Gazing at Jia Xingtian, Xiao Jue suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, having forgotten to prepare a gift. Resolving not to tarnish Jia Xingtian's reputation, he inquired, "Does the royal palace house any secret chambers for alchemy?" He intended to concoct the Hunyuan bone refining pill on site, a remedy with unique efficacy for the wounds of magical beasts, to assist the royal family's Yuhai flood dragon. Jia Xingtian's eyes lit up. Although he had already ascended to Dozong, the Gamma Empire lacked no high-end combat power. The Yuhai flood dragon, being a 6th-tier magical beast, would undoubtedly yield significant advantages on the battlefield. With the breakthrough to Dozong and Xiao Jue's presence, Jia Xingtian's aspirations reignited. As he guided Xiao Jue to the alchemical chamber, he resolved to elevate Yao Yi to the status of Empress of the Gamma Empire. Of course, another Dozong powerhouse within the Gamma Empire shared Jia Xingtian's lofty ambitions. The sect leader of Yunlan's sect, Yunshan, inspired by the presence of the 7th-tier alchemist Dou Qi, harbored dreams of restoring the Yunlan sect to the pinnacle it once held during the era of sect leader Yun Patian. However, what Dou Qi truly requires now is not Yun, but power. He senses that Xiao Jue harbors ill intentions toward him, yet at that moment, with Jia Xingtian obtaining the breaking sect pill and the formidable Xiao Jue far surpassing Yunshan, Dou Qi is in dire need of strength. Otherwise, being merely a 7th-rank alchemist with the prowess of a Dou Wang is indeed a jest. The secret method and the remains of the 8th-tier heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon, along with its magical core, offer Dou Qi a glimmer of hope. He is well aware that Xiao Jue's intentions are not benevolent, yet life is as such. If one cannot resist, one must find enjoyment in it. Gui can only hope that the power he gains from the secret method will allow him to turn the tables and become the master of his own fate. Xiao Jue entrusted the green scales to Yao Yu for her care, while he himself entered a secret chamber, retrieving the alchemical cauldron gifted to him by Jiaxing Tian to begin crafting pills. The Hunyuan bone refining pill is merely a 6th-rank pill, and thus, Xiao Jue finds no significant difficulty in its concoction. Yet this time, in addition to crafting the Hunyuan bone refining pill, he also intends to produce another pill. Nailin Jie squints as he observes Nailin Yanran approaching, recalling Xiao Jue's earlier message. A broad smile quickly spreads across his face, as if nothing had occurred. However, Nailin Jie cannot help but cast an uneasy glance at Mu Chun, that unfortunate fellow, who naively believes he has earned Xiao Jue's favor, unaware that he is ensnared in Xiao Jue's plot and is on the brink of demise. Chapter 71. Xiao Yan. While Xiao Jue is engaged in alchemical pursuits. In a senior student dormitory at the outer court of the Jianan Academy, Xiao Yan sits resolutely on his bed. "Teacher, I am ready to begin," Xiao Yan declares. An ethereal figure materializes, nodding in agreement. "I did not anticipate your arrival at Jianan Academy during this time, yet it is undoubtedly the wisest choice. I hope to see you upon awakening." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan feels a pang of guilt, stemming from abandoning the burning decision to pursue a higher-level fire attribute technique while carrying Yao Chen's burdens. Now, he must forfeit his current technique to recultivate the burning decision. "Have you made your decision?" Yao Chen inquires. "If you continue on this path, the outcome of your 3-year agreement remains uncertain. However, should you proceed in this manner, it could lead to perilous consequences." Xiao Yan chuckles nonchalantly. "It has been so long, and I have yet to break through to the Dou Qi level. I am merely an 8-star doja. If you can assist me in refining this extraordinary flame with your control over the bone spirit cold fire, then if the burning decision is genuine, I shall surely succeed." Yao Chen responds, "But no one has ever cultivated the burning decision. Hasn't he, my senior, already succeeded?" Xiao Yan retorts with a smile, appearing quite helpless. Yao Chen falls silent. Having learned that the 3rd-rank powerhouse on the blacklist of the Black Corner region is named Han Feng, known as the Medicine Emperor, who wields the extraordinary flame known as the Sea Heart Flame. He realizes this is his wayward disciple. At the peak of Do Huang's strength, one can surmise that even the Sea Heart Flame might only elevate the burning decision to a higher-level technique, let alone the fact that Han Feng possesses merely a half-step burning decision, were it not for the constraints of his technique. Yao Chen speculates that Han Feng would likely already be a Dozong, or perhaps even a high-level Dozong by now. Regarding why Han Feng remains merely a 6th-tier alchemist, Yao Chen has his speculations, yet they bear little significance to him, regardless of Han Feng's prowess. As long as Xiao Yan can ascend to the rank of Dou Huang and subsequently locate the Wind Sovereign in Zhongzhou, he would be capable of eliminating Han Feng. As for the 3 types of extraordinary flames required for resurrection, Bone Spirit Cold Fire combined with Sea Heart Flame, and perhaps borrowing the 9-Dragon Thunder Fire from the Burning Flame Valley or the Fallen Heart Flame from the Jianan Academy, such resources are readily attainable. Furthermore, Yao Chen's former acquaintances, including the renowned trio of the Dan Tower, would naturally assist in procuring the necessary materials for his revival. At present, Yao Chen's sole focus is to aid Xiao Yan in refining the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Should Xiao Yan fail, Yao Chen might find himself in peril. However, if Xiao Yan succeeds, hope for resurrection will emerge. He silently mused, "I hope you do not disappoint me," before severing his connection with the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. In the Black Corner region, there lies a city named Fengcheng. Although not large, it holds significant stature within the realm, primarily because it is the residence of the renowned Pill Emperor Han Feng. As the foremost alchemist in the Black Corner region and having attained the rank of 6th-tier alchemist, Han Feng commands considerable respect among various factions and powerful individuals. Indeed, a 6th-tier alchemist is a rarity across the continent. Even ordinary Dou Huangs and Dozongs must show deference when in his presence, for it is well understood that a 6th-tier alchemist wields immense influence. Fengcheng, the city, is named in honor of Han Feng, a distinction that only a few can claim amidst the chaos and bloodshed of the Black Corner region, with Han Feng being one of them. At the heart of the city lies a bamboo grove, starkly contrasting with the clamor of the bustling marketplace outside. This grove is fortified with stringent defenses. Ordinary individuals cannot merely enter, but would incur indiscriminate attacks if they approach within a certain distance. Consequently, many have met their demise at the hands of the grove's guardians, rendering this tranquil area a forbidden zone in the hearts of many within Fengcheng. Deep within the bamboo grove stands a bamboo pavilion, its vibrant green hue reminiscent of emerald, exuding a subtle fragrance of bamboo. Inside this pavilion, in a high room facing the window, a man sits cross-legged, garbed in an alchemist's robe adorned with an exquisitely crafted character for maple on the back. At this moment, he is engrossed in a medicinal formula, his demeanor focused and undistracted. In the midst of this serene concentration, the man suddenly raises his head, his sharp gaze piercing towards the distant northern horizon, where he perceives an unusual and vaguely familiar wave of energy. His brow furrows slightly. The handsome visage bears a cold yet captivating allure, accentuated by his thin, tightly pressed lips. As this peculiar sensation resonates within him, he gently murmurs to himself, the scroll in his hand lightly tapping against his forehead. In the depths of his mind, a multitude of thoughts flashed incessantly. After a prolonged moment, the scroll that struck his forehead suddenly stiffened. The man's eyes sparkled with intensity, directing his gaze toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Astonishment lacing his voice. Could this be the ripple of? The tranquility of his heart was disrupted by the unforeseen surge of energy, causing ripples of unease to spread. With narrowed eyes, he slowly closed them, and with a flick of his fingers, a deep blue flame, reminiscent of crystalline lake waters, eerily emerged from within him, enveloping him completely. This peculiar deep blue flame appeared as if it were a flowing body of clear water. However, the true sensation unmistakably conveyed that it was not mere water, but rather a form of fire. As the deep blue flame ascended, the man's soul power surged drastically, transforming from a vague awareness to an unmistakably vivid sensation, as if it were swirling around him. Indeed, it was. With a sudden contraction of the deep blue flames surrounding him, the man rose abruptly, his gaze fervently fixed upon the distant mountains. After a brief moment, as if discerning something, his brow furrowed once more, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Is it the bone spirit cold fire of that old man?" Han Bong. Abruptly turning, he commanded in a low voice. As his words fell, a shadowy figure, almost ghostly in its swiftness, darted forth, kneeling on one knee within the bamboo house. The horse. His voice remained respectful. "What are your orders, my lord?" "Take these tokens and notify the Earth Flame sect, the 8 gates, and the Blood sect. Have their leaders arrive in Feng City within 2 hours. I require their assistance. Additionally, these 2 tokens must be personally delivered to that location, requesting the presence of the 2 gentlemen as well." The man nonchalantly tossed several uniquely shaped tokens towards the kneeling figure, who caught them with lightning speed, swiftly stowing them away in his spatial ring. No sooner had he done so than 2 more tokens, 1 gold and 1 silver, flew towards him. Receiving these extraordinary gold and silver tokens, the previously impassive figure displayed a flicker of emotion on his face, murmuring, "Does my lord wish to invite them as well? They typically refuse even a meeting. To summon them now, my lord must possess something that piques their interest. Simply attend to my instructions. Should I achieve my objective, providing them with what they desire will pose no difficulty," the man replied with a casual wave of his hand. Understood. The figure ceased his hesitation, responding respectfully before swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Watching the darkness envelop the figure, the man exhaled slowly, pacing towards the window. His gaze extended to the far-off mountains, where deep blue flames flickered in his eyes. Suddenly gripping his hand tightly, he was about to speak when a frown creased his brow. Clutching his chest, he coughed urgently a few times, his breath momentarily growing erratic. After several moments, the coughing subsided, and the man deeply exhaled, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Damn that old fool. If only he had allowed me to practice the back then, all would have been well. What nonsense about an unsteady temperament. My alchemical talent far surpasses yours." As the words dwindled to a mere whisper, one could easily discern the fury and resentment simmering within him, evident from the tightness of his clenched fists. The renowned apothecary, Han Feng. Once the esteemed disciple of the apothecary sovereign, he was lauded for his prodigious talent, surpassing even that of Yao Chun, with aspirations of ascending to the realms of a 9th-grade alchemist and a Dou saint. Han Feng had been utilizing the foundational elixirs meticulously crafted by Yao Chun since the tender age of 2, and by 3. His affinity for the fire and wood elements had already manifested remarkably, leading to the emergence of nascent fighting spirit within him. Guided by Yao Chun, this fighting spirit nurtured Han Feng's entire being, amplifying his innate potential. Originally possessing a commendable talent, Han Feng, under Yao Chen's careful tutelage, had achieved a state of perfection. However, as he endeavored to learn alchemical techniques that transcended his current limitations under Mu Gu's guidance, his innate gifts were gradually depleted, leading him away from that perfection. Coupled with the incomplete cultivation of the burning decision, it resulted in him remaining at the pinnacle of the Dou Huang for many years. His former mentor, Yao Chun, once appraised his talent thus: "Han Feng epitomizes perfection. It would take immeasurable resources even within the Yao clan to cultivate an individual capable of such advancement. Yet now, he is but a shadow of his former self, having sacrificed too much for the burning decision acquiring merely half of it, with even the sea heart flame occasionally spiraling into chaos. Deep within Han Feng lies an intense desire for superiority. The more he is restrained, the more he yearns to assert himself. Filled with pride, his temperament is extreme. Anyone, regardless of their closeness, who dares to distrust or defy him becomes a grave offender in his eyes. Moreover, his disposition is marked by arrogance, believing that after merely a decade of studying alchemy, he has already achieved mastery. In matters of the heart, Han Feng places greater faith in self-interest, convinced that those driven by profit are far more reliable than those who act out of emotion. Consequently, in his cold and calculating nature, Han Feng, under Mu Gu's manipulation, murdered Yao Chun, all the while believing it was Yao Chun who had wronged him, rather than recognizing himself as a traitorous disciple. Without delving into the impending clash between the Jian Academy and Han Feng due to Xiao Yan's involvement, it is worth noting that significant events were also unfolding within the borders of the Jiama Empire. On the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, a venerable elder with a youthful visage stood atop a rocky outcrop, gazing down at a middle-aged man ensnared within a formation. Yin Shan bore a smirk, his heart brimming with derision. He perceived that, despite Xiao Jue's closer ties to the Jiama royal family, it was Xiao Jue's affinity for the Yunlan sect that was more pronounced. The high-level secret technique, along with the corpse of an 8th-grade magical beast, was thus bestowed upon Gu He. Coupled with the magic core of the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast, Gu He would undoubtedly have the prospect of breaking through to the Dou Zone and even the Dou Zun realms. Gu He's innate talent is commendable. Had he not pursued alchemy, he might have merely achieved the status of a Dou Ling. Yet, his formidable aptitude in alchemy has elevated him to the ranks of a Dou Wang, and after attaining the status of a 7th-grade alchemist, he harbors the potential to become a Dou Huang. However, with the opportunities granted by Xiao Jue, Gu He is fated to become a Dou Zone powerhouse. With aspirations of reaching Dou Zun, as the secret technique has already commenced, Yun Shan awaits, anticipating Gu He's successful transcendence beyond the Dou Huang realm, taking the first step into Dou Zone. At that time, with Gu He's profound affection for Yun, the Yunlan sect could effortlessly draw Gu He to their side. However, within the 8th-tier heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast's magic core, which was destined to merge with Gu He, lay a fragment of soul power left behind by Xiao Jue, coalescing into a mark. As Gu He integrated the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast's magic core, this beast-taming mark would also amalgamate with his soul, thereby altering his will. Presently, Gu He had meticulously arranged a formation to assist his secret techniques. Everything was in place, awaiting only his complete fusion with the magic core and bloodline of the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast to acquire its formidable power. Meanwhile, in the royal palace's secret chamber, Xiao Jue, having successfully concocted the primordial bone-shaping pill, felt a tremor coursing through his body, nearly ruining the materials for the 7th-tier elixir in his hands. A faint smile graced his lips as he resumed the refining process. The 7th-tier elixir he was currently creating, known as the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill, was primarily composed of the 7 Illusions blue spirit nectar, a renowned ingredient capable of tempering soul power and enhancing one's spiritual realm. This elixir held great repute among the alchemical clans, with some elders dedicating their lives to nurturing the 7 Illusions blue spirit nectar. Although merely a 7th-tier elixir, it could induce illusions that refine the soul, enabling a breakthrough from the perfected mortal realm to the spiritual realm. For alchemists, achieving the spiritual realm with one's soul signified the attainment of the 8th-tier alchemist level. Given Xiao Jue's soul power and his mastery of impeccable alchemy techniques, he could certainly attempt the crafting of 8th-tier elixirs. However, despite possessing numerous 8th-tier and even 9th-tier formulas obtained through the beast goddess inheritance, his current strength remained insufficient to support the creation of 8th-tier elixirs. Although Xiao Jue could utilize his soul power to replace fighting spirit in wielding the myriad beast spirit flames, the mid-tier soul power was ample for crafting 7th-tier elixirs, but rendered the creation of 8th-tier elixirs exceedingly challenging. Not to mention the formidable elixir tribulations surpassing those of 7th-tier elixirs. Xiao Jue's gaze flickered as he considered the current state of alchemists in the northwest continent. Not to mention the 6th-tier alchemists, the number of 7th-tier alchemists likely did not exceed 10, and 8th-tier alchemists were virtually non-existent. The premier factions with Dou Zun strongholds might have a 7th-tier alchemist master in their ranks, but if any 8th-tier alchemist truly existed, they would have long since joined the Alchemist Tower, thus explaining the scarcity of 7th-tier alchemists in the northwest continent. With many having migrated to the central state to join the Alchemist Tower, among the few 7th-tier alchemists known to Xiao Jue, only 2 remained, himself and the Pill King Gu He, whom he had compelled to reveal himself. As for Han Feng of the Black Corner domain, Xiao Jue harbored suspicions, yet dared not confirm. After all, This individual could produce the Yin-Yang Shin Dragon Pill and possessed both strange fire and a heavenly cauldron, along with what appeared to be soul power of the spiritual realm. However, Han Feng was merely a sixth-tier alchemist, which left Xiao Jue in doubt. Moreover, Han Feng had inherited the alchemical techniques of the eighth-tier alchemists, Yao Chun and Mu Gu, not to mention Yao Zun, the foremost alchemist of the Central State. Mu Gu was also an eighth-tier alchemist. Chapter 73, The Soul Hall Guardian. Xiao Jue closed his eyes, continuing to refine the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires pill within the cauldron. These matters were temporarily extraneous to him. His foremost task remained the successful creation of this 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. Han Feng is of little consequence, merely a pinnacle of the Dou Emperor realm. Xiao Jue's desire to seize his sea heart flame seems effortless. Regrettably, Xiao Jue closes his eyes, obscuring his thoughts from being discerned. However, despite his discord with Xiao Yan, he may not necessarily be an adversary of Han Feng. A full week has elapsed, and the 2 7th-grade alchemists of the Northwest continent, along with another suspected 7th-grade alchemist, have all made their respective breakthroughs. Xiao Jue successfully concocted the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, emerging from the secret chamber to withstand the pill thunder. Under his exquisite alchemical techniques and the incineration of the 10,000 beasts spirit fire, the pill transcended its limits, attracting the tricolored pill thunder, thus becoming an 8th-grade pill. With the assistance of Xing Tian, Xiao Jue weathered the initial waves of pill thunder, while the remaining strikes were endured through an abundance of recovery pills and Qi cultivation pills, alongside the secret techniques and combat skills inherited from the beast god. However, he had reached his limits. Meanwhile, Dou Qi, who had been meditating for a week, opened his eyes, his once black pupils transformed into a deep purple, and even his originally black hair had morphed into a dark violet hue. His flowing hair danced without wind, and as he stood, his form gradually ascended. Lacking the need for Dou Qi wings, it was evident he had become a Dou Zone powerhouse. Yet, such secret techniques come at a cost, although for Dou Qi, this so-called cost is more akin to a benefit. Dou Qi merged the magic core and the blood essence of the 8th-tier, heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast, which was the essence of the secret technique, refining the beast's blood to transform his own lineage. With Yunshan's assistance, Dou Qi refined the corpse of the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast, pouring the entirety of its extracted blood essence into the formation he had recently established to aid in the execution of the secret technique. Through the method bestowed by Xiao Jue, he absorbed the bloodline of the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast and subsequently fused it with the magic core of the same beast. Even having refined only a portion of the power contained within the 8th-grade magic core, Dou Qi ascended to the status of Dou Zone, akin to becoming a 7th-tier magical beast. Dou Qi gazed skyward. The sun remained fiercely radiant. He slowly descended, nodding towards Yunshan, who observed him with an air of uncertainty regarding Dou Qi's intentions, but was aware of his affection for Yunyun. Guided by an inexplicable contract, Dou Qi received a command from his master to become engaged to Yunyun and then present her to me. Dou Qi parted his lips and ultimately nodded. Though he cherished Yunyun, his master held supreme authority. Thus he addressed Yunshan. I wish to become engaged to the sect leader, and let the wedding be set for 3 years hence. Yunshan burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, since you are to be engaged, there is no need to call me sect leader. From now on, simply refer to her as Yunair. Dou Qi smiled and shook his head, his eyes gleaming with joy. This is the beast taming seal, which under the pressure of absolute power can alter the will of magical beasts, even compelling one to forsake their deepest affections. In Dou Qi's mind, he received his master's command and spoke to Yunshan. I wish to pay a visit to the formidable individual who assisted the former sect master in transcending to the Dou Zone realm. Might you kindly facilitate an introduction? Although the beast taming seal is intricately woven into the soul, altering one's will, it also forges a unilateral pact between the 2 souls. The beast taming seal is exceedingly domineering, should the master perish. The beast upon which the seal has been cast would inevitably meet the same fate. Xiao Jue assigned Dou Qi a mission to join the Soul Palace, not merely to join, but specifically to become part of the Soul Palace's Northwest Continent branch, thus leaving Xiao Jue a potential escape route, should the day arise when he truly eliminates Xiao Yan. Xiao Jue might consider betraying the Soul Clan when faced with Sun Er, leveraging the power of the Soul Clan to confront the ancient clan that stands behind her. However, this would be a last resort. Xiao Jue would strive to spare Xiao Yan's life, yet he would take away Yao Chun. Without the burning decision and Yao Chun, Xiao Yan would be rendered powerless and devoid of any qualification to oppose Xiao Jue. Likewise, Gu Yuan would not desire a son-in-law who cannot even ascend beyond the Dou Zun realm. The ancient clan is not the Soul Clan, and Gu Yuan is not the emperor of the Soul Heavens. The ancient clan is not a mere echo of Gu Yuan's will. Gu He, what else do you know? Yun Shan's expression darkened. Gu He smiled faintly and replied, rest assured, esteemed sect master, with a 7th grade alchemist among them. Regardless of the faction from which that strong individual hails, anyone willing to assist in your breakthrough to Dou Zong will certainly not reject my allegiance. Yun Shan gritted his teeth, ultimately nodding. He produced a scroll and shattered it, remaining silent on the back mountain of the Yunlan sect. Gu He had already reverted to his human form, his violet eyes reflecting indifference, seemingly no longer intrigued by the powerful figure behind Yun Shan. Before long, a cloud of black mist coalesced, within which a silhouette could be discerned, emanating a peculiar cackle. Yun Shan, you shattered this guardian's communication jade slip. Have you encountered some trouble? The guardian was well aware of Yun Shan's aversion towards him. He would not have summoned him unless faced with significant issues. Yun Shan snorted coldly and addressed the guardian. I, the elder Dan Wang of the Yunlan sect, Gu He, have broken through to the realm of a 7th grade alchemist, and through a secret technique, have become a Dou Zong expert, seeking to join the Soul Palace. Gu He's allegiance to the Soul Palace implicitly signified a betrayal of the Yunlan sect, and it was no wonder that Yun Shan was incensed. The guardian gazed at Gu He in astonishment, but his expression swiftly shifted to one of grave concern. He sensed a threat emanating from Gu He. His pupils constricted suddenly, and he exclaimed in terror, Spirit Realm Soul. The guardian steadied his emotions and finally spoke. While the Soul Palace may not rival the Dan Tower in the field of alchemy, its foundational strength is not significantly inferior. Although I am not an alchemist, I possess some knowledge. To concoct 7th grade pills, one must possess a perfected mundane realm soul. If one were to break through to a spirit realm soul, the pills could be imbued with sentience, thus elevating them to 8th grade status. As he spoke, the guardian fixed his gaze intently upon Gu He. With Gu He's Dou Zong level of fighting spirit, combined with a spirit realm soul, he was merely lacking in alchemical experience to truly become an 8th grade alchemist, an existence that even the esteemed elders of the Soul Palace would treat with utmost respect. Although Gu He is currently merely a 7th tier alchemist, which formidable Dou Zun would dare to offend a 7th tier alchemist possessing a spiritual realm soul? The heart of the protector, Ao, swelled with unrestrained joy. Not only could he potentially enlist Gu He's assistance in concocting elixirs, but his invitation to join the Soul Palace would likely earn him the appreciation of the esteemed elders within. In stark contrast to the fortunes of Xiao Jue and Gu He, Han Feng's plight was lamentable. Upon his intrusion into the Canaan Academy, he was expelled by the elders Su Qian and numerous Dou Huang cultivators, as well as the Dou Wang elders. Not only did he fail to acquire the bone spirit cold fire, but he also witnessed the deaths of several formidable warriors from the Black Corner region, incurring substantial losses of high-tier elixirs, and even found himself in a confrontation with the Golden and Silver Elders. Meanwhile, Gu He successfully joined the Soul Palace through Ao and temporarily departed from the Gamma Empire, heading toward the branch of the Soul Palace in the northwest continent. Within the Imperial Palace of Gamma Holy City, Xiao Jue suppressed the myriad emotions transformed into a pill of 7 emotions and 6 desires into a jade vial, before sitting cross-legged on the ground to adjust his state. After 7 consecutive days of alchemical refinement, producing 8th-tier elixirs and enduring several elixir lightning strikes, Xiao Jue was not in optimal condition. Observing his state, Jia Xingtian stood quietly beside him, harboring no thoughts of taking advantage of his weakness. Once Xiao Jue's spiritual energy had somewhat replenished, he opened his eyes and stretched his somewhat stiff body, feeling a wave of delightful numbness. He glanced at Jia Xingtian, who was vigilantly watching over him, and nodded with satisfaction, a gentle smile adorning his face. At that moment, a woman burst in a flurry, clad in ceremonial robes, often referred to as a dragon robe. Master Jia, it's terrible, Yao Yi exclaimed in distress, but her expression froze upon seeing Xiao Jue awake. With a smile, Xiao Jue encouraged, do continue, my empress. He surmised the gravity of the situation. After glancing at Jia Xingtian, who remained unresponsive, Yao Yi relayed. The Nalan family has suddenly attacked, annihilating the Mu family, leaving no survivors by dawn. Jia Xingtian's pupils constricted, and a hint of madness flickered in his gaze as he turned to Xiao Jue, demanding, you can negotiate for anything. Why resort to such measures? Xiao Jue maintained a calm demeanor, slowly approaching Yao Yi and embracing her. The empire does not require a Dou Wang-level general. I will assist Nalan Jia in ascending to Dou Huang, and then he shall lead the forces against the Cloud Empire. Jia Xingtian, no longer as furious as before, remained perplexed and questioned Xiao Jue. What does this have to do with your annihilation of the Mu family? The Nalan family lacked the strength to eradicate the Mu family, indicating that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Xiao Jue, who saw no need for denial and openly confessed. The The Mu family harbored ill intentions towards Yafei. Thus their demise was warranted. Is this even a justification? Not entirely, but indeed a portion of it is true. The other part stems from the fact that the Wood family is managed by the royal family, while the military is entrusted to the Nalan family. The Nalan family is obedient to Xiao Jue, and although the royal family also heeds Xiao Jue, Jia Xingtian does not comply as readily as Yao Yi does. Does Jia Xingtian believe this explanation? Of course, he does not, yet he is left with no choice but to accept it. Faced with the threats from Yunlan's sect, the royal family can only swallow their pride and make concessions to Xiao Jue, for they must align with him to contend against Yunlan's sect. Xiao Jue, not paying much heed to Jia Xingtian, gently kissed Yao Yi on the forehead, then casually produced a jade vial and tossed it to Jia Xingtian. This is the Hunyuan bone sculpting pill. It would be wise to feed it to the Yuhai flood beast as soon as possible. After speaking, Xiao Jue cradled Yao Yi and soared towards the emperor's palace. As he departed the palace, Xiao Jue meticulously calculated the time. It had been nearly 3 months since he left Wutan City, having initially taken a year's leave. Although this holiday had become inconsequential to Xiao Jue, the enchanting female scholars of the Jinan Academy remained the targets he vowed to protect. Xiao Jue continued to conceal his fangs, intending to reveal his ambitions across the entire northwestern continent only after ending Xiao Yan's life. After contemplating for over 9 months, Xiao Jue resolved to first visit the Tagar Desert. With his current strength, there was no need to wait for Queen Medusa to successfully evolve. He could strike during her moment of weakness. As for the 7-colored sky-devouring python, with the supreme version of the beast flame at his disposal, one of the souls within it was derived from the 7-colored sky-devouring python, along with the secret techniques left by the beast god. Assisting Queen Medusa in evolving into the 7-colored sky-devouring python would pose no challenge. At that time, the Gamma royal family, Yunlan sect, and the Serpent clan would all fall under Xiao Jue's influence. Naturally, Xiao Jue's decision to first venture to the Tagar Desert was also prompted by the contract he established with Dou Qi through the beast-taming seal. Discovering that Dou Qi had already departed from the Gamma Empire. Originally, Xiao Jue intended to command Dou Qi to devise a plan for Yun Yun to confront the amethyst-winged Lion King in the Demon Beast Mountains, undertaking what Xiao Yan in the original narrative dared not do. However, with Dou Qi absent from the Gamma Empire, Xiao Jue felt that Yun Shan would not trust him. It would be wiser to await Dou Qi's return to the Gamma Empire before taking action against Yun Yun. Thus, the immediate course of action is to prepare for the journey to the Tagar Desert. Gazing at Yao Yi nestled in his embrace, Xiao Jue spoke tenderly. I must be away from the imperial capital for a while. Yao Yi looked at Xiao Jue with a frown, filled with apprehension at the thought of him leaving her. Xiao Jue gently patted her head, retrieving a low-grade spatial ring from the system space, which contained the pills he had prepared for Yao Yi. Handing the ring to her, he kissed her forehead, making her a solemn promise. Rest assured, I shall not abandon you. I vow that you will reign over the entire northwestern continent. At last, Xiao Jue departed from Yao Ye's palace and arrived at Yao Yu's residence. Upon seeing Xiao Jue, the girl named Qing Lin rushed over and embraced him with a joyful smile. Xiao Jue gently patted Qing Lin's little head, and after she released her grip, he squatted down to lift her up, inquiring, Where's Yao Yu? With her cheeks flushed, Qing Lin whispered, Sister Yao Yu is concocting pills. Xiao Jue nodded and produced a spatial ring, adorning Qing Lin's finger with it, saying, During this time, be sure to stay close to Yao Yu. This is a gift I have prepared for you. Meanwhile, as Yao Yu was engaged in alchemical pursuits, Xiao Jue did not wait for her. Instead, he left the imperial palace and headed to the Meitel family, intending to meet Yafei and conveniently acquire the map drawn by Haibo Dong. Departing from the imperial city of Jamma, he flew towards the vast Tagore Desert, his current martial prowess being that of a 4-star Dou Ling utilizing his flight techniques. He soared swiftly, opting not to ride the sluggish flying beasts of the Jamma Empire. Chapter 75, The Tagore Desert. He successfully obtained the map from Haibo Dong, who, aware of Xiao Jue's possession of, assumed it was for Yao Yu and, after a moment of reflection, willingly handed it over. As for Yafei, it had been quite a while since she last saw Xiao Jue. Upon reuniting, she affectionately embraced him, inadvertently delaying his journey for an entire day, thus postponing his departure until the following day. Xiao Jue flew over numerous cities of the Jamma Empire, ultimately crossing the desolate city and entering the Tagore Desert, finally reaching the stone desert city that stood resilient amidst the arid expanse. 10 days had elapsed since Xiao Jue left the imperial capital. However, he felt no discomfort. Clad in a 6th-grade alchemist's uniform, bestowed upon him by the Pharma faction after concocting he entered Stone Desert City amidst the awed gazes of numerous soldiers. The desert city, in contrast to those within the empire, exuded an air of simplicity and substance, perhaps due to its proximity to the Tagore Desert. The defenses here were considerably more stringent than those of the Inner Empire, with armed soldiers patrolling the streets. Yet, when a Dou Wang-level expert of the human race entered, none dared to obstruct him, nor had the audacity or strength to do so. After entering Stone Desert City, Xiao Jue lingered above a courtyard, hesitating for a time before ultimately choosing to depart, soaring out of the city and delving deeper into the Tagore Desert. He located the area marked by Hai Bo Dong on the map, releasing a formidable surge of spiritual power to sense the location of the Qing Lian Earth Fire. Eventually, Xiao Jue discovered a site rich in fire attribute energy, where a fiery force descended, revealing a pathway leading to the subterranean world. Peering through the dark tunnel, Xiao Jue glimpsed the magma realm below, where massive caverns brimmed with swirling crimson lava. This was the very scene Dou Qi had observed while suspended above the lava pool, where the abundant fire attribute energy dominated the surroundings, completely repelling energies of other attributes, so concentrated it was almost tangible. Before him, the magma lake seethed with vibrant crimson lava, occasionally erupting with a bubble that, upon bursting, released a plume of noxious white smoke, sending chills down one's spine. It is within such terrifying natural sanctuaries that entities of extraordinary fire, like the otherworldly flames, are likely to be born. With his violet cloud wings unfurled, Xiao Jue dove directly into the tunnel, plunging headlong into the molten depths. The red flames danced around his form, and with the aid of the spirit fire of all beasts, he navigated the lava with ease. Upon determining the location of the blue lotus earth fire, he surged towards that direction. In his perception, not far ahead lay a colossal serpent-like beast, approximately 4 to 5 zhang in length, its body entirely enveloped in fiery red. From a distance, it resembled a rounded ruby of flame, its serpent form adorned with palm-sized crimson scales. Most striking were its 2 heads, which emerged from the bifurcation of its neck, each sporting large rhombus-shaped eyes brimming with ferocity and a thirst for blood. This was a 4th-order magical beast, the 2-headed fire spirit serpent, typically dwelling in intensely hot environments, capable of subsisting on molten lava and growing ever stronger, with immense potential for evolution. Born as a 1st-order beast, given the right circumstances, it could conceivably evolve into a 6th-order beast, rivaling the strength of a Dou Huang. Xiao Jue held no interest in capturing this creature alive or bringing it back for Qing Lin. His eagerness for Qing Lin's strength was absent. After all, was there not a heavenly serpent empire in the northwest continent? In a few years, once he had amassed power to rival that of the heavenly serpent prefecture, he could return to dominate the serpent magical beasts of the empire, utilizing the Bai Shi San Hua Tong to absorb their fighting spirit. The Shi He sword appeared in Xiao Jue's hand, and with a decisive stroke, empowered by the spirit fire of all beasts and the blade's inherent sharpness, he severed one of the heads of the 2-headed fire spirit serpent. The remaining head emitted a piercing wail, yet the anguish only intensified its fury. The remaining head, in a frenzy of pain, thrust its crimson forked tongue like a spear toward Xiao Jue. With a smirk of disdain, Xiao Jue thought, a beast is merely a beast. Truly foolish. He swung his sword, delivering a final blow that extinguished the life of this 4th-order magical beast. Though he had no interest in the bloodline of the 2-headed fire spirit serpent, he nonetheless collected the 4th-order magic core from its body. Continuing his descent, within the fiery realm of molten rock, turbulent undercurrents surged, occasionally erupting with ferocious magma flows from unknown depths. These currents harbored immense energy, and should one be struck by them, even a Grand Dou Master would find themselves grievously wounded. Fortunately, Xiao Jue possessed a formidable soul perception, allowing him to discern the most suitable routes ahead of time, deftly avoiding the perilous surges. In this fiery realm, it appears that no other creatures exist apart from the 2-headed fire spirit serpent that perished at the hands of Xiao Jue. It is hardly surprising. The conditions for survival here are exceedingly harsh. Were it not for the serpent's formidable physique, allowing it to subsist on the consumption of molten lava, it would be impossible to endure such an environment. As Xiao Jue continues to traverse the seemingly endless depths of magma, even with the power of the 1,000 Beasts spirit fire, he can faintly sense that the external temperature is rising exponentially, significantly depleting his fighting energy. Nevertheless, delight fills Xiao Jue's eyes, for the surrounding magma has begun to take on a greenish hue. He retrieves a bottle of Qi recovery pills from his system space and swallows it whole, replenishing his fighting energy. As his body weaves through the now nearly entirely transformed green magma, Xiao Jue halts, his gaze suddenly fixating on a vibrant green radiance not far ahead. The green light envelopes the magma, and as he focuses intently, he can discern a green lotus gently swaying within the luminescence. The green lotus earth fire, ranked 19th on the list of extraordinary fires, is born from the depths of the earth. After countless temperings, integrations, compressions, and sculptings by the earth's fire, It takes 10 years to attain spiritual essence, a century to take form, and a millennium to blossom as a lotus. When fully matured, it exhibits a green hue, with a cluster of azure flames at its heart, known as the green lotus fire or the green lotus earth fire. This fire possesses unfathomable power and can even trigger volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic regions, manifesting as a force of nature's destruction. A brief recollection of the green lotus earth fire flashes through Xiao Jue's mind. Even with his steadfast composure, he cannot help but feel ecstatic at the prospect of acquiring it, for it would enable him to elevate his fighting prowess to the realm of Dou. Chapter 76, Green Lotus Earth Fire. A smile graces his lips as he firmly plants his foot and propels himself into the embrace of the green radiance. Upon entering the luminous aura, the temperature around him inexplicably drops, yet Xiao Jue remains undeterred, his eyes fixated on the exquisite green lotus before him. The lotus features 8 leaves, each resembling the most perfect jade, exuding an inherent perfection. At first glance, it appears crystalline and translucent, evoking an irresistible allure. Nestled within the lotus, there seems to be a small lotus platform measuring 2 to 3 feet, from which tiny holes emit flickering glimmers, presumably formed by the purest fire attribute energy coalescing into lotus seeds. Beneath the green lotus, there exist extremely slender root stems, extending over 10 meters in length, densely covered with minute tendrils. As these tendrils sway, Xiao Jue can distinctly feel them greedily absorbing the ferocious fire attribute energy from the surrounding magma. Gazing at the breathtaking green lotus before him, a hint of obsession flickers in his eyes as he remains entranced for a considerable time before regaining his senses. Xiao Jue, feeling fortunate, retrieved a translucent jade ruler from the system space. It was evident that he did not possess the habit of gathering medicinal herbs, for this jade ruler was acquired through unknown means, perhaps through the violent act of slaying and plundering, and was carelessly discarded within his system space. Grasping the jade ruler tightly, Xiao Jue cautiously evaded the tendrils as they swam toward the azure lotus. With a gentle stroke at the connection point beneath the lotus seat, a perfect azure lotus, akin to a work of art, fell away effortlessly. Xiao Jue beckoned with his hand, and the lotus seat slowly floated into his grasp. Gazing at the azure flames quietly flickering within the central aperture of the lotus pedestal, a smile unfurled upon his face. Lowering his gaze to the remnants of the tendril on the ground, he smirked and remarked, "I shall take the rest, but this tendril shall remain here, leaving a trace for future generations. Perhaps in 1,000 years, another azure heartfire will emerge. Such a spiritual entity should not extinguish in my possession." Thus, with the azure lotus seat cradled in his hands, Xiao Jue ascended, intending to refine the azure heartfire at the entrance of the magma cavern. Given Xiao Jue's current prowess, he found no necessity to prepare any medicinal pills. The disparity between the azure heartfire and the myriad beast spirit fire he commanded was vast. How could a mere azure heartfire, newly formed in less than a century, hope to compare with the beast god's myriad beast spirit fire within Xiao Jue? After leaving the magma, he placed the lotus pedestal aside and seated himself on the ground in a meditative posture, retrieving a vial of recuperative elixir from his storage ring to restore his fighting spirit and mental acuity. Although the assurance of successfully devouring the azure heartfire was significant, not a shred of negligence could be afforded. Xiao Jue refrained from using medicinal pills not out of necessity, but because he recognized the gravity of refining the exotic flames within him. The emergence of 2 distinct fires in his body was a cause for concern. Once in a stable state, he extracted a small jade box from the system space, setting it gently upon the polished stone surface. Instantly, a faint chill enveloped the stone, forming a thin layer of ice. Upon opening the jade box, a pristine white jade vial was carefully nestled within, surrounded by a delicate mist of white frost, emanating an ethereal and mysterious aura. Inside this snow-white vial resided the ice spirit spring, the sole preparation Xiao Jue made to refine the azure heartfire. After securing the ice spirit spring, Xiao Jue retrieved 11 jade vials, carefully collecting the 11 earth fire lotus seeds from the azure lotus seat. These were precious items, capable of enhancing one's cultivation and strengthening the connection with the azure heartfire. Subsequently, his soul powers swiftly penetrated, severing the bond between the entire lotus seat and the azure heartfire, and he carefully pulled down the azure lotus seat. With the restriction of the lotus seat removed, the previously minute azure flame surged explosively, expanding several times within the blink of an eye. In an instant, the azure flame transformed into a fiery orb suspended in midair, with its growing size causing the surrounding temperature to rise steadily. Xiao Jue had anticipated this. He released the myriad beast spirit fire from within himself, enveloping both himself and the azure heart fire in a crimson glow. Within the luminous cavern, azure flames writhed violently, their flickering tongues of fire distorting the surrounding space in a striking manner. At this moment, having detached from the blue lotus pedestal, the once docile flames had turned ferocious. As the flames surged, they emitted a sizzling sound, and the surrounding air was rendered into an ethereal void by the searing azure fire. However, it was undeniable that the potency of the azure heart fire had diminished significantly. Xiao Jue, with his hands cloaked in the spirit fire of myriad beasts, delved into the azure flames before him, seizing the very essence of the azure heart fire. His palm grasped firmly onto a substance that felt almost tangible, and he withdrew his arm from the azure flames. As he pulled his arm back, a viscous substance, resembling azure lava, writhed within his palm. This was indeed the seed of the azure heart fire. Fixating on the strand of terrifyingly hot azure lava, Xiao Jue's eyes flickered with determination. The next step was to consume it. With his left hand holding a jade vial containing the ice spirit spring, he tilted his head back and nearly swallowed the azure lava whole before promptly downing a generous draught of the ice spirit spring. As the azure lava entered his meridians, it swiftly fragmented into countless strands of azure flames, which began to dart about chaotically, soon clashing with the red fighting spirit within Xiao Jue. This confrontation signified the struggle between the azure heart fire and the spirit fire of myriad beasts. Thankfully, Xiao Jue had consumed the ice spirit spring in time, thus safeguarding his meridians from harm. The chilling essence coursed through him, sending a shiver down his spine, yet the outcome proved favorable. As the ice spring spread throughout his meridians, a layer of white frost formed, shielding them from the flame's searing touch, allowing Xiao Jue to thoroughly refine the azure heart fire. In that moment, his formidable soul force surged forth unperturbed, simultaneously controlling the azure heart fire and the spirit fire of myriad beasts, guiding them to flow through his meridians in accordance with the burning technique. It soon became evident that Xiao Jue had overestimated the azure heart fire. He had merely advanced from a 4-star doling to a 9-star doling, without breaching the Dou Wang realm. He retracted the blue lotus pedestal beneath him and retrieved 11 jade vials containing the earth fire lotus seeds, intent on refining them all in one go. The spirit fire of myriad beasts enveloped the 11 vials, incinerating them to reveal the earth fire lotus seeds within. Xiao Jue aimed to have the spirit fire consume the seeds, thereby restoring its essence and facilitating his breakthrough through the burning technique. This approach would swiftly harness the energy contained within the earth fire lotus seeds, while allowing the spirit fire to rejuvenate. Enveloped by the spirit fire, the 11 seeds entered Xiao Jue's body. He sat cross-legged in the cavern, resembling a stone statue, remaining utterly still as dust settled upon him. As time passed, the lime upon Xiao Jue began to shed, while a terrifying surge of fire attribute energy coalesced within him, coupled with the explosive energy emanating from Xiao Jue's body. It even invoked a celestial phenomenon. When Xiao Jue opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, shaking off the dust that clung to him, his gaze flickering before finally settling into a pale, azure hue. Xiao Jue erupted into laughter, a wild cackle. For he had not only acquired the green lotus heart fire, but also witnessed the burning technique evolve to a high earth grade after the consumption of 11 earth fire lotus seeds by the beast spirit fire. Thanks to the restoration of the beast spirit fire's essence, it had successfully undergone evolution. The current beast spirit fire could rival the Golden Emperor's flame of destruction. Albeit its essence was not as potent as in its prime, nonetheless, the temperature and might of the flames remained formidable. Regrettably, the evolution of the burning technique required fire attribute energy rather than the quality of energy itself. Otherwise, the current beast spirit fire might have facilitated the evolution of the burning technique to the heavenly grade. In light of these developments, transcending into the Dou Wang realm seemed trivial. Even reaching the pinnacle of Dou Wang felt utterly insignificant. The energy from the 11 earth fire lotus seeds propelled Xiao Jue from a 9-star Dou Ling to a 9-star Dou Wang. Moreover, 3.5 months had elapsed since Xiao Jue departed from the imperial capital, during which time the system had accumulated 4 lottery draws, which he decided to utilize all at once. Ding! The host has drawn a prize. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 5th grade elixir, the Nirvana pill. Ding! The host has drawn a prize. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 7th grade elixir, the reversal pill. Ding! The host has drawn a prize. Congratulations. The host has obtained a 7th grade heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast magic core. Ding! The host has drawn a prize. Congratulations. The host has obtained a portion of Bodhi transformation saliva. Xiao Jue's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Bodhi transformation saliva and a 7th grade heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast magic core? He had previously possessed an 8th grade heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast magic core, which he had given to Dou Qi, as he had no immediate use for it. Xiao Jue's original plan was to acquire the Bodhi transformation saliva from the Black Corner region before heading to the Falling God Gorge in Zhongzhou to slay a 7th-grade heavenly poison scorpion dragon, subsequently using the essence to condense a poison pill for the little medical fairy. However, with the acquisition of the 7th-grade heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast magic core and the Bodhi transformation saliva, he was merely one type of away from being able to assist the little medical fairy in condensing the poison pill. After stretching his limbs, Xiao Jue donned a set of alchemist robes from the system's space and flew forth from the cave. His next objective was the Queen Medusa. For Xiao Jue, the gap in opponents he could defeat based on his Dou Qi and Soul realms had diminished significantly. The beast's spirit fire now rivaled the Golden Emperor's flame of destruction. In other words, a Dou Huang pinnacle expert wielding the Golden Emperor's flame would find it challenging to prevail against the Dou Huang. Even at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, one might perish merely from contact with it. At last, he emerged. A feminine voice resonated the moment Xiao Jue burst from the cave, accompanied by a terrifying purple serpent lunging towards him. Xiao Jue's pupils constricted sharply. The elation from obtaining the green lotus heart fire had temporarily lulled his vigilance, while the serpent tribe's secret methods successfully concealed the presence of 5 Dou Huang pinnacle experts. However, Xiao Jue did not emerge empty-handed from the beast god's legacy. As he acquired a sealing combat technique, the spirit flame of all beasts radiated outward, ultimately transforming into a colossal flaming tortoise that shielded Xiao Jue. This low-level Earth-tier combat skill, the guardian of the mysterious turtle, unleashed a tremendous force sufficient to obliterate the purple giant serpent of Jiaxingtian. Upon colliding with the flaming tortoise, the serpent exploded into a myriad of flames. Xiao Jue's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that even the guardian of the mysterious turtle, invoked through the spirit flame of all beasts, would fail to withstand the Medusa Queen's strike. Was this woman truly so formidable? As Xiao Jue heightened his vigilance, he sensed the presence of 5 Dou emperors nearby, all at the pinnacle of their power. Such audacity! Xiao Jue cursed inwardly, realizing that the Medusa Queen had brought along 4 elders of the Serpent clan to ambush him outside the cave. Currently, amidst the various factions of the Gamma Empire, a tense truce prevailed due to Xiao Jue's departure, with the royal family remaining inactive and the Yunlan sect also on hold, awaiting the return of Gu He. The emergence of a Douzone powerhouse had significantly reduced Jia Xingtian's wariness towards the Serpent clan, which ultimately allowed them to seize the opportunity to lay in wait for Xiao Jue. Yet, even with such caution, it was futile. With the combined might of the Medusa Queen and the 4 elders of the Serpent clan, only the alliance of Yunshan and Jia Xingtian could pose a challenge to them within the entire Gamma Empire. The 5 peak Dou emperors of the Serpent clan executed the 5 poisons Rakshasa seal, with the Medusa Queen at its core, summoning a colossal purple energy serpent that rivaled the strength of a 3-star Douzone, even nearing the 4-star Douzone realm. Faced with such formidable foes, Xiao Jue had a solution in mind. Engaging in a direct clash using Dou Qi was out of the question. He would have to employ his ultimate move. Xiao Jue's gaze deepened as he prepared both his Dou Qi and spiritual force. Observing the purple giant serpent charging towards him, he roared, "Come at me." Boom. The colossal purple energy serpent was instantly dispersed. With Xiao Jue at the pinnacle of Dou Huang and his spiritual power at the mid-stage of the spiritual realm, the lioness roar unleashed was comparable to an Earth-tier combat skill wielded by a high-ranking Douzone. Consequently, Xiao Jue naturally prevailed over the 5 poisons Rakshasa seal executed by the Medusa Queen and the 4 elders of the Serpent clan. The dispersal of the purple energy serpent revealed the true forms of the 5 peak Dou emperors from the Serpent clan, led by none other than the renowned and fearsome Medusa Queen, draped in an opulent purple brocade robe, beneath which lay her voluptuous figure. She exuded a faint charm reminiscent of a ripe peach. Her long, flowing hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, accentuating her slender waist, while a segment of a purple serpent tail peeked from beneath her robe, swaying gently and emanating a wild, seductive allure that inexplicably heightened one's senses. Such a woman could only be described as enchanting, yet beneath that allure lay an unmistakable air of regal nobility and grandeur. However, her cold, exquisite face was marred by shock, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly a result of the injury inflicted upon her by Xiao Jue in their earlier confrontation. Behind the Queen of Medusa stood 4 elderly members of the Serpent clan, their power comparable to that of the Queen herself, yet they appeared to be in a somewhat better condition. It was evident that the Queen, having been the focal point of the 5 poisons Rakshasa seal, had borne the brunt of the damage. In Chapter 78, The Queen of Medusa, Xiao Jue's complexion was somewhat pallid, reflecting considerable exhaustion. His gaze flickered between the Queen and the 4 elders of the Serpent clan, revealing no significant animosity. He was confident in his ability to vanquish the queen and her elders, thus he held no undue trepidation, especially since he had yet to unleash the power of the setting sun. At that moment, the elder of the serpent clan noticed the sixth-rank alchemist's robe adorning Xiao Jue, and his pupils constricted. Approaching with a smile, he said, "Human warrior, I have no desire to continue our conflict. Why don't we reach a truce?" Xiao Jue nodded, responding with a smile, "I too wish to avoid enmity with the serpent clan. If we can indeed cease hostilities, it would be most agreeable. However, your earlier unwarranted ambush requires an explanation." The elder of the serpent clan exhaled in relief. Setting aside the fact that Xiao Jue had single-handedly dispersed the energy they had coalesced through the 5 poisons Rakshasa formation, his status as a 6th-rank alchemist made it unwise for the serpent clan to provoke him unduly. With Xiao Jue now inclined towards reconciliation and expressing goodwill, it would suffice to offer an apology, and perhaps they could persuade him to concoct some elixirs for them. The elder recalled the events from decades past when she and the 3 other elders sought the services of a 6th-rank alchemist to brew potions. They vividly remembered the exorbitant demands of that alchemist, which nearly depleted the serpent clan's savings. While it certainly did not require such vast resources to refine a 6th-rank potion, the alchemist's insatiable appetite for them left them with no choice but to comply. Ultimately, it was through the serpent clan's intermediate secret arts, coupled with the soul of a 6th-tier purple ghost flame serpent, that the fearsome Queen of Medusa was born. The queen remained silent, contemplating the pros and cons. After much reflection, she came to a startling realization. Even the combined might of the serpent clan's 5 fighting emperors could not match Xiao Jue. Thus, what could the entirety of the serpent clan hope to achieve against him? What do you require? This was the second time the Queen of Medusa spoke. Aside from her initial attack on Xiao Jue, Xiao Jue's gaze lingered on the queen. It was undeniable that this woman, the beautiful serpent, was indeed captivating. Her haughty demeanor and flawless figure rendered her unparalleled among his companions. "That depends on the sincerity of the serpent clan," Xiao Jue replied. The queen nodded, and the elder spoke on her behalf. "Then, might you consider visiting our sacred city, where we shall treat you with utmost hospitality?" Xiao Jue acquiesced, knowing that with his strength, even if the serpent clan harbored ulterior motives, he could easily escape. Moreover, Gui had already returned to the Jaimar Empire and was hastening towards this location. Entering the sacred city of the serpent clan proved to be a remarkably smooth endeavor for Xiao Jue, as he encountered no formidable adversaries like Mobas, who harbored an intense affection for the serpent clan. Whether it was the presence of Queen Medusa and the 4 esteemed elders of the serpent clan accompanying him, the wings of battle energy at his back, or the distinguished attire of a 6th-tier alchemist he wore, the serpents dared not offend him lightly. Moreover, the majority of the clan's formidable warriors were tribal leaders, and within the sanctum of the serpent clan, only Queen Medusa and the captain of the Medusa Serpent Guards, Huaxir, stood as significant powers. Ultimately, Xiao Jue followed Queen Medusa to the royal palace of the serpent clan. While the 4 elders claimed they were heading to the treasury to seek treasures as an apology for their previous misdeeds towards him, Queen Medusa led Xiao Jue to the sacred hall, where she seated herself upon the throne and inquired, "Have you obtained the?" Xiao Jue nodded and replied, "The born from the magma world beneath the Tagore Desert is the blue lotus earth fire." Queen Medusa acknowledged this with a nod, but in Xiao Jue's perception, the 4 elders were a considerable distance away. Thus, he resolved to take action. He did not fear the 4 elders, yet he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Once they had distanced themselves, he decided to make his move against Queen Medusa. "My queen, I have heard that the Medusa lineage possesses a secret method that requires the power of for its evolution." A flicker of astonishment crossed Queen Medusa's eyes. She had not anticipated that Xiao Jue would be aware of the secret techniques of her lineage. However, recalling Xiao Jue's prowess in vanquishing her and the 4 elders, her surprise was somewhat tempered. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jue ascended the steps to stand beside Queen Medusa, who frowned slightly but did not exhibit any signs of resistance. However, it was too late. Having acquired the beast goddess legacy, he possessed a plethora of soul techniques. With a mere moment of eye contact, he ensnared Queen Medusa's consciousness. Her spiritual power was merely at the late stage of the mortal realm. How could it withstand Xiao Jue's mid-stage soul power? Moreover, due to the significant disparity in strength and Xiao Jue having spared her and the 4 elders in the desert, Queen Medusa did not regard him with excessive caution, which ultimately led to her ambush. Xiao Jue extended his hand and pressed it against Queen Medusa's forehead, invoking the beast control seal. As the seal was inscribed upon Queen Medusa, he relinquished his hold on her, recognizing that her strength was not to be underestimated. Maintaining control over her was quite taxing. Additionally, having shattered the 5 poisons Rakshasa seal that she and the 4 elders had deployed in the Tagore Desert, as well as binding the beast control seal to her, Xiao Jue had expended a significant portion of his own soul power. As for his battle energy, it too had been diminished by more than half. Nevertheless, Xiao Jue remained unconcerned. Controlling Queen Medusa effectively meant controlling the entire serpent clan. As her gaze regained clarity, the previously indifferent expression in her eyes softened upon meeting Xiao Jue's gaze, radiating warmth. She tenderly called out, "Master." Ha! Xiao Jue could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that after awakening the system, the most beneficial combat technique for him would not be the sunset afterglow or the golden crow sword technique, but rather the beast taming seal. Whether it was the ancient river he encountered earlier or the current Queen Medusa, both would significantly aid in his plans, especially since he possessed the secret method to facilitate the evolution of magical beasts. Xiao Jue finally understood why that individual was referred to as the beast god. He was indeed the embodiment of the fire spirit born from the fusion of countless supreme magical beast bloodlines, coupled with a secret method to enhance their evolution. However, a sigh escaped Xiao Jue as he pondered this, for the number of magical beasts that met the evolution criteria was exceedingly scarce. The most critical factor was possessing the bloodline of ancient magical beasts. Without it, they would be reduced to ashes under the relentless flames of the myriad beast spirit fire. In the northwest continent, among the magical beasts known to Xiao Jue, only Queen Medusa fulfilled this criterion. Although she belonged to the Serpent Man race, she possessed two true forms. Shortly after their birth, members of the Serpent Man race undergo a secret ritual, infusing the soul of a serpent-shaped magical beast into their bodies. As they age and grow in strength, this companion spirit gradually merges with them until they become indistinguishable. Once they have fused with the serpent spirit, they can summon this true form, significantly enhancing their power. This represents the final trump card of the serpent people. The companion spirit of Queen Medusa was a sixth-tier magical beast, the purple phantom flame serpent. This serpent carried within it a trace of the ancient beast's bloodline, which, given the right circumstances, could awaken that faint lineage and evolve into their ancient ancestor. Queen Medusa's innate talent could indeed transcend the Dou realm. But without medicinal pills or fortuitous opportunities, she could only rely on time to hone her abilities. Thus, she contemplated the secret methods of her lineage. Evolution, leveraging the frenzied power of the, could potentially allow her not only to break through to the Dou realm, but also to realize her potential as a Dou or even a Dou powerhouse. However, Xiao Jue's secret method was distinct. It originated from the hands of the beast god, ensuring a 100% success rate for evolution. At that moment, the elder of the Serpent Man race entered, holding a storage ring, just as Xiao Jue embraced Queen Medusa's serpentine waist, and they both turned their attention to the elder. The elder's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. If Queen Medusa could win over this Dou powerhouse, a sixth-grade alchemist, it would be a tremendous boon. With a cheerful demeanor, she approached, placing the storage ring on the table before Queen Medusa's throne before stepping back. Queen Medusa watched the elder depart, then leaned against Xiao Jue's embrace and said, "The items brought by the elder were, as we previously discussed, 5 sets of Breaking Realm medicinal materials, 2 sets of Transformation medicinal materials, and a 7th-tier magical core." Xiao Jue nodded, acknowledging that such a gift indeed held considerable value. Beyond the act of making amends, it seemed the Serpent Clan harbored intentions of fostering a rapport with him. However, such matters were of little consequence now, for the entire Serpent Clan was already under his influence, especially since their queen had resorted to personal enticement to win his favor. "I can first concoct a breaking sect pill for you, and then assist you in your evolution," Xiao Jue stated to her. Queen Medusa gracefully shifted her position, settling onto Xiao Jue's lap and embracing him with a charming smile, declaring, "This sovereign shall heed the commands of the young master." Xiao Jue's lips twitched. This was likely one of the drawbacks of the beast-taming seal. While the seal could alter the will of the person it was cast upon, ensuring their loyalty to the caster, it did not change their inherent character or thoughts. Much like the cowardly Flame Lion King, or Dou Qi, whose free-spirited nature persisted even after acquiescing to Xiao Jue's commands, he remained as nonchalant as ever. If one were to illustrate Dou Qi's carefree demeanor, it would be akin to a character in the original text who, on the brink of marrying Yun, ultimately chose to abandon the prospect and, in the end, joined the faction established by Xiao Yan. Queen Medusa, bound by the beast-taming seal and loyal to Xiao Jue, regarded his will as supreme. Nevertheless, her proud nature led her to still refer to herself as this sovereign in the presence of her master, and due to the vast age difference between them, she referred to Xiao Jue as young master. In response to this, Xiao Jue, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, lifted Medusa's purple robe, revealing her formidable serpentine form. As he gazed at the segment of her tail below her waist, he initially believed he had overestimated her, yet ultimately succumbed to the queen's formidable bloodline and innate talent. This marked his first defeat in a one-on-one confrontation, even though his opponent was not human. As the battle between Xiao Jue and Queen Medusa came to a close, Dou Qi, who had been concealed outside the sacred city of the Serpent Clan, made a dignified entrance after having hidden for 2 hours. With the strength of a Dou Zong and the esteemed title of the foremost alchemist of the Gamma Empire, as well as being a friend of Xiao Jue, Dou Qi was escorted into the royal palace by Hua Xier. Xiao Jue regarded Hua Xier with keen interest, having lost to Queen Medusa. He was determined to test his mettle against other serpents. He was eager to confront Hua Xier and Yume, believing that a victory would restore his confidence. Should he lose, it would merely reflect the Serpent Clan's extraordinary talents and not denote any weakness on his part. At this juncture, Xiao Jue and Queen Medusa had already changed their attire. She sat regally upon the throne, while Xiao Jue sulked on the steps. After bowing to both Queen Medusa and Xiao Jue, Hua Xier withdrew, leaving Dou Qi standing alone in the center of the grand hall. Master. Dou Qi saluted Xiao Jue and continued, I have fulfilled your command and become the Earth-level guardian of the Soul Hall. Xiao Jue nodded, having a fair understanding of Dou Qi's prowess. Attaining the status of Earth-level guardian posed no challenge for him. Queen Medusa, seated on her throne, appeared to disregard Dou Qi entirely as she contemplated her delicate, jade-like fingers. Since the contest between Xiao Jue and Dou Qi in the imperial capital, their names have resounded throughout the Gamma Empire, with Xiao Jue's identity as a Dou Zong powerhouse and Dou Qi's status as a 7th-grade alchemist being particularly notable. Observing Dou Qi, Xiao Jue casually picked up the spatial ring from the table before the throne and addressed Queen Medusa, requesting her to prepare a secluded chamber for them to concoct some elixirs, including her long-desired breaking realm pill. A flicker of joy flashed in Queen Medusa's enchanting eyes. If she could obtain such a pill, she would likely have already ascended to the ranks of Dou Zong and would not be in search of, striving to transcend that barrier through evolution. Now, with Xiao Jue preparing to refine the breaking realm pill for her, Queen Medusa hastily summoned Hua Xier to escort Xiao Jue and Dou Qi to the alchemy chamber. The serpent people had never produced an alchemist, primarily due to their inherently cold bloodline, which rendered them incapable of wielding fire attribute Dou Qi, thus perpetuating their disadvantage in matters of alchemy. Following closely behind Hua Xier, Xiao Jue and Dou Qi walked side by side. Dou Qi, with his carefree disposition, was unconcerned about the nuances of etiquette and thus did not lag behind Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue, even less preoccupied with such formalities, felt that if Dou Qi could offer Yun, there was no need to worry about loyalty. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xiao Jue turned to Dou Qi and expressed his intention to bestow upon him the Scorpion Dragon's Venom Fire. The Scorpion Dragon's Venom Fire? Dou Qi inquired, perplexed. It is the innate beast fire of the 8th-grade Heavenly Venom Scorpion Dragon and may assist you in refining a portion of the energy contained within that 8th-grade magical core. Xiao Jue explained. Dou Qi, upon hearing this, cast a grateful glance at Xiao Jue. Although he felt a tinge of bitterness regarding Yun, he was immensely appreciative of Xiao Jue's regard for him. Under the influence of the beast control seal, Dou Qi held Xiao Jue in the highest esteem, striving to embellish every aspect of him. The wager they engaged in was designed to push Dou Qi to his limits, aiding him in becoming a 7th-grade alchemist. Furthermore, Xiao Jue offered him secret techniques and the body of an 8th-grade Heavenly Venom Scorpion Dragon, enabling him to evolve into a magical beast on par with Dou Zong powerhouses, with the potential to become an 8th-grade magical beast in the future. In return for requesting Yun, Dou Qi imagined Xiao Jue as a figure of great righteousness, sacrificing himself for the harmony between the Gamma royal family and Yunlan sect, soothing the Empress of the Gamma Empire, Your Majesty Yao Yi, and the sect leader of Yunlan, Yun, now having ventured alone into the sacred city of the serpent people. Hua Xier silently guided the two, and Xiao Jue had no intention of making any moves against her at that moment, having just lost his reserves to Queen Medusa and lacking the strength to fight. Under Hua Xier's guidance, they arrived at a vast bamboo grove, one of only 2 such groves in the sacred city of the serpent people, one deep within the palace and the other, the one Hua Xier had led them to. Within this bamboo grove lay countless venomous snakes, a place where the condemned of the serpent people endured the punishment of being devoured by a multitude of serpents. However, in the depths of the grove, there stood a pavilion, a sanctuary free from any poisonous serpents. Xiao Jue and Dou Qi, as humans, inevitably attract some unnecessary troubles in other parts of the serpent people's holy city. Here, in this secluded place for alchemical refinement, they find a moment's peace. The absence of venomous snakes in the attic is attributed to the presence of a 6th-tier serpent beast's core at its pinnacle, which deters those venomous snakes that are at most of 3rd-tier rank. After Xiao Jue and Dou Qi entered the attic, the flower serpent departed, which neither of them minded. Their immediate concern was for Xiao Jue to extract the scorpion dragon's poisonous fire from within, so that Dou Qi could refine it and subsequently begin the alchemical process. With 5 ingredients for the breaking sect pill and 2 for the transformation pill, Dou Qi needed to refine the scorpion dragon's poisonous fire first, allowing Xiao Jue to complete 1 breaking sect pill ahead of him. The remaining 4 ingredients for the breaking sect pill and 2 for the transformation pill were thus evenly distributed between the two. With Xiao Jue's alchemical skills, the creation of the breaking sect pill and transformation pill bore no risk of failure. Dou Qi, possessing the soul force of the spirit realm and having recently acquired his innate beast fire, also faced no errors in his endeavors. The alchemical tribulations for the transformation pill were naturally shouldered by Dou Qi, whose strength had significantly increased after obtaining the scorpion dragon's poisonous fire, making him more than capable of withstanding the tribulations of 7th-tier pills. In the span of 10 days, they successfully produced 5 breaking sect pills and 2 transformation pills. Xiao Jue stored the transformation pills in his system space, while the 5 breaking sect pills were placed in the spatial ring he wore on his hand, leaving some materials for Dou Qi to continue his alchemical work before departing the bamboo grove alone. Dou Qi, gazing at the considerable pile of materials left by Xiao Jue, could only smile wryly, resigning himself to continue the alchemical process. However, Xiao Jue's actions were not entirely unfavorable for Dou Qi, even though it seemed to exploit his labor. Dou Qi had recently ascended to the rank of 7th-tier alchemist and had directly transitioned from Dou Wang to Dou Zong, surpassing the complete mastery of the mortal realm and possessing the soul force of the spirit realm. His lack of experience in alchemy meant that continuous practice would enhance his proficiency over time. Xiao Jue retraced the path that the flower serpent had previously led them along, returning to the palace of the serpent people. Once again, fortune smiled upon him, as he encountered none of the oblivious ruffians. The flower serpent, accompanied by the Medusa serpent guard, stood watch at the entrance of the palace hall. Following the orders of Queen Medusa, they cleared a path for him to enter. Upon his arrival in the palace, Xiao Jue immediately spotted the languid figure of Queen Medusa seated upon her throne. Upon noticing Xiao Jue, she smiled and inquired, "Has the little master finished refining the pills?" At the mention of little master, Xiao Jue's lips twitched involuntarily. However, he was powerless against Queen Medusa's insistence on this title and could only acquiesce. Nodding, he produced a jade vial and tossed it to her, stating, "This contains 5 breaking sect pills. I will assist you in breaking through to the Dou Zong realm, after which you can deliver the remaining 4 pills to the 4 elders." "Breaking sect pills, you say?" Queen Medusa nodded, her eyes gleaming with joy. Yet her serpent tail leisurely made its way toward Xiao Jue. The 7 medicinal herbs bestowed upon Xiao Jue by the elder of the serpent clan were collected decades ago, yet remained untouched due to the inability to summon a skilled alchemist. Ultimately, under the counsel of Queen Medusa and the elder, these herbs were entrusted to Xiao Jue, though they ultimately benefited themselves, as they successfully refined 5 breaking realm pills, all of which were given to them. As for the transformation pills, having ascended to the Dou Zong realm, they no longer had any need for such pills. In Xiao Jue's possession now are 3 transformation pills. 1 will be given to the amethyst-winged Lion King, while the fate of the remaining 2 remains undecided. Furthermore, Xiao Jue also possesses a transformation grass, which allows for the potential creation of an additional transformation pill. The Fire Lion King, deemed a failure, holds little hope for Xiao Jue, yet it does possess the status of a 5th-tier magical beast and has been subdued to become a guardian of the Xiao family. Regarding the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Jue harbors similar intentions, planning a buy-1-get-1 strategy. Once the young amethyst-winged Lion King evolves into a 4th-tier beast and consumes the accompanying amethyst source, it will transform into a 5th-tier magical beast. Of course, Xiao Jue is indifferent to the transformation pills and 5th-tier magical beasts. As the palace doors closed, the surrounding torches ignited abruptly, and the resplendent robe of Medusa slowly fell away, revealing a pair of immense, sinister eyes that engulfed Xiao Jue's vision. Following yet another defeat at the hands of Queen Medusa, Xiao Jue was led deeper into the palace, arriving at a small island encircled by a serene lake. This island, though modest in size, was adorned with lush bamboo groves and vibrant blossoms, exuding a lively and picturesque charm. Observing the alluring silhouette of Queen Medusa, clad in an opulent purple robe that embraced her curvaceous figure, Xiao Jue could not help but admire the intoxicating allure radiating from her voluptuous form. Her elongated, pale purple eyes sparkled with an enchanting glimmer, capable of captivating any man's gaze. Beneath the purple robe, a violet serpent tail lazily swayed, exuding a wild and exotic charm. Xiao Jue sighed in regret, lamenting that the mesmerizing Queen Medusa remained a serpent. However, once she ascended to the Dou Zong realm, she would be able to assume human form. At that point, devoid of her serpent tail, would she still be a formidable opponent? Chapter 81. The Divine Demon Pill. Following Queen Medusa, Xiao Jue navigated through several winding paths, entering a bamboo grove where a small pond emerged in the center, filled with the ice spirit spring. As a serpent being, Queen Medusa's inherent cold bloodline would enhance her chances of success during her breakthrough in the ice spirit spring. With a delicate hand, she slowly unfastened the buttons of her robe, revealing a flawless figure that seemed to be a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship, exposed amidst the bamboo. In the verdant grove, her alabaster form radiated an irresistible allure that left one parched with desire. Her exquisite visage exudes an enchanting allure reminiscent of a fairy, with a long, fair neck that reveals an elegant curve. A single, crystalline droplet emerges from her neck, cascading down her body, tracing a stunning arc before falling away. Her slender waist appears delicate, barely graspable, yet possesses an undeniable resilience. Her flat and tender abdomen shows no trace of excess, inciting an irresistible urge to reach out and caress. Beneath that slender waist lies a wild, purple serpent tail, subtly swaying with an exotic charm. As Queen Medusa steps into the small pool before her, the frigid temperature of the crystalline spring envelopes her figure in a layer of frost. In haste, she retrieves a jade vial containing a precious elixir and consumes one of its contents. Xiao Jue observes the queen's every movement with keen interest, relieved that she is merely breaking through to the Dou Zone level rather than undergoing an evolution that would render her serpent tail beyond his admiration. The raw beauty of her form, combined with her cold elegance and seductive demeanor, provides Xiao Jue with an unprecedented thrill, intensifying his desire to conquer her formidable strength. With a graceful gesture, Queen Medusa casually removes the purple ribbon binding her raven hair, allowing her silky tresses to cascade freely down her waist. A gentle toss of her head sends her hair flowing, enhancing her enchanting allure. As her hands converge slightly, she closes her lovely eyes, her jade hands weaving intricate hand seals. With each transformation of her gestures, the energy within the bamboo grove begins to fluctuate violently. The vibrations intensify, culminating in the formation of a colossal energy vortex above the small island, enveloping Queen Medusa in a radiant glow. The brilliance pulsates rhythmically, and moments later, a roar reminiscent of a lion's growl and a tiger's roar resonates from within the light. Following this, the dazzling illumination surges dramatically. Amidst the resplendent glow, a massive purple serpent, measuring over 10 feet in length, hovers in the air, gathering the formidable energies of heaven and earth. Xiao Jue watches the queen's breakthrough with a smile, recalling that in the original narrative, Queen Medusa evolved into a 7th-tier magical beast after consuming a significant portion of the energy from the Green Lotus Earth Heartfire, thereby attaining mid-tier Dou Zone strength. Now, with her direct advancement to the Dou Zone realm, one can only ponder the might she would possess after utilizing her secret techniques to evolve into a rainbow-devouring python. Though Xiao Jue cannot predict the extent of her power, he is certain that an evolved Queen Medusa, endowed with Dou Zone capabilities, will at least embody mid-tier Dou Zone strength. Her evolution swiftly culminates in success, shedding the form of the purple phantom flame serpent. Yet this time, she does not transform into a serpent-human hybrid, but rather assumes a fully human form. A brilliant flash of white light illuminated the scene, transforming the once colossal purple ghost flame serpent into an exquisitely beautiful woman. She showcased a flawlessly voluptuous figure reminiscent of white jade. Her stunningly enchanting visage framed by silky black tresses, a long and fair neck, the perfect curvature of her bosom, a delicate willow waist, a flat and tender abdomen, and beneath her slender waist, a pair of elongated, graceful legs. Does my young master desire me once more? The Medusa Queen's fair, delicate feet graced the ground as she approached Xiao Jue. He licked his parched lips, pondering who could withstand such a trial. With the thought of learning the language of serpents, he lunged towards the Medusa Queen. Xiao Jue did not shield himself from the celestial phenomenon heralding the Medusa Queen's breakthrough. Thus above the Serpent Man clan's sacred city, the silhouette of a massive purple serpent and a terrifying surge of energy manifested. The leaders of the 8 tribes of the Serpent Man clan and the 4 elders simultaneously sensed the anomaly, their minds converging on the truth. The Medusa Queen had ascended. The 4 elders of the Serpent Man clan did not make their appearance. Instead, all the leaders of the 8 tribes gathered in the royal palace, respectfully awaiting the arrival of the Medusa Queen. Numerous spies planted by various nations within the Serpent Man tribes perceived the celestial signs of the Medusa Queen's breakthrough and, following the departure of the tribal leaders, hastened to relay the news. Within the Serpent Man sacred city, where the Medusa Queen and the 4 elders resided, any spies attempting to infiltrate were swiftly discovered and met with the gruesome fate of being devoured by myriad serpents. Over time, This deterred any further attempts at espionage within the sacred city. However, among the 8 tribes of the Serpent Man clan, the leaders possessed only the strength of a Dou Wang. And as long as they wielded Dou Ling capabilities and exercised caution, they could effectively conceal their whereabouts. Beyond the Tagar Desert, aside from the neighboring Gamma Empire, there lay the Yuzhou Empire, the Mulan Empire, and the Luoyan Empire, 3 great empires that held a profound apprehension towards the Serpent Man clan. Consequently, spies from all 4 empires, including the Gamma Empire, had never ceased to infiltrate the 8 serpent tribes. After the battle concluded, the Medusa Queen, appearing somewhat aggrieved, leaned against Xiao Jue. The disparity in combat prowess between her human form and her true self was substantial, and since Xiao Jue did not permit her to revert to her original form, the Medusa Queen found herself at a disadvantage. Xiao Jue secretly sighed with relief, releasing the Medusa Queen and stretching his waist. Even in her transformed state, her combat capabilities were diminished, yet her physical attributes as a 7th-tier magical beast remained formidable. He addressed the Medusa Queen, instructing her to first ensure the well-being of the Serpent Man clan's strong warriors, and then to deliver 4 breakthrough pills to the 4 elders of the clan. The Medusa Queen nodded, her fair figure soon enveloped in a purple brocade robe as her bare, delicate feet carried her away from the bamboo grove towards the grand palace. Xiao Jue twisted his waist and retrieved an oddly shaped dark red crystal, a 7th-tier magic core, given to him as compensation by the elder of the Serpent Man clan. Tossing it lightly in his hand, he realized it was not a fire attribute magic core, but rather that of a bloodthirsty dark attribute magical beast. Suddenly, an idea struck him: the celestial demon puppet, a relic from ancient times. Xiao Jue possesses the method for crafting the celestial demon puppet, a technique acquired from the inheritance of the beast god. A slight smirk graced his lips, yet he bore no regrets about entrusting the item to Dou Qi. Chapter 82. Dou Qi's Strength. With the carcass and magic core of the 8th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, all that is required is a formidable soul, enabling Xiao Jue to forge a puppet that could rival a Dou Zun expert. However, Xiao Jue did not consider himself at a disadvantage. After all, Dou Qi's prowess is that of a high-tier Dou Zone, serving as a guardian of the Soul Palace. And he is also a 7th-grade senior alchemist and a prospective 8th-grade alchemist. In terms of value, Dou Qi undoubtedly surpasses a mere Dou Zun puppet. The bloodline of the heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast, while not as illustrious as those of the ancient supreme magical beasts, stands on par with the likes of the Qing Luan and the ancient dragon bear. Beasts with dragon lineage inherently possess significant potential, and the scorpion dragon clan boasts an extensive bloodline, including the powerful heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon beast and the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast. In simpler terms, adult members of the scorpion dragon clan invariably achieve the rank of 6th-tier magical beasts, while those with exceptional bloodlines, such as the heavenly poison and illusory fire scorpion dragon beasts, are bound to attain the 7th tier, with the potential to ascend to the 8th tier through fortuitous circumstances. As Dou Qi absorbed the full bloodline power of the 8th tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast and refined its magic core, his ascension to an 8th tier magical beast became inevitable, especially after Xiao Jue had employed the Beast Master seal on him, rendering the exchange quite equitable. Xiao Jue yearned to experiment with crafting a celestial demon puppet. However, he lacked suitable materials. He possessed only 2 7th-tier magic cores, one, an unknown dark attribute core obtained from the Serpent Man tribe, and the other, the 7th-tier magic core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast acquired from the system. Additionally, Xiao Jue had received Bodhi transformation saliva from the system, which meant that the 7th-tier magic core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast would soon transform into a toxic pill for the little medical immortal, leaving him with no usable magic cores but this one. As for the carcass, who would collect such things? Except for high-tier magical beast carcasses and those of Dou Qi experts. Previously, Xiao Jue had possessed the carcass of an 8th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, but he had given it to Dou Qi. Now, he was left with only a 1-star Dou Sheng corpse obtained from a lottery. To utilize a Dou Sheng corpse for crafting a celestial demon puppet, a 9th-tier magic core is essential to ensure the puppet has sufficient energy to operate, and the soul employed must be of heavenly grade to imbue the puppet with sentience. Thus, Xiao Jue had no choice but to temporarily set aside this notion, tossing the magic core in his hand before ultimately deciding to use it for alchemical purposes. The 7th-tier dark attribute magic core, as the inheritor of the beast goddess legacy, indeed allows for the creation of a 7th-grade advanced pill known as the divine demon pill. By harnessing the frenzied dark energy of the 7th-tier dark attribute magic core, one could concoct a potion that facilitates rapid enhancement of strength, however, akin to the life-devouring pill. It carries severe side effects, namely the risk of falling into madness after a surge in power. After Queen Medusa's departure, Xiao Jue began his alchemical endeavors within the bamboo grove, with the primary ingredient for the divine demon pill being the 7th-tier dark attribute magic core, supplemented by various high-grade dark attribute herbs. In Xiao Jue's possession lies a 7th-tier dark attribute magic core, derived from an extraordinarily bloodthirsty dark attribute beast. The divine and demonic elixir crafted from such a core is bound to reach its utmost efficacy. In truth, for a high-level alchemist, the likelihood of failure in concocting potions is exceedingly rare, for their spiritual prowess is immensely potent, allowing them to masterfully control the flames and eliminate all impurities from the ingredients, thereby seamlessly merging them into a pill. Xiao Jue has acquired all the high-grade medicinal herbs that the Gamma royal family has collected over the years, ensuring an ample supply of materials. Furthermore, upon learning that Xiao Jue is a Dou Zone powerhouse, Fama graciously provided him with 100 high-grade herbs to honor their wager. Thus, with an abundance of materials at his disposal, concocting a divine and demonic elixir posed no problem for Xiao Jue, even though such a potion holds little significance for him. It might still find utility in his minor endeavors. After settling the 8 tribal leaders, Queen Medusa dispatched Washir to deliver the breaking sect elixir to the 4 elders, while she herself returned to the bamboo grove. Observing Xiao Jue as he diligently refined the potion, she sat quietly, savoring the scene. To the eyes of a supreme being, Xiao Jue's flawless alchemical techniques were indeed a source of aesthetic pleasure. Over the course of a week, Xiao Jue successfully concocted the divine and demonic elixir. As thunderclouds gathered in the sky, it should be noted that aside from the 7th-tier dark attribute magic core, the other ingredients were not particularly rare, and he had utilized a low-grade 7th-tier core. Therefore, despite his exceptional alchemical skills and the aid of the to refine the materials, the quality of the elixir he produced only reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade, failing to ascend to the 8th. Nevertheless, even at the pinnacle of the 7th grade, the potency of the elixir was formidable, presenting a challenge that ordinary Dou Zone powerhouses would struggle to withstand. A flicker of concern crossed Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes as she contemplated summoning the 4 elders to employ the 5 poison Rakshasa seal to assist Xiao Jue against the elixir's thunder. Just then, a figure appeared amidst the thunderclouds. Rather than exhibiting any sign of weakness in the face of the thunder, this figure charged directly into the storm, utilizing the power of the lightning to temper its body. Such a violent energy, even a casual strike, could severely injure an unprepared Dou Zone powerhouse. However, the colossal beast hovering in the sky was none other than the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, now known as Dou Qi, a 7th-tier, high-grade magical beast. With its formidable physique, Dou Qi could harness the elixir's thunder to refine its body, completely merging with the bloodline of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast and absorbing all the energy contained within its magic core. Dou Qi first employed secret techniques to merge with the bloodline of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, thus acquiring its lineage, and subsequently fused the magic core with his Dou crystal, transforming his Dou crystal into a magic core. Presently, Dou Qi could be referred to as a magical beast, yet not a true beast in the conventional sense, for he lacked a corporeal form. Rather than being a beast, Dou Qi could be regarded as a human possessing the pure bloodline of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, akin to Qinglin. However, due to his possession of the magical beast's bloodline and magic core, the concept of a corporeal form became inconsequential, allowing him to remain under Xiao Jue's control. The body of Dou Qi has merged with the bloodline of the celestial poison scorpion dragon beast, encompassing its entire essence. Now, relying solely on his physical prowess, he could likely contend with Jia Xingtian. This is also the purpose behind Xiao Jue's concoction of the divine demon pill. Dou Qi's body cannot withstand the Dan Lei of an 8th grade pill, yet he has endured the Dan Lei of a 7th grade pill and the transformation pill twice already. According to Xiao Jue's understanding, Dou Qi's strength has reached the 7-star Dou Zone level. If he can withstand the Dan Lei of this divine demon pill, he will fully integrate the bloodline of the celestial poison scorpion dragon beast and harness the complete power of that magic core. Based on Xiao Jue's conjecture, Dou Qi's strength could ascend to the pinnacle of Dou Zone, approaching the realm of half-step Dou Zun. Even the venerable elders of the Canaan Academy would surely succumb if faced with him alone. As for the inheritance of the Scorpion Dragon clan, Xiao Jue possesses the complete legacy of the Scorpion Dragon tribe, likely a preference of the beast god. He has acquired the heritage of almost all beast families possessing 7th-tier magical beasts. Boom. Chapter 83, The 7-Colored Sky-Swallowing Python. Dou Qi plunged into the thunderclouds, where the Dan Lei did not strike down, but rather targeted Dou Qi himself. After more than 10 minutes, the thunderclouds dispersed, and Dou Qi gently descended from the sky, landing within a bamboo grove. He had utilized Dou Qi to conjure a robe that he often wore, though this robe was not genuinely existent. It possessed form and color, shielding his body from the damage caused by the Dan Lei that had burned his clothing. "Is that really you, Gu He?" Queen Medusa asked incredulously. She was familiar with Gu He, the foremost alchemist of the Gamma Empire and one of the 10 strongest. Although Gu He had recently become a 7th-grade alchemist, his current aura, unmistakably the presence of a peak Dou zone, left her unfazed by his ascension to Dou Huang. Furthermore, due to his recent breakthrough, the surrounding space flickered subtly, clearly indicating he was on the brink of Dou Zun. Gu He nodded at Queen Medusa without further explanation. Beside him, Xiao Jue held the newly formed divine demon pill, planning to escape. After sealing it within a jade vial, he stood up and stowed away the cauldron. Xiao Jue looked at Gu He, nodding in satisfaction. He had already received feedback about Gu He's condition through the Beastmaster seal, half-step Dou Zun, destined to break through to Dou Zun within a year, becoming an 8th-tier magical beast. Although his physique was human, the perfect fusion of the celestial poison scorpion dragon beast bloodline within him allowed for a temporary transformation into a magical beast form. "Hand me the pill," Xiao Jue instructed Gu He. Gu He presented him with a spatial ring containing a substantial quantity of 5th and 6th grade pills, all of which he had refined over the past few days, intended as gifts for the serpent people. Xiao Jue had already provided ample compensation to his family, the Xiao clan, yet he did not intend to continue aiding the elders, whose potential was limited. He believed that the true rise of the Xiao clan and the Gamma Empire would commence once Xiao Ning and the others returned home. At this moment, Xiao Jue is tasked with unifying the Gamma Empire while simultaneously elevating the Serpent Clan, a force beyond its borders, to become the sovereign of the Beast Mountain Range. Therefore, they will remain in the Tagore Desert for the time being. The elixirs left by Xiao Jue, coupled with the 4 elders of the Serpent Clan who have ascended to the Dozong realm, ensure the safety of their kin. Xiao Jue hands a spatial ring to Queen Medusa, instructing her to distribute it among her people. Gu He departs from the sacred city of the Serpent Clan, returning to the Yunlan sect to await Xiao Jue's arrival. "It is time for your evolution," Xiao Jue declares, producing a scroll which he presents to Queen Medusa. This scroll contains the secret method devised by the beast god, capable of facilitating the evolution of magical beasts. By harnessing the power of the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire, it draws forth the fundamental strength of their bloodline to achieve evolution. Upon receiving the scroll, Queen Medusa's eyes widen in disbelief as she probes its contents with her soul force. "Is this secret truly authentic?" she inquires. Xiao Jue nods. Although the secret methods of her lineage are formidable and he perceives a high success rate, he prefers to place his trust in the beast god. Queen Medusa closes her eyes and transforms into a colossal purple fiery serpent, coiling in front of Xiao Jue. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jue realizes that her fate now lies within his grasp. He places his hand upon her serpentine form, and crimson flames surge from his palm into Queen Medusa's body. Instantly, the massive purple fiery serpent begins to writhe, prompting Xiao Jue to swiftly withdraw while still directing the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire to refine her bloodline. Soaring above the bamboo grove, Xiao Jue observes the thrashing purple fiery serpent below, forming seals with his hands as he continues to channel energy into her. The beast god's secret method bears resemblance to that of Queen Medusa's lineage, both involving the evolution through the absorption of foreign fire. However, unlike the rebirth through flames associated with Medusa's method, the beast god's technique directly purifies the magical beast's bloodline, facilitating evolution. As the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire engulfs her, the essence of Queen Medusa, the purple fiery serpent, gradually manifests hues of color, ultimately contracting into a vibrant, multicolored serpent egg. Xiao Jue descends from the sky, gazing at the colorful egg with a sigh of relief. He had underestimated Queen Medusa, yet fortunately, the legacy of the beast god proved reliable, culminating in her successful evolution. As Xiao Jue lands, a fissure appears on the surface of the multicolored serpent egg, which subsequently shatters. The once clear sky darkens abruptly, as ominous clouds gather, seemingly from nowhere, enveloping the heavens. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberates, illuminating the world as a colossal silver lightning bolt descends from the clouds, striking the serpent egg. The egg radiates vibrant colors, absorbing the lightning that crashes upon it, merging seamlessly into its luminous aura. The storm clouds in the sky continue to churn, while the colorful radiance gradually transforms into a vibrant serpent. Its entire body is adorned with delicate, multicolored scales, and its faintly lavender eyes exude an enigmatic allure, surrounded by an unusual, refreshing fragrance that envelopes its form. Although it currently manifests only as a serpent, it radiates an air of elegance and nobility. This magnificent creature, resplendent in hues of the rainbow, with its slightly purple eyes and fragrant body, possesses an immense power that seems to reach the heavens. Before us lies the legendary rainbow-devouring python, which also serves as the new vessel for Queen Medusa. The rainbow-devouring python ascends toward the storm clouds above, its body aglow with brilliance, ultimately transforming into a lengthy serpent, emanating an exotic aroma. Has it returned to its true form? Xiao Jue observes the majestic Medusa as her colossal frame appears poised to obscure the entire sky above the bamboo grove. The rainbow-devouring python quivers its grand body and charges boldly toward the accumulating storm clouds. In an astonishing moment, the formidable lightning tribulation, capable of gravely injuring Dou Qi experts, is devoured whole by Queen Medusa, who, after consuming the lightning, morphs once more and descends beside Xiao Jue. A 5-star Dou Qi, quite impressive, Xiao Jue nods in satisfaction. The evolution of Queen Medusa from a 1-star Dou Qi has elevated her power by 4 stars, and her soul realm has reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. While this transformation results from the complete fusion of Queen Medusa and the purple phantom flame serpent, awakening the bloodline of the rainbow-devouring python within, had it been a direct evolution from the peak of Dou Huang, Queen Medusa would now only attain a 3-star Dou Qi at most. Shouldn't she express gratitude to her master? Medusa, leaning seductively against Xiao Jue, coyly remarks. Chapter 84. Return to the imperial capital. A smile plays on Xiao Jue's lips as he dissipates the colorful robe woven from Dou Qi that adorned Queen Medusa. Her violet gaze, filled with enchantment, locks onto Xiao Jue as she playfully falls back, both tumbling into a small pool nestled within the bamboo grove. However, Queen Medusa miscalculated this time. Despite being in an unfamiliar battleground, the icy waters of the pool are not conducive to Xiao Jue's performance. The extreme chill invigorates both. And soon enough, Xiao Jue realizes he feels as if he is freezing solid, his expression freezing in place, before he leaps from the pool in a frenzy. Once he employs the to regain his combat strength, Xiao Jue glares fiercely at Queen Medusa, feeling the weight of anxiety she has caused him. He knows he must impose a fitting punishment upon her. With this thought, he retrieves a medicinal pill and consumes it, determined to impart a profound lesson to Queen Medusa. This marks his second use of such a pill, aside from the previous encounter with Xiao Yixian and Xiao Yu. Originally heated by the and now further intensified by the pill, Xiao Jue feels as solid as iron. For Queen Medusa, combined with the icy waters of the pool, it is a clash of ice and fire. However, the icy waters soon help to cool Xiao Jue down, eliminating the duality of extremes. Yet, as he faces Queen Medusa, he begins to sense that he might not be the equal of the rainbow-devouring python. Her ability to absorb power is overwhelming, and even after taking the medicinal pill, Xiao Jue finds himself at a disadvantage. What rainbow-devouring python? I think it would be more aptly named the rainbow-devouring serpent. Unable to withstand the might of Queen Medusa, Xiao Jue found himself consumed by impotent fury after a day of relentless struggle. Subsequently, the two of them sought an audience with the 4 elders of the Serpent clan to bid farewell. Thereafter, Queen Medusa left behind an energy form and departed the sacred city of the Serpent clan alongside Xiao Jue. The energy form she left was tasked with managing the affairs of the Serpent clan, while the 4 elders would handle matters of combat. As long as the energy form remained inactive, no one would be aware of her departure. The combined secret techniques employed by the 4 elders, each possessing the strength of a 1-star Dou Qi, would suffice to deter any threats unless a mid-tier Dou Qi descended upon the Serpent clan, thus negating the need for Queen Medusa's intervention. The energy form she left behind was potent enough to unleash a full-force strike equivalent to that of a 5-star Dou Qi, and the attack from the 7-colored devouring serpent could easily obliterate even the likes of Xingtian. Having reached the pinnacle of Dou Huang, Xiao Jue's speed was markedly different from his previous journey to the Tagar Desert, as he returned to the imperial capital in just 3 days. Gently stroking the 7-colored serpent coiled around his arm, he soared towards the palace. Queen Medusa had succumbed to slumber, immersed in the cultivation of the 7-colored devouring serpent's legacy and the refinement of the celestial-ranked techniques associated with it. Undoubtedly, these teachings were bestowed by the beast god, now serving as Xiao Jue's second most valuable asset after the system. Without making an effort to conceal his presence, Xiao Jue headed straight to the imperial study upon his arrival at the palace, recalling the time he had occupied the throne. Regret washed over him for not having taken the throne during his visit to the Serpent clan's palace, allowing Queen Medusa to perform before him. Upon entering the palace, the first person he encountered was Yao Yi, the current empress of the Jaimar Empire, adorned in royal attire as she attended to state affairs. Although the royal family's status was not exceedingly high, the military remained firmly under their control, thereby ensuring that all practitioners below the rank of Dou Huang were nominally subject to the royal family. Those above Dou Wang were classified among the empire's 10 strongest, divided between the royal family and the Yunlin sect. You have returned? Yao Yi looked up, her face brightening with a smile upon seeing Xiao Jue standing before her. Rising to her feet, she rushed into his embrace. Xiao Jue smiled and held her close, reflecting on his absence from the imperial capital for over 4 months. Coupled with the days spent in the capital, his next opportunity for a lottery draw was merely days away, with his year-long leave dwindling to just over 4 months. He had 8 months remaining until the 3-year agreement with Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran. When Xiao Jue departed the capital, Nalan Yinran's strength was at 4-star Dou Qi. Over the course of 8 months, even with the aid of medicinal pills, she could only hope to reach 8-star Dou Qi. Thus, Xiao Jue contemplated a specific pill that could assist Nalan Yinran in enhancing her strength, the purple crystal pill. This 5th-grade pill required the purple spirit crystal from the adult purple crystal winged lion, along with a variety of other medicinal ingredients. The purple crystal pill was not particularly favored among 5th-grade pills, as fully grown purple crystal winged lions were typically at least 5th-tier magical beasts, with some even reaching the 6th or 7th tiers. Obtaining the purple spirit crystal is inherently challenging, and only formidable factions devoted to nurturing their successors would solicit the crafting of such elixirs. The efficacy of the purple crystal pill is not particularly formidable. It merely assists in the condensation of the Dou crystal, facilitating a breakthrough to the Great Dou Master level. Even with a guaranteed success in this transition, other alchemists prefer to concoct the 3-pattern green spirit pill, a 4th-grade elixir. However, the sole advantage of the purple crystal pill lies in its ability to allow any high-ranking Dou Master to directly harness its energy to transcend to the Great Dou Master realm. Even a 7-star Dou Master, upon refining a single purple crystal pill, could emerge as a 1-star Great Dou Master. In the original narrative, Gui mistakenly believed that once Nalan Yinran became a Great Dou Master, her victory over Xiao Yan was assured. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Yan would also ascend to the Great Dou Master rank, armed with the Earth-tier Dou technique, flame-splitting wave ruler. Xiao Jue intended to concoct a purple crystal pill for Nalan Yinran, and subsequently prepare 3-pattern green spirit pills, purple heart barrier breaking pills, and other solidifying Dou Qi elixirs to ensure her triumph over Xiao Yan. However, the person in Xiao Jue's embrace was not Nalan Yinran, but Yao Yi. Through the beast control seal, Xiao Jue conveyed a message to Gu He, requesting him to invite Yun Yun to seek the purple crystal wing lion king, the sovereign of the eastern region of the monster beast mountain range. After spending some time in the palace with Yao Yi, approximately 2 hours later, Xiao Jue left her some elixirs and a high-level earth-tier rock attribute technique before proceeding to the harem. Presently, in this vast harem, aside from a few former empresses, only a handful of maidens and some princesses remained. Xiao Jue made his way toward Yao Yu's palace, where Gu He was engaged in the concoction of a batch of elixirs, intending to seek out Yun Yun once successful, to request her assistance in locating the purple crystal wing lion king. After Yun Yun departed from the Yunlin sect, Gu He would notify Xiao Jue. Thus Xiao Jue planned to linger in the palace for another day or two, as even with Gu He's prowess, crafting 7th-grade advanced elixirs would demand considerable time. Chapter 85. The strongest student of the outer court, Yao Yu was not focused on alchemy this time, but rather instructing Qing Lin in her cultivation. Xiao Jue could easily perceive that the previously powerless Qing Lin had now attained a measure of Dou Qi strength. Xiao Jue smirked. Indeed, it was only through becoming the serpent girl that Qing Lin could truly grow formidable. He commanded, via the beast control seal, the Flame Lion King, now a 5th-tier magical beast exerting its dominance in the monster beast mountain range, to assist in identifying the territories of powerful serpentine magical beasts. Teacher? Yao Yu raised her head, delighted to see Xiao Jue appear in her palace. Have you been diligent in your training during this time? Xiao Jue inquired with a gentle touch to her head. Yes. Yue has already become a 6-star Dou Master, Yao Yu nodded. Previously, she had been a 1-star Dou Master, but with the ample elixirs and the revised techniques provided by Xiao Jue, she had managed to break through to 5 stars within 4 months. Xiao Jue rolled his eyes and lightly tapped her head, saying, I was referring to your alchemical skills. Yao Yu huffed playfully, responding, Teacher, I had just become a 3rd-grade alchemist before you left. It has only been 4 months. What significant breakthroughs could I possibly achieve? Xiao Jue nodded and produced a scroll, which he presented to Yao Yu. This scroll contained his insights on the refinement of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-grade elixirs, which could undoubtedly elevate Yao Yu's skills as an alchemist. With the aid of the primal fire of myriad beasts, Yao Yu would be granted the qualification to become a 4th-grade alchemist. However, the challenge lay in her soul perception. Although her ability was commendable, in Xiao Jue's estimation, it barely reached the initial stage of the mortal realm, nearing its midpoint. To truly ascend to the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist, Xiao Yu needed to possess soul power at the mid-stage of the mortal realm, while to attain the status of a sixth-grade alchemist, one required soul power at the latter stage of the mortal realm. According to Xiao Jue's calculations, once Xiao Yu achieved the strength of a great Dou master, she would likely possess soul power at the mid-stage of the mortal realm. Thus, following their expedition to the Monster Mountain range, Xiao Jue intended to procure a purple spirit crystal to concoct a purple crystal pill for Xiao Yu. Master, why do you lack experience in refining fourth-grade elixirs? Xiao Yu inquired, her large eyes glimmering with eagerness as she gazed at Xiao Jue. If she could acquire his knowledge of fourth-grade elixir refinement, she might well become a genuine fourth-grade alchemist within a fortnight. Xiao Jue rolled his eyes and replied, first learn to walk before you aspire to fly. Once you have mastered the majority of third-grade elixirs, I shall then instruct you on crafting some fourth-grade ones. My lord, you have returned. The conversation between Xiao Jue and Xiao Yu interrupted Qing Lin's meditative state, yet the young girl showed no signs of annoyance. Instead, she excitedly leaped into Xiao Jue's embrace. However, she immediately trembled, her arms loosening as she fell to the ground, a hint of fear in her voice as she remarked, your aura is even more formidable than that of my grandfather. Xiao Jue understood that Qing Lin had sensed the presence of Queen Medusa. As a Douzong expert, it was only natural for her to feel trepidation in the face of such a powerful being. As for her comparison to her grandfather, she likely referred to Jia Xingtian, for Queen Medusa was indeed far superior. After all, the energy form she had condensed could likely vanquish Jia Xingtian. Qing Lin, you may continue to address me as your master, Xiao Jue said, envisioning her donning a maid's attire. Qing Lin nodded her small head but remained seated, fearfully regarding Xiao Jue. With a hint of helplessness, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal the colorful little snake coiled around his arm and reassured her. Do not be afraid, she will not harm you. Seeing the seven-colored sky-devouring python remain still on Xiao Jue's arm, Qing Lin felt a sense of relief. Cautiously, she stood up and approached, gazing at the vibrant serpent entwined around his arm. After observing for a while, she still felt a twinge of fear, so she took a step back. Xiao Jue chuckled, unfazed, and turned to Xiao Yu, saying, now that you are a third-grade alchemist and possess the primal fire of myriad beasts, you should be capable of refining some spiritual liquids for medicinal baths. The difficulty of crafting similar-grade spiritual liquids is significantly lower than that of elixirs, so I entrust Qing Lin's care to you. Xiao Yu glanced at her unremarkable chest, nodded confidently, and assured Xiao Jue, rest assured, master, I will ensure Qing Lin flourishes. Xiao Jue's lips involuntarily twitched as she nodded, refraining from engaging in an argument with Xiao Yu. After offering a few words of comfort, she departed from Xiao Yu's palace. Upon leaving the imperial palace, Xiao Jue made her way to the middle family, where she encountered the current matriarch, Yefei, clad in a red qipao and draped in a fur coat. Yefei stood at the balcony of the second floor, and the moment Xiao Jue entered the middle auction house, her gaze fell upon her. Yefei was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile as she descended the stairs and approached Xiao Jue, playfully saying, you still remember to visit me? Xiao Jue embraced Yefei, replying, I just returned from the Tagore Desert, which is why I've been away from the capital for a while. Yefei teasingly licked Xiao Jue's earlobe with her tiny tongue and whispered, if you keep me well fed, I shall forgive you. With Nalan Yinran at Yunlan's sect, Xiao Jue visited the Nalan family before heading straight back to the imperial palace to guide Xiao Yu in her alchemical studies. Xiao Yu's combat prowess did not require Xiao Jue's instruction. She was currently cultivating an earth-tier technique, and with her innate talent, it was likely that upon Xiao Jue's return from the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yu would have advanced from a 6-star Dou master to a 7-star Dou master. At that point, consuming a purple crystal pill would elevate her to a 4-star Great Dou master. Naturally, considering the formula for the purple crystal pill, Xiao Jue could not possibly limit herself to concocting just one. Defeating the purple crystal winged Lion King would pose little challenge for Xiao Jue. Thus, she anticipated acquiring a substantial amount of purple spirit crystals to craft a pill for all her beloved companions, including those below Great Dou Master level. As for those yet to reach the advanced Dou Master tier, they could be saved for later, as 5th-grade pills would remain potent for decades. Meanwhile, at the outer court of Canaan Academy, Xiao Yan, having refined the bone spirit cold fire, had ascended to become the strongest in the outer court. Many from the previous cohort had already entered the inner court, leaving behind only the strongest, a mere remnant for Xiao Yan's woman, Bai Shan. Having resumed practicing the burning decision and refined the bone spirit cold fire, Xiao Yan now possessed the prowess of a great Dou master. And the burning decision had evolved into a high-level mystical technique. The immense energy contained within the bone spirit cold fire was beyond Xiao Yan's complete absorption, with the excess energy being absorbed by Yao Chun, thereby restoring some of his strength. Although Yao Chun was originally the master of the bone spirit cold fire, his refinement merely involved cultivating the fire seed into the nailing. Even in death, Yao Chen's connection to the bone spirit cold fire ensured that its energy remained abundant, even surpassing what it was when he initially refined it. Thus, after thoroughly refining the bone spirit cold fire through the burning decision, Xiao Yan could naturally harness its energy as the technique evolved. Now, having triumphed over Bai Shan, Xiao Yan stood as the strongest student in the outer court of Canaan Academy, gazing towards the direction of the Gamma Empire, contemplating. Nalan Yinran, you are destined to fall into my hands in our 3-year agreement. Moreover, in 3 to 4 months, you shall arrive at Canaan Academy. I wonder if you, who snatched away the title of the foremost genius of the Xiao family from my grasp, will be able to claim the identity of the strongest student in the outer court of Canaan Academy from me. Presently, Xiao Jue is aware of Xiao Yan's aspirations and would likely laugh heartily, demonstrating his disdain for Xiao Yan. However, the current Xiao Jue gazes warily at the elderly woman who has suddenly appeared within the imperial palace of the Jiamat Empire. A high-ranking Dou Zong appears in the Jiamat Empire. What could her intentions be? Chapter 86, The Heavenly Serpent Mansion. The old woman regarded Xiao Jue with unrestrained joy, exclaiming, "Young friend, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions." Rather than being elated by Xiao Jue, it was more accurate to say that she felt the exuberance emanating from the Medusa Queen upon sensing the presence of Xiao Jue's wrist. Xiao Jue's expression turned grave as he respectfully clasped his hands before the old woman, saying, "Xiao Jue pays his respects to the esteemed elder." The old woman nodded and introduced herself. "I am Qing Xian, the 4th elder of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion." Before Xiao Jue could respond, she continued, "Within the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, powerful beings have discerned the emergence of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong in the Jiamat Empire, and I have come with the purpose of seeking her. However, I have sensed the aura of the Supreme Serpent bloodline and hope that you might entrust it to me." On the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, Dou Qi wielded the Scorpion Dragon's toxic flame, rapidly incinerating the medicinal herbs to ashes. He unfurled a pair of dark purple dragon wings, each nearly 10 meters in span, and soared toward the holy city of Jiamat. Xiao Jue looked at Elder Qing Xian and remarked, "Elder Qing Xian cannot be jesting. Although the Bai Shi San Hua Tong is regarded as the sacred eye of the Serpent Clan, and I possess the supreme magical beast of the Serpent Clan, the Soul Palace should not fear your Heavenly Serpent Mansion." Elder Qing Xian, initially filled with anger, was suddenly overtaken by terror at the mention of the Soul Palace. While others may be unaware, as the 4th elder of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion and a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Serpent Empire, she could not possibly be ignorant of the might of this force. At that moment, the presence of so many Dou Zong experts suddenly appearing in the Jiamat Empire began to make sense to her. She inquired of Xiao Jue, "Are you affiliated with the Soul Palace?" Xiao Jue produced a blood-red token emblazoned with the character for soul, a token bestowed upon Dou Qi by a significant figure within the Soul Palace. Based on Dou Qi's introduction, Xiao Jue could surmise the identity of this influential figure, the Blood River sovereign of the 4 heavenly monarchs of the Soul Palace. The blood-red token? Elder Qing Xian furrowed her brow, but before she could ponder further, she noticed 3 powerful figures appearing outside the palace. Sensing Elder Qing Xian's arrival in the Jiamat Empire, Xiao Jue had deliberately lured her to this desolate and uninhabited cold palace. With the appearance of these 3 strong figures outside the palace, Elder Qing Xian realized she had fallen into an ambush. A flicker of disdain passed through her dark green pupils as she reached out to seize Xiao Jue. "Impudent!" Xiao Jue shouted, secretly unleashing the roar of the mad lion. Elder Qing Xian's identity was that of a serpentine magical beast, a high-level 7th-tier beast, and typically, the soul power of magical beasts is rather weak. Even as a high-level 7th-tier magical beast, Elder Qing Xian's soul power barely reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. In the face of Xiao Jue's roar of the mad lion, despite her profound Dou Qi cultivation, she faltered for a brief moment. In that fleeting moment, it was already sufficient. Dou Qi swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Jue, shielding him from Elder Qing Xian's assault. Meanwhile, Yun Shan, Jia Xing Tian, and Dou Qi formed a triangular formation, encircling Elder Qing Xian. Yun Shan, ever the opportunist, remarked, "Jia Xing Tian, do not forget to express your gratitude to my Yunlan sect once your objectives are achieved." Although taken aback by Yun Shan's unexpected demeanor, Jia Xing Tian could hardly refuse his goodwill and responded with a smile. Yun Shan's overtures toward Jia Xing Tian stemmed from several motives. Firstly, Xiao Jue had instructed Yao Yi to withdraw the forces stationed at the foot of Yunlan Sect's mountain, a fact Jia Xing Tian remained blissfully unaware of during his seclusion. Secondly, it was due to Dou Qi, who had alleviated the residual complications left by the protective law of the Soul Palace on Yun Shan's soul and had informed him of his allegiance to Xiao Jue. Thus, it became apparent that Gu He was superior to Yun Shan. Furthermore, upon Gu He's return from the Soul Palace, he had aided Yun Shan in dispelling the remnants of their past entanglements. With aspirations of revitalizing the Yunlan sect, Yun Shan, persuaded by Gu He, resolved to mend ties with the Jiama Empire. However, Jiaxing Tian remained oblivious to these intricacies, still perceiving Gu He as an immensely powerful ally. With the combined strength of two Dozong experts alongside the goodwill Xiao Jue bore towards Gu He, it was understandable that Yun Shan was willing to make the first move towards reconciliation. Damn it! Elder Qing Xian cursed under her breath as she summoned a soul jade slip, shattering it in her grasp. She aimed for a swift resolution, intent on inflicting severe injury upon her opponents. Scorpion Dragon Sting, Gu He declared, dark purple flames igniting around him, emanating an aura rivaling that of a Dozong. Although Elder Qing Xian was a high-ranking Dozong, her prowess merely reached the 7-star Dozong level, and her physical form could not match the might of Gu He's heavenly poisonous scorpion dragon beast. In terms of momentum, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. She cast a glance at Jiaxing Tian and Yun Shan, one a 1-star Dozong, the other a 2-star Dozong, and a smirk of disdain crossed her lips. A surge of green light enveloped her as she transformed into a colossal azure python. Hissing, Elder Qing Xian flicked her tongue, her serpentine tail poised to strike at Jiaxing Tian. Opting for the easier target, she preferred to eliminate him first rather than contend with Gu He, who was clearly her superior. Damn it! Jiaxing Tian muttered in frustration, employing a swift movement technique to evade the impending strike. However, Elder Qing Xian's 7-star Dozong prowess dwarfed his own, rendering his evasion impossible. Ultimately, he had no choice but to activate a defensive technique, hoping to withstand her onslaught. Bold and reckless fiend, Xiao Jue bellowed, momentarily impeding Elder Qing Xian's speed. He felt a surge of relief as the effects of the frenzied lion's roar took hold. Had it not been for this intervention, Jiaxing Tian would have faced grievous injuries from the blow. Scorpion Dragon Sting. Gu He's cheerful voice resonated in Elder Qing Xian's ears as he transformed into a towering heavenly poisonous scorpion dragon beast, its tail piercing into the vital point of Elder Qing Xian. As a consequence of her assault on Jiaxing Tian, she too would endure the onslaught from Gu He and his companions. Yet, as a high tier would attribute magical beast, she remained confident in her ability to withstand Gu He's strike. However, it must be said that Elder Qing Xian has overestimated himself. The scorpion, being one of the 5 poisons, possesses a potent toxicity. As for the celestial poison scorpion beast of the Scorpion Dragon clan, its venom is unparalleled. Even a formidable Dozong would find it exceedingly troublesome to endure the poison unleashed by Gu He. Now, however, Elder Qing Xian has been pierced in the heart by Gu He's scorpion tail and has collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless to condense his Dou Qi. A 7th-tier advanced magical beast, at this moment, finds itself awaiting death. Yet, this cannot solely be attributed to Elder Qing Xuan's misplaced confidence. It is also a testament to the overwhelming strength of Xiao Jue and Gu He. Indeed, had Xiao Jue not executed the lion's roar, and concurrently, Gu He not disrupted Elder Qing Xian with his soul power, the scorpion tail would never have reached Elder Qing Xian's heart. Had he avoided such a fatal strike, perhaps Elder Qing Xian could have held on until reinforcements from the heavenly serpent manor arrived. Gu He reverted to his human form, managing to control the toxins within Elder Qing Xian's body without expelling them, thereby preserving her life. Yet, she remained utterly drained, unable to summon her Dou Qi. In Chapter 87, Elder Qing Xian, Xiao Jue squatted before her colossal head, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Congratulations, you have successfully earned the right to follow me." Fear flickered in Elder Qing Xuan's eyes, yet she could only watch as Xiao Jue formed the character for slave in his palm and pressed it to her forehead. Xiao Jue exchanged a glance with Gu He, who nodded in understanding. He extracted the poison from within Elder Qing Xian, while Xiao Jue produced a primordial bone refinement pill, administering it to her to heal her injuries. Elder Qing Xian's massive serpentine form then transformed back into human shape, retaining the appearance of the old crone. She respectfully addressed Xiao Jue, saying, "I, Qing Xian, pay my respects to you, my lord." Xiao Jue nodded, while Yun Shan and Jiaxing Tian observed in terror. Yun Shan even began to surmise certain truths, yet dared not voice them. Instead, he mirrored Jiaxing Tian's apprehensive gaze toward Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue noticed a flicker of unease in Yun Shan, but recognized his intelligence. Thus, he chose not to dismiss him. Without uttering a word, Xiao Jue established a contract through the Beastmaster seal, assigning a task to Elder Qing Xian. He then presented her with 2 jade vials containing 3 primordial bone refinement pills and 1 transformation pill. Elder Qing Xian respectfully accepted the vials, storing them in her spatial ring. After all, She was a 7th-tier advanced magical beast, and it was prudent for Xiao Jue to provide her with a few pills. As for the pills for Qinglin, Xiao Jue decided he would deliver them at the appropriate time. Truthfully, he was reluctant to do so, but the Heavenly Serpent Manor had already dispatched Elder Qingxian, one of their 4 elders. Once Elder Qingxian shattered the Soul Jade slip, it would not be long before a Dozuan from the Heavenly Serpent Manor made an appearance. Thus, Xiao Jue resolved to send Qinglin to the Heavenly Serpent Manor. He glanced at the others, nodded at Jia Xingtian and Yunshan, and then hurriedly departed. Dou Qi, taking Xiao Jue's place, expressed, "Thank you, Elder Jia and Old Sect Master, for your timely assistance. We shall handle the matters that follow. If you have no further business, you may take your leave." Jia Xingtian and Yunshan exchanged a glance, ultimately deciding to depart together, unwilling to linger any longer in that place. Jia Xingtian felt his own inadequacy, fearing that continued participation might lead to his untimely demise. Conversely, Yunshan sensed he had acquired too much knowledge, even without Ancient River's prompting. He sought an excuse to leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Jue arrived at the palace of Yao Yu, where upon entering, he directly interrupted Qinglin's cultivation. Qinglin opened her eyes, momentarily bewildered, but upon seeing Xiao Jue, her expression transformed into one of sheer delight as she embraced him, nuzzling against him. "Master," she exclaimed. Xiao Jue returned her embrace, gently caressing her face, and said, "Qinglin, I have a task to entrust to you." Noticing the seriousness etched on Xiao Jue's face, Qinglin's expression shifted to one of earnestness as she nodded and inquired, "What does Master require of me?" Xiao Jue presented her with a spatial ring, placing it on her hand, and explained, "Within this ring, you will find a 3rd-grade Qi condensation pill, a 4th-grade 3-pattern Qingling pill, 2 4th-grade purple heart barrier breaking pills, a 5th-grade nirvana pill, 5 5th-grade recovery pills, 5 6th-grade primordial bone sculpting pills, a 6th-grade spirit fighting pill, a 6th-grade sovereign pill, a 6th-grade sect breaking pill, a 6th-grade Qing Ming longevity pill, and a 7th-grade shapeshifting pill." These were all elixirs Xiao Jue had painstakingly crafted during his leisure hours, nearly depleting his reserves. Among his remaining potions, he possessed only 7 or 8 recovery pills of the 5th grade. While there were still over 10 Qing Ming longevity pills of the 6th grade, the rest were 7th grade potions. Qinglin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why her master would bestow upon her such an abundance of elixirs. Xiao Jue continued, "You will soon journey to a place known as the Tianxi Mansion, where you shall become the Saintess of Tianxi. Elder Qingxian will be your sole trusted ally there, aside from those controlled by Shi San Huatong. You may seek her out for any matters you encounter." "What is the Shi San Huatong?" Qinglin asked, puzzled. Xiao Jue affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "You will learn in due time. Keep these elixirs safe, do not share them with others. As for the cultivation techniques, you will acquire them upon your arrival at Tianxi Mansion, where they will spare no effort in nurturing you." Qinglin, though somewhat understanding, soon found tears welling in her eyes as she cried, "Does this mean Master will no longer want Qinglin?" Xiao Jue embraced the girl, comforting her. "How could I ever abandon you? Qinglin, Tianxi Mansion is merely the most suitable place for you. As a premier force controlling the Tianxi Empire in the northwest continent, Tianxi Mansion lacked for nothing but serpents. Thus, Qinglin would receive the finest training there." Xiao Jue's connection to Elder Qingxian was also intended to ensure Qinglin's care within Tianxi Mansion while strategically placing a piece on the board. Yet, Qinglin only wished to remain by her master's side. "I only want to be with you," she sobbed. Xiao Jue, unfazed by her tears, held her close and softly declared, "Be good, Qinglin. I will never forsake you. I promise to visit you within 3 years. Must I really go?" The girl asked Xiao Jue, seeking reassurance. Xiao Jue found himself at a loss for words, opting instead for silence. Qinglin wept softly in his embrace, and after a moment, she murmured, "If it would assist my master, I am willing to go to the Heavenly Serpent Manor." A smile graced Xiao Jue's face. Though not deeply moved, he felt a certain stirring within him, prompting his tone to soften considerably. "If anything arises, inform Elder Qingxian, and my master shall be the first to know and will find a way to assist you." At that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped the palace. Xiao Jue grasped Qinglin's hand and stepped outside, where she whispered, "It is even more fearsome than the little serpent on your arm." Upon exiting, Xiao Jue looked up at the sky, where a middle-aged man stood, exuding authority, his hair jet black and his eyes a peculiar gray, adorned with strange patterns. "Elder Qingxian, what has transpired that you shattered the soul jade given to you?" the middle-aged man inquired, listening to Xiao Jue's words conveyed through the Beastmaster seal. Elder Qingxian respectfully replied, "My lord, I have indeed located the master of the Shi San Huatong. However, the Gamma Empire possesses 2 8th-grade alchemists. as well as a token from the Blood River Sovereign who has already joined the Soul Hall. The Heavenly Serpent Sovereign's expression shifted slightly as he asked Elder Qing Xian, "What is the stance of those two 8th-grade alchemists towards our Heavenly Serpent Manor?" Elder Qing Xian hastily responded, "One of the 8th-grade alchemists wields and is suspected to be from Zhongzhou, while the other possesses the bloodline of the Heavenly Poison Scorpion Dragon Beast and has achieved half-step Dozong strength, earning the favor of the Blood River Sovereign." Chapter 88, The Heavenly Serpent Sovereign. Dou Qi flew over from another palace and stood beside Xiao Jue, his gaze unwavering as he faced the Heavenly Serpent Sovereign above. Although his strength was merely at half-step Dozong, his status as a quasi-8th-grade alchemist garnered considerable attention from the Blood River Sovereign, who had provided him with a spatial jade slip. As for the 8th-grade alchemist mentioned by Elder Qing Xian, that was a statement instigated by Xiao Jue. And regardless of how the Heavenly Serpent Sovereign perceived it, he would not suspect his own elder of deceit. The Heavenly Serpent Sovereign nodded, his gaze shifting to Xiao Jue and the others. He first regarded Qing Lin, a smile gracing his features as he declared, with the emergence of the Holy Eye, "The Heavenly Serpent Manor is destined to dominate the entire Northwest continent." Subsequently, he turned his attention to Dou Qi, pausing briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. However, when his gaze fell upon Xiao Jue, he was momentarily taken aback. "Peak Dowang, 8th-grade alchemist?" The Heavenly Serpent Sovereign questioned the veracity of Elder Qing Xian's claims, but found himself bereft of evidence. Yet, before he could fully regain his composure, his pupils constricted in shock. Supreme magical beast bloodline. Xiao Jue tightened his grip on the Blood River Sovereign's token. Should the Heavenly Serpent Sovereign wish to take Qing Lin away, he might allow her to join the Heavenly Serpent Manor, but if the Sovereign intended to abduct Queen Medusa, Xiao Jue would not hesitate to align himself with the Soul Hall. The Heavenly Serpent Sovereign scrutinized Xiao Jue for a while longer, ultimately unable to ascertain the authenticity of Xiao Jue's status as an 8th-grade alchemist. For indeed, Xiao Jue's soul aura was that of the spirit realm, and he possessed. Even if he were not an 8th-grade alchemist, he was certainly a quasi-8th-grade alchemist. "Your Excellency." The Venerable Heavenly Serpent paused momentarily before continuing. "The Heavenly Serpent has encountered both esteemed masters. Indeed, they are 8th-tier alchemists, deserving of utmost respect even from the formidable Heavenly Serpent, the master of the Heavenly Serpent Manor." The Venerable Heavenly Serpent descended gracefully from the air, bowing slightly to the two individuals, and proclaimed, "I am the master of the Heavenly Serpent Manor." Xiao Jue nodded in acknowledgement, introducing himself. "I am Xiao Jue. This is Dou Qi from the Soul Palace." The eyes of the Heavenly Serpent brightened with interest as he inquired, "Has Master Xiao Jue yet affiliated himself with any power?" Xiao Jue shook his head, while the timid Qing Lin peeked from behind him, exposing merely a portion of her little head as she curiously observed the Heavenly Serpent. The Venerable Heavenly Serpent expressed his delight. Might Master Xiao Jue be interested in becoming a patron of the Heavenly Serpent Manor? All resources of the manor would be at your disposal. Xiao Jue respectfully declined, stating, "The purpose of your visit, Venerable Heavenly Serpent, concerns Qing Lin. I can facilitate her joining the Heavenly Serpent Manor as its saintess." The Heavenly Serpent's gaze turned toward the girl peeking from behind Xiao Jue, his diamond-shaped pupils contracting sharply. 3 serpentine strands of energy swiftly danced within his eyes, revealing the use of a mysterious ocular technique. "Indeed, it is the 3 flower eyes of the Azure Serpent," he exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Jue felt a wave of relief, understanding that the Venerable Heavenly Serpent was perceptive enough not to force his hand into joining the Soul Palace. "Qing Lin, the Venerable Heavenly Serpent shall henceforth be your mentor," Xiao Jue declared. Given that the Heavenly Serpent Manor had never mistreated Qing Lin in the original narrative, Xiao Jue harbored no ill will toward the manor. After all, it was merely an opportunity for Qing Lin to gain experience. Qing Lin obediently acknowledged, and Elder Qing Xian, standing behind the Heavenly Serpent, spoke up. "Master, shall I escort the saintess back to the manor for preparations?" As Qing Lin had yet to formally become the disciple of the Heavenly Serpent, the Venerable One intended for her to return to the manor before accepting her as a student and making her the saintess. Upon Elder Qing Xian's suggestion, Xiao Jue addressed the girl. "Qing Lin, this is Elder Qing Xian. You should accompany her back to the Heavenly Serpent Manor." The Venerable Heavenly Serpent, momentarily taken aback, cast a wistful glance at Xiao Jue before hastily responding, "No matter, I also intend to return to the manor and shall not impose further on Master Xiao Jue. Consider this item a token of our meeting." The Venerable Heavenly Serpent presented a small wooden box to Xiao Jue, sealed with battle energy, indicating that its contents were undoubtedly extraordinary. The moment Xiao Jue accepted the box, the Heavenly Serpent extended his regards to both Xiao Jue and Dou Qi before turning, leading Elder Qing Xian and Qing Lin away. Xiao Jue watched Qing Lin's departing figure, a sigh escaping his lips. The little maid had departed for the heavenly serpent manor. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, there was little he could do. His gaze shifted to the wooden box in his hands, a gesture of compensation from the venerable heavenly serpent. However, compensation seemed a misnomer. Gift would be far more fitting. While Qinglin would join the heavenly serpent manor, her bond with Xiao Jue would remain unchanged, allowing the manor to draw closer to him through Qinglin. Xiao Jue handed the wooden box to Dou Qi, knowing that the seal placed by the venerable heavenly serpent was beyond his ability to unravel. Dou Qi took the wooden box, breaking the seal atop it before opening it. A brilliant and dazzling white light erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble faintly due to the terrifying energy within. Xiao Jue even felt a piercing chill through the white radiance. Dou Qi deduced an 8th-tier ice attribute magic core. As he spoke, he closed the box once more, this time employing his soul power to seal it, ensuring that Xiao Jue could open it and that the aura of the magic core would not leak out before handing it over to Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue tossed the box in his hand, suddenly recalling something. He turned to Dou Qi and inquired, "Can you acquire the corpse and soul of a Dou Zun from the Soul Palace?" Dou Qi pondered for a moment and replied, "If I become an 8th-tier alchemist, it would certainly be possible." Xiao Jue nodded and shifted the topic, asking, "Where is Yun Yun now?" "At the Yunlan sect, guiding Nailin Yanran in her training." A smile crept onto Xiao Jue's lips as he addressed Dou Qi. "Then it is settled. You shall go to the Yunlan sect and have Yun Yun search for the purple spirit crystal. Be sure to delay Yunshan." Dou Qi nodded and departed, while Xiao Jue turned and took his leave after exchanging pleasantries with Jia Xingtian and others. He exited the palace, leaving the imperial capital, and flew towards the Beast Mountain Range. Xiao Jue understood that the Beast Mountain Range was not solely dominated by the purple crystal-winged Lion King. It also housed 6 6th-tier magical beasts comparable to Dou Huang's, along with a formidable 7th-tier magical beast. The purple crystal-winged Lion King ruled the eastern part of the Beast Mountain Range, while in the northern region, near the Outcloud Empire, there were 2 6th-tier magical beasts. Due to their nature of mutual devouring, the 6th-tier beasts in the northern region were more prevalent than those in the east. Deep within the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, it was rumored that a 7th-tier magical beast lay hidden, although no one had ever seen it. Its existence was assured by a powerful beast that had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Roar! The Flame Lion King let out a thunderous roar and then crouched at Xiao Jue's feet. Xiao Jue approached and gently stroked the massive head of the Flame Lion King, running his fingers through its fur. "It seems that subduing you has proven to be of little use. It took quite a bit of my medicinal materials to elevate you to a 5th-tier magical beast," Xiao Jue remarked with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 89. The Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King. The Flame Lion King cowered on the ground, not daring to make a single move. With its limited understanding, it struggled to comprehend what had transpired, yet it could not deny that it sensed Xiao Jue's dissatisfaction. However, Xiao Jue did not lack 5th-tier magic cores. The Xiao family was in need of a guardian beast, thus he had already made arrangements for the Flame Lion King. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation and the ferocious roar of a lion suddenly erupted in the sky, sounding like thunder. Hearing the raging roar, Xiao Jue cast a glance at the timid Flame Lion King before taking off into the air. After lying there for a while, the Flame Lion King mustered its courage to look up, and, upon realizing that Xiao Jue was gone, it bared its teeth and ventured deeper into the valley. Above the azure sky, intense energy fluctuations continuously produced sounds reminiscent of distant thunder. Hues of crimson and azure enveloped nearly half of the heavens. Even the languid white clouds were tinted with these two radiant colors. Xiao Jue alighted on the crown of a colossal tree, situated several dozen meters from the battlefield. Observing the scene below, his gaze first fell upon the enormous beast soaring in the sky, a creature of formidable size, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. Its body cloaked in a layer of purple crystals. The sunlight illuminated it, casting a dazzling brilliance that was almost blinding. The beast's head resembled that of a ferocious lion, its blood-red eyes gleaming with an extraordinary purple light, and its massive jaws lined with sharp fangs. Atop its lion-like visage, a fiery red spiral horn emerged, entwined with swirling clusters of purple flames. On the side of its vast lion form were a pair of purple wings, which, when flapped, released torrents of pale purple fire, as if from a flamethrower, engulfing the surroundings. Its powerful, clawed feet, similarly encased in purple crystals, trembled the very fabric of the void with each step, making one ponder the extent of its might. As the colossal beast hovered in the ethereal realm, an intangible pressure descended from the firmament. After examining the purple crystal-winged Lion King, Xiao Jue shifted his attention to Yun Yun, who stood defiantly against it. His gaze swept over her curvaceous figure, clad in a simple skirt that accentuated her voluptuous form. She wielded a peculiar longsword emanating a greenish glow. her dark hair elegantly styled into a noble phoenix adornment, her beautiful visage serene and composed. Behind her, a pair of azure wings unfurled, and amidst the sky, Yun Yun stood gracefully, her tranquil beauty emanating an undeniable air of nobility, even through her modest attire. Why must a human woman disturb my repose? The colossal purple crystal-winged lion king suddenly roared in human tongue. I seek to procure a fragment of your purple spirit crystal, Yun Yun replied, her enchanting eyes fixed upon the beast, her voice as melodious as pearls cascading onto a jade platter. Purple spirit crystal? My kind sheds but a tiny shard every 20 years. How could I possibly grant you such a request? The purple crystal-winged lion king mocked. I am willing to barter for what you desire, Yun Yun stated, wishing to resolve the matter peacefully and avoid conflict. Barter? If you can procure a transformation pill for me, I shall grant you the purple spirit crystal. What say you? The Lion King laughed derisively at her proposition. Upon hearing the Lion King's demand, Yun Yun's brows furrowed slightly, and she shook her head, replying softly, I apologize. But such items as transformation pills are exceedingly rare even within the confines of the Gamma Empire. However, if you are amenable, I can offer 3 fifth-tier magic cores and a tome of advanced techniques for your cultivation in exchange. Not interested? Without a transformation pill, you may as well leave the Monster Mountain range. The purple crystal-winged Lion King shook its massive head, its jaws parting slightly, as it unapologetically rejected Yun Yun's terms. Yun Yun let out a gentle sigh, expressing her helplessness as she spoke. Lion King, the purple spirit crystal is required by Elder Dou Qi of my Yunlan sect. He has now ascended to the Dozone realm and has become a 7th-tier alchemist. Furthermore, my master, Yun Shan, has also reached the Dozone level. The purple crystal-winged Lion King immediately erupted into a booming laughter that shook the earth, but after a while, his mirth gradually subsided. His tone turned icy as he questioned Yun Yun. Are you threatening me? Human, you have won. The purple crystal-winged Lion King's unexpected response left Xiao Jue momentarily stunned. How could he not retaliate? Was the formidable overlord of the Eastern Beast Mountain Range truly backing down? The Lion King then commanded, bring forth the items, and I shall retrieve the purple spirit crystal for you. Yun Yun nodded, producing 3 wooden boxes and 2 scrolls, which she tossed to the Lion King. Seeing that the confrontation between the Lion King and Yun Yun had ceased, Xiao Jue pondered how he could compel Yun Yun, although he possessed the strength to do so. Having Yun Yun seal the Lion King and then taking advantage of the situation seemed far more intriguing. If he were to suddenly reveal himself, he might provoke a joint attack from Yun Yun and the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Thus, he resorted to employing subtle tactics instead, concealed in the shadows. Xiao Jue utilized secret techniques to mask his presence and the perception of others towards him, and he shouted, Sect Master Yun Yun, the cub of the purple crystal-winged lion has been taken by us. Hurry and leave before the Lion King discovers you while fetching the purple spirit crystal. Curse that human. I shall make you pay with your life, roared the purple crystal-winged Lion King, his deep growl resonating through the mountains. As the lion's roar echoed, the purple crystals adorning its body radiated an intense glow. In the blink of an eye, surging purple flames erupted fiercely from within it, gradually swirling and coalescing into a massive pillar of purple fire that shot towards the heavens. Faced with this, although Yun Yun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, she had no choice but to act. The purple crystal-winged Lion King would certainly not entertain her explanations, even if he were willing. It would only be after she had surrendered, which she was resolutely unwilling to do. However, with the purple spirit crystal still out of reach, she was not afraid of the Lion King and thus refused to retreat, engaging him in battle. With a graceful lift of her hand, Yun Yun conjured a swirling azure tornado that rapidly expanded, ultimately forming a colossal whirlwind several dozen meters in size. The azure tornado howled and spiraled in the heavens, uprooting massive trees from the ground and reducing them to mere splinters amidst the raging tempest. In the sky, the gigantic azure whirlwind, at Yun Yun's command, surged forward with the ferocity of a storm, targeting the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Wherever the storm passed, the forest below was torn asunder, rendering the earth a barren expanse, and many magical beasts scrambled to escape. Humph! The purple crystal-winged Lion King scoffed at the oncoming tempest, flapping its wings to unleash a towering fire pillar, 7 or 8 meters high, charging towards the storm. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out, echoing across the clear sky. The tempest and the pillar of fire collided with ferocious intensity, each unleashing terrifying energy in a frenzied display. At the point of their intersection, the very fabric of space seemed to ripple slightly. With a resounding thud, the tempest and the pillar, having been locked in a stalemate for several minutes, ultimately vanished from the realm. Chapter 90, the Sovereign of the Beast Mountain Range. Curse those humans. May they remain forever in the Beast Mountain range. Roared the amethyst-winged Lion King, its concern for its offspring fueling a swift resolution. A dazzling purple light began to emanate from its form. The battlefield was soon surrounded by a multitude of beasts, led by 4 fifth-tier creatures, who guided a throng of lower-tier beasts, all gathered to witness this confrontation. As the amethyst-winged Lion King radiated an intense purple glow, a wave of fear surged through the onlooking beasts, causing them to retreat hastily, including the 4 massive fifth-tier beasts, among them the Flame Lion King. The anomaly surrounding the amethyst-winged Lion King did not escape Yunyun's notice. Feeling the sudden and strange surge of energy in the atmosphere, her expression grew increasingly serious. The winds began to howl within a few paces of her. The purple radiance enveloped the realm, and after a brief moment of brewing, the light suddenly constricted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a deep purple beam, merely half a foot in diameter. In a flash, this deep purple beam streaked across the sky with terrifying speed, appearing just a few leaps away from Yunyun. Amethyst Seal. As the purple light flickered, the low growl of the amethyst-winged Lion King reverberated through the mountains. At the moment the deep purple beam manifested, Yunyun's expression shifted slightly. The formidable technique she had been preparing surged forth as her battle energy flowed. Rift Wind Dance, she called out, and the space before her quivered slightly. Countless massive dark green wind blades, each over 10 feet long, materialized out of thin air, intertwining to form a column bristling with razor-sharp edges, spinning rapidly in a spiral as it surged forth. With a thunderous boom, the purple beam collided with the wind blades, distorting the space around them. In an instant, the two forces met with the terrifying impact akin to a meteor strike. Boom! As the purple beam and the wind blades clashed, the wind clearly fell to the disadvantage. In a mere moment, the wind blades exploded, while the purple beam only dimmed slightly. After obliterating the wind blades, the purple beam continued to pierce through the multiple wind shields Yunyun had erected, ultimately penetrating her body. Just as the purple beam found its mark, the massive form of the amethyst-winged Lion King appeared before Yunyun, and from its enormous paw, 5 sharp purple spikes shot forth, viciously aimed at her chest. Wind's cataclysmic kill. Just as the giant claw was about to tear through Yunyun's body, the peculiar sword in her hand trembled suddenly, unleashing a slender beam of profound light, scarcely the size of a thumb, which shot forth in an instant. As the light materialized, the very space trembled, racing toward the amethyst-winged Lion King's head, and before Xiao Jue's astonished gaze, the beam pierced through the Lion King's neck. However, the amethyst-winged Lion King, a 6th-tier beast, did not perish. Yunyun inflicted excruciating pain upon it, eliciting a furious roar as its claws, imbued with unmatched ferocity, struck heavily against her chest. A harsh metallic creaking echoed as Yunyun struck hard, spat a small mouthful of blood, her cheeks paling slightly. With a sudden pivot, she unfurled her azure wings, her form flickering mysteriously as she vanished into the horizon. Roaring in rage, the amethyst-winged Lion King fell heavily to the ground. Understanding the situation, Xiao Jue's eyes gleamed. Yunyun was no longer merely a 3rd-tier Dou Huang, but had ascended to a 5th-tier Dou Huang after consuming a 7th-grade elixir refined by Dou Qi, enhancing her power by 2 stars. With the amethyst-winged Lion King now slain, Xiao Jue contemplated seeking Yunyun first. He pondered that the Flame Lion King could devise a means to seize the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair, and as long as it relinquished its territory in the eastern part of the Monster Mountain range, the 5th-tier beasts would not pose a threat. As Xiao Jue mused, a brilliant violet light erupted from the corpse of the amethyst-winged Lion King, shooting skyward before descending deep into the Monster Mountain range. Another lion's roar resonated, filled with fury and murderous intent, causing Xiao Jue's pupils to constrict. A 7th-tier beast was linked to the amethyst-winged Lion King. With a swift motion, he departed, intending to find Yunyun and simultaneously utilize the beast control seal to contact Dou Qi, urging him to hasten to the Monster Mountain range. Dou Qi, having just lost another batch of materials for a 7th-grade elixir, made his way to the Monster Mountain range. Xiao Jue found the gravely injured and unconscious Yunyun, carrying her to a nearby cave. Observing her state, he noted her injuries were not severe, as her inner armor had absorbed much of the damage. The real trouble lay with the seal of the amethyst-winged Lion King. While Yunyun remained in a coma, Xiao Jue sensed that Dou Qi was nearing the Monster Mountain range, so he sat at the cave's entrance, attuning his spiritual energy to the circumstances within the mountains. The emergence of a 7th-tier beast left all but the few 6th-tier overlords in the Monster Mountain range trembling in fear, instinctively bowing before the superior presence. The 7th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King astounded Xiao Jue. He had not anticipated that the true sovereign of the Monster Mountain range would be a 7th-tier beast. This revelation shed light on why the male amethyst-winged lion king, the Eastern overlord, had a young amethyst-winged lion and even a symbiotic amethyst source nearby. It suggested that this 7th-tier amethyst-winged lion king was likely a female beast, with the young one being her offspring with the Eastern sovereign. Fortunately, being only newly ascended to the 7th tier, Dou Qi could handle it with ease. Reassured, Xiao Jue awaited Dou Qi's arrival at the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, he utilized the beast control seal to observe the situation in the Monster Mountain range through the Flame Lion King's perspective. The 5th-tier beasts, sensing the aura of the 7th-tier beast, dared not move, prostrating themselves around the corpse of the amethyst-winged lion king. Before long, a colossal amethyst-winged lion king approached the corpse of the 6th-order amethyst-winged lion king. A terrifying aura emanated from her, causing the surrounding beasts to tremble uncontrollably and prostrate themselves upon the ground. At that moment, some lower-tier beasts were so thoroughly frightened that they lost control of their bladders. The 7th-order amethyst-winged lion king lifted her head, and an ethereal voice resonated from her lips, inquiring as to who had slain him. Meanwhile, Dou Qi arrived at the Beast Mountain range, unleashing the full force of his bloodline power as a celestial poison scorpion dragon beast. The 7th-order amethyst-winged lion king took a step back, regarding Dou Qi with a hint of trepidation. However, Dou Qi showed no mercy. A dark purple flame erupted from his palm, enveloping the amethyst-winged lion king. The purple flames instantly detonated upon her form. Yet they were ensnared by the scorpion dragon's toxic fire, compressing back into her body.